On her first day back home, Jiang Wanxing encountered a man who resembled a celestial being. Just the silhouette emanated an aura of beauty, foolishness, and affluence. Regrettably, the ethereal man, with a slight frown, uttered his first words to her. "Where are your guardians? How splendid!" This man was one she simply had to pursue. Chapter 1. Seek treatment if ill, and if not, hasten to perish. 1-1. You are a girl destined to marry one day. Must you compete with your brother? Could you repeat what you just said? In the opulently decorated European-style living room, Jiang Wanxing sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, her eyes wide as she gazed at the middle-aged man beside her. She pointed at herself and then at the young man not far away. "You want me to give him what my mother left me? Who does he think he is? He looks like a foolish dog just severed from its umbilical cord. I find it ominous and refuse to part with it." Jiang Chenxi's once handsome visage darkened considerably. "Jiang Wanxing, do not push your luck." With a cold smirk, Jiang Wanxing retorted, "What of it if I do? Are you more unreasonable? You wish to get engaged, and I am to willingly hand over what my mother left me? You expect to benefit without cost, spending the least while pretending to be grand?" At her words, the expressions of everyone present soured. The situation was rather comical. Back when Jiang Wanxing's mother was alive, Jiang Yuqin had an affair with his secretary, Su Man, resulting in a pair of twins who were even older than her. 12 years ago, her mother succumbed to depression and illness. Jiang Yuqin hastily remarried, bringing his mistress and their illegitimate children into the Jiang family. Furious, Jiang Yuqin rose to strike Jiang Wanxing, but was halted by a middle-aged woman beside him. Su Man clung to Jiang Yuqin's arm, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Jiang Yuqin let it go. "One has never regarded Chenxi as a brother, do not pressure her." Jiang Chenxi chimed in. "Dad, I believe she is simply spoiled, both willful and selfish. Those shares are said to be her mother's inheritance, but are they not also Jiang family assets? What does she need so much money for as a girl?" Jiang Yuqin's expression shifted repeatedly, ultimately addressing Jiang Wanxing. "Wan, be obedient. Hand over the shares to your brother. Once you marry, should you face any grievances, your brother can protect you." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Wanxing raised her thumb with a smile. "An unidentified humanoid powerhouse, truly terrifying, impressive. What did you say?" Jiang Yuqin frowned instantly. "You don't comprehend insults, do you?" Unfazed, Jiang Wanxing deliberately raised her voice. "I said, where did you beg for such a large, arrogant face? Even if your neck were topped with a piece of overripe pig head, it wouldn't justify such nonsense. Do you think it takes a considerable number of slams from a heavy iron door for me to believe your drivel? Dad, heed my advice, seek treatment if ill, and if not, hasten to perish." Her vehement outburst left everyone stunned. Jiang Yuqin even questioned if he had misheard. "You, Jiang Wanxing." "I am your father," Jiang Wanxing scoffed. "Need you remind me? If you were my son, I would have long since used 7 wolves to bash your head until it smokes." Jiang Yuqin. At that moment, Jiang Wanxing's phone chimed with a message notification. She glanced down, stood up, and declared, "Let me tell you, whatever my mother left me, even if I were to throw it all away, I will not give it to you. Abandon that thought. You, Su Man, do not hold me back. I will teach this uncultured wretch a lesson today." Seeing the opportunity, Su Man feigned being shaken off by Jiang Yuqin and released her grip. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuqin stepped forward and swung his hand at Jiang Wanxing. At that critical moment, Jiang Wanxing swiftly grasped Jiang Yuqin's wrist. Under the immense pressure, Jiang Yuqin gasped in pain. "You uncultured wretch! I am your father, release me." Jiang Wanxing, indifferent, shoved him aside, her smile one of derision. "The 3 of you combined cannot even insult me, yet you wish to lay hands on me? Have you overindulged? Once again, seek treatment if ill, and if not, hasten to perish. When you all have departed this world, I shall place your ashes into fireworks for the entire nation to witness a ghostly spectacle." With that, she turned and walked away. Since Jiang Wanxing could remember, Jiang Yuqin had never shouldered even the slightest responsibility of a father. All his energy was devoted to that trio, neglecting her mother's illness without a care. Regrettably, until his last breath, he never granted her even a glance. As Jiang Wanxing exited, she encountered Su Man's daughter, her nominal sister. The Jiang family had risen from the entertainment industry, and her mother had once captivated the nation with her mixed heritage beauty, single-handedly elevating the Jiang family's modest enterprise. Su Man's daughter, Jiang Yuqin, leveraged her status as the Jiang family's eldest daughter to thrive in the entertainment world, now a rising star among the second tier of actresses. Jiang Yuqin regarded Jiang Wanxing, her eyes flickering with a hint of jealousy as she softly inquired, "You must be quite eager for me to leave?" "No, not at all." Jiang Yuqin hurriedly shook her head. "I was merely asking casually. Having lived abroad for so long, you must find life here quite unfamiliar." As she spoke, she subtly glanced at Jiang Wanxing's face, revealing a trace of envy in her gaze. The internet possesses no memory. As long as Jiang Wanxing did not make an appearance, Jiang Yuqin was the true Jiang family heiress. However, should Jiang Wanxing come to light, her resemblance to the former film queen would unearth the Jiang family's less than glorious past. She feared that all her pride would be shattered by the daughter born of Jiang Wanxing, the original wife. Jiang Wanxing seemed to perceive her thoughts and slowly curl her lips into a smile. "What?" Jiang Yuqin's voice sharpened. Jiang Wanxing tilted her head, intrigued. "I intend to remain in the country to inherit the family fortune. Sister, should you encounter me at the company one day, do remember to call me young director." At that moment, Jiang Xiangyuan emerged, having given chase. Jiang Wanxing, unhurried, remarked, "Whether or not you acknowledge me as your daughter is inconsequential, but the company surely requires my status as the second largest shareholder." "Jiang Xiangyuan, you." Jiang Wanxing ignored him entirely, striding into the adjacent garage, pushing out a heavy motorcycle and with a swift motion, mounted and rode away, leaving behind a trail of exhaust. Chapter 2. With just a silhouette, she exudes the enchanting essence of a beauty, a foolish rich man, and the aura of affluence. Adieu, fool. In the affluent district of Ningqing, a girl on a motorcycle sped away. She appeared to be merely 15 or 16, with lightly curled, shoulder-length chestnut hair, porcelain skin, and bright, round eyes, her entire being as exquisite as a doll. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a stand-alone villa behind her stood a middle-aged man, his face darkened with fury. Jiang Xiangyuan shouted in exasperation, "You wish to enter the company? Not a chance. You ungrateful daughter. Beast." Jiang Wanxing, however, paid no heed, gripping the handlebars with one hand while the other retrieved a Bluetooth headset from her pocket. A languid female voice resonated in her ears. "Hey, Anemone, where are you? As a professional mercenary, could you exhibit some professionalism?" "What's the matter?" Jiang Wanxing casually inquired. "What's the matter? You're actually asking?" The person on the other end of the line seemed incredulous. "Where are you? What about the batch of gems you were supposed to escort? The employer thinks the Grey Iron Triad, have absconded with their goods." At this, Jiang Wanxing languidly licked her lips. "Who asked you about that?" "The employer has inquired several times. You should promptly deliver their belongings." "I'm on it." Bang! Before she could finish her sentence, a Maybach suddenly careened from the intersection, colliding violently with Jiang Wanxing's motorcycle. The driver slammed on the brakes, but the sheer force propelled Jiang Wanxing from the front of her bike, allowing her to roll onto the roof, where she finally came to a steady stop. Her motorcycle, however, was flung 5 meters away, lying in a disarray along the roadside. Perched atop the car, Jiang Wanxing chuckled leisurely. Someone turned without reducing speed and didn't even bother to look. "I'm ready to teach the driver a lesson." "Did you just have an accident?" The driver who turned without yielding bears full responsibility. Soon, the driver's seat and rear passenger door swung open, revealing 2 men. The one emerging from the driver's seat was clearly the chauffeur hired by the car owner. As for the other, Jiang Wanxing, sitting atop the car, surveyed the man below with an elevated perspective. Broad-shouldered and slender, his form radiated an amalgam of beauty, foolishness, and the essence of wealth. His features were finely chiseled, with a high nose bridge. A beauty, a celestial being. Regrettably, the heavenly figure furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Where is your guardian?" "Who says I'm a child?" "Is your vision still adjusting?" Jiang Wanxing retorted coldly, then gestured with her hand, 8 million, not a cent less. The driver, initially worried about having injured someone, could not help but interject upon hearing her demand for 8 million. Extortion? Jiang Wanxing's lips curled into a slow smile. "Brother, kindly open your eyes and see clearly. My motorcycle is valued at 5 million. Since you bear full responsibility, asking for 3 million in emotional damages is hardly unreasonable." The driver glanced at the expensive motorcycle, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet he persisted in his defense. "Are you even of age to be riding a motor vehicle?" "Stop." Before the driver could finish, a radiant smile spread across Jiang Wanxing's face. At an unknown moment, a black leather document appeared between her delicate fingers. "Apologies, but I am of legal age and possess a valid motorcycle license." The driver was left speechless, and the atmosphere grew tense. As dusk approached, A cool breeze dispelled the heat of the day. Rong Shuyan stood beside the car, his expression devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, the young girl squatting on the roof, clad in white denim and a baseball cap, had finely delineated features and a hint of baby fat on her cheeks, evoking a sense of reluctance to chastise her. Yet she continued to extend her hand. Pay up. Not a cent less. Rong Shuyan raised his hand to check the time, his calm eyes settling upon her. He had pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to waste time here. All right. Jiang Wanxing donned a cheerful demeanor and nimbly leapt off the car. She dusted off her hands, retrieving her phone from her pocket. Here, skin me. Before she could finish, Jiang Wanxing noticed the spiderweb-like cracks on her phone screen. Without hesitation, she declared, "The screen is shattered. You owe me for that. The phone is worth 10,000, plus the previous 8 million. That totals 8,100,000. Rounded up to 9 million. Rong Shuyan. Any objections?" Jiang Wanxing narrowed her eyes. No. The driver interjected again. Rongzong, she is clearly extorting. Neither the repair costs for his vehicle nor those for Rongzong's could he afford. He could not bear this burden. Rong Shuyan's expression turned frosty, yet he handed the young girl a business card. Jiang Wanxing squinted at the card in her hand. Rong Shuyan, a name quite pleasant to the ear, fitting the celestial aura of this figure. Satisfied, Jiang Wanxing stepped back to the roadside, her demeanor relaxed. Just as Rong Shuyan was about to enter his vehicle, he paused. "TSK, how rude." Before Jiang Wanxing could finish her thought, Rong Shuyan added, "I need to know your name for the transfer." Jiang Wanxing. Jiang by the river, night, starry sky. Just these 3 words. All right. Rong Shuyan nodded, stating he had urgent matters to attend to and would make amends another day. Jiang Wanxing, too, had matters to deal with and waved her hand. Off you go. Just remember to pay up. After watching the high and mighty celestial figure depart, Jiang Wanxing approached her battered motorcycle, lifting it with effort before donning her headset once more. Notify the employer, I am on my way. Chapter 3 Pay Up. Did you hear me? As she spoke, Jiang Wanxing pulled out the business card the man had given her earlier and sent him a friend request. She was not concerned about him defaulting on the payment. If that celestial being drove such a luxury car recklessly without compensation, she would have to track him down for a bit of extortion and romance. Meanwhile, in the car, the driver was still preoccupied with the earlier incident, feeling restless. Rongzong, that girl was clearly committing fraud. How could you? Rong Shuyan did not lift his gaze, his tone icy. That girl was no ordinary person. She is skilled, and the compensation is not unjust. Thankfully, she is not an ordinary individual. Otherwise, that collision could have resulted in severe injury or worse. But the driver attempted to speak again but was cut off by Rong Shuyan. As soon as he finished speaking, the driver's face turned ashen. However, Rong Shuyan had no intention of elaborating further. At that moment, his phone chimed. Little Loli Miaochan sent a friend request. Rong Shuyan glanced at the name, then opened the profile picture, studying it for a while. Before he could send a message, little Loli Miaochan promptly delivered her bank account number, presumably a domestic account. Little Loli Miaochan, just transfer the money to this card. It has a daily limit of 100,000. Spread the 9 million over 9 days. Rong Shuyan's name was quite simple, merely the initial of his surname. Little Loli Miaochan, pay up. Did you hear me? All right. Little Loli Miaochan. After messaging his assistant to handle the matter, Rong Shuyan inexplicably opened the young girl's moments. Her profile featured numerous photos of extreme sports, free solo climbing, aerial surfing, wingsuit flying, skydiving, and more. One particular photo captured Jiang Wanxing on a nearly vertical cliff. Without a safety rope, gripping a protruding rock with one hand while holding a selfie stick in the other, her face radiating joy. No wonder one is so agile. Soon, the driver received a phone call and pulled the car over to the roadside. The assistant's vehicle arrived to pick up as well. Rong Shuyan transferred to another intact car, heading towards the smoky hues of dusk. Assistant Xiao Ko, who had accompanied Rong Shuyan for many years, understood his character well. Though he appeared cold and taciturn, he was generally quite easygoing in mundane matters. He glanced at Rong Shuyan and, after starting the engine, inquired, General Rong, I heard that Shaoli just collided with a young girl. Is she all right? Rong Shuyan recalled the girl's audacious smile from earlier and shook his head. She's fine. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanxing parked her battered motorcycle by the roadside. The meeting point designated by her employer was a private club, which seemed unremarkable from the outside. Yet the surrounding area buzzed with lively entertainment venues. Until she had a clearer understanding of the internal situation, Jiang Wanxing would not rashly meet with the other party. After a moment as thought, she donned a mask, lowered the brim of her hat, and drove her motorcycle into the underground parking lot, subsequently sending a message via an anonymous number. Underground parking lot. 5 minutes. Jiang Wanxing, glancing at the message from the other party, retrieved a rectangular black velvet box from her bag. Inside lay a collection of exceptionally high-quality uncut diamonds, including a 22-carat red diamond, deep red like blood, its worth incalculable. After receiving the package, Jiang Wanxing opened it for a brief glance. How to put it, she desired to be clandestine yet maintain her dignity. As time ticked away, Jiang Wanxing monitored the clock on her phone. Just as 5 minutes elapsed, a man hurriedly approached. When Xiao Ke saw the young girl perched on the motorcycle, he was momentarily taken aback. "Excuse me." Jiang Wanxing, without hesitation, declared, "Delivery person. Here to drop off the package." She extended the velvet box towards him. Xiao Ke accepted the box, unable to resist casting a glance at Jiang Wanxing's battered motorcycle. His eyelids twitching. Jiang Wanxing, however, paid no heed to his peculiar expression and squinted her eyes, stating, "Open it to verify the quantity and authenticity. I am not responsible once it leaves my hands." "Understood." Xiao Ke, now diverted, carefully tore open the seal on the box and took a look inside. The box contained neatly arranged 20 diamonds, each the size of pigeon eggs, most of them colored diamonds, radiating brilliance. These diamonds had been cut and polished, only awaiting setting. They were indeed genuine, without any replacements. "Miss, when you arrived, did you encounter an accident?" Jiang Wanxing glanced down at her severely mangled motorcycle. Was the evidence of the accident not apparent enough? Xiao Ke had heard that when General Rong arrived, the driver had hit a girl on a motorcycle, but he dared not confirm whether it was indeed her. With the delivery complete, the task was at an end. Jiang Wanxing showed no intention of idly chatting. "All right, I'm leaving." With that, she slung her backpack over her shoulder, started her motorcycle, and departed. Even after Jiang Wanxing had left, Xiao Ke continued to gaze in the direction she had gone, instinctively running a hand through his hair before pulling out his phone. "Hello, General Rong, I just discovered something." Just as Jiang Wanxing emerged from the underground garage, her motorcycle broke down. She attempted to start it by the roadside for quite some time, but it showed no signs of responding. Just as she contemplated calling someone to haul the motorcycle away, a business vehicle suddenly halted in front of her. Upon exiting the vehicle, the occupants gasped in surprise upon seeing Jiang Wanxing. "One?" Jiang Wanxing lifted her gaze to find Jiang Xiangyuan, Su Mand, Jiang Chenxi, and Jiang Yuqin, all members of her family, intact and complete. The one who spoke was Su Man Wanwan. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Wanxing removed her mask and chuckled. "What is it to you?" But she turned her attention to the elegantly dressed siblings beside her, smilingly asking, "What are you two up to? Out for fun with mom and dad in tow?" This street was lined with various entertainment venues, and as dusk approached, the nearby establishments began to open their doors. Jiang Wanxing thought to herself that in all these years, she had truly seen too little. She had never heard of a family outing to a nightclub. Jiang Yuqin was about to speak when Jiang Xiangyuan, with a dark expression, glared at Jiang Wanxing and demanded, "I just called you. Why didn't you answer?" At his words, Jiang Wanxing maintained an air of nonchalance. "Oh, I blocked you." "You?" Jiang Yuqin quickly grasped Jiang Xiangyuan's arm, whispering, "Dad, let it go. Wanwan is still young and doesn't he understand? Please don't be angry. 18 or 19 is still young." Jiang Xiangyuan's eyes widened in fury. "Jiang Wanxing, tell me, what are you doing in a place like this? No one has been supervising you for years, and you're just out here fooling around?" Jiang Yuqin seemed quite anxious, persistently urging, "Dad, we have other matters to attend to. Let Wanwan leave first." Chapter 4, I am a major shareholder of the company. Jiang Wanxing's gaze slowly swept over the family of 4 before her. Although she had not been in the country for years, she was well aware of the dynamics within her family. Among her half-siblings, Jiang Chenxi was rather simple-minded, lacking in intelligence. In her childhood, Jiang Yuqin never took the initiative to stand out. She always presented herself as the good sister, yet behind the scenes, she would instigate Jiang Chenxi to bully her. Jiang Chenxi had long been used as a pawn by his twin sister. When Jiang Wanxing's gaze shifted to Jiang Yuqin, she successfully caught a glimmer of urgency and panic in her eyes. "What are you all doing?" Jiang Wanxing laughed. "The whole family goes out without me. Does this mean I'm not considered part of the family?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuqin bit her lip. "Wanwan, since we are all family, You should include me in your entertainment activities, Jiang Wanxing said with a playful smile directed at Jiang Yuqin. Dad, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Yuqin was already quite angry, but for reasons unknown, he restrained his temper. Hearing her words, Jiang Wanxing blinked her eyes sadly, her voice dropping. Dad, am I not your most beloved Wanwan? You once said that bringing Annie home was to take care of me, and that my brothers and sisters would love me. Now you're all a family, and I'm the outsider? As she spoke, Jiang Wanxing deliberately emphasized the name Wanwan. Something seemed to stir within Jiang Yuqin, and his expression grew distant.
Suman.
Noticing this, quickly linked her arm through Jiang Yuqin's, speaking urgently. Xiang Yuan. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yuqin interjected, Fine, Wanwan, you can join us. Jiang Wanxing had anticipated this outcome and wore a broad, mocking smile. Perhaps it was due to her previous words, but Jiang Yuqin's mood had surprisingly calmed. He freed himself from Su Man's grasp, walking alongside Jiang Wanxing with a tone of earnestness. Wanwan, you're not a child anymore. You should understand. Dad only wants what's best for you. Jiang Wanxing was still pondering what this family outing entailed when she heard Jiang Yuqin's words and replied dismissively, For my benefit, and then what? Jiang Yuqin furrowed his brows and continued, The shares you hold indeed belong to your mother, but she is no longer with us. As a young woman in possession of such considerable assets, you could easily attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Your father is growing old. The only ones who can support each other now are you three siblings. Your brother is about to get engaged, and he will inherit the family business. So, he cannot afford to have too few shares. This time, Jiang Wanxing refrained from retorting. She turned her head, a smile gracing her face. You should consider drafting a will soon, bequeathing all your assets to Jiang Chenxi. Otherwise, if you were to suddenly pass away, your inheritance would be divided among several parties. Jiang Yuqin exclaimed, Jiang Wanxing, how do you speak to your father? Jiang Chenxi, unable to contain his frustration, retorted, Dad is only looking out for your best interests. Can't you comprehend human speech? In that moment, Jiang Chenxi was unceremoniously kicked by Jiang Wanxing, sending him flying 2 meters away. Jiang Wanxing calmly placed her foot down and approached, bending slightly to say, Jiang Chenxi, have you become so arrogant that you believe yourself to be a master? Su Man and Jiang Yuqin stood frozen, utterly astonished by Jiang Wanxing's sudden aggression. In the next instant, Su Man gasped and rushed over, attempting to help her son up. Jiang Yuqin trembled with rage. You. Jiang Wanxing sneered, Are you truly willing to create a scene here? As a businessman, Jiang Yuqin valued his reputation and did not wish to be ridiculed by outsiders due to family matters. Yet, after Jiang Chenxi picked himself up, he stubbornly lunged at Jiang Wanxing. She, however, evaded him by swiftly moving behind Jiang Yuqin, causing him to crash into his father instead. Seeing this, Jiang Yuqin grew frantic. As tensions escalated, she hurriedly donned a mask and stepped between them. Dad, brother, Wanwan, didn't he mean it? Please don't be angry.
Oh.
Jiang Wanxing crossed her arms, watching this spectacle unfold. Sister, your statement is rather misguided. Silence. Jiang Yuqin barked. Isn't this embarrassing enough? Let us move inside. She recalled that Jiang Yuqin was a celebrity and had noticed someone seemingly taking pictures earlier. The thought brought a smile to Jiang Wanxing's face. At that moment, they were in a private club named Yensa, the very place where she was to meet with a supplier. However, Jiang Wanxing had not entered through the main entrance, but had gone straight into the underground parking lot. A waitress clad in a lotus-colored qipao led them to an elevator, and upon reaching the 3rd floor, they proceeded down a corridor to a private room at the end. Jiang Zong, this is the place. Director Xue has been waiting for you here for quite some time. Jiang Yuqin nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Wanxing maintained her obedient demeanor, waiting until they entered the room. As Jiang Yuqin discussed film investments with a middle-aged man referred to as Director Xue, Jiang Wanxing finally understood the purpose of their visit. However, it was not yet her time to speak, and she refrained from wasting her breath. Adjusting her hat's brim, she settled into the farthest single sofa, engrossed in her phone. Jiang Yuqin, feeling uneasy due to Jiang Wanxing's presence, forced a smile and sat beside Jiang Yuqin. Jiang Yuqin addressed Director Xue, to be frank, as a father. I do not wish for Yuqin to enter the entertainment industry, but this child is incredibly passionate about acting. Since she has this dream, we as parents must support her wholeheartedly, wouldn't you agree? As a film director, Director Xue could hardly refuse such a request. He smiled. Of course. Miss Jiang's accomplishments in recent years are commendable, and with Jiang Zong's affection for his daughter, the leading role is undoubtedly meant for Miss Jiang. Just as their conversation reached a natural pause, Jiang Wanxing set her phone down and interjected, I disagree. Director Shui responded, on what grounds do you disagree? Because I am a major shareholder of the company. Jiang Wanxing shrugged, raising her hand to admire her exquisite crystal nails. For such a significant project, you cannot simply make decisions without considering the shareholders' interests. I have recorded your previous statements. The funds are from the company, yet the aim is to fulfill your daughter's aspirations. Do you think that is justifiable? After the passing of Jiang Wanxing's biological mother, she inherited her mother's South entire estate, as there was a will. However, due to her minority status at the time, her shares were held by her only guardian, Jiang Yuqin. The Jiang family had effectively become Jiang Yuqin's domain. Jiang Yuqin's complexion turned pale instantly. From the moment they entered, although Jiang Wanxing had remained silent, a sense of unease had lingered within her. She had been preoccupied with thoughts of what to do if Jiang Wanxing caused a scene. To her surprise, Jiang Wanxing refrained from any outbursts. Instead, her calm words proved more potent than any tirade. Chapter 5. Keep your two male models at a distance. Jiang Wanxing observed with a semblance of amusement as Jiang Yuqin's resentment and unwillingness reached a boiling point, seemingly on the verge of eruption. Yet, Jiang Yuqin quickly regained her composure and, before Jiang Yuqin could express his ire, proactively stated, Dad, I believe Wanwan is right. I know you do this for my sake. But I cannot be selfish. Such a significant investment in a film should be discussed at a board meeting beforehand. Turning to Jiang Wanxing, she added, Wanwan, please do not hold it against Dad. He works so hard for our family, and he truly loves you. Jiang Wanxing responded, oh. After a brief silence, she genuinely raised her thumb in approval at Jiang Yuqin. Impressive. As Jiang Yuqin consoled her angry family, while tears streamed down her face, she pleaded, Dad, Mom, please don't be angry at Wanwan. Let us keep our family together. However, the more she pleaded, the more enraged Jiang Chenxi became. Jiang Wanxing, I've given you face. Jiang Wanxing remained seated, waiting for him to approach, ready to retaliate with a kick to send him flying. Unfortunately, Jiang Yuqin caught Jiang Chenxi by the arm. What are you causing a ruckus for? Is it not embarrassing enough? Let's go. Hurry. With that, Jiang Yuqin turned and left. Su Man dared not speak up. Observing that the drama had dissipated, Jiang Wanxing leisurely rose to follow suit. At that moment, Jiang Yuqin approached, wiping her tears, and softly addressed Jiang Wanxing, Wanwan, we have neglected you during these years. If you wish to live at home, your father will surely make it up to you. Jiang Wanxing wore an enigmatic smile. Her sister remained unchanged, never willing to sever ties, even when harboring deep-seated resentment. Sister, she said with a slight smirk, wasn't it you who deliberately locked me out that year? What? Jiang Yuqin momentarily failed to comprehend her words. Jiang Yuqin stammered, I didn't know. Did you truly not know? The thoughts of a child are often sensitive and fragile. Aside from that foolish Jiang Chenxi, Su Man and Jiang Yuqin spoke to her gently. Yet they would also subtly exclude her, making her feel like an outsider in her own home. On one occasion, after visiting her mother's grave and spending the entire afternoon there, she encountered a teacher, the person who would change her life forever. She joined the world's largest mercenary organization, the Grey Iron Triangle, thus becoming a professional mercenary. Reflecting on this, Jiang Wanxing's eyes glimmered. You see, that day I happened to be out. It just so happened to rain, and you, allergic to mangoes, happened to eat a slice of mango cake, which subsequently led to the dismissal of the housekeeper. And since Dad and the driver were out, they could only rely on Uncle Lee to drive you to the hospital. What a coincidence that there was not a soul at home. You must have been 9 years old then, didn't you know you were allergic to mangoes? As her words fell, Jiang Yuqin's gaze flickered with alarm, instinctively reaching for Jiang Wanxing's hand, only to be evaded. Wanwan, I'm sorry. I truly didn't know. I didn't realize you left the country because of me. I'm so sorry. Jiang Wanxing smiled. Jiang Yuqin, I hope you can always maintain that innocent and kind demeanor. Jiang Yuqin stood still, while Jiang Wanxing walked past her without a glance. Oh, right. I am set to join the board of directors tomorrow. Sister, I will take good care of you. Jiang Yuqin felt a surge of panic. Wanwan, please don't be willful. Father will never agree. Jiang Wanxing narrowed her eyes and replied, not agree? Then I'll have no choice but to sell my shares to the other company for some pocket money. After all, things are different now. I am of age. And anything that belongs to me must remain firmly in my grasp. Jiang Yuqin's face turned pale, her lips trembled, and she could not utter a word. Afterward, Jiang Wanxing went to the restroom, retrieved a lipstick from her bag, and leisurely applied it to her lips while making a phone call. Once connected, a languid female voice soon came through on the other end. I say, Haikue, can you check the time when you call me? It's so late. Who would want to deal with you? Have those two male models beside you keep their distance. I'm discussing serious matters here. What the hell? How do you know I have two male models with me? Are you clairvoyant? Jiang Wanxing scoffed. I must ask you. Weren't they discussing the acquisition of Starlight Entertainment at the group before? What's the update? The woman hesitated for a moment before replying, I don't know. You know I lack a business mind, so I never manage these affairs. Should I ask around? Please do. The woman on the other end seemed to raise her voice while inquiring with someone nearby. Not long after, she laughed and said, the acquisition has been completed. What? Do you want a male model too? I don't want a male model. Where are you? Las Vegas. Sorry, we're not compatible. Jiang Wanxing gritted her teeth and said, I'll give you 3 days. Chapter 6. With such limited skills, you still want to fish. Silver Fox. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Wanxing couldn't help but curse out loud. The woman on the other end, codenamed Silver Fox, was a notorious slacker within their mercenary base. Useless in all aspects, she had earned the title of the most lascivious. Her level of lechery had reached an appalling degree. Silver Fox chuckled, fine, I get it. You want to conquer the world, and I want to conquer the men of the world. Everyone has their own ambitions. Jiang Wanxing retorted, are you coming or not? You haven't even mentioned what you wanted. Previously, she was a minor and found it difficult to enter the board with her own shares. Now that she had come of age, those people had conveniently walked into her line of fire. They could not blame her for being ruthless. TSK, what a leisurely mood. Jiang Wanxing gazed at her reflection in the mirror, slowly applying lipstick to her lips. She had never been one for makeup. Her natural looks already made her appear youthful, and her lips were somewhat pale, easily giving off an impression of being young and helpless. Thus, she opted for a slightly bolder lip color. The company was built from scratch alongside Jiang Yuqin when her mother was still alive. Jiang Yuqin could remarry, but she could not allow them to flaunt their triumph over her mother's legacy. Her mother had cherished Jiang Yuqin's love above all else. But Jiang Wanxing was different. She did not rely on anyone's affections. Love was an elusive concept. Sometimes, a mere exchange of words could be deemed love. All she sought was the bare minimum of respect. She should not be coerced into relinquishing her mother's inheritance to her half-brother. Otherwise, how about I give you my company in the country? It would be perfect to compete with your father. Jiang Wanxing's smile turned cold. No. This is not merely a company matter. It's a family affair. Fine, wait for a few days. Once I'm done here, I'll come find you. Silver Fox added, as if recalling something, how did the batch of gemstones you escorted turn out? Were they delivered? Yes. Jiang Wanxing showed little interest in the matter, responded affirmatively, and changed the topic. No problem. After hanging up, Jiang Wanxing exited the restroom and immediately encountered a familiar figure. Oh? A fairy? Rong Shuyan remarked. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing the young girl before him, the name that popped into Rong Shuyan's mind was not hers, but rather lowly. He had never had such a name in his contacts. Miss Jiang, I heard from my assistant that the batch of diamonds was delivered by you. Jiang Wanxing narrowed her eyes, sizing him up. His looks were striking, and even when silent, he appeared formidable. Yet when he spoke, it was evident that his demeanor was not as aggressive, resembling a character from a drama who is the underdog. Those diamonds are yours? What? Are you planning to gift me one? Jiang Wanxing smiled playfully. I fancy the red one. Rong Shuyan paused for a moment before promptly replying, certainly. Jiang Wanxing, huh? Why is this not following the script? Shouldn't he refuse such a bold request from a stranger and walk away? After a brief moment of confusion, her smile grew even more radiant. Jiang Wanxing tilted her head to meet the man's gaze, squinting as she said, if you want to fish, don't be so obvious. Do I look like a fish to you? Rong Shuyan responded, I am a businessman, wishing to make a friend. You're practically throwing your calculations in my face. That red diamond is a raw stone. I can have someone craft it into jewelry for you. What does Miss Jiang prefer? Hearing this, Jiang Wanxing stroked her chin thoughtfully. This man was practically branded with ulterior motives. However, she did not dislike those who took the initiative to befriend her. Her organization had been moving towards economic endeavors over the years and was one of the largest arms manufacturers globally. Since she held the entire arms production line, those eager to please her could line up from here to Siberia. Handcuffs, Jiang Wanxing stated. Rong Shuyan. In an instant, He thought he must have misheard. Jiang Wanxing blinked, quickly reverting to her innocent and lively girl persona. I don't wear jewelry. So, have someone make me a beautiful pair of handcuffs with that large red diamond set in them. I'll wear them for whoever I fancy in the future. Rong Shuyan. Jiang Wanxing again stroked her chin. Just now, you mentioned you were in business. Can you customize other props? Let us arrange a meeting soon to discuss. And I'll pay you properly, or you could give me a 5% discount. How does that sound? I can't, no meetings. Rong Shuyan replied with a stony expression before turning to leave. With such limited skills, you still want to fish? Chapter 7. Use your fatherly love to reform this rebellious daughter. Jiang Wanxing glanced at the direction Rong Shuyan had departed, letting out a scoff. However, as she turned to leave, she found him standing in the corridor, his head bowed in contemplation. Why haven't you left yet? Jiang Wanxing inquired. It was obvious he was intentionally approaching her for a purpose. Unfortunately, his flirting was too clumsy. Rong Shuyan raised his gaze and slowly said, I am the owner here. Jiang Wanxing raised an eyebrow. Are you not waiting here, specifically for me? I will have what you want ready, within a month. Oh. Jiang Wanxing, what? You're serious? No good deed goes unpunished. Observing someone who seemed respectable yet was willing to make such demands, she was certain he had ulterior motives. Yes. Rong Shuyan replied. This time, he did not wait for Jiang Wanxing to ask again, swiftly turning and leaving. As Jiang Wanxing smiled, she called out before he departed from her line of sight. Remember to send me the design drafts once they are completed. With everyone else absent, only Jiang Yuqin sat in the living room, evidently waiting for her. Jiang Wanxing first poured herself a glass of ice water at the bar before approaching him, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Dad, are you still awake? Jiang Yuqin replied coldly. How can you say that? Are you so dissatisfied with our family?
Dad, what do you mean by that?
She sighed, her tone steady. Do you really believe that Jiang Yuqin can support such a high investment film? In business, we cannot simply aim for loss, can we? She is your sister. Must you always speak of business when it comes to her? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanxing couldn't help but laugh. What else should we discuss if not business? Feelings? Perhaps aware that Jiang Wanxing was impervious to reason, Jiang Yuqin could only sigh. Wanwans, I know your relationship with Chenxi isn't good, but Aunt Sue and your sister have always treated you well. Even if your Aunt Sue and I wronged your mother years ago, surely that debt has been settled by now. Settled? What have they settled? Jiang Wanxing was disinclined to engage in this meaningless topic with Jiang Yuqin, so she shifted the conversation. I will be going to the company tomorrow to join the board. Dad, please make the arrangements. What? Jiang Wanxing replied with a hint of a smile. I said, I want to join the board. You needn't expect me to leave early. This time I won't be going anywhere. Jiang Yuqin furrowed his brow, his tone unfriendly.
How old are you?
What board? Your brother hasn't even entered the company yet, and you, Dad, Jiang Wanxing interrupted him. Think carefully. The company was built by you and my mother. They are merely newcomers.
Impossible, Wong.
You are still young. I want to allow you to act recklessly. Jiang Wanxing anticipated Jiang Yuqin's reaction. Dad, don't be naive. I am no longer a child. I will not allow you to manipulate me. Oh, by the way, the acquisition of Domestic Starlight Entertainment by the group has been completed, indicating an intention to enter the domestic entertainment industry. What do you think would happen if I sold my shares to the group? You. This statement struck at Jiang Yuqin's Achilles heel. He was so enraged that his hands trembled, and after a long pause, he spoke. Wanwans, are you so selfish that you must disrupt our family's peace? Jiang Wanxing took a sip of her ice water, her smile radiant. Yes, I am selfish, which is why I hope you, as my father, can use your paternal love to reach out to your rebellious daughter. After all, when you were with my mother, you knew of her poor health and the difficulties of childbirth, yet you promised to love her for a lifetime. With my mother gone, Wanwan has become a motherless child. You should be more tolerant of my bad temper, right? Upon finishing her drink, she left half a glass of ice on the table.
Dad.
Please take me to the company tomorrow, otherwise I may really get angry. It was only after Jiang Wanxing ascended the stairs that Jiang Yuqin violently hurled the cup from the table, gasping as he leaned back against the sofa. The following morning, Jiang Yuqin arose early to prepare for work. As Suman adjusted his tie, she remarked, Yuqin, try not to be angry with Wanwan all the time. This child's temperament is simply different from others. Before she could finish her thought, Jiang Wanxing strolled in leisurely from outside, carrying a takeout bag. Both of them were startled, having assumed she was still in bed. Dad, you're up quite early today. Is it because you're taking me to the company? You must be so excited that you couldn't sleep all night. Jiang Yuqin, Jiang Wanxing blinked her bright, round eyes. Right, Dad? Jiang Yuan looked troubled, momentarily at a loss for words. Wanwans, do you really have to join the company? Why not? Jiang Wanxing seemed to shed her previous hostility, smiling gently. Dad, don't forget what I told you last night. If you don't let me in, I will exchange the shares my mother left me for pocket money. Her demeanor suggested a capricious young girl unaware of the world's complexities. Jiang Yuan could only nod grimly. No more nonsense. Thank you, Dad. Su Man was anxious and couldn't get a word in. Auntie, thank you for your concern, but I don't need it. Ultimately, Jiang Yuan had no choice but to take Jiang Wanxing to the company. It was also Su Man's suggestion that Jiang Wanxing transfer her shares to Jiang Chenxi. However, she had not anticipated that this temperamental little girl would be so difficult to handle. Jiang Yuan's stance seemed to be shifting in her favor. At that moment, Jiang Yuqin descended the stairs. Mom, what's wrong? Seeing her daughter, Su Man quickly adjusted her expression. Nothing. She shook her head. Wanwan's is going to the company. Jiang Yuqin's face paled for a fleeting moment, but she quickly regained her composure. It's nothing, Mom. Don't overthink it. Wanwan is the type of person with a fleeting enthusiasm. She may not stay in the country for long. Su Man glanced at the maid who was tidying up and waited until she had left before lowering her voice. Before she came of age, she couldn't even enter the company. Now, with this attitude, it's clear she intends to stay at home for good. If only I had known the unspoken words hung in the air, yet Jiang Yuqin understood the implication. How wonderful it would be if Jiang Wanxing did not exist in this world. Jiang Yuqin grasped Su Man's hand, gently comforting her. Mom, don't worry. With her temperament, she won't last long at home. Have you forgotten why she went abroad in the first place? In Jiang Yuqin's eyes, Jiang Wanxing had always been a petulant child, prone to mood swings and easily provoked. Moreover, Jiang Wanxing had shown little growth over the years. How long could such a person endure in the elite circles of Ningqing? Perhaps in a few days, Jiang Wanxing would become the pariah everyone reviled. Su Man's gaze flickered as she clasped Jiang Yuqin's hand. Yuqin, your brother is already in this state. I can only rely on you. You must help your brother secure those shares. You are siblings. Only if your brother thrives can you thrive. Once the words were spoken, Jiang Yuqin's smile seemed to stiffen momentarily before returning to its natural state. Of course. Su Man was about to say more, but Jiang Yuqin stood up directly. Mom, I need to head to the company early today. I'll go now.
Su Man nodded.
Concerned and reminded her, be sure to have the driver drive carefully. Okay. Meanwhile, in the car, Jiang Wanxing unabashedly indulged in her takeout meal. After finishing her soup dumplings, she slurped a sip of soy milk. Jiang Yuan maintained a stoic expression, not sparing her a glance. However, when Jiang Wanxing finished her breakfast and stuffed the trash into the takeout bag, Jiang Yuan could no longer contain himself. Wanwans, if you are only going to the company for fun, I can take you to play for a couple of days, but you cannot act recklessly.
Huh?
Recklessly? Jiang Wanxing asked with keen interest. What is your definition of recklessness? Jiang Yuan replied, for instance, what you did last night. Do you know how embarrassing it was for me and your sister? Yuqin was still trying to persuade me, saying you were too young to understand. When she was your age, Jiang Wanxing listened lazily to Jiang Yuan's words. It was evident that Jiang Yuqin truly endeared herself to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan's lengthy discourse contained not a single negative remark. Once he had finished speaking, Jiang Wanxing curiously inquired, if Jiang Yuqin is truly so exceptional, why must I relinquish my shares to Jiang Chenxi? What sort of person is your foolish son that I need to elaborate? Jiang Yuan's brow furrowed, seemingly perplexed by Jiang Wanxing's question. Chenxi is my only son. If not him, then to whom should I bequeath the family fortune? Jiang Wanxing fell silent for what felt like an eternity before she could no longer suppress her applause. You request that I surrender my shares. And I initially thought it was simply her disdain for me, but it appears to stem from a preference for sons over daughters. Her father, a veritable disappointment, was continually unveiling new depths of ignorance. Not only was he a disappointment, but he also embodied the remnants of feudalism. Jiang Yuan, with a tone of paternal concern, implored. Wanwan, how could a parent dislike their own child? I merely hope you can embody the grace of your sister. As a girl, you ought to present yourself accordingly. You are no longer a child. Do not act so willfully. We can tolerate your outbursts at home, but how will you fare in public? Others will not extend the same understanding as your father and siblings. Jiang Wanxing retorted, if it weren't for your desire to seize my possessions to support your son, perhaps your words would have genuinely touched me. With that, she averted her gaze, listlessly scrolling through her phone. Before long, she stumbled upon a trending topic that piqued her interest. Jiang Yuqin engages in a brawl with mysterious woman. Upon clicking the related entry, she discovered that it detailed Jiang Yuqin and her family were out when Jiang Chenxi, the heir of Jiang Entertainment, clashed with a mysterious woman believed to have a significant grudge against the Jiang family. The video, however, was unclear, depicting a scene where a group appeared to be conversing normally until Jiang Wanxing suddenly kicked Jiang Chenxi away. Jiang Wanxing was baffled. The family was out, and I am the mysterious woman? Perhaps the wording of the entry was so misleading that its popularity continued to soar. Speculation arose that the mysterious woman was Jiang Chenxi's secret girlfriend, who had come to confront him upon hearing news of his impending engagement. Others, analyzing the blurred expressions and movements in the video, suggested she might be Jiang Xiangyuan's illegitimate daughter. The conjectures were endless. A sleek black car pulled up in front of Jiang Entertainment. The driver exited and opened the door for Jiang Xiangyuan. Jiang Wanxing, however, did not wait for the driver to assist her and stepped out alongside him. Given Jiang Entertainment's nature, there were numerous paparazzi lurking outside. Yet Jiang Wanxing walked confidently beside Jiang Xiangyuan unfazed. Though she was of legal age, she appeared no older than a high school student. Dressed in a charming dark-colored collegiate outfit, a tailored jacket paired with a short skirt, exuding an adorable allure. Even the security guard at the entrance was taken aback to see the chairman accompanied by a young girl. The hidden paparazzi were busily clicking away, their cameras nearly overheating. Chapter 9. Regardless of your consent, I shall inherit your fortune. Upon entering the company with Jiang Xiangyuan, Jiang Wanxing maintained a demeanor of curiosity until they reached the elevator. Anyone unfamiliar with her would perceive her as merely a lively and innocent girl. After greeting the receptionists, they noted Jiang Wanxing entering the elevator with the chairman, prompting a flurry of speculation. Who is that young girl? Why is she with the chairman? Perhaps she is a newly signed artist? But why would an artist accompany the chairman? The receptionists were utterly perplexed. However, the girl's striking beauty and her association with the chairman clearly indicated she was not of ordinary status. If she truly were a newly signed artist, an official announcement would surely follow soon. One receptionist remarked, recalling Jiang Wanxing's appearance, "That girl is exceptionally beautiful. Is she of mixed heritage?" Not necessarily. It could simply be makeup. Perhaps due to her youthful appearance, most people encountered by Jiang Wanxing could not discern her true identity. In the elevator, Jiang Xiangyuan took a deep breath. Wanwan, I will have my assistant take you on a tour of the company shortly. I have no objections to your presence. But please do not disrupt others' work. Jiang Wanxing couldn't help but laugh. Do you truly believe I am a child? Seeking someone to accompany me? I am 18, not 8. Am I really that foolish in your eyes? Jiang Xiangyuan frowned, aware of an upcoming meeting. Perfect, take me along. It was evident that Jiang Xiangyuan was reluctant for her to accompany him, yet he could find no reasonable grounds to refuse, thus maintaining a sullen silence. After exiting the elevator, they proceeded directly to the chairman's office, where a woman in her 30s awaited them. She instinctively glanced at Jiang Wanxing before smiling at Jiang Xiangyuan. Chairman Jiang, I have come to discuss resources for Yuqin. She presented him with several documents concerning recent film projects and 2 variety shows for his review. The woman's name was Zhou Na, Jiang Yuqin's manager. As one of Jiang Entertainment's top talents, Zhou Na had previously launched several stars and was highly skilled in talent management. When her contract with a prominent female star expired last year, she became Jiang Yuqin's exclusive manager. Jiang Xiangyuan covertly glanced at Jiang Wanxing, apprehensive of any unexpected outbursts from her. Shall we proceed? In the office, Jiang Xiangyuan and Zhou Na were engaged in a discussion regarding Jiang Yuqin's resources. Jiang Xiangyuan maintained a stoic expression, his gaze heavy. Postponed? Zhou Na asked incredulously, then forced a smile as she inquired, Chairman Jiang, I adhere strictly to your decisions. But may I inquire as to why? Because I disagree, Jiang Wanxing interjected without lifting her head. Jiang Xiangyuan's expression darkened further as he instinctively glanced at Jiang Wanxing, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Zhou Na followed Jiang Xiangyuan's gaze. Chairman Jiang, may I ask who this is? Before Jiang Xiangyuan could respond, Jiang Wanxing put down her phone and cheerfully declared, I am my father's daughter from his first marriage, Jiang Yuqin's half-sister. His daughter, from his first marriage? So young? Zhou Na was taken aback as she regarded Jiang Wanxing's youthful visage. Jiang Xiangyuan's expression turned ominous as he barked, Wanwan, what nonsense are you spouting? I merely state my intent to inherit the family fortune. Father, do you disagree? Do not speak recklessly, Jiang Wanxing narrowed her eyes. Regardless of your consent, I shall inherit your fortune. Jiang Yuan was rendered speechless, his fury palpable. Just then, the assistant hurriedly entered. Chairman Jiang, the meeting is ready. Are you available to attend now? Jiang Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jiang Wanxing. Yet, she appeared utterly unfazed, shrugging as she replied to the assistant, of course. Why would it not be convenient? As Zhou Na exited the chairman's office, her heart raced. The daughter from his first marriage, so young. Over the years, the upper echelons of the company had undergone numerous purges. Even those who knew of Jiang Yuan's first wife, a once renowned actress, were largely unaware that she had borne him a daughter. It was over. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanxing followed Jiang Yuan into the conference room. In an instant, all eyes turned towards her. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Jiang Wanxing graciously adorned her face with a smile and cleared her throat. Since my father is unwilling to speak, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Wanxing, currently holding a 27.85 stake in Ningqing Jiangshi Cultural Communication Company, Limited. Moving forward, I hope the esteemed uncles and aunts will welcome me to join your endeavors. The collective response was a stunned silence. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuqin hurriedly arrived at the company. Upon entering, she encountered Zhou Na, who was visibly flustered and drenched in sweat, searching for her. Jiang Yuqin understood all too well that Jiang Wanxing's age was blatantly obvious. No matter what she said, that fact could not be altered. She merely nodded in acknowledgement. How could this happen? Zhou Na exclaimed. It seemed she intended to remain in the company, and this will surely be exposed. Jiang Yuqin forced a stiff smile and replied, It's all right. My mother has wronged her mother. If Wanwan is willing, I will compensate her in any way she desires. Zhou Na, exasperated, retorted, This is far more complicated than you perceive. That girl comes from dubious origins. You must ensure she doesn't reveal her lineage, or you will be finished. Jiang Yuqin sighed. Sister Zhou, I have no choice. Father likes her, and her temperament is difficult. I don't want to put him in a tough spot. Zhou Na implored.
How can you think like this?
You have worked tirelessly in the entertainment industry. Do you truly wish for your efforts to go to waste? Jiang Yuqin bowed her head in silence. After a deep breath, Zhou Na said, Let me think of a solution. By the way, did you see today as trending news? That woman who assaulted someone, was it her? Jiang Yuqin nodded. It was her. Zhou Na placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Yuqin's shoulder. Yuqin, you are my protege. I will not allow your hard work to be in vain. Jiang Yuqin was touched. Thank you, Sister Zhou. Chapter 10. Only you have nothing. Why is no one speaking? In the conference room, Jiang Wanxing wore a smile. Yet, upon noticing the silence, she feigned sorrow, blinking her eyes. Do you all dislike me? The silence persisted. In any other setting, Jiang Wanxing's appearance would be endearing, but this was a high-level meeting of Jiang Entertainment. The sudden emergence of this seemingly underage girl, claiming to be the second-largest shareholder of the company and asserting her future presence on the board of directors, instilled a collective apprehension among the shareholders. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, hesitated before speaking. Ms. Jiang, this company is not a game. Though his words trailed off, his expression suggested he wished to dismiss her. Not a game? Jiang Wanxing replied, perplexed. In your eyes, my role as the second-largest shareholder in management is trivial. Yet my father's investment of company funds into films for personal gain is not. Why must you treat us differently? The room was filled with gasps of disbelief.
Goodness.
A dutiful daughter. The implications were clear. Even a fool could see that this girl was deliberately provoking her father. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan's face turned an alarming shade of crimson. Jiang Wanxing took a seat, gesturing for Jiang Yuan's assistant to hand her some documents, which she began to peruse. It appears that the company's recent investment strategies are somewhat flawed. The room fell into a profound silence, no one daring to speak. Jiang Wanxing understood that Jiangshi had always been a one-man show under Jiang Yuan's command. Until the situation was clarified, no one would dare oppose him. However, this was only her first day at the company. There was no need for haste. I believe I have said enough. I encourage you all to deliberate. With that, Jiang Wanxing stood and left. As she opened the conference room door, she spotted Jiang Yuqin waiting outside. Oh, it's you, Jiang Wanxing said lazily. Jiang Yuqin, pale and trembling, asked Wanwan, do you truly despise me so much that you would oppose father in order to sideline me? Sideline you? Jiang Wanxing chuckled lightly, devoid of any emotional weight. Jiang Yuqin met her gaze and realized that this little girl was no longer a child. Jiang Yuqin bit her lip and inquired, "Are you planning to debut as well?"
Debut?
"How absurd. Have you hit your head?" Jiang Yuqin fell silent, leaning against the door. Jiang Wanxing regarded her with a bemused smile. "Sister, do you really think I am as destitute as you?" Jiang Yuqin's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean?" Jiang Wanxing replied languidly, "Father has declared Jiang Chenxi his heir, while I possess the shares left to me by my mother. You, on the other hand, have nothing, which is why you are so desperate to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry." With those words, Jiang Yuqin felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, her body stiffening. As Jiang Wanxing brushed past her, she lowered her voice. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family, a rising star in the entertainment world, yet merely a pitiful creature with nothing to her name. Jiang Yuqin stood frozen, trembling, her nails digging deep into her palms. "Oh dear, I believe I heard something shatter. It must be your pride." Jiang Wanxing didn't linger at the company. Following her outburst, Jiang Yuan would surely seek her out for retribution. She had no inclination to engage with foolishness. Once outside, she casually pulled out her phone to browse. She had an account on a social media platform primarily dedicated to documenting her extreme sports videos, where she had never revealed her face, yet had garnered a considerable following, recently surpassing 1 million. Jiang Wanxing was not pursuing financial gain or boredom. Rather, she relished the compliments from others. "How dare you show off your trivial skills?" "The Great Wei Tianlong." As usual, she opened the comments and began to scroll.
Wow.
"Sister is so cool. Sister, take me. Meow meow. Does sister need a girlfriend? I'm all cleaned up and ready for bed. Yama. Why does this person's name keep flashing? The only streamer who makes money without provoking envy, lol. This streamer hasn't updated in 3 days. They're done for, light a candle, lol." As Jiang Wanxing skimmed through, an unsettling feeling began to wash over her. When will the million-follower reveal happen? I've said it before, they must be a man in disguise. No woman is this impressive. It's just a ploy for attention. Chapter 11. If you're in a bad mood, don't seek out insults. To be frank, women with a score above 6 and men over 6 feet tall want the whole world to know. This streamer has never revealed their face, so, those who understand will understand. I also suspect they're a man in disguise, possibly aided by editing and special effects. If it's a man, they're far too slender and short. As an art student, I can clarify. The head-to-shoulder ratio differs between genders and body types vary. Unless the streamer is an extraordinary case of a male in female disguise, they are undoubtedly female. Jiang Wanxing watched helplessly as the comment section transitioned from unanimous praise to discussions about her gender. The discourse encompassed gender discrimination, appearance bias, and skepticism regarding her capabilities. "Dare to bet? I wager a spicy strip, it must be a man. The streamer has truly embraced the aesthetics of straight men. Only men truly understand men." Jiang Wanxing was taken aback. Among these netizens, aside from a few who doubted her femininity, most seemed eager to compel her to reveal her true identity. "What are you betting on?" "I'm a man." "I know you're a man."
Oh.
This account of Jiang Wanxing's was quite the internet sensation in the realm of sports on the platform. However, she lacked other accounts on different platforms, had never shown her face, nor engaged in live commerce. Thus her popularity was somewhat limited. The sudden announcement of her intention to go live and reveal herself inevitably sparked a surge in interest. As she observed this unfold with amusement, she received a notification of a bank transfer. "Dear customer, your savings card ending in 6688 has received a transfer of 100,000,000 RMB on May 13th at 9:51. Current balance." Was it possible that a celestial being had sent her money? The bank account number she had provided to Rong Shuyan was one she rarely used in the country, with a daily transaction limit of 1 million. 9 million would be transferred over 9 days. Nevertheless, she relished the sensation of daily deposits. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuqin had tweeted about last night's events, vaguely referring to a family matter, stating that she did not wish to occupy public resources and would clarify the situation during her evening live stream. Jiang Wanxing squinted at Jiang Yuqin's post, dismissing it. After she completed her mother's memorial, she intended to hold a press conference to formally announce her entry into the Jiang Entertainment Management team. She retrieved a pack of tissues from her bag, squatting before the gravestone to leisurely wipe away the dust. At that moment, a familiar voice broke the silence. "Is that you, Wanwan? Uncle Chu?" The middle-aged man placed the flowers he carried before the gravestone, managing a small smile. This man was Chu Wenqing, Jiang Wanxing's mother Yan Shu's former manager, who had exited the entertainment industry after Yan Shu retired following her marriage. Observing Jiang Wanxing, Chu Wenqing pondered for a moment and said, I heard Jiang Chenxi is about to get engaged to the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Your family hasn't made things difficult for you, have they? What could they possibly do to me? Jiang Wanxing scoffed lightly. As long as I don't wish to give, they cannot take even a dime. Chu Wenqing fell silent, sighing deeply as he gazed at the gravestone inscribed with Yanshu's name, an unusual emotion flickering in his weathered eyes. If only your mother could be as strong as you. Jiang Wanxing finished cleaning the gravestone and collected the used tissues. She made her own choices. No one forced her. Perhaps it was Jiang Wanxing's cold demeanor that caused Chu Wenqing to pause momentarily. When one falls, they must rise again, don't you think? Chu Wenqing instinctively shook his head, then lowered it in defeat, muttering, forget it. He glanced at Yanshu's gravestone one last time, before turning to leave. Jiang Wanxing leaned against the gravestone, muttering to herself, Mom, look at you, unable to distinguish between man and beast. Did Jiang Xiangyuan save your life? Was he the only option? Upon returning home, she ignored the people gathered at the dining table and headed straight upstairs.
Wan.
Jiang Xiangyuan, upon seeing her, erupted in anger, instinctively speaking up. Jiang Wanxing decisively retorted, I'm in a bad mood, don't provoke me. Jiang Xiangyuan, seeing her defiance, was about to rush over when Jiang Yuqin quickly intervened. Wan, don't be so willful. Your mother's death was years ago. Can't we live well as a family now? Jiang Wanxing fixed a piercing gaze on her until Jiang Yuqin felt uncomfortable under her scrutiny. Suddenly, Jiang Wanxing unscrewed the cap of her ice-sparkling water and poured it over Jiang Yuqin's head. Say that again? The sound of ice crashing to the floor was startlingly clear. Soaked to the bone, Jiang Yuqin stood frozen, a slice of lemon perched atop her head, seemingly in disbelief. The next moment, she let out a piercing scream. Su Man rushed over with a towel, hastily trying to wipe the water off Jiang Yuqin while glaring at Jiang Wanxing, her anger rendering her speechless. How uncouth can you be? Yuqin shows concern for you. And you retaliate? Xiangyuan, look at your precious daughter. Jiang Wanxing sneered, her gaze unwavering on Jiang Yuqin. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Just as you wished. In her youth, Jiang Wanxing had been naive, unable to see through many things. Back then, Jiang Yuqin often provoked her with various taunts. After inciting her anger, she would feign victimhood, employing every trick to belittle her. But now, she was no longer that innocent child. Chapter 12, Sister Meow Meow, so beautiful. Jiang Xiangyuan, witnessing the scene, trembled with rage and attempted to slap Jiang Wanxing, only for her to evade effortlessly. In his haste, Jiang Xiangyuan's back gave a crack, leaving him bent over, unable to move. Xiangyuan! Su Man exclaimed, rushing to support him. Seeing Jiang Wanxing's defiance, Jiang Chenxi, who had always held a grudge against her, could no longer contain himself and lunged at Jiang Wanxing. Yet as he approached, Jiang Wanxing seized his hair and slammed his head against the stair railing. This all transpired in mere minutes. Throughout, Jiang Wanxing maintained a smile, her movements fluid and graceful. Leaving Jiang Chenxi, who was howling in pain, behind, she dusted off her hands. Is there anyone else who wishes to take me on? Come at me. You're all as insignificant as lead pencils, a nuisance that merely irritates. Jiang Wanxing genuinely could not comprehend the mindset of these individuals. Would there have been any of this chaos had she merely wanted to enjoy her takeaway in peace? It was a blatant provocation. Jiang Xiangyuan clutched his waist, gasping in pain. He pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Wanxing. Get out. I have no daughter like you. From now on, never set foot in this house again. Jiang Wanxing's face was laced with mockery. You want me to leave? How about you consider that I own half of this house? Who should leave is clear to everyone. Don't create unnecessary trouble for me. With that, she turned her back on the chaos and ascended the stairs. Jiang Xiangyuan, unable to straighten his back, leaned over in agony. Su Man wiped away her tears, belatedly realizing that she needed to call for a car to take him to the hospital. Xiangyuan, are you alright? Wanwan's temper is just too volatile, isn't it? She did not finish her sentence, as Jiang Chenxi interjected. She is clearly deranged, mentally unstable. Others speak kindly to her, and she doesn't comprehend, like a rabid dog. Brother, don't speak of Wanwan that way. Jiang Yuqin wiped her tear-streaked face, reflecting on her years abroad, feeling isolated and believing things would improve. What nonsense. Jiang Chenxi's eyes were red with fury. On the second-floor bedroom, Jiang Wanxing grabbed a phone stand, fumbling for a while before figuring out how to start the live stream. After several hours of absence, the comments and private messages on the back end exploded. Jiang Wanxing, having laid out burgers, chicken nuggets, and fries from the takeout bag onto the table, suddenly realized her drink was missing. Thus, she had no choice but to start a live stream and head downstairs to fetch some water. During the time she spent pouring the water, the live stream had already attracted thousands of viewers. The comment section was rife with chatter. Where is she? No way. If she's too shy to show her face, she should just say so. No one is forcing her to do this charade. This is utterly absurd. The burgers on the table look good. Is she streaming just to show us burgers? It can only mean one of two things. Either she's a man or she's too ugly to show her face. I'm dying of laughter. I bet when she reveals herself, she'll wear a mask to prove she's female, then just log off. Are you all crazy? She's a fitness streamer, not a beauty influencer. Why should her looks concern you? As Jiang Wanxing returned with the water, she caught sight of the barrage of comments clashing on the screen. Setting down her drink, she leaned in to observe her own reflection in the live stream. She scrutinized her image, noticing that her face appeared unusually sharp, her eyes alarmingly large. From a distance, one could mistakenly think an alien had invaded Earth. Can the beauty filter be cranked up any higher? The wall behind her is warped. I'm laughing so hard. She truly is a goddess of the internet. Amidst the plethora of sarcastic remarks, many viewers recognized Jiang Wanxing as inexperienced with live streaming and prompted her that the facial distortion was due to the beauty filter. Following the viewer's guidance, she finally disabled the filter. In an instant, tranquility enveloped the world. Upon deactivating the beauty filter, a youthful visage appeared on the screen. She looked remarkably young, unadorned with makeup, her eyes round and beautiful, with a color lighter than most, and delicate features that hinted at mixed heritage. Even without the filter, her skin retained a strikingly fair complexion. Jiang Wanxing sat before the camera, took a bite of her burger, and quipped, "Who is it that said I was a man disguised as a woman? Oh my goodness. Sister Meow Meow is stunning. What the heck? With looks like that, why not become a beauty streamer? I'm utterly shocked. Meow Meow, I'll send you gifts. I just want to be recognized. I always thought Meow Meow was in her 20s. Turns out she is still underage. How old is Sister Meow Meow?" As countless comments flashed by, a variety of special effects suddenly obscured Jiang Wanxing's face. "Please don't send gifts. It's blocking the screen," she exclaimed while disabling the gift notifications. "Where is that friend who lost his online dating rights? Are you here?" The viewers recalled the bet Jiang Wanxing made with a netizen earlier that morning, and the excitement reignited. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. That guy's username was quite prophetic. Short skirt and black stockings, dancing hot. With a smile, Jiang Wanxing called out, "Come out, I know you're definitely here." Not long after, a live connection request popped up on her phone. The person on the other end was none other than the netizen who had lost his online dating rights. Jiang Wanxing readily accepted. The next moment, a young man appeared on the video feed. Surprisingly, he was quite handsome, with sharp eyebrows and deep-set features. If one were to rate his looks, he would undoubtedly score a solid 9. The young man ruffled his hair, wearing a resigned expression. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have spoken so casually." His voice was magnetic. At that moment, the audience in the live stream was left in shock. Why was it that even an ordinary netizen had such high looks? Has the average attractiveness of humanity reached such heights? This handsome guy seems a bit familiar. Oh my gosh. He's a celebrity. Ming Jingche, 8th place in the Dream Factory 2 years ago, a minor celebrity. The identity of the netizen who had lost his online dating rights was quickly uncovered. However, Jiang Wanxing was unconcerned about his status. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "Didn't you say in the comments that girls aren't that impressive?" Ming Jingche replied, "I merely expressed doubt that you were a woman. That comment was made by someone else above mine." Jiang Wanxing remained stoic. "I don't care. You need to change into a short skirt and black stockings. I want to see you dance. Little sister, forgive me this once. I was wrong. I want to be so flippant again." The comments section erupted in laughter. Due to this mix-up, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded into the live stream, propelling its popularity to the top of the platform. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuqin had also started her live broadcast. In her stream, her complexion was pale, her eyes slightly red, yet a forced smile lingered on her face. "The person photographed by the reporters yesterday was my sister. Everyone misunderstood her. She didn't hit anyone, it was just playful." Chapter 13. Killing with Words. Thank you. At such a young age, Jiang Yuqin had already ascended to the second tier of popularity and had just made it onto trending topics, naturally drawing considerable attention to her live stream. However, upon glancing at her region's second-place ranking, she instinctively frowned. The comment section was ablaze, and the audience clearly did not believe Jiang Yuqin's claims. You kick someone 2 meters away, and that's just playful? The video doesn't look like playful at all. Qin seems unwell. Jiang Yuqin smiled. You're all misunderstanding. It's merely a matter of filming angles. She's my sister. I don't want you all to misinterpret her. I've never heard of Qin having a sister. Why has a sister suddenly appeared? This is rather strange. I'm not sure. Let us observe further. She won T debut. My father believes she should first join the company and familiarize herself with the management. The decision to debut is personal. My father wants each of us to shine in our chosen fields. I love acting, enjoy the stage, and hope to bring joy to those who appreciate me. Throughout her speech, Jiang Yuqin maintained a smile, revealing no signs of weakness. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the comments flashing on the screen. I have a feeling this sister is quite scheming. Qin is only 20. And this sister must be younger, already familiar with company management, clearly preparing for future inheritance. Qin is too naive. What kind of grand family drama is this? Jiang Yuqin stated, Our family is not as you imagine. I personally dislike tedious work, which is why I chose to debut. It has nothing to do with inheritance. Whether in public or private, Jiang Yuqin never left herself any traces to be held against her. She ensured to speak all the good words first, to perform all the good deeds. In contrast, Jiang Wanxing would inevitably be cast as the villain. Meanwhile, in Jiang Wanxing's bedroom, she was leisurely enjoying her meal in front of the camera. Mixue, still wearing a pained expression, pleaded, Little sister, sister meow meow. Just let me off this time. I may be obscure, but I'm still a public figure. As Jiang Wanxing noticed the comments on the screen, she smiled and replied, So you're actually a celebrity. Mixue quickly responded, I don't deserve that title. Just by looking at the decor in his bedroom, one could tell his financial situation wasn't very good. In stark contrast, Jiang Wanxing's bedroom was a completely different story. Jiang Wanxing's bedroom, adorned in a pristine cream decor, boasts several functional zones and an expansive area. It even accommodates a variety of fitness equipment, with all furnishings exuding an air of immense luxury. Seated at her desk, she casually tossed some refuse into the trash bin while addressing Mixue, saying, What a coincidence. My family runs an entertainment company. Mixue responded with a puzzled expression, while the audience erupted in surprise. Meow meow, what other surprises are you hiding from us? Miss, where should I tie up the old servant? An entertainment company? There are only a handful of well-known ones in the country. Which one does Meow Meow belong to? Jiang Wanxing winked at the camera, teasing guess. She then turned to Mixue and added, Hurry up, don't use your lack of black stockings and a short skirt as an excuse. You can always have someone fetch them for you. With a determined resolve, Mixue placed an order for a local courier to buy the black stockings and short skirt. Jiang Wanxing engaged in light banter with the audience in the comment section. One viewer inquired if her videos were filmed around the world and whether she was currently in the country. Pausing for a moment, she smiled, revealing her amusement. The audience had little reason to doubt her words. After all, the sports she participated in were not cheap. Little sister, could you share your insights on the art of reincarnation? Mixue asked. Are you in a rush to be reborn? No, just curious, he clarified. Jiang Wanxing contemplated before responding, There's only one piece of advice. Do more good deeds, or else you might end up like me, someone with nothing but money. Mixue retorted, That's a heart-wrenching statement. Thank you. He hastily grabbed a piece of clothing to shield the camera and begrudgingly changed into the black stockings and skirt, though only his upper body was visible when he returned to the frame. Jiang Wanxing waved her hand. Step back. Are you trying to be sly? Mixue complied, quickly distancing himself, revealing his entire outfit on camera. The audience erupted in laughter and comments, marveling at his long legs and good looks, questioning why he hadn't gained more fame. Despite his initial hesitation, he ultimately accepted the challenge and began to dance. With a background in dance, he exuded a strong stage presence, even while wearing a short skirt and black stockings in his own bedroom. The live stream's popularity surged as new viewers flocked in, but some began to sense something amiss. Could Meow Meow be the little princess of the Jiang family?
Oh my.
Meow Meow's situation mirrors what Jiang Yuqin just mentioned in her live stream. I'm genuinely a fan now. While Mixue danced, he remained oblivious to the comments. But Jiang Wanxing was well aware. Jiang Yuqin was also live streaming? What a coincidence. Under a barrage of inquiries, Jiang Wanxing calmly asked, Jiang Yuqin is streaming too?
What did she say about me?
Viewers shared Jiang Yuqin's recent comments from her stream. Jiang Wanxing listened attentively before scoffing. She's quite the talker. I've been away for years, and their family, thousands of kilometers away, dotes on me. I'm genuinely surprised. In Chapter 14, the revelation unfolded as Jiang Wanxing stated. Let me clarify a few points for everyone. First, it's evident that my mother is not the same as hers. Second, I am 2 years younger than her. Lastly, my mother is the legitimate wife. The audience was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief over this sensational gossip. They had tuned in to watch a sports streamer, only to be captivated by a scandalous tale of a wealthy family. Jiang Yuqin had always maintained the image of a top-tier heiress. And if Miao Miao's words held any truth, it implied that Jiang Yuqin's mother had been a mistress. Miao Miao, you truly are my sister. Such a huge revelation. Let me digest this for a moment.
No wonder she dares to speak out.
Jiang Wanxing leisurely remarked, what is there to fear? She can't possibly consume me. She referred to me as the family pet, so I doubt she would hold it against me for speaking the truth. With a chuckle, she added, don't worry. You might not see her much anymore, as some shareholders believe she is consuming too many resources without yielding corresponding benefits, so they decided to reduce her support. Such a grand drama. I've never seen shareholders so bold. Well, that's because the shareholder is me. Within half an hour of Jiang Wanxing's stream concluding, her content skyrocketed to the top of trending searches. Headlines blared. Miao Miao's shocking revelation. Jiang Yuqin, the illegitimate daughter of a wealthy family. The daughter of the acclaimed actress, Yan Shu, appears in the live stream. The Jiang family feud unfolds. Ming Jingche's captivating dance in black stockings. As several topics exploded in popularity, Jiang Wanxing's followers on social media surged rapidly. Yet, she remained indifferent. Her foray into social media was never for monetary gain. The number of fans was inconsequential. Jiang Yuqin finished her stream much earlier, unaware of the unfolding events in Jiang Wanxing's live session as she spoke on the phone with Su-man mom. How's Dada's health? What else can it be? Jiang Yuqin's focus, however, lay elsewhere. What happened?
Suman in Wiret Pusled.
Jiang Yuqin clenched her teeth. Jiang Wanxing wants to participate in company management. And if Dad isn't around. Before she could finish, a call interrupted her. Glancing at the screen, she stated, Mom, my manager is calling. I'll talk to you later. Su-man lamented, another call from your manager? I shouldn't have let you enter the entertainment industry. Why not finish school and find someone to marry? Jiang Yuqin's expression darkened, and she abruptly hung up, answering her manager's call. Jia, is there something urgent? On the other end, Zhou Na's voice was fraught with urgency. Yuqin, you need to check trending searches. Your sister has exposed your family's secrets. What did you say? Jiang Yuqin felt her head spin, her complexion paling instantly. Zhou Na continued, your sister is a social media influencer with around 1 million followers. She just went live and revealed everything about your family. Given her existing fanbase and current buzz, the entire internet is discussing it. If it were merely Jiang Yuqin's identity, it would not have attracted such attention. However, the story touched on the public's fascination with family scandals, and the former actress, Yan Shu, was a beloved figure of a generation. With just a few sentences, Jiang Wanxing had transformed Jiang Yuqin, a promising starlet, into a pariah. Have you informed the PR department to handle this? Jiang Yuqin asked with difficulty. What does the PR department say? In typical situations, they usually issue a denial or send a lawyer's warning, but the whistleblower is. Jiang Yuqin, upon hearing this, understood that the company was of no help, and she angrily threw her phone to the ground. After all, such facts were not something she could twist. Once exposed, she would have no room for defense. Thus, she aimed to establish an image of a good sister in front of everyone, so when the truth emerged, she wouldn't be subjected to too harsh a criticism. However, she did not expect Jiang Wanxing to deny her this opportunity. At that moment, Jiang Wanxing had just finished her shower and was clad in a loose-fitting onesie. Habitually, she moved toward the window to stretch a little. While leisurely walking on the treadmill, she browsed the trending topics on her phone. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted her. Get lost. Jiang Wanxing shouted without hesitation. Wanwan, I need to talk to you. Jiang Yuqin's voice came from outside. I told you to get lost. If you're deaf, go to the hospital. Jiang Wanxing was well aware of Jiang Yuqin's intentions for visiting her. After a day of confrontation with these people, she had lost interest in continuing the argument. Jiang Yuqin was evidently intent on confronting Jiang Wanxing as the knocking grew louder. Wan, come out and clarify. If you have issues with me, just say it directly. Why must you say those things in public? Do you know how hard I've worked to get to where I am today? As the voices echoed, the tension escalated. Jiang Wanxing chuckled softly before leisurely walking to the door and opening it. However, she stood in the doorway, showing no intention of letting Jiang Yuqin in. Is my sister angry? Jiang Yuqin seemed to realize her own loss of composure and took a deep breath. No, I just think, Wan, that you shouldn't act this way. Even if you have grievances against me, you could speak directly, couldn't you?
Haha.
Jiang Wanxing lowered her head, slowly rubbing her foot against the floor. You really can endure, can't you? I wish I could see you in a fit of rage, but alas. You. Jiang Yuqin's face turned pale as she took a deep breath. What do you mean? Jiang Wanxing sighed and blinked. Has my sister forgotten? When we were young, you could always incite my anger, despair, and hysteria with your light-hearted words. You could make everyone believe I was the one with issues.
Now, I want to see you in that same state.
Jiang Yuqin was taken aback for a moment before quickly responding. Wan, you misunderstood me. We were so young back then, and didn't he know better? Didn't he realize my words would hurt you? So many years have passed. Didn't he think you would remember? I apologize. Please forgive me. Not intentional? Jiang Wanxing raised an eyebrow. Then what I am doing now? You can also interpret as not intentional. As Jiang Yuqin gazed at Jiang Wanxing in shock and anger, Jiang Wanxing couldn't help but laugh. Her naturally beautiful and unassuming demeanor, with cat-like round eyes, now evoked a sense of fear when she smiled. Jiang Yuqin trembled uncontrollably. Wan, do you really hate me this much? That was just a childhood matter. It's been so many years. Jiang Wanxing continued to laugh, patting Jiang Yuqin's shoulder slowly. I have no other strengths. Just a good memory. After saying this, Jiang Wanxing winked at Jiang Yuqin and then closed the door right in front of her. In her bedroom, Jiang Wanxing increased the treadmill speed. Thoughts of Jiang Yuqin's face brought many past memories flooding back. She truly wished to tear away Jiang Yuqin's facade and witness the madness of the gentle and kind Jiang Yuqin. The next day, Jiang Wanxing arrived at the company punctually. As the second-largest shareholder, she convened an impromptu meeting. The attendees included not only board members, but also some mid-level staff, including Jiang Yuqin's manager, Zhou Na. The meeting room was enveloped in silence. Jiang Wanxing slammed the documents one by one onto the table. Is Jiang Yuqin a mythical creature that only consumes without producing? In just 1 year, 2 dramas and 3 films, most of which were investments by Jiang's. Since it's an investment, there should be returns. Where are the profits? Zhou Na fixed her gaze on Jiang Wanxing, unable to restrain herself from speaking up as Jiang Wanxing reached this critical point. Miss Jiang. These decisions were made by the company. Originally, Yuqin's popularity and attention were quite considerable, but your live stream last night. Live stream? Jiang Wanxing squinted with a smile. What about it? I merely spoke the truth. Is that unacceptable? You're ruining Yuqin. If you're mentioning profits, then you shouldn't engage in actions detrimental to the company. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Wanxing hurled an investment contract directly at Zhou Na's face. Zhou Na was seated several meters away from Jiang Wanxing, with several people in between. No one could comprehend how that mere sheet of paper reached Zhou Na. You.
Zhou Na was instantly fuming.
Jiang Wanxing smiled as she twisted open a bottle of water and took a sip. In my opinion, artists like Jiang Yuqin, who inherently pose significant risks, should not occupy any of the company's resources. Let someone else take the lead role in this film. I've perused the profiles of some artists in the company. Let Lin Xiongyu have this role, and let Jiang Yuqin find her own place. Lin Xiongyu was a capable actress under Jiang Entertainment, known for several popular supporting roles, but lacking substantial opportunities. Transferring Jiang Yuqin's resources to her was only fair. Zhou Na gritted her teeth, unwilling to relent. Even if the chairman is absent, you have no authority to make decisions. Your words remind me. Jiang Wanxing replied with a smile. The day after tomorrow marks my mother's memorial. I plan to hold a press conference then to formally enter Jiang's management. The chairman will not agree. Whether he agrees or not is irrelevant, Jiang Wanxing stated. This game begins, or ends at my discretion. If you all are not prepared to play along, you might as well get ready to cash out and flee. I will ensure this company meets its demise. Everyone gasped. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Everyone return to your tasks. Jiang Wanxing stood up. Do remember to prepare for the press conference the day after tomorrow. Jiang Xiangyuan is not only Jiang Yuqin's father, but also mine. The distinction between the two is clear to all of you. As Jiang Wanxing exited the meeting room, She was met with a myriad of astonished gazes. Zhouna's complexion fluctuated between green and white, struggling to regain her composure. Madwoman. How can a lunatic like her be part of the board? Meanwhile, Jiang Wanxing left the company and immediately acquired a motorcycle identical to her previous one. However, since her former bike had been modified, she had to settle for a standard model this time. Miss Jiang, we've already completed the paperwork for your vehicle. You can take it away now, the salesperson informed her. Jiang Wanxing listened to the words while her eyes remained fixed on her phone screen. Another 1 million had been transferred from Rong Shuyan. Simultaneously, he sent a picture via WeChat. It was an exquisitely crafted pair of handcuffs, entirely made of platinum. One cuff was adorned with a magnificent red diamond, surrounded by countless delicate pink and white diamonds. The design featured a slender serpent coiled around the cuffs, gazing hungrily at the red diamond. In stark contrast, the other cuff was simply designed, embellished only with a few scattered flowers set with tiny diamonds. Is it that quick? Came a voice. Show me how you look wearing them. Are you reluctant? As Jiang Wanxing sensed that her words had perturbed the person, she was surprised when he actually sent a photograph. In the image, both cuffs were fastened to the same wrist, with a slender silver chain dangling below. The faint blue veins on the back of his hand were barely visible, and even with just one cuff, it exuded an enticing allure. Jiang Wanxing enlarged the photo, her large cat-like eyes shimmering with an unusual gleam, her smile curving into a hint of madness. She sent a voice message, expressing her satisfaction. All right, I'm pleased. Arrange a place for tonight, and after you hand over the items to me in person, you may make your wish. Even if the other party had ulterior motives from the start, such sincerity was sufficient. Moreover, he was undeniably a handsome man. She should extend him some courtesy. Chapter 16. At the smoke-colored bar, wait for me with the items. Jiang Wanxing was not particularly knowledgeable about the workings of entertainment companies or management. But such details were inconsequential. Among the wealthy in the country, apart from those who truly pioneered an industry, most were merely fortunate pigs soaring on the winds of chance. A pig that flies in the sky, regardless of its elevation, remains a pig. Standing in the spacious office, Jiang Wanxing was accompanied by Jiang Xiangyuan's secretary assistant, a young woman appearing to be in her 20s, who seemed somewhat anxious in Jiang Wanxing's presence. Jiang Wanxing pointed toward a spot by the floor-to-ceiling window, a smile gracing her face. Here, arrange a treadmill for me, and here, construct a bookshelf, but do not place anything inside. Understand? The assistant, eager not to offend, nodded repeatedly. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. Jiang Wanxing turned her gaze toward the entrance, where a woman of about 25 or 26 entered. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and she wore a white dress, embodying the standard of understated beauty. Upon recognizing her, Jiang Wanxing immediately identified the woman as Lin Xiongyu, the artist she had mentioned in the meeting. Is there something you need? Lin Xiongyu, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Wanxing's beauty, quickly lowered her head. Miss Jiang, thank you for advocating for me, but what?
Speak.
Jiang Wanxing's gaze remained calm as she regarded her. Taking a deep breath as if summoning great resolve, Lin Xiongyu began. However, I believe my abilities are limited, and I cannot fulfill the role of the leading lady, so, you merely enjoy playing the supporting role. Is that it? Jiang Wanxing interrupted her before she could elaborate, gesturing dismissively. Suit yourself. With so many in the company, it is known that wolves outnumber the prey. But I've never heard that the prey can suffocate the wolves. If you are unfit, there are plenty who can take your place. Lin Xiongyu was taken aback by Jiang Wanxing's directness, her eyes brimming with tears. Her lips quivered, and she struggled to speak. Jiang Wanxing observed her quizzically. Do you have anything else to say? And no. Lin Xiongyu's expression suggested she was on the verge of tears. Before she could break down, she swiftly turned to leave. Miss Jiang, I want to take up more of your time. I'll be going now. Jiang Wanxing barely cast her a glance. Take care. No need to see me out. Once Lin Xiongyu exited the office, she quickly donned a mask and adjusted her hair, fearing someone might notice her distress. Upon reaching her lounge, she spotted Jiang Yuqin inside. She composed her expression and said, Yuqin, I have turned down that film. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuqin was visibly moved and embraced her. Sister Xiongyu, I knew you had my back. Lin Xiongyu pinched her fingertips, managing to steady her voice. None knew the opportunity she had just relinquished. She could not afford to offend Jiang Yuqin. Had she accepted the film at this moment, Jiang Yuqin would undoubtedly view her as a thorn in her side. Lin Xiongyu wanted to say something, but the thought of the opportunity she had just forfeited rendered her speechless. Thank you, Sister Cheongyu, for not adding to my troubles during my lowest point.
No.
It's nothing. It's what I should do. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanxing was idly wandering in the chairman's office on the top floor. Jiang Shengyuan's office was spacious, connected to a lounge, with every piece of furniture and decor exuding significant value. Jiang Wanxing crossed her arms, surveying the surroundings. She pointed at an oil painting hanging on the wall and turned to the assistant beside her. Take this painting down and hang it in my office. Also, those vases, aren't they cloison?
Move them to my place as well.
What are you standing there for? If you cannot move them yourself, get a couple of people to help. The assistant quickly shook her head. These are the chairman's belongings. We cannot act without permission. I am the one acting without permission, not you. What is there to fear? Jiang Wanxing said, nonchalantly. Besides, Jiang Yuqin is my father. A father wouldn't begrudge such trifles with his daughter. I am the cherished one in my family. He certainly wouldn't shortchange me. The assistant could only watch in disbelief. Move it. Ultimately, the items Jiang Wanxing desired were relocated to her office, while Lin Qiangyu's matter was swiftly cast aside. She found it hard to believe that no one in the company would dare seize such a golden opportunity. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. This age-old truth remained unchanged. As expected, by afternoon, a woman clad in a form-fitting black dress, her makeup immaculate, entered Jiang Wanxing's office, clutching a portfolio. Jiang Wanxing, engrossed in a game and cursing under her breath, waved casually for her to wait. The woman stood patiently, not uttering a word, awaiting the conclusion of the game. 10 minutes later, Jiang Wanxing exited the game and tossed her phone onto the desk. What brings you here? The woman smiled and introduced herself. Hello, Miss Jiang. My name is Qi Ran. I'm 28 years old and an artist under Jiang's entertainment. I wish to secure an opportunity for myself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanxing clapped her hands. I knew it. There are always more wolves than meat. Qi Ran approached, handing her a portfolio earnestly. These are my previous works. Please take a look. The video showcased her acting prowess despite the absence of sound, revealing only the performances. The roles Qi Ran had undertaken in various films were not substantial, yet she had approached each with dedication, demonstrating commendable acting skills. You seek the role originally intended for Jiang Yuqin? Do you trust me? Qi Ran smiled, unperturbed. I am merely seeking an opportunity. After all, how much worse could it get? Miss Jiang? Qi Ran seemed puzzled by Jiang Wanxing's insinuation. Jiang Wanxing squinted and smiled, saying, This role is yours. Qi Ran replied, Is it really that simple? Jiang Wanxing continued, I may not understand your industry, but I am not one to doubt my instincts. If I wish to give you the role, then it shall be yours. Authenticity is our guiding principle. Qi Ran, still somewhat incredulous, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Miss Jiang. After Qi Ran departed, Jiang Wanxing glanced at the time and sent a message to Rong Shuyan. Loli Miao Sauce. I'm at Yensei. Loli Miao Sauce. Wait for me with the items. Chapter 17. Are you sure she is a proper young lady? Alright, let me know when you arrive. And I will have someone meet you at the door. Loli Miao Sauce. Sure. Wait for me. After descending the stairs, Jiang Wanxing sped away on her motorcycle. Meanwhile, at Yensei, Xiao Ke gazed at the exquisite handcuffs laid out on black satin, momentarily lost in thought. President Rong, I feel that Miss Jiang may have ulterior motives. Rong Shuyan, who was preoccupied with his own thoughts, pondered for a moment before responding. She is merely a young girl. Perhaps she is just a bit more extroverted. Despite feeling a strong sense of incongruity during their conversation, he considered her age and appearance and dismissed any inappropriate thoughts as his own misinterpretation. Perhaps the girl simply finds it entertaining. Extroverted? Are you sure she is a proper young lady? What kind of respectable young lady engages in such activities? Moreover, is she truly of age? Xiao Ku asserted, we cannot view such a young girl through conventional lenses. Her request for you to create such items is clearly indicative of hidden intentions. Rong Shuyan frowned slightly, evidently unconcerned. In his perception, he was an older man, and the issues Xiao Ku suggested were non-existent. Soon, a message from Jiang Wanxing arrived. Loli Miao Sauce. I have arrived. Rong Shuyan glanced at the message and instructed Xiao Ku, go down and greet her. Xiao Ku, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease whenever he thought of Jiang Wanxing, proceeded to the entrance, where he immediately spotted her leaning against her motorcycle. The young girl had a delicate countenance, her features hinting at a mixed heritage. though her cheeks retained a hint of baby fat, rendering her appearance remarkably youthful. Thus, he dismissed his earlier thoughts. Miss Jiang, sorry to keep you waiting. President Rong is upstairs. All right, Jiang Wanxing replied, only to suddenly inquire, by the way, how old is Rong Shuyan? How old? Xiao Ke was taken aback. Jiang Wanxing shot him a glance, clarifying, I meant his age. Meeting her round, expressive eyes, Xiao Ke could not help but scold his own improper thoughts. 22. He stated earnestly. So young? Jiang Wanxing squinted, leisurely commenting, I wouldn't have guessed he'd be so successful at such a young age. Not as young as you. Miss Jiang. Ha, you possess quite the sense of humor. Please excuse my laughter. Upon entering the private room, Jiang Wanxing immediately noticed Rong Shuyan seated at the table, and her gaze fell upon the exquisite handcuffs before her. Rong Shuyan lifted his gaze to her. Miss Jiang, please take a seat. Xiao Ke pulled out a chair for her opposite Rong Shuyan, but Jiang Wanxing bypassed it entirely, opting to sit atop the table instead, not even sparing a glance at the handcuffs. Speak. What do you require of me? Throughout her speech, her eyes remained fixed on Rong Shuyan's face. His features, though not overtly aggressive, bore a strikingly defined structure, with long brows and almond-shaped eyes exuding softness. Jiang Wanxing mused privately that he would be perfectly suited to portray a celestial being in a television drama. Yet the celestial had descended to the mortal realm, dressed in a black shirt with 2 buttons undone, his elongated neck inviting the gaze to wander. Jiang Wanxing had encountered many handsome men, but this was the first who stirred her worldly desires. With that thought, she instinctively licked her dry lips. As Rong Shuyan met her gaze, he promptly removed the black glove from his left hand, revealing a red 7-pointed star tattoo on the back of his hand. Just as Jiang Wanxing prepared to examine it closely, the tattoo's color gradually faded, blending with his skin to nearly become white.
Wow.
Your tattoo is fading. Rong Shuyan shook his head, explaining, it's not fading. It reacts to temperature. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanxing blinked, clearly still puzzled. Rong Shuyan elaborated. This tattoo changes to red as the temperature rises. It was red when I was wearing gloves. Instantly intrigued, Jiang Wanxing's eyes lit up. I want to ask. Before he could complete his sentence, Jiang Wanxing seized his hand, placing her palm against the back of it. As expected, the tattoo transformed back to a deep crimson hue. Rong Shuyan remained silent. Jiang Wanxing's gaze was fixed on the tattoo, her excitement palpable as she said, I have a bold idea. Miss Jiang. Xiao Ke, unable to tolerate Jiang Wanxing's forwardness towards Rong Shuyan any longer, interjected, your thoughts are appreciated. But let us refrain from further speculation. Why are you bringing someone to watch over our meeting? Are you afraid I might harm you? Rong Shuyan interjected, Xiao Ke, please step outside. Though Xiao Ke felt that the young lady was rather inappropriate, he had no choice but to comply with Rong Shuyan's request and exited the room. Once the two were alone, Jiang Wanxing gently traced the tattoo on Rong Shuyan's hand with her fingers. With her touch, the tattoo, which had previously faded, regained its vibrant color. Is there an issue with this tattoo? Indeed, Rong Shuyan replied. I wish to uncover its origins. You don't know where the tattoo came from? Jiang Wanxing smiled, sensing Rong Shuyan's reluctance to explain further. She decided not to press the matter. Everyone harbors secrets, and it is unnecessary to pry. Very well, Jiang Wanxing said cheerfully, I can assist you in investigating whether anyone has seen this tattoo, but it must have been here for quite some time, right? She surmised that the tattoo was likely from Rong Shuyan's childhood and had since become somewhat deformed. Rong Shuyan nodded. Yes. This tattoo was inked on me when I was young. My memories of it are rather vague. Jiang Wanxing nodded, pulling out her phone. She first captured a photo of the tattoo while it was white, then warmed it with her palm, and took another shot. Chapter 18. The circumstances surrounding your mother's death are suspicious. What I'm about to say may not be to your liking. What does Miss Jiang wish to convey? Rong Shuyan, surprised to see her hesitant demeanor, inquired. Jiang Wanxing stroked her chin, smiling as she said, I have seen tattoos that change color with body temperature on individuals who, well, were engaged in unusual professions. However, they typically feature floral patterns rather than these lines, and are usually placed on the torso rather than the hands. In truth, Jiang Wanxing's earlier astonishment was not due to a lack of familiarity with such tattoos. Before the assistant of Rong Shuyan, she refrained from speaking candidly. The tattoo that changes color with temperature carries a hint of ambiguity and allure. It is not just she who knows. Many are aware, and possibly Rong Shuyan himself is also cognizant. Hence, he consistently dons gloves. After all, This celestial being appears to hail from an extraordinary background, possessing wealth and status, and cannot possibly be associated with such a situation. Rong Shuyan remained silent for a moment. After a prolonged pause, he slowly articulated, I appreciate Miss Zhang's concern. Inquiring on your behalf is no great matter. Jiang Wanxing casually waved her hand. As for whether I can uncover the origins of this tattoo, I cannot guarantee anything. No worries, just do your best. Very well. Jiang Wanxing seized the handcuffs from the table, twirling them nonchalantly on her fingertips, her gaze resting once again on Rong Shuyan. To be honest, I quite like you. When you are ready for romance, please consider me. Rong Shuyan responded, just a playful jest. Jiang Wanxing shrugged, deeming it trivial. Such words, and this nonchalant demeanor seemed discordant for someone like Jiang Wanxing. Rong Shuyan met her gaze calmly. Thank you for the compliment. This was a polite refusal. Yet Jiang Wanxing was unfazed. Her initial attraction was purely physical, compounded by the fact that Rong Shuyan's appearance would certainly be an asset in public. If he found her undesirable, she had no retort. After all, the future was long, and there were many celestial beings in the world.
All right.
Jiang Wanxing descended from the table, still fiddling with the handcuffs. The metallic clink resonated as she moved. She winked at Rong Shuyan. If you change your mind, feel free to reach out to me. I may lack significant merits, but you've seen my looks, which are quite decent. Beyond that, I possess considerable capabilities to help you fulfill your desires. Thank you, Rong Shuyan replied. Jiang Wanxing leisurely exited the smoky ambience, mounted her motorcycle, but did not leave immediately. Instead, she retrieved a finely crafted metallic cigarette case from her pocket. Inside were slender menthol cigarettes. After lighting one and placing it between her lips, she held it delicately while using her other hand to open a chat room on her phone, promptly sending out the 2 photos she had captured earlier. Both images featured only Rong Shuyan's hand, with differing tattoo colors. Sea anemone. Temperature-sensitive tattoo, a heptagram pattern. Has anyone seen this? Silver fox. Oh my goodness. Silver fox. What the hell? Sea anemone. That hand. Sea anemone. Erase the filthy thoughts from your mind. I'm inquiring about something serious. Silver fox. How did you know you struck a nerve? Jiang Wanxing took a drag from her cigarette, exhaling the smoke in rings before sending a voice note. Calm down. Has anyone seen this pattern? If not, I will seek other avenues. Silver fox. That hand looks intriguingly playful. Sea eagle. This pattern resembles the emblem of a now-defunct assassin organization from over a decade ago, known as the heptagram. Upon reading this message, Jiang Wanxing cast a glance towards a corner. Someone was covertly taking photographs. Narrowing her eyes at the intruder's position, she decisively donned her Bluetooth headset and called Sea Eagle. As her motorcycle sped down the road, she addressed the person on the other end. Boss Shi, please elaborate on the origins of this tattoo. As soon as she finished speaking, a male voice with a slight foreign accent responded, I'm not well acquainted with it, but I've heard of an organization called Heptagram. It was an assassin group, akin to a cult. They not only trained their members to kill but also advocated self-sacrifice. Jiang Wanxing narrowed her eyes. How did this organization meet its demise? Unclear. The events are too distant. Countless disorganized groups exist worldwide. Who can remember such a trivial cult? After Sea Eagle shared this, he curiously inquired, who are you asking for? No one. Has the relationship soured? Jiang Wanxing snorted. You, with your loose lips, dare to bring up feelings? A loose mouth. If I tell you, can you assure me you won't disclose it to others? Then perhaps you should refrain from telling me. He uttered this and swiftly hung up. Jiang Wanxing was left baffled. She often wondered why the Jiang family persistently sought to vex her, only feeling satisfied after receiving a reprimand before proceeding with their own affairs. Perhaps this was the legendary masochistic disposition? As she walked towards the staircase, she mentally counted. 1, 2, 3. Wanwan, I believe we should sit down and converse. This predictably unexpected event brought a smile to Jiang Wanxing's face. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuqin was completely oblivious to the reason behind her laughter, displaying a hint of confusion. However, recalling her objective, Jiang Yuqin regained her composure. Wanwan, I understand you harbor grievances, but we were young back then, and I indeed fell short in certain aspects. Yet many significant matters were beyond my control at that age. Do you grasp my meaning? Jiang Wanxing's expression froze, discerning the underlying implications in Jiang Yuqin's words. I do not comprehend. Jiang Yuqin surveyed her surroundings and then donned a smile. Your mother's death is questionable. What did you say? Jiang Wanxing's expression shifted instantaneously.
Repeat that.
Jiang Yuqin sensed the frightening intensity in Jiang Wanxing's gaze, but managed to maintain her composure. First, return my resources. Negotiating terms with me? Jiang Wanxing found the notion utterly ludicrous. Jiang Yuqin, what gives you the right to dictate terms? Do you think this matter is difficult to deduce? If my mother's death is indeed suspicious, it could only involve Su Man, Jiang Xiangyuan, or both of them together. Are there any other possibilities? Chapter 19. Their entire family now resided in the hospital. After delivering those words, Jiang Wanxing suddenly realized something. Her keen eyes fixated on Jiang Yuqin. Sister, are you deliberately provoking me to the point of violence? Jiang Wanxing had never been particularly fond of her mother. She deemed Yanshu excessively weak and infatuated. Yet, despite her disdain, some emotional bond remained. Thus, Jiang Yuqin frequently employed the death of her mother as a means to provoke her. I did not. I merely find you pitiable. Pitiable? Jiang Wanxing felt genuinely agitated by Jiang Yuqin's words. She had always been one to express her anger openly. Before Jiang Yuqin could finish her sentence, she seized a nearby floor lamp and struck Jiang Yuqin with it.
Ah!
Jiang Yuqin had not anticipated such ferocity from Jiang Wanxing and screamed in shock. She covered her forehead, blood streaming through her fingers. However, Jiang Wanxing did not relent, continuing to strike Jiang Yuqin with the lamp's stand. Caught off guard, Jiang Yuqin could only desperately shield her precious face. Stop! Stop! Help! Help! Pain engulfed her body. An indescribable terror surged within Jiang Yuqin. At that moment, she genuinely believed Jiang Wanxing would kill her. Hearing the commotion, the servants hurried over. Upon witnessing the scene, their eyes widened in disbelief. They could not stand by and watch Jiang Wanxing assault Jiang Yuqin to death, thus rushing forward to intervene. Miss Second, please do not strike any further. Calm yourself. Regardless of the circumstances, you must not resort to violence. If it were merely a playful exchange of insults between two young girls, perhaps it could be overlooked. However, it is evident that Jiang Wanxing is delivering a severe beating to Jiang Yuqin. Observing the situation unfold, Jiang Wanxing let out a cold laugh and hurled a severely deformed lamp at Jiang Yuqin. Jiang Yuqin curled up on the sofa, while Jiang Wanxing stood before her, the corners of her mouth gradually curving into a smile that hinted at madness. Jiang Yuqin, do you not desire for me to strike you, only to display your wounds to everyone? I shall oblige. Then you can prove to all that Jiang Wanxing is not a good child, whereas you are the virtuous one. Jiang Yuqin trembled, her teeth chattering, yet she could not utter a word. As Jiang Wanxing approached, Jiang Yuqin's body quivered. However, Jiang Wanxing refrained from further aggression, instead taking a seat beside her, smiling as she spoke. Do you think I care about such trivial matters? Do I concern myself with what others say? Unlike you, dear sister, a prominent star who must uphold a respectable image, I am merely an ordinary second-generation rich kid. What need have I to maintain a positive facade? It is laughable, truly. Moreover, Jiang Wanxing was acutely aware that simply being her mother's legitimate child was sufficient for her to occupy the moral high ground. What of her violence? In the end, is it not she who dictates right from wrong? The world is not solely populated by Jiang Yuqin's sob story. Casting a pitying glance at Jiang Yuqin, Jiang Wanxing then rose and ascended the stairs. The nearby maid hurried to support Jiang Yuqin.
Miss?
Are you alright? Do you require an ambulance? No need. Simply find someone to drive me to the hospital. Very well. Su Man is still at the hospital tending to her husband and son, and now she will have another daughter. Jiang Yuqin, being an illegitimate child, has her mother's affair with a once-celebrated actress, still trending online. After perusing the related news in her bedroom, Jiang Wanxing, feeling idle, decided to start another live stream. Thanks to previous revelations, the daring account Meow Meow gained 5 million followers in just a day. Upon beginning the broadcast, tens of thousands flocked into the live stream. Jiang Wanxing, as was her custom, turned off the donation feature and slowly tidied her bangs before the camera.
Ah.
Why didn't T-Sister Meow announce her live stream in advance? I nearly missed it. So, Meow Meow is the biological daughter of Yanshu? Am I the only one curious as to how Jiang Yuqin can shamelessly claim to be the Jiang family's legitimate daughter? What a scandal! Infuriating. After tidying her hair, Jiang Wanxing addressed the camera. This live stream will merely discuss one matter, alright? Does Sister Meow have more juicy gossip? I'm all ears. Comparing now, Jiang Yuqin seems quite the hypocrite, acting so innocent while never mentioning her status as an illegitimate child. Apart from Jiang Wanxing supporters, some of Jiang Yuqin's fans inevitably infiltrated the live chat. Why does everyone blame Qin for this? She couldn't choose the circumstances of her birth.
Could she?
How absurd. The audacity to still uphold distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate children? Even if Qin's mother encroached upon someone else's marriage, what does that have to do with her? Did she wish for such a background? Oh dear, this meow sister. Is she angling for a debut? Targeting Qin to eliminate a rival? Jiang Wanxing could not help but laugh at such remarks. A debut? Surely you jest. Do you all suppose that every individual's ultimate ambition is to enter the entertainment industry? Please, do look up the shareholder distribution of Jiang Entertainment online, will you? I could comfortably enjoy dividends without laboring, but to debut would require additional effort. Am I that idle? She spoke with a leisurely, nonchalant demeanor, inciting frustration among many viewers. Jiang Entertainment will hold a press conference the day after tomorrow. Do tune in, for your beloved star, Qin is currently working for me.
Ha ha ha.
Is this the confidence of a wealthy heiress? I'm in awe. So, Sister Meow, when shall we go parkour at 4 Fantasy City? Jiang Wanxing smiled and replied, I have been preoccupied with family matters lately, so updates may be sparse. If you find yourselves bored, perhaps delve into the gossip surrounding the Jiang family. Is there truly substantial news? How intriguing. Jiang Wanxing stroked her chin and mused. Let me predict tomorrow's trending topics. Likely, it will be about Jiang Yuqin being hospitalized due to my actions. And perhaps also about me smoking outside an entertainment venue. Exclamation point. As Jiang Wanxing finished speaking, the screen flooded with question marks. Allow me to clarify, the information is accurate. I did strike her. Not only did I strike her, but I also struck Jiang Chenxi. When my father attempted to strike me, I evaded and thus injured my back. Now, their entire family is in the hospital. Chapter 20. Could that major shareholder be you, Miss Second? Upon hearing Jiang Wanxing's words, the live chat erupted with question marks and exclamations. Typically, one would attempt to conceal or evade such matters. Yet no one had encountered anyone so audacious online. Alas, I lack education. A single exclamation suffices for my reputation. Don't shut down the gifts. I wish to send you a piercing cloud arrow. I adore this. A host who neither seeks profit nor spills such juicy gossip. Where can one find such a treasure? On the front lines of gossip consumption. Jiang Wanxing gazed at the camera, languidly stating, Of course, I can provide clarification on these matters. My primary conflict with my family stems from Su Man's interference in my parents' marriage, leading to my mother's tragic demise. If you investigate, you'll discover that Jiang Entertainment has prospered by exploiting my mother's legacy. Following her passing, she bequeathed all her inheritance to me. Yet, my father wishes for me to relinquish my inheritance in favor of Jiang Chenxi, solely because he is his only son. Upon uttering this, the live chat erupted in chaos. Is this not blatant sexism? What sort of vampiric family is this? So, Jiang Xiangyuan, a man who rose to success through his wife, ultimately caused her untimely death and now seeks to seize his legitimate daughter's inheritance with his mistress and her child? Poor Meow. I wish I could give her a comforting hug. Jiang Wanxing continued, I feel it necessary to clarify matters before they distort the truth. The internet does not forget. In the end, everyone knows right from wrong. My only fault may be that I do not appear as weak and easily bullied as they presume. Having concluded her remarks, Jiang Wanxing promptly ended the broadcast. She stared at her phone screen for a considerable time before ultimately dialing a number. Investigate Jiang Entertainment in Ningcheng, Huaguo, as well as the death of actress Yan Shu. As anticipated, early the following morning, Weibo and various news outlets erupted with images of Jiang Yuqin bearing injuries, having rushed to the hospital in the dead of night. Concurrently, the images of Jiang Wanxing sitting on a motorcycle, smoking outside an entertainment venue, surfaced. Many began to juxtapose the two images, one of a frail, injured flower and the other of a brazen, unruly girl. The two individuals presented a striking contrast. By the time Jiang Wanxing encountered this news, she was already ensconced in her office. The Jiang Corporation predominantly operates within 4 key sectors: music, agency, film, and entertainment. At that moment, seated before Jiang Wanxing at her desk was none other than the director of the film department, Zheng Kongkai. With a warm smile, Jiang Wanxing poured a cup of tea for him. Is it merely a film investment project? Do you truly believe that only my father can make the final decision? Zheng Kongkai, a wily veteran, remained unfazed by Jiang Wanxing's subtly threatening remark. He offered a resigned smile and replied, Second miss, it's not that we are intentionally opposing you. Rather, these matters within the company cannot proceed without the chairman's approval. To this day, most of the mid to senior level management within the company harbored a rather unfavorable impression of Jiang Wanxing. They regarded her as nothing more than a capricious young girl. Jiang Wanxing maintained her smile, yet remarked, "My father is growing old." Zheng Kongkai responded with surprise. Over the years, the company has been on a downward trajectory. Surely, you are aware of Jiang Chenxi's character, Mr. Zheng? Following my father's usual approach, the company is bound to face bankruptcy soon.
Ha, ha, ha.
Zheng Kongkai's laughter was stiff and forced.
How could that be?
Jiang Wanxing replied, unfazed. How could it not be? What if a major shareholder liquidates their assets and causes a market crash? Once the stock price tumbles, shareholders and other minor investors will undoubtedly rush to sell their shares. You see, that would lead to the company's collapse. Upon hearing this, Zheng Kongkai felt a painful stiffness spread across his face. This major shareholder. It wouldn't be you, second miss, would it? Indeed. Jiang Wanxing rested her chin on her hand and leisurely stated, I previously employed this tactic to threaten my father. And oh yes, I also used it to pressure the board. Although they may not favor me, they always acquiesce to my demands. Zheng Kongkai could only be silent. Mr. Zheng, it shouldn't be too difficult to change the female lead in the film, should it? Second miss, the chairman will eventually be discharged from the hospital. Jiang Wanxing remained unconvinced. I am aware, but what will happen once he is discharged? Zheng Kongkai hesitated. I only have this small request. Will you not agree? Jiang Wanxing's tone and expression resembled that of a child sweetly imploring an elder. Yet, Zheng Kongkai felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, he no longer perceived Jiang Wanxing as merely a troublesome child. It was a matter of either seizing the opportunity or facing ruin. Under the expectant gaze of Jiang Wanxing, Zheng Kongkai eventually nodded in acquiescence. That's how it should be. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Jiang Wanxing beamed, since that is settled. I shall not waste your time any longer. Please take care. After Zheng Kongkai departed, Jiang Wanxing summoned Jiang Xiangyuan's secretary assistant. She slightly lifted her chin. Please fetch Qi Ran and her agent. The young assistant, understanding her authority, promptly made an internal call to summon them. Jiang Wanxing languidly draped herself over the desk, appearing almost boneless. By the time Qi Ran and her agent entered, Jiang Wanxing had already scrolled through today as trending topics several times, a significant portion of which consisted of various slanders directed towards her. Deep down, Jiang Wanxing recognized that had she not engaged in fights, refrained from smoking, and avoided nightlife, merely presenting herself as a wronged little flower, she would undoubtedly not have attracted such vitriol. However, she mused, it would be better to let those fools vent their frustrations. Qi Ran, impeccably presented from head to toe, caught Jiang Wanxing's discerning eye. The clothing and accessories she wore were not particularly extravagant, but were well coordinated. Miss Jiang. Qi Ran greeted her with a nod, and her agent followed suit. Surprisingly, Qi Ran's agent was a young woman of similar age. They appeared to share a close relationship, although the agent was noticeably more taciturn than Qi Ran. Jiang Wanxing tossed a contract onto the table before them. Please liaise with the film department. I will ensure this matter is resolved. Upon hearing this, Qi Ran's eyes immediately brightened. Jiang Wanxing casually smiled, eager to finalize the arrangement while Jiang Yuqin was still hospitalized. Chapter 21. Nothing much, simply a distaste for Jiang Yuqin. As a fellow artist in the same company, Qi Ran was undoubtedly aware of the events that transpired the previous night, and thus admiration for Jiang Wanxing surged within her. All right, Qi Ran nodded eagerly. Jiang Wanxing appreciated such compliance and playfully winked. Sister, following me will promise a bright future. The term sister startled Qi Ran, prompting her to quickly respond, Miss Jiang. You may simply call me by my name. Jiang Wanxing blinked in confusion. What's the matter? Qi Ran refrained from divulging the true reason. Normally, within the company, Jiang Yuqin addressed everyone as brother or sister, irrespective of their status. Initially, everyone found this young lady approachable. However, as time passed, any minor grievance they incurred inevitably led to inexplicable misfortunes. Jiang Yuqin would even offer consolation to them. In the entertainment industry, who isn't astute. Everyone knew Jiang Yuqin was behind these troubles, yet none dared to speak out. If you choose not to share, that is perfectly fine. Jiang Wanxing was indifferent to Qi Ran's thoughts. I'm quite easy to get along with. There's no need for you to feel burdened. Moreover, I want to compete with you for opportunities. Although Jiang Wanxing always wore a cheerful demeanor, the precedent of Jiang Yuqin loomed large, leaving Qi Ran somewhat apprehensive in her presence. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Jiang Wanxing propped her chin lazily and inquired, Are there any other resources you have your eye on?
Huh?
Qi Ran responded. Jiang Wanxing tapped her fingers on the table. What I mean to say is, are there any resources associated with Jiang Yuqin that you find appealing? Let us discuss them now, and I shall grant them to you. Qi Rand and her agent exchanged glances, caught off guard. Hurry up. Jiang Wanxing tapped the table again. You've already offended Jiang Yuqin. What are you hesitating for? It must be acknowledged that although Jiang Yuqin was currently hospitalized, her influence still lingered. Qi Rand's agent appeared overly compliant, lacking the assertiveness expected of an agent. However, Qi Rand quickly regained her composure and diplomatically smiled. I believe there is a variety show that Jiang Yuqin has yet to participate in that would be quite good. Very well, it's yours, Jiang Wanxing declared without hesitation. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Qi Ran's eyes sparkled with gratitude, but she couldn't help but ask, Miss Jiang, why are you helping me like this? Had Jiang Wanxing only been the second daughter of the Jiang family, Qi Ran would never have dared to take such a risk. However, now she perceived the conflict within the Jiang family as a monumental opportunity. Jiang Wanxing replied, unhurriedly, it's merely a matter of disliking Jiang Yuqin. Qi Ran was left speechless. Jiang Wanxing was not well versed in the entertainment industry. Throughout the morning, she attended 2 meetings and meandered about the company. By noon, she decided to visit the hospital to see her father and siblings. However, as she rode her motorcycle out of the company gates, a throng of reporters surged forward recklessly. Had Jiang Wanxing not braked in time, she would have undoubtedly collided with 1 or 2 of them. Are you all out of your minds? Yet the group of reporters seemed entirely oblivious to her words, shoving microphones directly into her face. I would like to inquire, Miss Jiang, do you possess tendencies towards violence? If we set aside the grievances of the previous generation, may I ask what offense Miss Jiang Yuqin has committed against you to warrant such harsh treatment? Is it perhaps due to your mother's untimely passing, compounded by a solitary existence abroad, that you have developed such a peculiar and reclusive demeanor? Jiang Wanxing narrowed her eyes, listening to the inquiries of the reporters. Logically, a typical journalist's interview aims to unearth sensational stories, focusing on the long-standing feuds within the Jiang family, rather than solely targeting her. It was as if these individuals were deliberately lying in wait to provoke her. In response, Jiang Wanxing smiled. I'm afraid I must decline your request for an interview. Are you not interested in revealing the truth to the public? Jiang Wanxing retorted with a mocking expression. The truth is of no concern to me, but should your inquiries disrupt my life, I will not hesitate to make trouble for you. The crowd fell silent, taken aback. Jiang Wanxing raised her brow and smiled. Consider this. If you defame me in the media, I will undoubtedly pursue legal action. When that happens, will your company support you through the ensuing legal troubles? As long as I am willing to pay, you will find yourselves entangled in complications. Is it truly worth it? As she delivered these words, she showed no hesitation in front of the cameras, seemingly indifferent to the potential repercussions of her statements. The atmosphere grew tense with silence. Jiang Wanxing continued, moreover, reflect on your choice of questions. As journalists, is it appropriate to engage in such malicious personal attacks during an interview? At that moment, the crowd swelled around her. Just as she finished speaking, an object was suddenly hurled in her direction. Jiang Wanxing casually reached out and caught the egg that had been thrown at her. Gasps erupted from the crowd as the egg struck its target squarely on the perpetrator's forehead. Before the individual could utter a word, Jiang Wanxing raised her voice. Are you still intent on assaulting someone? The crowd fell silent again. Jiang Wanxing took out her phone, declaring, I will give you 5 seconds to leave, otherwise I shall call the authorities. At this juncture, the onlookers remained discontent. The reporters were merely there to earn a living and had their reservations. However, among them were several fans of Jiang Yuqin who clamored and surged forward, some shouting angrily while others attempted to confront Jiang Wanxing. Yet, Jiang Wanxing exhibited no fear. She pulled out a sports camera and clipped it to her collar. Before anyone could comprehend her intentions, she twisted the throttle of her motorcycle, its roar reverberating loudly. The smile on her lips widened. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to showcase a special skill, bowling. The crowd gasped in disbelief as they witnessed Jiang Wanxing rev up her motorcycle, preparing to charge towards them. Instantly, the crowd scattered in panic. Jiang Wanxing rode off, leaving them behind. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Jiang Yuqin's forehead had been bandaged. Her manager, Zhou Na, sat beside her, her expression inscrutable. Yuqin, you should avoid provoking her for now. Your sister may appear foolish, but she is far from it. She is quite formidable. After the incident last night, Jiang Yuqin immediately contacted Zhou Na. Yet, the general public merely holds high expectations for celebrities. Jiang Wanxing does not operate within the entertainment industry and is perceived by the public as an arrogant and entitled heiress. This time, despite Jiang Wanxing being the aggressor, she garnered considerable support, with many netizens finding her actions exhilarating. Chapter 22. I never need a reason to strike. Jiang Yuqin bit her lip, her complexion pale. What should I do now? Even if I beg for mercy, she won't let me off. Upon hearing this, Zhou Na looked perplexed. Yuqin, what exactly is the history between you and your sister? Why does she target you specifically? Jiang Yuqin widened her innocent eyes, incredulous. Sister Zhou, are you implying that her targeting me is my fault? No, no. As Jiang Yuqin's eyes brimmed with tears, Zhou Na quickly clarified. I recall you mentioning the Jiang family's affairs. It was your mother who interfered in the actress's marriage and your brother who mistreated Jiang Wanxing. Why does she fixate solely on you? Zhou Na's reasoning was straightforward. However, even if Jiang Wanxing sought revenge, it shouldn't logically start with Jiang Yuqin. I don't know. I truly have no idea. Jiang Yuqin was in agony, tears streaming down her face, dripping onto the blanket of her hospital bed. If her fans were to witness her in such a state, they would undoubtedly feel heartbroken. Zhou Na, seeing her in distress, could only sigh in resignation. She holds shares left by the late actress. You cannot contend with her. You must seek assistance from Chairman Jiang. Jiang Yuqin pursed her lips, falling silent for a moment. I will speak with father. When Jiang Wanxing arrived at the hospital, she did not even wait to enter the room before overhearing the voices of Jiang Yuqin and Jiang Xiangyuan. Dad, I truly don't know what to do. I don't wish to fight. I only want to work hard, but Wanwan has gone too far. She will ruin my career. What ruin? Am I not speaking the truth? Jiang Wanxing entered with a smile, successfully catching the startled expression on Jiang Yuqin's face. Jiang Xiangyuan was already irate, and seeing Jiang Wanxing's handiwork on Jiang Yuqin only fueled his anger.
Get out.
Father, what is this? Jiang Wanxing playfully blinked and pouted, her voice soft. I admit my mistake. I truly did not intend to lay hands on you. I merely dodged. She disregarded Jiang Xiangyuan's fury and sat beside the hospital bed. I was genuinely angry. I was confused that day. You neglected my mother while she was alive, and after her passing, you left me with only this. You expect me to relinquish it to Jiang Chenxi? Naturally, I would be infuriated. Jiang Wanxing's sudden shift in demeanor left Jiang Xiangyuan somewhat bewildered. Wanwan, you. Jiang Wanxing sniffed and stated, I am here to admit my mistakes to father. Jiang Xiangyuan? Jiang Yuqin? Jiang Xiangyuan could not possibly calm down solely due to Jiang Wanxing's admission. He inhaled deeply. If this were a one-off incident, it could be overlooked. But why did you strike your sister again last night? Last night, Jiang Xiangyuan had been resting when Jiang Yuqin entered the hospital, bloodied. After tending to her wounds, Su Man had cried to him for quite some time. Why did you hit your sister? Jiang Wanxing slowly repeated Jiang Xiangyuan's words, as if pondering. Jiang Yuqin instantly drained of color. Dad, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have made Wanwan angry.
If I remembered.
Jiang Wanxing interrupted Jiang Yuqin, her face alight with glee. Sister, please. Jiang Wanxing ignored Jiang Yuqin's panic, continuing in her slow manner. My sister told me that my mother's death was suspicious, which made me furious. So I hit her. In that instant, Jiang Xiangyuan cast a disbelieving glance at Jiang Yuqin. He turned to Jiang Yuqin, coldly inquiring, is what Wanwan said true? It's not true.
I never said that.
Jiang Yuqin quickly retorted. I did not say such a thing. Jiang Wanxing shrugged. Father, you should know. I never need a reason to strike. I strike simply because I feel like it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Xiangyuan swiftly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Jiang Yuqin's face. The crisp sound reverberated, striking fear into the hearts of those who heard it. Jiang Yuqin felt a buzzing in her ears, followed by an intense sting spreading across half her face. Father. Jiang Xiangyuan was seething with anger, his breath coming in heavy gasps. Yuqin, I always believed you to be obedient and well-behaved. Little did I know you were speaking nonsense behind my back. Jiang Yuqin had never experienced such violence from Jiang Xiangyuan before, and her heart swelled with a mix of indignation and rage. She could only swallow her anger and, with a trembling voice, replied, Father, you misunderstand me. What I meant to say is that Aunt Yen might have been ill before her passing. Do you need me to tell you that? Jiang Wanxing sneered. My mother was so young. She didn't die from illness, did she? Shall we say she passed away of natural causes? Jiang Yuqin's reasoning was so feeble that it even aroused Jiang Xiangyuan's suspicion. He was still seething from the earlier incident, his chest heaving and his expression darkening.
Get out.
All of you leave. Father, please don't be angry, Jiang Wanxing said soothingly. I came to remind you about tomorrow's press conference. Please remember to attend. Jiang Yuqin was, of course, aware of the upcoming press conference. He glared at Jiang Wanxing. What on earth do you want? Jiang Wanxing glanced at Jiang Yuqin and continued, let me make myself clear. I do not like the three of you. Jiang Chenxi is nothing but a pile of useless mud. Father, you are still so young. Why can't you have a new son? A new son? Jiang Yuqin was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Wanxing's words. What is Jiang Chenxi really worth? You know better than I do. If you insist on having a son as your heir, why not have a more capable one? After saying this, Jiang Wanxing winked at the rigid Jiang Yuqin and turned to leave without hesitation. Once outside the hospital, Jiang Wanxing breathed in the fresh air, a smile gracing her face. She was aware that Jiang Yuqin had a woman outside. This was no secret to her. Though her mother had been soft-spoken, her beauty was rare and exceptional. If such a woman couldn't keep Jiang Yuqin, a scoundrel, in line, how could Su Man? Contemplating this, Jiang Wanxing casually dialed a number. Boss Shi, your efficiency is rather lacking. Where are the documents I requested? A male voice filled with mirth responded from the other end. Tomorrow. What do you mean tomorrow? Can't you deliver it sooner? No, I'm meeting with Silver Fox and Huagua tomorrow to hand over the documents in person. Jiang Wanxing raised an eyebrow. You two aren't getting together again, are you? Well, there's an auction happening in Las Vegas with many enticing items. Before the man could finish, Jiang Wanxing interrupted. Enjoy yourselves, but I'm not interested. What time will you arrive tomorrow? Around noon.
All right.
After acknowledging, Jiang Wanxing hung up. Chapter 23. Mr. Rong, please help me. Meanwhile, the online criticism directed at Jiang Wanxing continued unabated. However, her persona as a beautiful and wild heiress inexplicably attracted a considerable following. Jiang Wanxing even posted a video online of herself being encircled by reporters at noon, captioning it with a humorous remark. As soon as the video was shared, the comments section erupted with laughter, with many self-proclaimed old servants chiming in. In the past, Jiang Wanxing had garnered attention by posting extreme sports videos on this account, amusing many viewers. Some jokingly claimed she must have connections in the underworld. These individuals, regardless of their backgrounds, displayed combativeness online that rivaled that of fan clubs. Whenever Jiang Yuqin's fans attempted to leave negative comments, they were swiftly countered and deleted. Some even unearthed old photographs of Jiang Yuqin, showcasing her battered appearance, and shared them in the comments. Just then, Jiang Wanxing noticed a notification. She had been suspended from live streaming for 3 days due to a violation, a consequence of Jiang Yuqin's fans reporting her. This minor setback was of no concern to Jiang Wanxing. She understood that Jiang Yuqin was not one to accept humiliation quietly. Given Jiang Yuqin's temperament, it was likely she would seek a suitable fool to exploit. In the hospital, Jiang Yuqin stood by Jiang Yuqin's bedside, tears streaming down her face. Father, I truly regret my words. I didn't mean to say that. Jiang Yuqin remained silent, his expression gloomy. Yet, in truth, Jiang Yuqin harbored scant affection for either Jiang Wanxing or Jiang Yuqin. He maintained the facade of a devoted father in public while planning to bequeath all his wealth to his son, though he was not particularly kind to Jiang Chenxi either. Perhaps, all along, his love was solely for himself. Jiang Yuqin felt a wave of panic wash over her. Father. Enough, Jiang Yuqin interrupted impatiently. Why did you provoke her? Jiang Yuqin's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? Jiang Yuqin's expression darkened further. Yuqin, you should pause your announcements for now. We can discuss things once this calms down. At his words, Jiang Yuqin's tears flowed like pearls from a broken string. Father, it's not my fault. Why must I concede? She is younger than you. Can't you give her some leeway? Jiang Yuqin's brow furrowed deeper. Moreover, if she stirs up trouble here and simply leaves the country, what will you do? Will you also leave? But she was the one who hit me. I know, but that's just her temperament. She has always been this way since childhood. How can I control her? Yuqin, you are a sensible child. Don't put your father in a difficult position. Jiang Yuqin was in a daze. Indeed, Jiang Wanxing had always been like this. However, during their childhood, it was always the unruly Jiang Wanxing whom their father despised and punished. Now, the roles had entirely reversed. Jiang Yuqin continued to urge her. Yuqin, if you just let her be, our family will have an easier time, and it won't be like this. For the first time, Jiang Yuqin found herself treated this way by Jiang Yuqin, and she couldn't accept it. Covering her face, she ran out crying. Jiang Yuan lay on the hospital bed unmoved. As Jiang Yuqin rushed out of the ward, she unexpectedly encountered Su Man Yuqin. What's the matter? Jiang Yuqin threw herself into Su Man's embrace, sobbing. Mother. On the other side, Jiang Wanxing casually found a place to eat. She sat by the window in the restaurant, taking a hearty sip of lemon water. As a food enthusiast, dining was her greatest joy. However, just as she began to eat, she sensed the peculiar gaze of a young man at the adjacent table. Turning to look, she saw a man in his 20s, whose features were unremarkable, but whose eyes bore an unsettling lewdness. Upon locking eyes with her, he promptly raised his hand to summon the waiter. Waiter, please put the order that little sister over there made on my tab. His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of several patrons. Jiang Wanxing was momentarily stunned but quickly responded to the waiter, no need. Oh, come on, little sister. Don't be so distant, the man said, pulling out the chair opposite her and sitting down. Such a beautiful girl dining alone? I just got stood up. Why don't we share a table? I'll treat you. Jiang Wanxing blinked, remaining silent. The man grinned and asked, why are you staring at me? Is it because I'm too handsome? I see you have a unique presence and noble aura, but your face seems like a failed cosmetic surgery. She retorted with a cold smile, I'm not interested in your generosity. Kindly leave me alone. The man was momentarily taken aback, then slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, damn it, you think you can treat me like this? Such a young woman as yourself dining alone in such an expensive restaurant must be seeking to capture the attention of a gentleman, is it not? As he spoke, he unexpectedly broke into laughter again, and with a tone that was somewhat gentle, he said, little sister, considering your tender age, you should still be quite innocent. I am willing to spend money on you. As long as you accompany me, feel free to choose anything from the nearby mall. I shall take care of the bill. Jiang Wanxing narrowed her eyes, gazing at him unblinkingly, and smiled in return. May I inquire your name?
Chen Huabin.
The man hastily retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Wanxing. My father is the chairman of the Mixue group. You must be from out of town, right? Have you heard of Mixue group? Jiang Wanxing let out an enigmatic laugh, referring to the Qin family of the Mixue group. If her memory served her well, Jiang Chenxi's betrothed was seemingly the eldest daughter of the Qin family from the Mixue group. It was rumored that this young lady, though not particularly striking in appearance, had fallen head over heels for Jiang Chenxi at first sight. In response, Jiang Chenxi harbored some reservations. Nevertheless, given the prominence of her family background, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Chen Huabin smugly remarked, otherwise, which other Qin family could it possibly be? Jiang Wanxing wore an expression of sheer bewilderment. I inquired, as the scion of a wealthy family, how can you be so foolish? It is precisely because of individuals like you that the overall quality of the wealthy second generation is diminished, leading others to believe that all signs of affluence are merely mindless fools with an abundance of wealth.
What do you mean by that?
Chen Huabin's countenance darkened ominously. Jiang Wanxing remained seated, anticipating the moment when this fool would strike her, ready to plunge the fool's head into the soup basin. Just as the tension reached its peak, Jiang Wanxing caught a glimpse of a familiar figure descending the staircase from the corner of her eye. A glimmer of hope flickered in her gaze, and the sharpness in her large eyes dissipated in an instant as she called out with a strained voice, Mr. Rong, please help me. Upon encountering a group of individuals descending the stairs, Rong Shuyan's footsteps faltered. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she was rendered utterly astonished. Rong Shuyan, Chapter 24, I shall confine your mother. I shall enshrine her within the Leifeng Pagoda. All eyes were fixed upon Jiang Wanxing, particularly those of the companions accompanying Rong Shuyan. They could not help but display expressions of understanding as they witnessed a small girl, resembling a kitten, beseeching Rong Shuyan for assistance. The young girl possessed porcelain-like skin and eyes reminiscent of a small beast, a sight that evoked a sense of profound pity. In contrast, Rong Shuyan exuded an air of aloofness, adorned in a casual suit, towering with elegance. He unmistakably embodied the archetype of a domineering CEO with a delicate wife. He found himself pondering whether to swiftly depart from this place of turmoil or to approach and inquire further. Just then, he observed Jiang Wanxing, clad in round-toed leather shoes, scampering towards him, her tiny hand grasping his wrist before she sought refuge behind him.
He is a scoundrel.
Jiang Wanxing's voice trembled as she voiced her grievances. Rong Shuyan felt a slight ache in the wrist she had grasped, and despite his efforts to free himself, he could not. Startled, Jiang Wanxing pressed against him, one hand clutching his wrist while the other encircled his waist. Although Rong Shuyan appeared slender, his physique was undeniably impressive. She could distinctly feel the contours of his muscles beneath his clothing. "Mr. Rong, please help me," she implored, with a sense of resignation. Rong Shuyan drew the young girl closer, questioning, "Who is the rogue here?" Jiang Wanxing pointed decisively at the approaching Chen Huabin. "It is him." At this moment, Chen Huabin had also arrived at the scene. He gazed at the group before him, aware that these individuals were undoubtedly of noble or affluent status.
Yet,
Unwilling to lose face in front of the women, he defiantly shouted, "This little girl just insulted me, and I shall not let this matter rest. My father is the chairman of the Mixue group. I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you." "Mixue group?" Rong Shuyan pondered for a moment before turning to the side to look at Xiao Ke.
"Call your father to come pick you up," he said.
His tone bore no trace of hostility. Rather, it was remarkably calm. Beyond his extraordinarily captivating visage, there emanated a sense of rarefied tranquility and nonchalance, as if he were indifferent to the world around him, seldom swayed by external circumstances. Jiang Wanxing found herself quite enamored with this demeanor. Much like the pure and untainted heroine in a CEO romance, he effortlessly aroused the possessive instincts of those around him. Who would not desire something so exquisite? As Xiao Ke stepped aside to make a phone call, Chen Huabin felt a mix of surprise and fear, yet he remained resolute, unwilling to show any signs of weakness. "Move aside, you pretty boy. Today, I must ensure that this little girl comprehends the severity of the situation." As he spoke, he charged forward, intending to seize Jiang Wanxing. In a swift motion, Jiang Wanxing advanced and delivered a forceful kick to Chen Huabin's chest, sending him flying across the room. Rong Shuyan. The next moment, the restaurant was filled with the horrifying sounds of screams. Jiang Wanxing turned and plunged into Rong Shuyan's embrace. "Oh, brother, I am so frightened." Rong Shuyan. Everyone. The restaurant was enveloped in an eerie silence, as no one dared to speak out during this tense moment. Only Chen Huabin lay on the ground, wailing in agony. In less than 20 minutes, Chen Chong, the chairman of Mixue Group, hurriedly arrived with a contingent of associates. Approaching 50 years of age. He was 2 years younger than Jiang Yuan, yet his hair was already streaked with gray. The Chen family had established their fortune in the hotel industry, having risen from humble beginnings, and he was regarded as a remarkably capable individual. However, unlike Jiang Yuan, who was known for his cunning and intrigue, Chen Chong led a life marked by decorum, with only a son and a daughter from his marriage to his original spouse. Upon his arrival, he immediately spotted Chen Huabin sprawled on the floor, refusing to rise, and his expression darkened.
"Huabin, what has happened to you?"
As soon as he finished speaking, the accompanying secretary attempted to help Chen Huabin rise from the ground. "Do not assist me. Please do not assist me." Chen Huabin evaded the outstretched hand of the secretary, resembling a petulant child as he lay on the ground, refusing to rise. Chen Chong, infuriated, trembled with rage. "Chen Huabin, get up this instant." "Father, it was that little girl who struck me." This wretched individual continues to feign innocence. Chen Chong is indeed a prominent figure in Ningqing, regardless of the circumstances. The sight of his son, now in his 20s, sprawled on the ground like a child, is already a source of profound embarrassment for him. He discreetly signaled to his secretary, who promptly instructed the bodyguards to lift Chen Huabin to his feet. Only then did Chen Chong turn his attention to Jiang Wanxing and Rong Shuyan. "Mr. Rong, I apologize for the spectacle," he said. In response, Rong Shuyan pressed his hand to his slightly aching forehead and advised Chen Chong, "You ought to speak with her." Chen Chang's gaze swiftly returned to Jiang Wanxing. Meanwhile, after Jiang Wanxing had touched her abdominal muscles, Rong Shuyan did not afford her another opportunity to approach. Consequently, she could only stand there, feeling aggrieved and unable to suppress her sorrow. "May I inquire how to address this young lady?" Jiang Wanxing, with a radiant smile gracing her face, remarked. "My surname is Jiang." Upon hearing this, Chen Chong was instantly reminded of his daughter's impending marriage. Meanwhile, Chen Huabin, standing nearby, stoked the flames of the conversation, saying, "Father, do not be deceived by her tender age. In truth, she is quite flirtatious. While she outwardly feigns reluctance towards me, she swiftly turns to seek the company of other men." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Wanxing hurled a plate directly at his forehead. Chen Huabin instantly suffered a gash, blood streaming down as he yelled, threatening to kill Jiang Wanxing. Had it not been for the 2 bodyguards intervening, he would have likely rushed at her. Chen Chong was aware that it was his son who instigated the trouble, yet witnessing Chen Huabin's current state, he could not help but interject. Miss Jiang, today's incident is entirely my son's fault. I offer my apologies on his behalf. But might I suggest that you also exercise some restraint? Jiang Wanxing sneered. I exist solely to drive myself to madness. I will contain your mother. I shall enclose her within the Lei Feng pagoda. Chen Chong. Jiang Wanxing lifted her chin slightly, the previous image of a timid little rabbit vanishing without a trace. She fixed her gaze on Chen Huabin, a strong sense of mockery gleaming in her eyes. Did you think you alone have a wealthy father? My grandfather is equally affluent. My father, Jiang Yuqin, if you have the capability, go seek him out. Chen Chong inhaled deeply. Mr. Rong, you and Miss Jiang. Mr. Rong. Jiang Wanxing appeared to be fuming, striding over to seize Rong Xuyan's wrist and dragging him outside. Have we not shared a substantial bond worth millions? You merely stand by while I am bullied? What use are you to me? Everything transpired so swiftly that Xiao Ko had yet to comprehend the situation before they had vanished from view. Mr. Rong. Damn it. I knew this little girl had ulterior motives. After all this circling, she just wanted to whisk him away. Xiao Ko hurriedly pursued them. Mr. Rong. I'm here to rescue you. Meanwhile, after pulling Rong Xuyan outside, Jiang Wanxing swiftly hopped onto her motorcycle and pointed to the space behind her. Hurry, come with me. Rong Xuyan, oblivious to her intentions, instinctively mounted the bike. Just as Xiao Ke burst out, he caught sight of Jiang Wanxing speeding away with Rong Xuyan. Rong Xuyan only realized something was amiss after he had settled onto the motorcycle, unable to restrain himself from speaking. Miss Jiang, you're not wearing a helmet.
Huh?
Do I need to wear one? Rong Xuyan. In that moment, he recalled their first encounter, a perilous motorcycle accident. Had it not been for her remarkable agility, the outcome could have been dire. Jiang Wanxing genuinely seemed unaware of the necessity of wearing a helmet while riding, but soon enough, her confusion dissipated. Once the motorcycle halted, a stern traffic officer confronted them. Miss, do you possess a driver's license? Yes, yes. Jiang Wanxing nodded repeatedly, obediently handing over her license. While the officer issued a ticket, he remarked, riding a motorcycle without a safety helmet incurs a fine of 200, with 1 point deducted each time. Riding as a passenger without a helmet receives a warning. Jiang Wanxing. Rong Xuyan. As they had no helmets prepared, they could not proceed. Jiang Wanxing had no choice but to push the motorcycle along the sidewalk. With a face full of regret, she said, I initially wanted to take you out for some fun, but it seems every time I encounter you, something unfortunate occurs. Are you blaming me?
Rong Xuyan asked.
In truth, he generally preferred not to associate with the opposite sex. Yet perhaps due to Jiang Wanxing's youthful appearance, he often regarded her as a much younger sister. You possess an aura of bad luck. Who would want to hang out with you besides me? Rong Xuyan replied, Thank you for that. Jiang Wanxing responded with a teasing tone. Oh, keeping up with the trends? Rong Xuyan smiled wryly. I'm usually quite free, with little to do. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanxing turned her head to scrutinize him further. Free? That's not apparent. Rong Xuyan explained, a few years ago, while studying abroad, I developed an interest in programming and eventually started a company in the field of artificial intelligence. The company thrived, expanding in scale. I transitioned from technical research to management, but found it overwhelming, so I stepped back. He conveyed this with a calm demeanor, acknowledging his limitations without embarrassment. It could be said that regardless of his choices, his family background could always cushion him. Jiang Wanxing, however, struggled to comprehend. Isn't starting a business meant for profit? Are you retreating at such a young age? Rong Xuyan shook his head. It was never about the money. It was simply a passion. Jiang Wanxing raised her thumb in admiration. Impressive. My scoundrel father and I are nearly at each other's throats over a mere share. It's rare to see someone so untainted. Rong Xuyan glanced at her. At each other's throats over shares? Suddenly, Jiang Wanxing seemed lost in thought, one hand gripping the handlebars while the other raked through her hair in frustration. It's not about the money. I simply can't accept it. The things my mother left behind, even if discarded, will never be given to them. Rong Xuyan paused, clearly perplexed by her perspective. After a moment's thought, he offered, Shall I help you push? This motorcycle appeared heavy, and he felt compelled to assist this young girl struggling with it. All right, you push. Jiang Wanxing readily conceded her position. In the next moment, Rong Xuyan felt the weight of the bike. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Jiang Wanxing was already on the phone.
Hey.
I got pulled over for riding without a helmet. Can you bring me 2 helmets? I'm not going to the office this afternoon. I'm out flirting with men, yes. I'm at. Rong Xuyan. Before long, someone arrived with helmets, sent by Jiang Yuan's assistant. Jiang Yuan was currently hospitalized, and everyone at the company knew this little troublemaker was not to be trifled with, hence the special attention. The assistant, observing Jiang Wanxing and the man pushing the motorcycle beside her, paused in surprise. "Miss, the chairman instructed you not to cause trouble and to report before going out. Is he worried I'll get into trouble?" The assistant quickly shook his head. "No, the chairman is concerned about you." "Enough," Jiang Wanxing waved her hand dismissively. "Isn't he having surgery tomorrow? He should focus on himself instead of worrying about me. I don't want him to end up in worse shape." Jiang Yuan had a back issue, exacerbated when Jiang Wanxing had inadvertently caused him distress, leading to a herniated disc. However, it was just a minor surgery. There would be no complications. The assistant. Jiang Wanxing waved her hand again. "Remember to have the helmet expenses reimbursed by my father." With that, she donned the helmet, swung her leg over the motorcycle, and glanced at Rong Shuyan. "What are you waiting for?
Get on."
Rong Shuyan. Ultimately, with a request from Jiang Wanxing, he climbed onto the bike. Uncertain of her intentions, he felt, as a man older than her, he had little to worry about. Jiang Wanxing sped down the road, eventually arriving at a villa district on the outskirts. The Jiang family residence was located in the city center, a quaint three-story villa. When her mother was alive, they had chosen that property for its tranquility amidst the chaos. Yet in Jiang Wanxing's memories, she had always accompanied her mother to the outskirts for her health. After giving birth, Yan Shu's health had deteriorated significantly, eventually succumbing to severe depression. Struggling at the brink of life and death, the once renowned beauty, who had captivated the hearts of many, had become a mere shadow of her former self in her final year. Jiang Wanxing parked in front of a secluded villa and, after dismounting with Rong Shuyan, rang the doorbell. Shortly, a gray-haired elderly lady answered the door. "Come in. What are you standing there for?" Seeing Rong Shuyan still motionless, Jiang Wanxing beckoned him forward. Rong Shuyan pointed to the adjacent courtyard, saying, "That is my home." "Jiang Wanxing?" Rong Shuyan clarified. "I bought it a couple of years ago, but haven't lived here for long."
"Wow.
"What a coincidence," Rong Shuyan remarked. "It seems we are indeed fated." As the story unfolds, Jiang Wanxing playfully suggested, "Now that fate has brought us together, don't you wish to indulge in a sweet romance?" Rong Shuyan fell silent, while Jiang Wanxing erupted in laughter. Grandma Li is a deaf mute, yet she is adept at reading lips, thereby facing no barriers in communication. During Yan Shu's time, Grandma Li consistently cared for the mother-daughter duo, earning great respect from Jiang Wanxing.
Grandma Li nodded in acknowledgement.
As Jiang Wanxing walked, she looked up at Rong Shuyan, her smile revealing two adorable little tiger teeth, a sight utterly delightful. Her appearance evokes affection and a protective instinct in others, charming both men and women alike. Rong Shuyan, recalling her earlier words, perceived her childlike impulsiveness and softly inquired, "What do you like about me?" Without hesitation, Jiang Wanxing replied, "I like how handsome you are and you easily inspire certain thoughts." The latter part of her statement remained unspoken, her large eyes brimming with innocence. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Jiang Wanxing grasped his hand firmly, declaring, without a word, "It means you agree." Rong Shuyan protested, "I didn't." Jiang Wanxing leaned closer, her voice lowered. "Tomorrow, my friend will bring you the materials you desire. If you back out now, the materials will be gone." Rong Shuyan, not angered, smiled with a hint of helplessness. "Who taught you these things? How can a young girl think like this?" Jiang Wanxing raised her chin and replied slowly, "Resources, power, and wealth are meant to be utilized, right? By employing these, one can acquire everything they desire, the finest things." Rong Shuyan's mind seemed to lag, gradually realizing this young girl was not ordinary. He gently plucked a dry leaf from her hair, stating, "That's not it." Jiang Wanxing squinted at him. "What are you saying?" He continued, "To possess these means you bear greater responsibility." Jiang Wanxing teased, "What grade are you in, little friend?" Rong Shuyan was momentarily taken aback. "You are so juvenile," she added. The atmosphere between them felt strangely peculiar, though he could not pinpoint why. Perhaps it was Jiang Wanxing's rapid shifts in demeanor that left him bewildered. Situated in the suburbs, the villa's grounds are considerably spacious due to lower land prices compared to the city center. Noticing his silence, Jiang Wanxing playfully licked one of her tiger teeth. "This was where my mother recuperated. She loved my father deeply, to the core. Even though he did not love her back, she persistently sought his affection." At her words, Rong Shuyan's gaze faltered, unsure of how to respond. Yet Jiang Wanxing smiled, adding, "If it were me, I would choose to chain him up. What does it matter if there is no sincerity? As long as the ownership lies with her. How to manage that possession should be her decision." Rong Shuyan was taken aback. A glimmer of mischief flashed in Jiang Wanxing's eyes. "You are mine now?" Rong Shuyan asked, "Where did you learn all this?" "From novels." Jiang Wanxing's smile instantly morphed into a charming, innocent expression. "That's how they write it." Unable to resist, Rong Shuyan gently patted her head. "Don't believe all of this." Jiang Wanxing clasped her hands behind her back, grinning but falling silent. Though Grandma Li lived alone in the villa, it was impeccably clean, retaining its original arrangement. The villa, including the basement, comprised 4 stories. Due to Yan Shu's poor health, an elevator was installed beside the staircase. Jiang Wanxing beckoned Rong Shuyan to follow her as they ascended to the 3rd floor. This level housed 3 rooms and a generously sized exhibition hall adorned with a large oil painting. The painting depicted an exquisitely beautiful woman. Her features a harmonious blend of Western depth and Eastern elegance, her brown curls cascading perfectly, without a flaw. Rong Shuyan noticed a resemblance between her and Jiang Wanxing, albeit the woman in the painting appeared older. Jiang Wanxing gazed at the portrait, a smile gracing her lips. "This is my mother, Yan Shu. I wonder if she lost her mind falling for Jiang Yuan, loving him to the point of obsession." As she spoke, she approached the painting and on tiptoe, carefully took it down. Rong Shuyan instinctively stepped forward to assist. Once the painting was down, Jiang Wanxing extracted a bundle of letters from behind it. She recalled vividly how Yan Shu, during the writing of those letters, had been in a state of profound mental and physical decline, perhaps due to prolonged depression. She had even begun to resent the man she loved for a lifetime. Upon regaining her senses, her infatuation with Jiang Yuan returned. These letters were penned during her unstable mental state. "Let us go," Jiang Wanxing said. Rong Shuyan, puzzled, thought, what was the purpose of coming here together? Even without voicing his question, Jiang Wanxing discerned his confusion. She replied cryptically, "I have psychological trauma associated with this place, and prefer not to come alone." Rong Shuyan refrained from probing further. Upon exiting, Rong Shuyan pointed to the adjacent villa. After seeing the painting, Jiang Wanxing's earlier enthusiasm had faded. She nodded casually, stating, "The materials you seek will be brought by my friend tomorrow. Let us meet again tonight." Upon hearing this, Rong Shuyan absently stroked his gloved hand, his gaze deep and contemplative. After a long silence, he finally acknowledged her. Jiang Wanxing then mounted her motorcycle, donned her helmet, and sped away. At the company, shortly after Jiang Yuqin issued an apology, Zhou Na burst into her lounge. "Yuqin, what on earth are you doing? Why did you publicly admit to being an illegitimate child?" Jiang Yuqin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her vulnerability evident. "What else could I do? The truth is undeniable. I've discussed it with my mother. As long as Wanwan can be appeased and let us go, she can ask anything of me." Zhou Na's expression stiffened momentarily before she sighed in resignation. "Well, it's your parents who made the mistakes, not you."
You were just a child back then.
Chapter 27. Are you deflating my tires for revenge? Upon entering the company, Jiang Wanxing sensed an unusual scrutiny from those around her. Not one to shy away from confrontation, she approached a staff member directly.
Huh?
The staff member blinked in surprise before hastily shaking her head. "And no, it's nothing." Jiang Wanxing, however, showed no intention of letting her go. She fixed her gaze intently on the staff member, causing her to feel increasingly uneasy. "Miss, I have something to do," the staff member began. But Jiang Wanxing's radiant smile only widened. She pulled out a brand new, unopened lipstick from her bag and handed it to the staff member. "Just tell me what is going on. I won't betray you, and I'll find out eventually." Since Jiang Wanxing joined the company, very few had actually encountered her in person. Now, faced with the real second young lady, the staff member realized she was not quite as she had imagined. Hesitating, she looked at the lipstick, a luxury she typically would not indulge in. Jiang Wanxing noticed her reluctance and firmly pressed the lipstick into her hands. "Tell me what you know." The staff member, stealing a glance at Jiang Wanxing, felt her cheeks warm unexpectedly. Lowering her voice, she whispered, "Miss, you should check Weibo." "Weibo?" Jiang Wanxing's expression brightened with delight. "All right, I understand," she said, making her way towards the elevator while glancing at her phone. Although she occasionally posted videos on short video platforms, she rarely used Weibo, only logging in occasionally to catch up on gossip. Upon logging in, she immediately came across Jiang Yuqin's newly released apology statement. Jiang Yuqin candidly admitted to her past as an illegitimate child, stating that she had been unaware of this fact until now. She had always believed she had a complete and happy family, completely oblivious to the fact that her father was already married. In the video, a bandage adorned her forehead, and her complexion was as pale as paper. Her voice was equally soft. Wanwan, I am sincerely sorry. We refrained from mentioning you in the public eye to protect you. You were young and straightforward, unaware of the perils of public opinion. All I wished was for you to lead a joyful life. As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. Her heartfelt sincerity, coupled with her injured appearance, instantly swayed many netizens to her side. What does the grievances of the previous generation have to do with Jiang Yuqin, who wishes to be an illegitimate child? If given a choice, who wouldn't want to stand on the moral high ground to condemn others? Even if there are mistakes, they belong to Jiang Yuqin's parents. She was just a child back then. I can't help but laugh at that idiot. I just checked her videos, and all she does is play. She's a pampered young lady who knows nothing of the world's hardships. It's no wonder the comment section is filled with sycophants. Aside from Jiang Xiangyuan's infidelity, I haven't seen the Jiang family wrong her in any way. Where does she get the money to indulge in such antics? Qin has been a top student since childhood, and her entry into the entertainment industry was built on her own efforts. While that idiot has merely enjoyed the privileges of her family, yet remains unsatisfied. Those criticizing Qin in the comments must be deluded. What wrong has she committed? Should she be condemned for not being born to the legitimate wife? Wake up. Seeing Qin like this breaks my heart. Jiang Wanxing read these comments, not feeling anger, but rather amusement. She entered the elevator and casually dialed Jiang Xiangyuan's number. After 5 or 6 seconds, he answered. Wanwan, what's the matter now? Jiang Wanxing replied ambiguously, Dad, have you seen Jiang Yuqin's Weibo post? Jiang Xiangyuan fell silent for a moment before responding, Yes, I spoke with Yuqin. I told her to step back for you, and she has. What more do you want? Step back? Is this what you call stepping back? Jiang Wanxing retorted. Jiang Xiangyuan's tone turned displeased. Wanwan, you said you wanted to join the company, and I did not oppose you. Now the whole family is accommodating you, and you should know when to be satisfied. Do you want to create chaos? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanxing laughed, though she herself was unsure of the reason for her laughter. Dad, I am giving you one last opportunity. Before tomorrow's press conference, publicly disclose the truth about the past, clarifying how my mother died, and why I went abroad. Otherwise, when I speak up tomorrow, resolving the matter will not be so simple. Jiang Xiangyuan's tone turned stern. Wanwan, have you lost your mind? This happened years ago. Can't we let the past remain in the past? This time, Jiang Wanxing did not utter another word and hung up the phone. For the rest of the afternoon, she meticulously organized all the materials needed for the press conference scheduled for the following day. Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot of the company building, a group of young men in their 20s surrounded Jiang Wanxing's motorcycle. Young Master Jiang, are you sure the surveillance has been dealt with? In this day and age, teaching someone a lesson is no small matter. If your sister reports us, we could all end up behind bars. Jiang Chenxi stood nearby, his face visibly twisted with irritation. That wretched girl is merely a pampered actress, and she's gone too far. Don't worry, even if something happens, I am my father's only son. He won't abandon me. The thought of his younger sister's lamentations only fueled Jiang Chenxi's disdain for Jiang Wanxing. What a dreamer! Although Jiang Chenxi spoke confidently, the man who had just spoken still felt a twinge of unease. He pulled out his phone to show Jiang Chenxi some of Jiang Wanxing's previous videos. Young Master Jiang, your sister seems rather exceptional. If she decides to run, can we catch up with her? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chenxi merely glanced at the screen and dismissively stated, Fake.
Huh?
It's all fake. She didn't show her face in the videos, and those who fell for her tricks are just fools. You are right, young master. As Jiang Wanxing exited the elevator, she spotted a group of men surrounding her motorcycle, wielding sticks, clearly intending to confront her. They were prepared to chase her the moment she attempted to flee. However, to their surprise, Jiang Wanxing did not run away. Instead, she approached them leisurely. She tilted her chin at Jiang Chenxi. Hey, what are you doing here? Are you deflating my tires as revenge? As she spoke, she casually raised her hand, adjusting her collar, where she discreetly clipped a miniature camera. Chapter 28. I was careless and did not evade. As an amateur sports streamer, Jiang Wanxing had a habit of carrying a sports camera with her. Her method of filming was straightforward. She would place one camera in a position that captured her entire figure and wear another on her person. After filming, She would edit the first-person and third-person perspectives together, resulting in a video. She did this not for profit but merely to showcase her life, akin to sharing moments on social media. Although Jiang Chenxi had faced losses at Jiang Wanxing's hands before, he was unafraid now due to his number of companions. Jiang Wanxing squinted with a smile, curiously inquiring, "What are you planning to do to me?" Jiang Chenxi coldly replied, "You think just because you hold shares in the company, and your father can't touch you, that you can act recklessly? Many matters are not as simple as you think." Jiang Wanxing looked at him with a gaze of disbelief. "So, what exactly do you plan to do to me?" Her appearance lacked any overt aggression, and even when casting a disdainful look, it evoked little animosity. One of the young men beside Jiang Chenxi hesitated and softly suggested, "Young Master Jiang, she's your sister. Perhaps it's better to let it go. Families shouldn't have such conflicts." "Sister? Nonsense. My sister is nearly driven to death by her. She's nothing but a little wretch." Jiang Chenxi scoffed. "Did she not openly admit to hitting others? Then I shall teach her a lesson today. Go for it." With that, the others remained still, hesitating whether to offer further advice. Their reluctance to act stemmed not from fear of Jiang Wanxing, but from a reluctance to bully a young girl. Especially seeing her delicate and frail appearance made it hard for these grown men to lay a hand on her. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanxing was already unbuttoning her sleeves, rolling them up. Jiang Chenxi had no idea what she intended to do. In the next moment, Jiang Wanxing delivered a slap that would be etched in his memory for life, sending him staggering to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he lost 2 molars. "Everyone present. Teach you a lesson, huh? Jiang Chenxi, with your meager skills, you should be teaching your own mother a lesson." As she spoke, she kicked Jiang Chenxi, lying on the ground, and then turned her gaze to the others. "If you don't leave, are you waiting for me to call the police?" Everyone, who was supposed to call the police, yet, witnessing the situation before them, they dared not linger. After all, regardless of the nature of the sibling quarrel, it ultimately remained a private family matter. Should they intervene, and if the young girl truly decided to involve the authorities, no one would emerge unscathed. Consequently, the group accompanying Jiang Chenxi began to withdraw. Jiang Chenxi, seething with anger, appeared on the verge of an explosive outburst. You. Young Master Jiang, I believe this is a family matter for you. It's best we don't interfere, so we shall take our leave." With that, the others hastily made their exit. Jiang Wanxing observed this and couldn't help but smile. "Jiang Chenxi, did Jiang Yuqin send you here?" Jiang Chenxi glared at her. "How can you even say that? Yuqin has always been accommodating, yielding in every way. What do you truly desire? To drive her to despair? What a commendable brother you are." Jiang Wanxing scoffed, leisurely squatting before him, locking eyes with him. Jiang Chenxi, filled with indignation, attempted to rise and retaliate. But Jiang Wanxing swiftly delivered another sharp slap to his face. "When you relied on your 2 years of age to bully me, you were quite arrogant. Now that you cannot prevail, why do you still behave so brazenly?" The twins born to Su Man exhibited starkly contrasting personalities. Jiang Yuqin relished in provoking her with seemingly casual remarks and subtle actions, only to display Jiang Wanxing's emotional turmoil to everyone, thus highlighting her own docility and understanding. In contrast, Jiang Chenxi was far more straightforward and reckless. "Jiang Wanxing, do not be so arrogant. I will inform our father." "Inform him of what? That I struck you?" Jiang Wanxing appeared to find the notion utterly amusing, her smile widening. "You are not a child anymore. Do not be so absurd." With that, she lost interest in engaging further and stood to leave. At that moment, Jiang Chenxi, unwilling to concede, lunged at her once more. A piercing scream echoed throughout the parking lot. "Are you comfortable now?" Jiang Chenxi lay on the cold ground, overwhelmed by pain. I will not let this go." Jiang Wanxing chuckled derisively, pushing her motorcycle as she exited. Initially, she assumed Jiang Chenxi's threat of retribution would entail seeking out others to teach her a lesson. Little did she anticipate that Jiang Chenxi would actually call the police. At the police station, in the interrogation room, Jiang Wanxing animatedly recounted the events to the officer. "A young man in his 20s approached me with a left jab, followed by a right kick and simultaneously a left front kick. I was caught off guard, didn't dodge. Smiled. And then he suddenly attacked me. Bam. A right kick.
Bam.
A 5-hit combo. I didn't truly hurt him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanxing innocently blinked. "Victim? No. He is my brother." "Your brother?" The officer appeared perplexed. The victim hadn't mentioned any familial ties. Jiang Wanxing resolutely stated, "He is indeed my brother, born from my stepmother. If you doubt me, you may call my father for confirmation. My father is the chairman of Jiang Entertainment, a significant taxpayer in Ningqing. You must know him. With that, she innocently blinked again. Moreover, I was merely defending myself. He was the one who brought a group of thugs to assault me. Since she had only recently turned 18, the officer felt that this young woman was ill-equipped to handle such serious trouble and proceeded to contact Jiang Yuqin. Meanwhile, another officer noted, the surveillance cameras at the scene were all damaged. Indeed. Jiang Wanxing clapped her hands. They did that. You should investigate who vandalized the cameras. And I have a mini camera on me. The footage of the incident is on my phone. You carry a camera with you? Yes, I am an internet celebrity. Documenting my life is essential for my profession. The officer was left speechless. Chapter 29. As a wealthy second-generation individual, why work when one could squander wealth? The officer observed Jiang Wanxing as she naturally opened her video platform homepage for him. I am a legitimate streamer, typically recording short videos. I never anticipated my brother would harbor such animosity towards me, leading a large group to ambush me in the underground parking lot and even deliberately damaging the cameras. As she spoke, a hint of sadness and disappointment flickered in Jiang Wanxing's eyes. The officer leaned in closer.
Wow.
Over 300,000 fans, nearing 400,000, a major internet star. With Jiang Wanxing's identity revealed, her follower count surged exponentially within just a few days. And several agencies had already offered exorbitant salaries to sign her. Yet, despite being a wealthy second-generation individual, she chose to work rather than squander her inheritance. Thus, she declined all offers. The officer curiously browsed through her homepage videos, all showcasing high-difficulty extreme sports that would make even the audience's legs tremble. Noticing the officer's silence, Jiang Wanxing pulled up the footage captured by her camera. Since the camera was clamped to her collar, the video presented only her perspective. In the footage, it was evident that Jiang Chenxi had led a group of ruffians to await Jiang Wanxing, all armed with clubs, appearing quite menacing. So, how did you manage to inflict such damage? He lost teeth.
Me?
Jiang Wanxing pondered for a moment before leisurely replying, I merely held back. I didn't actually hit him. The officer was incredulous. You didn't strike him, yet he sustained such severe injuries? Jiang Wanxing stroked her chin. I am a sports streamer, after all. A sports streamer caused him to lose 2 teeth with a slap? Well, I might have inadvertently crossed paths with a world champion in unrestricted fighting before. So I possess considerable strength, thus my self-defense skills are strong. The officer remained speechless. Fighting is a form of sport, isn't it?
Right?
The officer remained at a loss for words. Ultimately, Jiang Wanxing was released. Jiang Yuqin was scheduled for surgery for a herniated disc the following day and could not attend himself. Instead, his secretary came to clarify the situation to the police. Jiang Wanxing received a reprimand from the officer and reflected deeply on her actions. The secretary escorted Jiang Wanxing out of the police station. In traditional Chinese culture, family ties are often prioritized, rendering acts of violence within families seemingly trivial. Years ago, a young Jiang Wanxing had reported her brother Jiang Chenxi to the police due to his violent treatment. She was a child of that family.
Now,
it appeared that the roles had reversed. Jiang Wanxing relished in the process of turning the tables. At that moment, Secretary Li regarded Jiang Wanxing with a complex expression. Second miss, the chairman requests your presence at the hospital.
all right.
Jiang Wanxing yawned lazily. This troublesome matter provides the perfect opportunity to report to my father. Secretary Li remained speechless. At the hospital, Su Man sobbed beside Jiang Yuqin's hospital bed, tears streaming down her cheeks. In her youth, she was considered quite beautiful. Even now, in her 40s, she maintained a youthful appearance akin to someone in their early 30s. Her rise to prominence stemmed from her understanding and charm, coupled with the birth of a pair of twins. As she spoke, Su Man cautiously observed Jiang Yuqin's expression. Jiang Yuqin, I do not intend to undermine Wanwan, but she has spent most of her life abroad. Her character differs from ours. If we allow this to continue, our family may fall apart. No sooner had she spoken than the door to the hospital room swung open from the outside. Jiang Wanxing entered leisurely, a smile gracing her lips.
Oh, what are you saying about me now?
Aunt, how could you be so unkind as to report me to my father behind my back? Upon hearing this, Su Man's breath caught in her throat. Jiang Yuqin recalled the events of the day and his expression darkened. Yet, before he could utter a reprimand, he was met with Jiang Wanxing's large, tear-brimmed eyes, which were reddened as if she were on the verge of crying. Both Jiang Yuqin and Su Man were momentarily taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor. Dad. Jiang Wanxing wiped her eyes and said, looking utterly aggrieved. It was my brother who sent someone to hit me, and when I retaliated, he called the police. We are family. Yet, he chose to report me over such a trivial dispute. Outside the police station, reporters were swarming. Even if her brother despised her, he should have considered their father's reputation. Jiang Yuqin. Jiang Wanxing continued to dab at her tears. He only sustained minor injuries. Yet I was taken to the police station and detained for several hours. It terrified me. Jiang Yuqin. Su Man interjected. Jiang Yuqin, please stop. Jiang Yuqin abruptly interrupted her. I told you not to provoke her. Why didn't you listen? Tell me, what did Chenxi want with her? Su Man's cries were suddenly stifled. Jiang Wanxing's lips curled into a slow smile. It must be said that Jiang Yuqin was indeed fair in certain aspects. In her childhood, when she was bullied, Jiang Yuqin ignored her out of fear of trouble. Now, after she had retaliated against Jiang Yuqin and Jiang Chenxi, he still wished to avoid involvement for the same reason. He had never wanted to solve problems, he only wished for them to stay away from him. In this peculiar atmosphere, Jiang Yuqin turned to Su Man. You may leave, I need to speak with Wan. Though, reluctant, Su Man had no choice but to rise and depart. Jiang Wanxing casually found a seat, her previous sorrow completely vanished, replaced by a cheerful demeanor.
Dad.
Do you have something you wish to discuss with me? Jiang Yuqin asked. Wan, what are your true feelings? Do you truly despise your brother and sister? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanxing tilted her head and laughed lightly. Am I not obvious enough? Why should there be so many reasons? They dislike me, and I dislike them. What is wrong with that? Jiang Yuqin replied, your father does not wish for you to have an irreparable rift with them. Wan, you have few relatives in this world. What will you do when I am no longer here? I will inherit the estate. What else can I do? Jiang Yuqin. I was joking. Jiang Wanxing softened her tone. Dad, you are not a fool. You can see what Jiang Yuqin and Jiang Chenxi truly are, you just choose not to voice it. Let us set aside Jiang Yuqin for now. Let us talk about Jiang Chenxi. Does he deserve to inherit your fortune? If you had a son worthy of the family name, I would be willing to relinquish my shares. As for Jiang Chenxi, I would rather throw his shares into the street than give them to him. As she spoke, Jiang Wanxing wore a beguiling smile. And what of Su Man? Dad, think back to my mother, and then to Su Man. Does she even deserve to lace my mother's shoes? Upon hearing Jiang Wanxing suddenly mention Yan Shu, Jiang Yuqin's eyes glazed over for a moment. Men are often like this. Even when Yan Shu was alive, Jiang Yuqin had grown exceedingly weary of her, to the point where he did not even wish to cast a glance in her direction. Contemplating this, he felt a twinge of compassion for his daughter, Jiang Wanxing. Chapter 30. The investor for the variety show is the only son of the group's owner, whose surname appears to be Rong. Wan, your father's favorite child is you. Really? Jiang Wanxing's large eyes sparkled. Father, do you mind if I act a little crazy? Jiang Yuqin sighed deeply. What parent truly gets angry at their child? Jiang Yuqin, in utter ignorance, was about to find himself driven to madness. The following day, a press conference was held in the auditorium. Jiang Wanxing donned a formal black suit, and her usual dazzling nails were completely removed. Her face appeared small, resembling that of a petite girl standing at merely 1.50 meters. However, in reality, she stood at 1.68 meters, and even in such formal attire, she carried herself well. The audience consisted of various media reporters invited to the press conference. The apology posted by Jiang Yuqin on Weibo had already stirred considerable buzz online. As soon as Jiang Wanxing made her entrance, the reporters swarmed her like flies drawn to meat, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Jiang Wanxing smiled slightly and asked, "Thank you all for attending. Do you know what day it is today?" The crowd looked on in confusion. Today marks the 12th anniversary of my mother, Yan Shu's passing. She was quite famous back in her day. I wonder if you all still remember her. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. The once celebrated actress, Yan Shu, had captured the hearts of many with her mixed heritage beauty, becoming a shining star in the minds of a generation. Many veterans in the film industry remarked that Yan Shu had a face full of stories. Wherever she stood, she drew the eyes of all. Unfortunately, at the peak of her career, she chose to marry, and later, due to infertility and her husband's infidelity, she gradually faded from public view. It dawned on everyone that the man who had once won the beauty's heart only to betray her was none other than Jiang Yuqin, the current chairman of Jiang Entertainment. Jiang Wanxing continued, As the sole heir mentioned in Yanshu's will, I inherit her shares in Ningqing Jiang Culture Communication Company Limited, along with various properties. Until I reached adulthood, these shares were held by a professional agency on my behalf. Now that I am of age, I will enter the Jiang Entertainment Board as an executive director and directly participate in the management of the company. Jiang Wanxing's maternal grandparents had already passed away during Yan Shu's lifetime. Without a will, the law would dictate that her estate be divided among her spouse and children. Yet, perhaps in a moment of clarity while drafting her will, Yan Shu had bequeathed everything to her daughter, Jiang Wanxing. Jiang Wanxing calmly and slowly detailed the purpose of the press conference, while journalists below were live-streaming the event. The broadcast garnered unprecedented attention.
Miss.
This is what a true heiress looks like. What is Jiang Yuqin even? I always thought she carried a hint of tea flavor. Absolutely stunning. Sister, slay me. Don't be too rigid with gender norms. How charming. Jiang Yuqin's tea skills are quite impressive. Once Jiang Wanxing completed her remarks, she lifted her gaze to the audience. Please, one at a time, I have plenty of time. A female reporter in the front row immediately stood up and asked. Hearing this, Jiang Wanxing tilted her head, pondering for a moment. The female reporter. The reporter blinked, unable to locate Jiang Xiangyuan amidst the crowd. Wan, your father's favorite child is you. Everyone gasped in surprise. Jiang Wanxing smiled and asked, This is a press conference. Surely no one doubts my authenticity, do they? The female reporter's voice seemed caught in her throat, unable to rise or fall. Then, how do you explain the recent hospitalizations of your brother and sister, Miss Jiang? Jiang Wanxing retorted, Is there a need to explain the trivial squabbles between siblings? Just when everyone assumed she would not provide further clarification, she spoke up once more. The cause of my altercation with Jiang Yuqin stemmed solely from her mention of my mother that day, and her remarks regarding my mother's death, which I found deeply offensive. As for Jiang Chenxi, the police have a detailed account of his criminal actions, and I shall disclose the entire matter after the press conference concludes. Everyone was taken aback. Criminal actions? This girl certainly has a way with words. Jiang Wanxing, while adjusting her laptop on the table, spoke nonchalantly next. Another male journalist stood up. Miss Jiang, you have repeatedly referred to the late actress Yanning, who's been gone for many years. Do you intend to exploit your mother's fame for publicity? Exploit? Jiang Wanxing inquired, Could you enlighten me on what my ulterior motive might be? The male journalist, without hesitation, replied, Naturally, to garner attention. And then? Jiang Wanxing pressed on. Perplexed. What benefits would that bring me? The male journalist was momentarily at a loss for words and finally stammered, Moreover, I noted that the timestamp of your first video coincides closely with Jiang Yuqin's debut. Is there a connection between the two? This question was particularly piercing, and the online audience erupted. Jiang Yuqin's fans rushed to her defense. Enough already. Are you addicted to flattery? No matter how good Jiang Wanxing is, what does she have to do with our Qin? Those who call her old slave should consider whether Miss Jiang even acknowledges you. It's laughable. This so-called sister accorded her father's words. How starved for affection must she be? Truly pitiful. Jumping around like a clown. It's only because our Qin has a good temper that she doesn't stoop to her level. Portraying herself as a wealthy heiress while viciously clinging to Qin. How laughable. However, aside from Jiang Yuqin's fans, there were numerous bystanders. They were astounded by the comments made by Jiang Yuqin supporters. It should be noted that the persona of a wealthy heiress was one Jiang Yuqin had cultivated for herself. Previously, many fans from other factions had questioned Jiang Yuqin's resource acquisition, yet her supporters always defended her adamantly, stating, Qin is the Jiang family's heiress. If the resources aren't allocated to her, then to whom? Now, the tide had turned, and they were attempting to bite back? In the company's lounge, Jiang Yuqin, upon witnessing the live broadcast, angrily hurled everything on the table to the ground. Zhou Na entered upon hearing the commotion, glanced at the chaotic scene, and then proceeded to sit down, as if she hadn't seen it. What's the point of being upset? If she has chosen the persona of a wealthy heiress, then she should embody that role with perseverance and kindness. Although she has entered the board, the major decisions still rest with the chairman. Does the chairman truly favor her enough to jeopardize you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuqin gradually calmed down. She took a deep breath, her expression agitated, her tone cold. My father is a man of profit. Jiang Wanxing holds a substantial stake in the company. If she stirs up trouble, my father will undoubtedly side with her. Zhou Na grasped Jiang Yuqin's hand and gently said, You can transform yourself into someone who brings greater profit to the chairman.
What?
Jiang Yuqin queried. The variety show that Jiang Wanxing previously secured for Qi ran. I'll find a way to get you a spot. The investor behind this show is the only son of the group's owner, who bears the surname Rong. I've inquired. And this young Master Rong appears to be rather unpretentious, not the typical playboy. He may even make an appearance after the show wraps up. You should seize the opportunity. She mentioned that he might be surnamed Rong because the group's owner is a woman, a former high-ranking executive at the World Bank, with a vast network of connections. It is said that this formidable woman has been divorced once and has only one son, who, although not bearing her surname, is indeed a legitimate heir. Chapter 31. That person is my target. Do not even think about it. Jiang Yuqin frowned. Are you suggesting I ingratiate myself with the investor behind the variety show? Despite her background, she was raised in luxury. That is not my intention, Zhou Na quickly clarified. This young Master Rong is not what you envision. I've heard he is a bit of a bookworm and should be manageable. Seeing Jiang Yuqin still displaying distaste, Zhou Na's expression grew serious. The heir of the group. The company is a significant player in the international financial arena. To put it bluntly, does it matter to him whether your father is the chairman of the Jiang family or a mere worker? There is no distinction. At this, Jiang Yuqin paused. Zhou Na continued, her tone soothing. Moreover, this young Master Rong is quite young, only in his early 20s. Jiang Yuqin's eyes sparkled with interest. Finally, she took the initiative to grasp Zhou Na's hand. Sister Zhou, thank you. I knew you would have my best interests at heart. Zhou Na sighed with relief. Yuqin, do not concern yourself with Jiang Wanxing's press conference for now. I will arrange matters for your career. The chairman is undergoing surgery today. You must hurry to the hospital to accompany him. After all, the company ultimately answers to the chairman. All right, I will go immediately. At the press conference, Jiang Wanxing faced the journalists' pointed questions, her demeanor turning scornful. I open my social media account merely to share my daily life. As for when Jiang Yuqin debuted, how would I know? What relevance does it hold for me? Yet you seem to harbor animosity toward Miss Jiang Yuqin. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Wanxing snapped her fingers. You've hit the nail on the head. Just as everyone was puzzled, unsure of her meaning, the screen behind Jiang Wanxing suddenly illuminated. Displayed was a suicide note. But her love betrayed her, leading her into severe depression, and ultimately, she began to experience symptoms of dissociation. The journalists below were taken aback by Jiang Wanxing's sudden revelation and quickly scrambled to take photographs. The flash of cameras and the click of shutters filled the room. Jiang Wanxing stood on stage, methodically revealing Yan Shu's suicide note one page at a time. I do despise them. I harbor animosity toward them. Is there a problem with that? With those words, Jiang Wanxing decisively departed the stage. Immediately, staff members came up to announce that the press conference had concluded. The reporters present seemed unwilling to relent, eager to pursue Jiang Wanxing for further interviews, but they were blocked by security. Miss Jiang, is there any undisclosed secret surrounding the death of the late actress Yanning? Miss Jiang, it is said you have been abroad for many years. Have you been anticipating this day all along? Will you accept Jiang Yuqin's previous apology? The reporters, thwarted by security, continued to shout their questions. Just then, Jiang Wanxing abruptly halted her steps. The journalists' eyes sparkled with anticipation. To their surprise, Jiang Wanxing merely reached out and randomly pulled two individuals from the obstructed reporters, dragging them along as she exited. Everyone was taken aback. Once outside the hotel via the back entrance, Jiang Wanxing released her grip, crossing her arms and squinting at the two individuals before her. Standing in front of her were a young man and woman, both clad in black suits akin to the reporters, blending in seamlessly. However, once singled out, their appearances were striking. The young man smiled and removed his hat, revealing a shockingly bright golden mane. He appraised Jiang Wanxing's current attire, chuckling, "Oh, our princess has transformed into a strong woman?" Jiang Wanxing scoffed, but chose not to engage with him. Didn't he say you would arrive in the afternoon? The so-called princess is certainly not a term of endearment. Back when Jiang Wanxing was young and had just entered the mercenary base, she boasted alongside a group of naive youths, with her grandmother being Argentinian. Her hair and eye color were significantly lighter than they are now, complemented by the exquisite beauty typical of East Asian features. At a glance, one could hardly discern her regional origins. Additionally, her fluency in Mandarin, English, and Spanish, coupled with an air of a pampered princess, managed to convince many. However, her dreams during sleep eventually revealed the truth, turning the incident into a running joke. Jin Chunkin ruffled his hair, flattened by his cap, with a smile. Isn't this an occasion to witness your speech? In such a gathering filled with fools, lacking a heavy machine gun is akin to losing one's soul.
Get lost.
A silent woman beside him pulled him aside, then leaned toward Jiang Wanxing with sparkling eyes. What about that handsome guy over there? Jiang Wanxing scoffed. I have my eye on him. You can forget about it. Mixue directly linked her arm with Jiang Wanxing's. I don't mind joining you. Jiang Wanxing? Chapter 32. Jiang Wanxing, situated in the Gray Iron Delta, is part of a premier international mercenary organization, a colossal commercial conglomerate primarily focused on arms development, production, and sales. Such a complex organization naturally has its divisions. The Gray Iron Delta is divided into 21 sectors, each led by an individual referred to as the chief instructor of that sector. Jiang Wanxing is the chief instructor of Sector 16, codenamed Sea Anemone. The newcomers are the chief instructors of Sector 20, Haidongqing, and Sector 17, Silver Fox. Noticing that Mixue still wanted to cling to her, Jiang Wanxing stepped aside, casting a sidelong glance at Jin Qingcan. Haidongqing, did you bring what I asked for? Of course, Jin Qingcan replied, raising an eyebrow as he draped his coat over his arm and loosened his tie. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, with elongated eyes and sharply defined features, he possessed a naturally menacing visage that, when expressionless, could be quite intimidating. However, when he smiled, his charm effortlessly drew attention away from his otherwise fearsome appearance. In contrast, Mixue, while not particularly distinctive, possessed a beauty that was unforgettable, enhanced by an aura of lavishness brought about by wealth. Jin Qingcan pulled out a plate from his pocket. Just as Jiang Wanxing reached out to take it, he lifted it above his head. Jiang Wanxing stood her ground, narrowing her eyes dangerously. Are you seeking death?
All right, fine.
Here you go. Jiang Wanxing received the plate and tucked it away. With such trivial matters, couldn't you have just sent it online instead of making a special trip? While speaking, Jiang Wanxing sent a message to her family's driver and casually walked ahead with the two of them. Chairman? Jin Qingcan, unaware of the context, suddenly became interested.
Indeed.
I plan to venture into the domestic entertainment industry.
Mo snird. Ternen to Jin Qingcan.
I want you Westerners to know that Hawaii is the best. Jin Qingcan. Jiang Wanxing couldn't help but shift her gaze to Mixue. On behalf of the domestic entertainment industry, I thank you. With you in the industry, we will at least regress by 20 years. After a while, Jiang Wanxing received a phone call and instructed the driver on the other end. The front door is blocked. Come to the back. Soon, the Jiang family's driver arrived to pick them up. However, upon seeing the two individuals standing next to Jiang Wanxing, he was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Wanxing merely explained, "These two are my friends. Find a decent place nearby, let us eat first." Understood. The driver complied, opening the back door for Jiang Wanxing. The two girls slid into the back seat, while Jin Qingcan efficiently took the front passenger seat. Jiang Wanxing reclined with her legs crossed, absorbed in her phone while playfully kicking the back of the passenger seat. Don't tell me you came just to deliver documents. Well, it's a small matter. Jiang Wanxing, speak. Jin Qingcan turned to her with a smile that hinted at mischief. I need to borrow some money. Jiang Wanxing paused, her hand still on her phone. And without inquiring how much, she replied without hesitation, get lost. I'm broke. At that moment, Mixue, chewing gum, languidly remarked. He knows you won't lend him any, so wasn't he really planning on asking you for money? You just turned him down once, he helped you this time. So you wouldn't reject him again, would you? Jiang Wanxing. Jiang Wanxing looked up again, meeting Jin Qingcan's smiling face. Her expression remained stoic. You're mistaken, I've already received the documents. How dare you still make demands of me? Do you not know that I pride myself on my thick skin? Jin Qingcan. Jiang Wanxing continued to focus on her phone. Noticing a slew of missed calls from Jiang Xiangyuan, she realized he must have completed surgery and learned about her announcement of Yan Shu's letter at the press conference. After blacklisting all her family as contacts, she raised her gaze to the driver. Stop ahead. The driver, puzzled, complied. Thus, the trio found themselves without transportation once again. Give me a piece of gum. Jiang Wanxing directly snatched a piece from Mixue's pocket and popped it into her mouth, then pointed toward a nearby commercial area. I'll treat you both to dinner and drinks tonight. Her demeanor suggested she had something to share, igniting the curiosity of the two, their eyes ablaze with intrigue. Jiang Wanxing smirked, casually stating, my old man just underwent surgery for a herniated disc and likely already knows about my betrayal at the press conference. Yesterday, he was all paternal affection, claiming I was his favorite child. Now he probably wishes he could crawl out of bed to berate us. Jiang Wanxing held no real resentment toward Jiang Xiangyuan. Rather, she felt pity for her mother. After all, Jiang Yuan's callousness and hypocrisy were not solely directed at her, but were equally bestowed upon everyone. What more could she say about such a situation? Chapter 33. With parents gone, the power is limitless. Jiang Wanxing couldn't help but chuckle, recounting previously, he attempted to strike me, but I dodged, resulting in a back injury that required surgery. Now, his entire family is neatly gathered in the hospital, which is rather convenient. It saves them the trouble of seeking me out. The trio entered a Japanese restaurant, and after being seated in a private room and placing their orders, they sat in silence, exchanging glances. Jiang Wanxing toyed with the plate in her hands. Jiang Yuqin finally broke the silence. What exactly are you investigating this for? Don't tell me it's for a man. Why not? Is it wrong to pursue happiness in a man? Jiang Wanxing rested her chin on her hand, her voice languid. There are so few things in this world that bring joy. If we tally them up, it's merely money, power, and love. I've got the first two. Am I not allowed to seek the last? Muyu's eyes sparkled with mischief.
Hi anemon.
Didn't you say you weren't into that? Jiang Wanxing sipped water, chuckling softly. It's not that I dislike men. I simply do not fancy those of little worth. Worth? Muyu asked curiously. What do you mean by worth? Jiang Wanxing replied enigmatically. The moon in the sky. The flowers in the water. She does not favor men who readily attach themselves to her. For her, romantic relationships are akin to a journey from nothing to something. What she cherishes is not the individual himself, but the process of acquiring him. The men I admire possess value. Those who admire me are worthless. And what of mutual affection? Just as Muyu concluded her statement, Jiang Wanxing waved her finger in front of her. I have stated that the men who like me are of no worth. You are truly despicable, Muyu exclaimed, followed by a laugh as she embraced Jiang Wanxing. However, you are quite wicked, and I find that delightful. Keep your distance. Muyu was pushed away, but remained unfazed, continuing. So, when will you showcase your moon from the horizon? As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Wanxing extended a finger towards her. Muyu? Jiang Wanxing. Within a month. Jiang Yuqin looked at her with a smile, inquiring, what kind of person is worthy of your attention? Someone affluent. Jiang Wanxing pouted in disappointment, lamenting that if he were not wealthy it would take merely a week, not a month. With a character as ethereal as Rong Shuyan's, should he come from humble beginnings, he would undoubtedly be met with misfortune. What a pity. As her words trailed off, both Jiang Yuqin and Muyu burst into laughter. A glimmer of insight flickered in Jiang Yuqin's eyes as he suggested, how about I assist you in pursuing a man, and you help me with a small favor? Jiang Wanxing, you want to help me pursue a man? Jiang Yuqin replied, do you doubt my capabilities? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanxing's amber eyes slowly turned. What favor do you require? Jiang Yuqin stroked his chin. I fancy a woman, but she does not hold me in high regard. She has fled. Jiang Wanxing countered, then give up. Violating a woman's will is illegal. If she does not like you, so be it. There are countless fish in the sea. Why fixate on a single flower? Jiang Yuqin. Muyu, such hypocrisy? At that moment, the waiter began serving the dishes. Jiang Wanxing gazed lazily at the spread before her. I have not violated any woman's will. Jiang Yuqin. Muyu, I find your reasoning quite sound. In the hospital, Jiang Yuan lay on the bed, the effects of the anesthesia still lingering in his lower back. However, local anesthesia did not hinder his ability to make phone calls. The room was filled with a circle of individuals, each wearing a different expression, none daring to speak. Jiang Yuqin's eyes were red as she prepared to say something when Jiang Yuan suddenly spoke up. Secretary Li, please inquire with the hospital about expediting my discharge. Jiang Yuan felt acutely that if he did not leave soon, Jiang Wanxing would ruin the company. Yes, Chairman, I will attend to it immediately. Following Jiang Wanxing's betrayal of Jiang Yuan at the press conference, the trending topics were overwhelmingly focused on their family. Yan Shu's passing occurred over a decade ago. Before her death, she had gradually faded from the entertainment industry, to the extent that her sudden demise stirred only fleeting attention, after which she was gradually forgotten.
Now,
this old grievance was unearthed, and the public was universally condemning the scoundrel and the unworthy. Fortunately, aside from Jiang Yuqin, the central figures were not public figures. As the chairman and president of Jiang Entertainment, Jiang Yuan already faced considerable criticism, but as long as it did not impact his profits, such matters were not significant. Of course, aside from the rampant denunciations of the scoundrel and the unworthy. Seriously, is Sister Miao truly exploiting her mother's death for publicity? Just forcing a persona, huh? Even if Jiang Xiangyuan wronged Yanshu, others have not wronged her. Why stir such family discord? I've come to realize that Jiang Wanxing is a real ingrate. A grand display of filial piety, indeed. Parents sacrificed, boundless powers. Many individuals flocked to Jiang Wanxing's short video account, hurling insults regarding her mother's death. Just as these individuals were engrossed in their tirades, Jiang Wanxing suddenly released a new video. The title read, "Girls Must Protect Themselves." Accompanied by an upbeat tune, the video showcased a gang of thugs wielding sticks, numbering around 7 or 8, congregating beside a motorcycle in an underground parking lot, clearly up to no good. Among them, apart from Jiang Chenxi, the heir of the Jiang family, the faces of the others were blurred. The camera was mounted on Jiang Wanxing's collar, rendering the video a first-person perspective. Following a moment of music, Jiang Chenxi's voice emerged. What a sister. My dear sister is nearly driven to her death by her. She is nothing but a little wretch. Did she not openly admit to hitting people? Then today, I shall teach her a lesson. You all attack. Suddenly, the scene shifted, revealing Jiang Chenxi preparing to strike Jiang Wanxing, only to be knocked down by a swift slap. The music resumed, and young men approached with jabs and kicks. I was careless, caught off guard by his sudden attack. Whether by coincidence or fate, every one of Jiang Wanxing's movements was perfectly timed. The entire video was captivating. Haha, I've lost count of how many times I've watched this. Jiang Chenxi is no better, bringing a gang to beat his sister. I thought the Jiang family treated Sister Miao well, but they act like a bunch of pure white lotuses. Not funny at all. If the girl in that situation weren't Miao Miao, if Miao Miao lacked self-defense skills, who knows what could have happened. Chapter 34. Take it easy. Sea anemone protects its food. Jiang Wanxing's humorous disclosure of the incident belied the shocking content it presented. An older brother, accompanied by a gang of thugs, attacking his own sister, a family dynamic that is simply chilling. Had Jiang Wanxing not possessed self-defense capabilities, the consequences would have been dire. The majority of netizens following the incident were women, who, through a simple shift in perspective, comprehended the gravity of the situation. Help! Why isn't Jiang Chenxi arrested? This behavior poses a societal threat. So, Sister Miao acted against Jiang Yuqin because she brought up her deceased mother, prompting Jiang Chenxi to retaliate, leading to him being hospitalized? A low-end wealthy family disputes, cunning schemes, high-end wealthy family disputes, an immediate left jab. Haha, your humor has brightened my day. After Jiang Wanxing posted the video, she did not dwell on the matter any longer. She had already moved on with her companions to the next endeavor. At the venue Yensa, 3 individuals sat at the bar, absorbing the surrounding music while exchanging glances. Muyu's eyes were fixated on Jiang Wanxing, scanning the sparse crowd. I said, is this place on the verge of closing? There are hardly any patrons. What is the point of being here with so few people? This place is rather well decorated, yet the lack of clientele gives it a sense of impending closure. The owner should liven things up a bit, otherwise it seems rather mediocre. Jiang Wanxing, smiling broadly, remained silent as she lowered her head, messaging Rong Shuyan. Loli Miaochan, hey. Loli Miaochan, the things you wanted have been brought by my friend. Loli Miaochan, I am currently at the bar on the first floor of Yensa. I am upstairs. Jiang Wanxing instinctively looked up. Rong Shuyan donned a casual outfit, tall and elegant, exuding an air of detachment as if he were isolated from the world. The moment Jiang Wanxing lifted her gaze, her eyes met those of the man upstairs. Rising, she made her way towards him.
Mixue exclaimed, wow.
Hai Kue, you truly prioritize romance over friendship. Before Muyu could finish, Jiang Wanxing had already entered the elevator. Stop calling, Jean Chinkin scoffed, raising his chin. Did you not see that person has already left? Hai Kue clearly came for him. He glanced at Rong Shuyan, who stood by the railing on the 3rd floor. This guy looks quite impressive. I knew she would be swayed by his looks. Although it's often said that beautiful appearances are commonplace, and interesting souls are rare, objectively speaking, a handsome visage is indeed a scarce resource. Muyu's face was filled with regret. That man is truly captivating. The moment I saw him, I even imagined the names of our future children. Alas, he is already taken. Jean Chinkin shot her a sidelong glance. Take it easy. Hai Kue is possessive. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanxing entered the private room with a beaming smile. Her natural cuteness became even more radiant with that smile. For reasons unknown, Rong Shuyan found himself smiling in response. As Jiang Wanxing settled onto the sofa, her hands tucked into her pockets, she showed no intention of initiating conversation. Thus, Rong Shuyan poured her a cup of tea and inquired, Miss Jiang, you received the materials, correct? Don't be so formal, just call me Xingxing, she replied. Xingxing? Jiang Wanxing gazed dreamily at the ceiling. I fondly recall 180,000 years ago when I was in Yuanmo, Yunnan, and you were in the capital, Zhoukou. Rong Shuyan? Jiang Wanxing sighed wistfully. I held your fluffy little hand. Love allowed us to stand upright. Back then, we hadn't evolved yet, but we grew up together. Carefree, and without anxieties about appearance, nor concerns about what to wear or where to live. Rong Shuyan. He was momentarily speechless, taking quite some time to respond. Eventually, he asked in astonishment, Are you referring to that gorilla? Perhaps Rong Shuyan's expression was too amusing. As Jiang Wanxing couldn't help but burst into laughter. She handed him the disc. Ha ha ha, your expression is priceless. I won't tease you any further. Here is the material for you to review. Rong Shuyan reluctantly accepted the disc and sought out a laptop to insert it. Jiang Wanxing had yet to see the contents of the disc, but she trusted Jin Qingqin not to err in such matters. In a bustling commercial district where every inch is precious, a venture like Tianxian's must cost a fortune, not to mention the renovations, which would amount to several million. Wealth truly brings audacity. Jiang Wanxing remarked, I'm sorry, I didn't realize your temperament was so delicate. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Jiang Wanxing, unable to restrain herself, asked, Wait, with your family's wealth, why are you running a loss-making clubhouse here? Are you out of your mind? Rong Shuyan also paused in silence. Because I dislike being busy. Jiang Wanxing, with her legs crossed casually, remarked lazily, No one in this world cares whether you like it or not. They only care about your usefulness. Indeed, you are correct, he replied. Jiang Wanxing? Rong Shuyan calmly stated. It is precisely because I am of little use that my mother sent me here to deal with various trifles. Jiang Wanxing, so? Thus, I decided to remain here. Primarily because it is relatively tranquil. Jiang Wanxing, impressive. Rong Shuyan continued, In truth, my main conflict with her lies in my desire to stay in a technical position. While she believes I should spend a few years in management to prepare for her role. For someone like Rong Shuyan who struggles with social interactions, being in a management position is a daunting task. Jiang Wanxing, impressive. Rong Shuyan chose not to elaborate further, focusing instead on the materials on the computer. Out of curiosity, Jiang Wanxing leaned in to take a look at the contents of the disc. The text was sparse, predominantly filled with images, numerous images. A significant portion depicted child abuse. Startling and distressing. Jiang Wanxing narrowed her eyes, her expression cooling. At that moment, however, Rong Shuyan abruptly shut the laptop. His demeanor remained calm, but his dark eyes seemed to harbor turbulent emotions. They exchanged glances for a moment and finally, Rong Shuyan took a deep breath and said, Wanxing, thank you. He no longer addressed her as Miss Jiang, and seeing his expression, Jiang Wanxing felt little inclination to jest. A person who relishes fun and prioritizes their own happiness. Jiang Wanxing was not adept at offering comfort. Perhaps Rong Shuyan did not require consolation. He likely needed silence. Thus, Jiang Wanxing rose, looking down at Rong Shuyan. If everything is in order, I shall take my leave. Until next time. He replied softly, Thank you. After Jiang Wanxing descended, the two individuals at the bar had grown bored and started playing on their phones. Jin Qingqin curiously inquired, Hi Kue, what is up with you? How did you come down so quickly? I thought you'd at least stay for 2 or 3 hours. He felt unwell after viewing the contents of that disc. Then you can take advantage of his vulnerability. Before he could finish, Jin Qingqin met Jiang Wanxing's sharp gaze, forcing him to chuckle awkwardly. You're still too naive. You don't know how to seize opportunities. Enough, Jiang Wanxing scoffed. You should know better. He asked, feeling down. How could I pursue him? As she spoke, she recalled the contents she had seen on Rong Shuyan's computer and couldn't help but ask. How do you have so many precise photographs of an organization that has been defunct for years? Jin Qingqin blinked slowly and replied, Because I used to be part of that organization. Jiang Wanxing? Understanding her curiosity, Jin Qingqin continued, Everything I can still remember has been documented. The disc contains the evidence I have collected over the years. And his tattoo? Do you have one too? Jin Qingqin nonchalantly remarked. That's just the Hai Dongqing on my shoulder. I once attempted to remove that tattoo, but those colors are tough to erase. I had to cut out the skin with the tattoo and undergo skin grafting, so I covered it with a new tattoo. Muyu took a sip of his drink. Such cult organizations still exist. It's possible that the one back then merely changed names and continues to operate. Jiang Wanxing pondered for a moment and decided not to ask further. Other people's matters were ultimately their own, and she felt no obligation to involve herself. Even if she harbored some fondness for Rong Shuyan, Jin Qingcan and Muyu claimed they had come to Huagua to see her, but each had their own affairs. Muyu intended to visit Xinguang Entertainment, while Jin Qingcan was supposedly pursuing love. After a night of drinking, they all went their separate ways. The following day, at Xinguang Entertainment, in the chairman's office, Jiang Xiangyuan had just been discharged from the hospital after surgery and immediately arrived at the company. Unleashing a torrent of anger towards Jiang Wanxing. He hadn't reacted this strongly when she previously criticized Jiang Yuqin online. However, when he himself became a notorious scoundrel, exposed for his past transgressions, he howled like a dog with its tail stepped on. Jiang Wanxing wore a sorrowful expression. Does my father not love me anymore? Does he only favor my elder siblings and not care for me? At this moment, Jiang Xiangyuan was engulfed in anger and was not about to soften his heart due to Jiang Wanxing's melodramatic words. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Wanxing, with a guilty look, interjected, "I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't realize your heart was so small." Jiang Xiangyuan's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say?" Jiang Wanxing blinked and repeated, "I'm sorry. I didn't know your heart was so small." You. Jiang Xiangyuan, still seated in his wheelchair, alternated between shades of green and red, culminating in a vibrant hue of frustration. Chapter 36. My pursuit is simply 2 words, happiness. Perhaps it was because he could not directly confront her with a strong retort. Jiang Xiangyuan felt his temper rising. Secretary Li entered upon hearing the commotion, and upon seeing Jiang Xiangyuan's countenance, was taken aback. "Second Miss Yu. What is it?" Jiang Wanxing replied innocently. "My father claims he treats me like a revered ancestor, yet he hasn't actually inscribed my name on the ancestral tablet for daily worship. Anyone can boast." She continued, "I merely remarked that he has a smaller heart than a gourd, and he is furious to the point of bursting." Secretary Li coughed, stunned. Jiang Xiangyuan trembled with rage. As if he could barely contain himself, he pointed towards the door, exclaiming, "Get out! Get away from me! I do not wish to see you." In response, Jiang Wanxing, her eyes still filled with innocence, turned and walked away. "Remember how, when I was angry in the past, you would always say, 'Your sister is just joking with you. Why are you so unreasonable?'" Jiang Xiangyuan shouted, "Get lost." As Jiang Wanxing exited, the office door slammed shut, and Jiang Xiangyuan violently swept everything off his desk onto the floor. Upon leaving, Jiang Wanxing remembered Jiang Xiangyuan's furious expression and couldn't help but laugh. Since true empathy does not exist in this world, she decided to let those around her experience it passively. Jiang Xiangyuan's furious roars echoed from the office. Secretary Li was in the office, trying to comfort Jiang Xiangyuan. "Chairman, the second miss is still young. Young people often have a bit of temperament. Please be more tolerant. In a few years it will be fine. She is doing it on purpose." Jiang Xiangyuan was not foolish. He could see through Jiang Wanxing's intentions. She is deliberately retaliating. Secretary Li could only continue to placate him. "Chairman, please don't be angry. The second miss did not mean it. Get lost. You too." Outside the chairman's office, Jiang Wanxing unexpectedly encountered Secretary Li, who had also been dismissed. Seeing Jiang Wanxing lingering outside, Secretary Li approached her helplessly, saying, "Second miss. The chairman is just furious, and your words were a bit too much. Once he calms down, you should apologize." Jiang Wanxing appeared quite aggrieved. "Secretary Li, you saw how my dad was acting just now, baring his teeth like a great bear from Journey to the West. It scared me to death." Secretary Li could only remain silent. Jiang Wanxing was not simply waiting there to complain. She sniffled and said, "Father seems genuinely angry."
No.
"How could the chairman be angry with you?" Secretary Li had no idea what Jiang Wanxing was thinking and could only nod. "Well, that's good," Jiang Wanxing continued. "Please inform my father that Qi Ran will be recording a variety show in the next few days, and I would like to join for some fun."
All right.
Allowing the chairman to cool off for a few days is also good. Jiang Wanxing left in high spirits. Upon returning to her office, she found Qi Ran anxiously waiting in a chair. Jiang Wanxing approached and patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, I will accompany you. I will help you deal with Jiang Yuqin." Upon hearing this, Qi Ran felt a bit embarrassed. The variety show she was about to participate in, Stars in the Countryside 3, had originally been taken from Jiang Yuqin. And if Jiang Yuqin also participated, she would undoubtedly target her. Lacking the means to contend with Jiang Yuqin, she had come to Jiang Wanxing for help. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble." "It's nothing," Jiang Wanxing waved her hand dismissively. My father just had surgery, and confronting him now feels a bit like bullying the weak and infirm. A lumbar disc herniation is merely a minor surgery. Theoretically, a few days of rest should suffice. However, Jiang Yuqin clearly intended to avoid any rest, and Jiang Wanxing genuinely feared that her father might succumb to anger so soon. Life should always have some pursuits. My pursuit is simply 2 words. Jiang Wanxing declared, her eyes glinting with excitement. Happiness. In the chairman's office, Su Man, who had originally been Jiang Yuqin's secretary, had resigned to focus on being a full-time wife after giving birth to twins. At this moment, she arrived with a beautiful lunchbox to deliver to Jiang Yuqin. Upon hearing Jiang Wanxing's words, Jiang Yuqin turned to look at her, displeased. She is a living person with legs. If she does not wish to leave, how can you send her abroad? Jiang Yuqin spoke gravely. Regarding the press conference matter, I have already instructed the PR department to manage the trending topic. Her current demeanor was merely a result of the previous discussions about transferring shares to Chenxi having angered her. Let us ignore her. She will cool off eventually. But Su Man couldn't help but interject. If things continue like this, we may not be affected. But what about Yuqin? Handle it as it should be. If she can't thrive in the entertainment industry, she should marry sooner. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Man felt a chill run down her spine. She opened her mouth but found no words. Jiang Yuqin, irritated, said, stop fixating on her. The secretary just informed me that that wild girl is on a business trip, and who knows where she is off to play. So we can have a few peaceful days. Su Man felt slightly reassured, but then seemed to recall something, cautiously speaking to Jiang Yuqin. Yuqin, you previously mentioned stopping Yuqin's engagements. Now that she knows her mistake, can we all just cool down a bit? Yuqin's career is also your investment. We can't ruin her, can we? Jiang Yuqin paused for a moment before replying. Let her do what she needs to do. Just one thing. Keep her away from that wild girl. Although Jiang Yuqin was selfish, he was not foolish. He was acutely aware of the friction among his 3 children. He merely chose to feign ignorance and not get involved. Chapter 37. Watch me with Jiang Yuqin in reality. The joyful moments always pass swiftly. Within a couple of days, Jiang Wanxing boarded Qi Ran's chauffeur-driven car, excitedly heading to the variety show recording location. The filming of Stars in the Countryside 3 was set in a rural area near Ningqing, requiring a journey of approximately 3 to 4 hours by car. Given Qi Ran's status, the company had not provided a chauffeur-driven car. However, since Jiang Wanxing was accompanying her for some entertainment, they certainly needed a bit of comfort. In the car, Jiang Wanxing reclined in a relaxed position and leisurely remarked, Sister Qi Ran, this variety show you are participating in is undoubtedly worth every penny. Ah? What do you mean? Qi Ran replied in confusion. Jiang Wanxing beamed with pride. Just wait and see me with Jiang Yuqin in reality. Qi Ran was baffled. My father just had lumbar surgery and my brother is hospitalized. Oh, and by the way, I also had a confrontation with my future sister-in-law's brother and scolded my brother's future father-in-law. The landmines here are almost buried. I will play with Jiang Yuqin for a bit longer. I mean, I have no other intentions. Qi Ran couldn't help but ask curiously, do you mean? Jiang Wanxing raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to inquire how Jiang Yuqin offended me to warrant such special care? Qi Ran dared not speak. But that was indeed the implication. Jiang Wanxing let out a light scoff. Do you know about reactive psychological abuse? Qi Ran paused for a moment, shaking her head. Jiang Wanxing reclined languidly in her seat, her gaze profound. At this point, she chuckled softly. The backstory is that the girl saved up 4,000 yuan. Her mother had originally promised to add another 2,000 for phone but then had a sudden change of heart. The mother attempted to coerce the girl into giving her the 4,000 by allowing onlookers to comment. The girl broke down amidst the stares of strangers, crying out to leave, while her mother stood still, letting the crowd witness her daughter's emotional collapse. Upon hearing this, Qi Ran thought for a moment. I seem to recall something like this happening, she remarked. Subsequently, the abuser crafted an image of a calm, innocent victim in front of the unsuspecting bystanders. Meanwhile, the victim was labeled as sensitive, irritable, violent, and mentally unstable. At this point, Qi Ran began to understand Jiang Wanxing's sentiment. Are you saying Jiang Yuqin treated you that way before? Jiang Wanxing nodded, unable to suppress a laugh. That was many years ago. It's not a deep-seated feud. Though she said this, memories of the past flooded back. She recalled when she was young, Jiang Yuqin accidentally broke a ceramic doll left to her by her mother. Then sincerely apologized while she sobbed uncontrollably. Everyone thought it was a trivial matter, but only she understood the significance of that shattered doll. Despite knowing Jiang Yuqin had done it intentionally, her reaction was deemed an overreaction, and others condemned her. Such incidents had not occurred just once or twice, but many times. Jiang Yuqin always struck at her most painful points, driving her to madness, and then presented herself as the innocent one with a calm demeanor. Qi Ran remained silent. Jiang Wanxing excitedly said, "You may not understand this now, but when we encounter Jiang Yuqin, I will replicate this scenario with her, and you will comprehend." Even though it had been many years, and despite the absence of deep-seated hatred, she still harbored lingering resentment. She longed to treat them as they had treated her. Qi Ran, in a villa on the outskirts of Ningqing, a message appeared on the phone screen. Showcasing a WeChat Moments post from Loli Meow Sauce, going to record a variety show with my celebrity sister. Big stars in the countryside 3. Seems quite popular in the country. I wonder if everyone has heard of it. Below was a short video. The footage showed Jiang Wanxing in a business vehicle,
with the scenery outside racing by.
Her hairstyle was notably different this time, styled in twin buns reminiscent of a little Nuzza, enhancing her delicate features and making her appear even more youthful. Xiao Ke paid no heed to Rong Xian's demeanor and continued speaking. "I say, CEO Rong. It's merely a trivial matter, just find a product manager to oversee it. Why must you attend personally?" Naturally, there were words Xiao Ke refrained from expressing. Rong Xian was here, due to a banishment from the headquarters. Rong Xian glanced at his phone screen again, with nothing pressing to occupy his time. Xiao Ke remarked, "It's not that you are idle, rather, you haven't accomplished what you should have." Rong Xian frowned. "Is there a difference?" Xiao Ke. Rong Xian lapsed into silence, lost in thought. He believed he wasn't specifically here for the young girl, but rather to explore a rural environment he seldom visited, which could serve as a pleasant diversion. "Xiao Ke, I'm feeling rather low." Xiao Ke. "Well then, if you're going to be disheartened, we might as well embrace it together. When shall we depart, CEO?" Rong Xian intended to suggest immediate departure but reconsidered, feeling reluctant to hasten the journey. Long periods in a vehicle were exhausting. After pondering, he finally said, "How about tomorrow?" "All right, I'll arrange it right away." Chapter 38. I thought I would see my sister soon. I miss her so much. After he finished speaking, Rong Xian continued to gaze at his phone. However, Xiao Ke remained in place, showing no intention of leaving. Rong Xian observed for a moment, surprised to lift his gaze. "Did you not say you were going to prepare? Why haven't you left?" Xiao Ke. He had intended to urge Rong Xian to attend to more pressing matters, but seeing his demeanor, he ultimately held his tongue. Some matters felt peculiar. Xiao Ke had known Rong Xian for many years, and he had always maintained this unflappable demeanor. Initially, the big boss had forced him to manage the company, which was rife with corruption, where a single roll of toilet paper cost $20. The company leaked like a sieve. Everyone believed Rong Xian lacked the aptitude for business and suggested he remain wherever he felt comfortable. Yet, for some reason, the big boss was convinced that his son was a prodigy and had been tirelessly pushing him to excel. Eventually, the big boss seemed to reach a breaking point and banished Rong Xian to the domestic grounds for menial tasks. Reflecting on this, Xiao Ke shook his head and left in silence. After Xiao Ke departed, Rong Xian opened a short video platform and found Jiang Wanxing's account. Listening to the catchy music, he chuckled softly to himself. On the other side, after exiting the highway, the vehicle traveled for a while on the road, gradually entering an area that blended urban and rural elements. Jiang Wanxing gazed earnestly out the window at the bustling traffic.
Meanwhile,
the camera operator inside the vehicle snapped photos of Qi Ran, who smiled and waved at the lens. These clips would be included in the final edit. During the first season, they had not invited prominent figures. The celebrities participating were either newcomers or slightly faded stars from the entertainment industry. Yet the outcome had been unexpectedly successful, gaining widespread popularity upon release, propelling all artists to fame. Consequently, during the filming of Big Stars in the Countryside 2, many high-profile celebrities participated. As a result, the second season did not garner the same level of excitement as the first, showing signs of decline. Now in its third season, barring unforeseen circumstances, it would likely be the final installment. Soon, a staff member accompanying the camera operator said, "We need to switch to a bus up ahead. Most of the other members have arrived. We are just waiting for Teacher Qi." "Other members?" Jiang Wanxing turned her head, wondering who else was present. Recently, Jiang Wanxing had been trending online, and the staff certainly recognized her. However, she was here as a staff member, or one might say, a wealthy young lady joining for fun, so the camera operator refrained from filming her directly. The staff quickly replied, teachers Huitongfu, Fu Yang, Ming Jingche, Deng Jiao. And also, Jiang Yuqin. I see. Jiang Wanxing stroked her chin. The names sounded familiar, but she couldn't place them well. Her primary concern was still Jiang Yuqin. Is Jiang Yuqin joining us too? When the staff met Jiang Wanxing's inquisitive gaze, they felt a surge of anxiety. A few days later, Jiang Wanxing regretfully shook her head. I thought I would see my sister soon. I miss her so much. Qi Ran, staff member. Soon, the minibus came to a halt by the roadside, where a large coach was also parked. The staff ushered Qi Ran and Jiang Wanxing onto the bus, and one of them spoke to Qi Ran's manager. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qi Ran's manager instinctively glanced at Jiang Wanxing, who had already boarded. The staff member continued, well, Miss Jiang is, after all. The reason they allowed Jiang Wanxing to accompany them was twofold. Firstly, she was the daughter of the Jiang family, and they had to show her some respect. For the audience, the drama between wealthy heiresses was far more entertaining than any reality show. Moreover, she was not demanding any appearance fee. Having her on screen was a considerable gain for them. Before the staff could finish explaining, Qi Ran's manager nodded repeatedly, I understand, I understand. Are we heading to the hotel now? There will be staff to escort you. Chapter 39 isn't that the guy who danced in black stockings and a short skirt, losing his chance at online dating? On the bus, as Jiang Wanxing stepped aboard, she spotted a familiar face among the crowd. Isn't that the guy who danced in black stockings and a short skirt, losing his chance at online dating? Ming Jingche looked up abruptly at the sound of the familiar voice. Upon seeing Jiang Wanxing, his gaze instantly reflected the admiration one might have for a beloved father figure. As an artist barely on the radar, his popularity surged after that livestream appearance with Jiang Wanxing. Before meeting her, he was just an unknown selling mousetraps. Now, he was receiving invitations for top-tier shows like big stars in the countryside. Jiang Wanxing had practically resurrected his career. My benefactor. Everyone on the bus turned their attention to the newly arrived Jiang Wanxing and Qi Ran. To capture the interactions among the stars, Qi Ran sat with a few other celebrities at the back of the bus, while Jiang Wanxing occupied a spot with the director's team in a place not visible for filming. Jiang Wanxing smiled at Ming Jingche. Looks like you're doing quite well now. Your clothes aren't even pilling. Ming Jingche replied, it's because you're my only sister. His presence on such a prestigious reality show was not solely due to his rising fame, but also because of the heated rivalry between Jiang Wanxing and Jiang Yuqin, which had drawn considerable attention. As an unexpected participant, his association with Jiang Yuqin stirred controversy and, consequently, heightened interest in the show. At that moment, the director discreetly coughed and said, Miss Jiang, the live broadcast has already started. Really? Jiang Wanxing squinted and smiled, signaling her intention to remain silent. Meanwhile, the audience, having heard her voice, erupted with excitement. Oh my gosh. The one who just mentioned the guy in black stockings and a short skirt is definitely Sister Miao. Her voice is unmistakable. It must be Sister Miao. Is Sister Miao also on the bus? Someone screenshot and zoom in. The reflection in Deng Jiao's sunglasses shows that the blonde with two little pigtails must be Sister Miao. Woohoo. Sister Miao with two little pigtails is just too cute. Why isn't she on camera? Weren't they supposed to announce Jiang Yuqin? How did it turn into Jiang Wanxing? The production team staff monitored the online comments in real time and suggested to Jiang Wanxing, Miss Jiang, why not greet the audience? They seem to adore you. Jiang Wanxing was generally amiable, provided she wasn't provoked, especially since she relished flattery. Otherwise, she wouldn't have created a social media account for herself. After reading a series of compliments in the comments, she raised her chin with a hint of pride and proceeded to sit beside Qi Ran. Instantly, she became the focal point for the viewers watching the live stream. Those two little pigtails aren't just on Sister Miao's head, they're straight in Mama's heart. Sister Miao, Mama loves you. Wake up. Don't you remember when she rode a bike through the rainforest, flying over a crocodile's head? LOL. This woman is no sweet little darling. She asked the grandmother of the king of hell. Riding a bicycle through the rainforest marked Jiang Wanxing's first viral video on the platform. With a wide-angle lens, she cycled through the tropical rainforest, navigating mud, fallen trees, and bushes with ease. The background music added an exhilarating vibe, creating an illusion that anyone could do it too. Many overseas sports and survival bloggers attempted to mimic her. Jiang Wanxing lazily spoke into the camera. Well, I'm just here to clear my mind. My father is upset with me over the content I revealed at the press conference. Although I'm quite angry too, I've tried to reason with him, but unfortunately, the negotiation failed. With a shrug, she concluded her thoughts. The other artists in the bus recognized that the spotlight was now on Jiang Wanxing, so after she explained her presence, they all greeted her. Apart from Qi Ran and Ming Jingche, who had already become familiar faces, there was Hu Tongfu, a middle-aged comedian often seen on various shows, known for his humor. Deng Jiao was a popular male star similar to Ming Jingche, but his fame and popularity had not yet reached the same level. Fu Yang was a 30-something actress, characterized by her lack of distinct traits, serving as a supporting role in the ensemble. The group represented a diverse mix of ages and genders. Deng Jiao spoke first. Teacher Jiang, I have been watching your videos. You truly are the grandmother of the king of hell, even better than professional athletes. You don't need to call me teacher, just my name will suffice, Jiang Wanxing replied, finding the term teacher a rather peculiar honorific. She couldn't comprehend why anyone could be casually referred to as a teacher. Deng Jiao's eyes lit up as he responded without hesitation, then I shall call you Wanwan. He used this nickname because Jiang Yuqin had referred to Jiang Wanxing as Wanwan during her public appearances. Jiang Wanxing smiled tightly, as long as you're happy. Deng Jiao then asked, Wanwan, I brought some snacks. Would you like some? Just as he finished speaking, before Jiang Wanxing could respond, Ming Jingche, lounging beside Deng Jiao, lazily remarked, come on, do you really think she needs your care? The recording has barely begun, and already this tension is palpable. Deng Jiao was taken aback. One must admit, despite Ming Jingche's good looks, his lack of fame in the entertainment industry was no accident. Deng Jiao indeed intended to link himself with Jiang Wanxing for a boost in popularity. If he could win her over, it would be even better. However, Ming Jingche's blunt interruption immediately created an awkward atmosphere. Chapter 40, I'm financially quite free. I can choose not to buy what I don't want. Deng Jiao's expression froze, and after a moment, he took a deep breath. A typical puppy-like appearance, his eyes appeared innocent and naive as he spoke. Ming Jingche, on the other hand, pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds, munching away while saying, seriously? Do you think she needs your protection? As the recording began, an unexpected tension filled the air. The director in front was nearly in stitches, while the cameraman focused intently on the two. The viewers watching the live stream were equally thrilled. Is this what they call vying for affection? I've already thought of a title. The wealthy sister in the entertainment industry. Love me again. Upstairs, do you understand the book is not for sale? This group of individuals is utterly repugnant. What a disgraceful display of character. Deng Jiao merely wished to look out for the newcomers, and yet he is met with such disdain. Can the fans of the wealthy heiress not tone it down a bit? Do they genuinely believe that this Miao sister is such a prized entity that everyone is clamoring for a piece? Such narcissism is truly unwarranted. It's no wonder Ming Jingche is relegated to the status of a mere background player in the industry. Jiang Wanxing retrieved a piece of candy from her pocket, unwrapped it, and placed it in her mouth, slightly squinting her eyes, seemingly indifferent to the quarrel unfolding between the two. Her sole purpose for being here was to support Jiang Yuqin, and since Jiang Yuqin would not arrive for a few days, she decided to conserve her strength. Hu Tongfu, sensing the tension in the air, hastily intervened. Both handsome gentlemen hold a fondness for Wanwan. Indeed, it appears beauty is always in demand. Jiang Wanxing turned and smiled, remarking, Teacher Hu, what are you saying? I thought they were merely having a light-hearted disagreement.
How could that be?
Ming Jingche chuckled, turning to Deng Jiao with a grin. Brother Deng, you aren't upset with me? Are you? Deng Jiao replied, of course not. However, upon hearing this, Ming Jingche suddenly appeared startled and exclaimed, Hey, Brother Deng, are you alright? Open your mouth. Let me have a look. Deng Jiao was taken aback by his words, puzzled by Ming Jingche's intentions, and could only awkwardly comply. Ming Jingche casually glanced into his mouth, placing a hand on his chest. Thank goodness. I thought I heard something shatter, and feared you had broken a molar. The barrage of comments read, Haha. Ming Jingche, you truly have a sense of humor. I can't help but wonder how this individual remains in the entertainment industry. How has he not been blacklisted? Ming Jingche, right? Deng Jiao hasn't he wronged him? Indeed, low emotional intelligence is not just a saying. Ming Jingche and Deng Jiao seem to have an intriguing dynamic. Deng Jiao's bewildered expression is simply delightful. As a popular idol, Deng Jiao was adept at managing his expressions. Even though his gaze seemed ready to devour Ming Jingche whole, he maintained a smile.
Haha, you certainly know how to jest.
He then produced a snack from his bag and offered it to Jiang Wanxing. Wanwan, once we reach our destination, the production team will confiscate our food. Would you like to have a bite now? Jiang Wanxing responded in confusion. But I am not a guest artist. Why would they take my snacks? Aware that the show would be filmed in a rural setting, she had packed half a suitcase full of snacks to enhance her experience of exploring the mountains and enjoying the scenery. The director quickly interjected. We will not confiscate all items brought by the guests, including snacks. Please rest assured. Is that so? Hua Tongfu replied incredulously. After the bus passed through the urban-rural fringe of the county, it ventured straight into the mountains. After driving for 2 hours along the winding roads, the bus abruptly halted by the roadside. The least prominent member of the artist group, Fu Yang, inquired, Director, have we arrived? The director wore a sly smile. The map indicates your accommodation during filming. Those who arrive first may choose freely. However, upon seeing the steep uphill path ahead while dragging her large suitcase,
Fu Yang felt overwhelmed.
Director, what about our luggage? Not only Qi Ran, but everyone had quite a bit of baggage, with Jiang Wanxing having the most. She was burdened with a massive suitcase, a sizable handbag, and a backpack. The only one who stood out was Ming Jingche, who carried only a lightweight backpack, presumably containing just a few changes of clothes. The director explained, you may opt to leave some luggage behind, which will be temporarily stored by the staff. And you can retrieve it after filming concludes. Everyone responded in exasperation. What a predicament. Earlier, you mentioned you wouldn't confiscate our belongings. Ming Jingche, oblivious to the complaints, remarked. I just checked the map. We are still 5 kilometers from our destination. Everyone gasped. 5 kilometers of mountainous terrain with all this luggage? We'll perish. Reluctantly, they began to open their suitcases, removing items one by one into the boxes prepared by the director. Snacks, skincare products, clothes, everything that could be extracted was laid bare. Noticing Jiang Wanxing standing idly by, Ming Jingche kindly advised, I say, benefactor, are you not going to take anything out? With all that luggage, are you certain you can carry it all? Why are you so poor? Earlier, when she had connected with Ming Jingche, she had observed his abject financial situation. So she did not assume his lack of belongings was due to foresight. Poor? Don't be ridiculous. Ming Jingche scoffed. I am financially free. I buy what I desire. Jiang Wanxing mimicked his tone. I possess ample stamina. I take what I wish. After a day of exertion, dusk had fallen. The audience witnessed this arduous scene, and the comments flooded in. Teacher Hua, be cautious. What will you wear if you've taken out your shorts? Jiang Wanxing still acts like a wealthy heiress? With all that stuff, not a single item removed, surely she expects others to carry it for her? Disappointment. I wanted to see Qin, but she was pushed aside. Utterly speechless. Do not make me laugh to death. Meow sister is a fitness streamer, alright? You think Meow sister is like your Qin? For her, this is a mere trifle. In chapter 41, could there possibly be foam in your bag? The director glanced at the assembled boxes, a smile plastered on his face. Now that everyone has tidied up, let us set off. Once we arrive, you can rest well. Everyone responded, thank you, director. There were 5 houses available. Albeit with varying living conditions, it was first come, first served. Ming Jingche queried, we are 6 individuals. Does that mean one of us will have no place to stay? The director awkwardly smiled. However, now that this young lady had appeared on screen, he certainly would not address the issue. After all, Jiang Wanxing brought her own heat. They were not about to drive her away. Deng Jiao's eyes darted, and he was about to suggest that Jiang Wanxing share his accommodation. However, before he could speak, Jiang Wanxing raised an eyebrow and stated, it's all right, I will room with Qi Ran. Ming Jingche observed Deng Jiao's awkwardness, his eyes darting around. The director, noticing this, quickly raised his voice. All right, everyone can now depart. Jiang Wanxing, shouldering her backpack, placed her handbag atop her suitcase and began to walk forward. Her slender figure, clad in thick-soled round-toed shoes, made her luggage appear disproportionately large. As they embarked on the uphill path, the others began to pant after a short distance, while Jiang Wanxing appeared as if she were casually strolling through a market. Before long, Deng Jiao, Hua Tongfu, and Fu Yang found themselves left far behind. Qi Ran, not wanting to hinder Jiang Wanxing, pushed herself to keep up, while Ming Jingche, showing no signs of fatigue, continued on without issue. As the evening descended, Wanxing Jiang, panting heavily, lamented, I can't keep up anymore. Prior to this moment, Qi Ran had already extracted the majority of her belongings from her suitcase. Yet the steepness of the mountain path was exhausting her energy. Smiling softly, Jiang Wanxing replied, no worries, take your time. I'll secure a spot. All right, thank you. Qi Ran responded. Thus, only Jiang Wanxing and Ming Jingche remained at the forefront. Throughout the journey, Ming Jingche scrutinized Jiang Wanxing. After a moment, he couldn't help but inquire. I say, noble benefactor, your bag isn't filled with foam, is it? Foam? Jiang Wanxing shot him a sidelong glance, placing her suitcase near his feet. Why don't you try and see? Undeterred, Ming Jingche reached out and seized her suitcase, which also bore a handbag atop it. However, as soon as he grasped it, he nearly lost his balance on the slope. Oh no, my waist, he exclaimed. Quick as a flash, Jiang Wanxing pulled him back, reclaiming the suitcase. Is it foam, Ming Jingche shook his head vigorously. I was wrong. Noble benefactor, you are truly impressive. With a dismissive snort, Jiang Wanxing retorted, impressive, my foot. Just a bunch of weaklings. Just as Ming Jingche was about to counter, an elderly woman, over 60, passed them by with a yoke on her shoulders, each end carrying a basket filled with chestnuts. In no time, she had outpaced them, striding confidently ahead. Ming Jingche was left dumbfounded, while the camera captured the scene of the sprightly grandmother juxtaposed with the exhausted quartet behind them, igniting a flurry of comments in the live stream. In the meantime, in Ningqing, Jiang Yuqin sat before her vanity, carefully inspecting the wound on her forehead. After applying a healing ointment, she concealed the injury with her hair. Her phone, resting on the table, streamed the live broadcast of Rural Life 3. Watching Jiang Wanxing on screen, a flicker of resentment crossed her eyes. Just then, her manager, Zhou Na, called. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuqin picked up. Sister Zhou, have you seen the live stream of Rural Life 3? It seems Jiang Wanxing has joined Shiran. Even through the phone. Zhou Na's voice brimmed with barely concealed anger, but she took a deep breath. No, I must go. Jiang Yuqin replied coldly. I cannot retreat just because she is overly arrogant. Otherwise, how will I survive in the entertainment industry? As a manager, Zhou Na naturally thought of de-escalating the situation. Jiang Wanxing's pursuits as an influencer or a variety show participant were merely frivolous, and Jiang Yuqin's career should not be jeopardized by competing with someone's fleeting whim. She probably won't leave anytime soon. Well, it's fine, Jiang Yuqin said, gazing at her reflection, her tone icy. Zhou Na sensed that Jiang Yuqin might have lost her mind. After a brief silence, Jiang Yuqin continued, Sister Zhou, didn't you mention that the esteemed Rong Xiao might attend the show's conclusion? When Zhou Na had previously suggested that Jiang Yuqin get close to the heir of the investment group, Jiang Yuqin felt a pang of discontent. Coming from a prestigious family, the Jiang family was among the elite in Ningqing. Why should she stoop to woo an investor for a variety show? However, upon learning more about the conglomerate, her perspective shifted entirely. It represented a world of unparalleled wealth, and the owner was a woman without a gaggle of children, ensuring that the vast estate would likely belong to Rong Xiao.
Zhou Na hesitated.
I just feel Jiang Wanxing might cause trouble there. Jiang Yuqin scoffed. She dares to cause a ruckus at home, simply because my father indulges her. As long as she makes a scene, everything goes her way. In her heart, Jiang Yuqin felt a surge of bitterness. Deep down, she understood that Jiang Xiangyuan was impartial. He merely sought to avoid complications. Yet, Jiang Wanxing had the audacity to create chaos, while she did not. Zhou Na, knowing Jiang Yuqin was generally not impulsive, responded, then go ahead. As long as you are aware of what you're doing. In the mountainous region, Jiang Wanxing dragged her enormous suitcase along the path. The suitcase was of an extra-large size, nearly reaching her waist, and thicker than usual, topped with a handbag that made it appear exceedingly heavy. I can't believe this, Ming Jingche gasped, bent over and glancing at the photographer ahead. The production crew, of course, was not enduring the same strain. The camera operator sat comfortably on an electric tricycle, focused on capturing the expressions of Jiang Wanxing and Ming Jingche. At this point, the four behind had vanished from sight, and Jiang Wanxing showed no inclination to hurry ahead. Instead, she leisurely walked alongside Ming Jingche. When he paused to rest, Jiang Wanxing blinked and unexpectedly produced a bottle of cola. Do you want some? Ming Jingche's voice rose an octave. Where did you get that cola? Jiang Wanxing blinked innocently. I brought it myself. Is there a problem? Ming Jingche, flabbergasted, demanded, are you going to drink it or not? I will. I will. He snatched the cola, twisted the cap, and took a swig. Following this, Jiang Wanxing opened the handbag on her suitcase and retrieved another bottle of cola. Ming Jingche then realized the bag was brimming with various beverages. Though the smaller bottles were around 500 milliliters, the shape of the bag suggested larger bottles lay beneath. Finally, he understood why Jiang Wanxing's luggage was so cumbersome. Why on earth? Ming Jingche struggled to catch his breath, incredulous. Why did you bring such heavy items? Is cola absolutely essential? Jiang Wanxing raised an eyebrow. Am I not allowed to be a cola enthusiast?
Is that so?
Ming Jingche could only exhale in disbelief. Jiang Wanxing huffed. Hurry up and drink. We've only made it halfway. It's all paved here. It's not like you're climbing a mountain. Is it really that exhausting? Ming Jingche could not refute her. Although they were in a mountainous area, the roads leading to the villages had been well constructed, with extensive plantations of Sichuan pepper and chestnuts. The region was not nearly as backward as many presumed. Under Jiang Wanxing's disdainful gaze, Ming Jingche trudged onward, thoroughly exhausted and moving sluggishly. Jiang Wanxing, meanwhile, pulled her suitcase with one hand while the other remained glued to her phone. At that moment, Jiang Wanxing came to a halt. Ming Jingche initially thought she was too fatigued to proceed and was about to speak when she removed her backpack and retrieved a black object, significantly larger than a brick. She connected both ends of a data cable to her phone and the black device. Ming Jingche stared. What is that? It's a power bank, Jiang Wanxing replied, looking at him as if he were a simpleton. A 400,000 milliamp hour ultracapacity power bank, a must-have. Ming Jingche was left speechless.
Meanwhile,
the comments on the live stream erupted with laughter. Ming Jingche, family who understands, encountering absurd situations while recording a variety show. I have finally grasped the reason behind Sister Miao's suitcase, nearly pulling Ming Jingche down the slope. A power bank with a capacity of 400,000 milliamp hours? Does such an absurd item truly exist in this world? Truly, she lives up to her title as a sports broadcaster. Her stamina rivals that of the mighty ox from our village. Am I the only one who finds Jiang Wanxing rather foolish? There's ample water and electricity in the mountains. Why must she carry these items? Will abstaining from cola lead to her demise?
Indeed.
The notion that one cannot survive without beverages is merely a fade. A desperate attempt to cultivate an image of someone who can eat without gaining weight, a persona that has long since been overused. Let us not be too unreasonable, dear friends. Sister Miao is a sports broadcaster, and her monthly activity level surpasses that of your entire lives. What's wrong with her indulging in high-calorie drinks? Do you presume everyone shares your lethargy and cravings? Before long, the two of them arrived at the nearby village. The 5 houses were close together, and after a cursory glance, Jiang Wanxing naturally chose the best one. It was not due to Ming Jingche as concession, but rather because upon arrival, he was utterly exhausted and could barely move, while Jiang Wanxing, brimming with excitement, eagerly explored her options, appearing anything but fatigued from the long trek. Ming Jingche grumbled in indignation, exclaiming how unfair it was. The production team had truly outdone themselves. The map indicated 5 kilometers, but that was merely the straight line distance. As we all know, the shortest path between 2 points is a straight line, yet in the mountains, they clearly could not traverse in such a manner. Thus, the actual distance they covered far exceeded 5 kilometers. Jiang Wanxing selected one of the 3 finest tile-roofed houses, becoming Ming Jingche's neighbor. His accommodation was also a tile-roofed house, albeit smaller and somewhat more dilapidated. Upon entering, Jiang Wanxing instinctively reached for the light switch, but the staff member who was introducing the place explained, to allow guests to experience the most authentic rural life, your lodgings do not have electricity. Jiang Wanxing couldn't help but inquire. I noticed that every household had their lights on when I arrived. Is rural life devoid of electricity? In other words, rural life does have electricity. It is merely the guests who do not. Well then, Jiang Wanxing, almost magically, retrieved an emergency lamp from her bag, plugged it into her power bank, and instantly illuminated the living room as bright as day. The staff member was nearly blinded by the sudden brightness. The comments section erupted. Ha! Who just called Jiang Wanxing foolish? Clearly, she is a sage of foresight. The director's forehead is shining, judging by his bewildered expression. It seems he did not pull any strings. How disgusting. Are those praising Jiang Wanxing all fools? Can't they see this is an obvious act? Chapter 43. Ah, Sister Xing is incredible. How can anyone still claim this as an act? This is live broadcasting. Those items were indeed brought in by Jiang Wanxing. Who on earth brings such items to a rural variety show? The staff member stumbled over his words, unable to articulate a response. Just as Jiang Wanxing was about to take a bite of chocolate to replenish her energy, Ming Jingche entered from outside, tousling his hair, and awkwardly asked, "Benefactor, do you have any food?" Jiang Wanxing, seated on an old wooden chair, bit into her chocolate and replied, "Sorry, I don't." At that moment, the live stream shifted to the other 4 individuals, still laboriously making their way. Jiang Wanxing lounged in her chair, crossing her legs, and leisurely gazed at Ming Jingche. "I must say, you have quite a thick skin." Ming Jingche chuckled, seemingly unfazed by her remark. Benefactor, I certainly wouldn't eat your snacks for free. If there's someone you wish to insult, just give me a look and I'll do it for you. Do I need your help to insult someone? Jiang Wanxing glanced at him nonchalantly. I do have a thick skin. Indeed, Jiang Wanxing replied. One must admit, while Ming Jingche speaks plainly, he is not off-putting. She casually tossed him 2 bags of snacks from her bag. As Ming Jingche tore open the packaging, here marked, You're quite strong to carry so much up here. What did you do for a living, benefactor? Work? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanxing narrowed her eyes, her gaze laden with meaning as she replied. It's best you remain unaware, little Ming. Asking too many questions may bring you trouble. After nearly an hour, the others finally reached their destination. Qi Ran arrived, her legs trembling with exhaustion. I'm so tired. Wasn't it supposed to be 5 kilometers? As an artist, Qi Ran is now 28, and she has never conformed to the delicate flower stereotype, so she does maintain a habit of exercise. Ming Jingche scoffed. 5 kilometers is the straight-line distance. We traversed winding mountain paths. Oh, why is this 3rd season like this? Qi Ran distinctly remembered that the previous 2 seasons weren't this extreme. Why have they suddenly intensified the challenge? Soon, the director announced that everyone should gather at the village entrance. Ming Jingche glanced at his watch. Goodness. It's past 9 in the evening. What are we doing? He grumbled, yet still rose to join the gathering. Jiang Wanxing, filled with enthusiasm, followed closely behind, her bag in tow. At the open space by the village entrance, the 3 of them arrived and waited for quite a while before the other 3 finally appeared. Deng Jiao's expression was grim. On one hand, he was fatigued, and on the other, he had chosen the most dilapidated house, a mud house where one could lie in bed and gaze at the sky. Seeing the exhausted faces of the group, the director clapped his hands with a smile. I trust there won't be any tricks up our sleeves? Of course not, the director replied. Do you see that river ahead? Tonight, there will be plenty of fish, shrimp, and crabs. Guests can catch as many as they wish and eat what they catch. Everyone fell silent. As the group stood in contemplation, Jiang Wanxing, brimming with excitement, rolled up her sleeves and headed towards the river. Hey. The director quickly interjected. Jiang Wanxing, our task today is to be completed in groups. There are 6 of us, divided into 2 teams. When the entire group finally reached the riverbank, Jiang Wanxing was already crouched by the water, diligently observing the surface. At that moment, she suddenly raised her head and asked, I can use the items I brought, right? Upon hearing this, the staff instinctively tensed. Their apprehension was interrupted as they watched Jiang Wanxing pull out a large handful of darts from her bag. You, the staff member stammered, his voice trembling. Jiang Wanxing pinched one of the diamond-shaped darts between her fingers, took aim, and in the next instant, the dart flew from her hand and plunged into the river. Just then, a comment floated by, This is hilarious. She can't possibly think she'll catch fish this way, does she? Does she really see herself as a martial arts master? However, in the moment the comment appeared, a fish, roughly the size of an adult's forearm, floated belly up to the surface. It was difficult to see due to the darkness of night and the fish's dark back, but now, belly up, it was unmistakably visible. Jiang Wanxing glanced at Ming Jingche, who remained motionless. Ming Jingche exclaimed, All right. The director and crew were left speechless. The comment section exploded. Ah, Star Sister is amazing. Is this really live? Deng Jiao, witnessing the scene beside him, was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, he approached Qi Ran and whispered, Sister Qi Ran, may I switch groups with you? Qi Ran instantly sensed that he seemed to be underestimating her intelligence. With a forced smile, she replied, I can't make that decision. Perhaps you should discuss it with Wanxing and Xiaoming instead? Deng Jiao's expression darkened for a moment. He was supposed to be the most popular guest this season, yet inexplicably, Ming Jingche emerged, diverting all the attention towards Jiang Wanxing. Although this variety show usually features multiple guests, there is a hierarchy among them, and he did not wish to play a secondary role to Ming Jingche. It's fine, he said, managing a forced smile. I was just casually asking, it's not a problem. Qi Ren glanced at him. Jiao, you should hurry and catch some fish. Otherwise, there won't be anything to eat. Deng Jiao gritted his teeth and joined the 2 teachers, Tongfu and Fuyang, to catch fish. The fish in this river were wild and quite elusive. Yet, Jiang Wanxing seemed to possess some extraordinary ability, hitting her targets with every throw of her dart. Even Ming Jingche and Qi Ran together couldn't keep up with her catch.
Wow.
Benefactor. That's enough. Really, that's more than we can eat. Hearing this, Jiang Wanxing paused mid-throw, glancing at the bucket overflowing with fish. After a moment of thought, she suggested, let us catch some crabs and shrimp to diversify the menu. This series of actions transformed the audience's perception of her, who had previously viewed her as a pampered heiress playing at life. No wonder she's an athletic streamer. Her skills are truly exceptional, something not easily replicated. Indeed, Jiang Wanxing's technique for dispatching fish was professional. Her darts could incapacitate, if not kill, with precision. Those who have gutted fish know that most fish don't die easily, but her one-hit kills are remarkably skilled. It's chilling to consider. I heard she knocked out 2 molars from Jiang Chenxi with a single slap. Is she really a serious athletic streamer? Unbeknownst to Jiang Wanxing, the online audience was buzzing with commentary. Meanwhile, she effortlessly lifted a heavy stone slab from the riverbank. With nowhere to hide, the shrimp and crabs were easily caught by Ming Jingche and Qi Ran, who rolled up their pants to wade into the water. Just then, Hua Tongfu stumbled and fell into the river, causing everyone to burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became lively. Seems like Sister Xing and Xiaoming have a great connection.
Who understands?
I get it, I do. I can see it. I watched the live broadcast where Miaojie connected with Xiaoming, amidst the crowd. How did she manage to reach him? Badass fate. Oh, I love this strong little girl persona. In Ningqing, President Rong was informed. The batch of diamonds has been crafted at the factory. The boss intends to hold an exhibition to expand the domestic market. At this moment, Rong Shuyan was listlessly watching the live broadcast on the living room television, while Xiao Ke stood nearby, attempting to brief him on work matters. However, Rong Shuyan exhibited an unmistakable aversion to all work-related topics. He preferred watching celebrities catch fish over attending a jewelry exhibition. After all, the company primarily focused on finance. And while dabbling in various ventures, these were merely supplementary activities. Seeing that Rong Shuyan was not receptive, Xiao Ke helplessly remarked, "You've been watching this live stream for nearly a day now. Is it because of Miss Jiang?" "No," Rong Shuyan replied, fixated on Jiang Wanxing, who was joyfully returning with her catch, her expression akin to that of a naive child. "She mentioned she liked me," he added.
Xiao que esquivico. Debildered, responder.
But you never agreed. He was well aware of the young lady's interest in Rong Shuyan, yet he found it quite normal for someone as reserved as him to not be drawn to a vivacious girl. "I don't think she is being serious," he said. At that moment, Rong Shuyan inquired, "Do you think if I were to date her, she would marry me?" His question stemmed not from a deep-seated affection for Jiang Wanxing, but from his belief that dating inherently leads to marriage. He felt a sense of responsibility towards such a young girl. "Young master, are you out of your mind?" Xiao Ke exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. "That girl is clearly playful. She has no intention of being serious with you. Think about it. How long have you known each other? What profound experiences could you have shared to earn her affection?" As Rong Shuyan's assistant, Xiao Ke had a clear understanding that the girl was not genuine.
Huh?
Rong Shuyan replied. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ke calmly stated, "President Rong, I understand you lack experience in relationships, but the world is not that simple." Rong Shuyan responded, "Then I shall ask her." Xiao Ke was taken aback. "What?" After a moment of contemplation, Rong Shuyan said, "I will inquire if she still likes me. If so, I believe we could give it a try. Like and like are not the same. You have no emotional foundation. What is there to try?"
Xiao que esquivico retorter.
Rong Shuyan explained, "I seek to occupy myself. Being alone is rather dull." In his past, Rong Shuyan relished solitude or quietly coding with his team. Now that he had departed from the technical development role, he found himself at a loss for how to fill his time, and a sense of loneliness enveloped him. "Then work."
Xiao que esquivico urger.
"I don't want to," Rong Shuyan replied. It was late into the night. Meanwhile, in the mountains, the program's guests had come together to build a fire and prepare the fish, shrimp, and crabs. They sat around the fire, grilling the fish, and to their credit, the production team provided seasonings for the grilling. Jiang Wanxing, who had worked hard, watched Ming Jingche and Qi Ran labor while she sat idly playing on her phone. She casually opened the group chat, which was fervently discussing a recent terrorist attack in a conflict zone. Reports indicated that a group of terrorists had boarded a bus with explosives and detonated it, resulting in the deaths of 27 individuals on board. Internationally, these individuals were identified as fanatical extremists, conducting the attack to eradicate non-believers and offer their lives as sacrifices to their deity. This incident had reverberated worldwide. "Black Wolf, do you have a factory over there?" "Sea anemone." "Sea anemone? What the hell?" "Sea anemone. Damn it. Do you think they use that as an excuse to shut down my factory?" "Black Wolf, go check it out." Sea anemone, no need. Silver fox. Sea anemone, do you understand what it means to strategize from a distance? As soon as Jiang Wanxing sent that message, she noticed the camera turning in her direction. Quickly, she tucked her phone away and resumed earnestly grilling fish. Deng Jiao had somehow positioned himself beside her, offering her a skewer of grilled shrimp. Wan, have this first. I'll take care of the fish. Jiang Wanxing maintained a blank expression, continuing to grill her fish without reaching for it. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Deng Jiao awkwardly said, Wan, can you give me a break? Jiang Wanxing could not help but look at him squarely. What? Am I a mason who needs to give you an easy way out? When your house needs renovation, am I expected to tile your bathroom as well? Deng Jiao. Chapter 45. Does Jiang Wanxing have a connection with the investors? Ha ha ha. My face is laughed to the point of numbness. No way. Jiao kindly offered her food, and even if she declined, must she retaliate so harshly? Does she have no family upbringing? The person above seems a bit off. I suggest an early visit to the hospital. Miao's sister clearly disliked Deng Jiao from the start, yet he insists on pursuing her. How desperate can one be? Jiang Wanxing's diehard fans should refrain from flaunting their presence here. She is merely an internet celebrity, and yet she acts so lofty. Just an internet celebrity? You fail to mention anything else. The comments section erupted into a heated discussion over the interaction between Deng Jiao and Jiang Wanxing. The director, noticing the online commentary, swiftly added fuel to the fire. Ahem, Jiao, according to the game rules, you should be in a group with Teacher Hua and Teacher Fu. Ming Jingche timely interjected. Indeed. Brother Deng, your group hardly has enough for dinner. There is no need to send food our way. I'm sorry, I didn't think much of it. I just felt that Wan might not have cooked before and wanted to lend a hand. Ming Jingche cast a glance at Jiang Wanxing, who was grilling fish. I think she seems quite adept at her tasks. Deng Jiao pursed his lips and fell silent. Ming Jingche then leaned closer to Jiang Wanxing. I must say, my dear, you must not let the allure of this world cloud your judgment. Some may appear somewhat pleasant to the eye. Somewhat pleasant? Before Ming Jingche could finish, Jiang Wanxing interjected, Who are you referring to? Ming Jingche replied, I meant Brother Deng. Huh? Jiang Wanxing looked bewildered. Isn't that just an ordinary appearance? Why highlight it? Ming Jingche. Deng Jiao. Jiang Wanxing's remark was not intended to be sarcastic. She genuinely believed that these celebrities were merely of ordinary looks, perhaps slightly more appealing than the average person, but not to the extent that it warranted special mention. With her words, she inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest. It is worth noting that Deng Jiao was a highly popular young star in recent years, with his marketing always centered around his striking looks. Previously, he portrayed a deeply romantic second male lead in a historical drama, capturing the hearts of countless fans. The fact that Jiang Wanxing referred to him as ordinary was shocking. Ming Jingche, lacking emotional intelligence and utterly unrestrained, was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Wanxing's statement. After a prolonged silence, he stammered, So, what do you think your own appearance ranks among humans? Jiang Wanxing pondered for a moment and replied, Above average, I suppose. I think I look decent, but not to the extent that it deserves special mention. Ming Jingche exclaimed, Sister, are you out of your mind? You consider that merely decent? At this moment, Qi Ran's curiosity piqued. Wanxing, what do you consider a good appearance? Jiang Wanxing matter-of-factly stated, My mother has a good appearance, but unfortunately, she was paired with an unattractive father, which diluted her beauty genes. Ming Jingche. Qi Ran. Everyone. My mother is good-looking. Whoa, the aesthetic standards of a great beauty are heights I shall never reach. Initially, when Jiang Wanxing labeled Deng Jiao as ordinary, his fans had been outraged. However, when she declared that only looks like Yan Shu's could be considered beautiful, a profound silence fell over the crowd. That night, as Tian Yuan 3 premiered, it quickly ascended several trending topics. Jiang Wanxing catches fish. Deng Jiao is an ordinary man. How strong are the athletic abilities of the sports anchor? Along with this, the popularity of other participants surged. After finishing her meal, Jiang Wanxing glanced at the bucket of fish and winked at the director. Director, will you eat these fish? If not, I'll give them to the villagers here. In the mountains, young people are scarce, but every year, numerous art students come to paint. The elderly do not recognize the stars and have grown accustomed to these outsiders, allowing them to film without interference. The director considered the leftover fish in the bucket and then looked down at the large chive buns in his hand. The crew's meals were purchased from the villagers. The mountain roads were still under construction, and some villagers saw an opportunity, selling steamed buns to the construction teams. While the buns might not be delectable, they were certainly filling. They were as large as regular steamed buns, but sold for just 1 yuan. Let us select a few, and then donate the rest to the villagers, Qi Ran suggested. Jiang Wanxing, unperturbed, replied, I brought a power bank. It's sufficient. She turned to Qi Ran. Sister Qi, does your phone need charging? Saying this, she slapped the power bank onto the table. The power bank was larger than a brick and had 6 charging ports. Thank you. Qi Ran responded. No need for thanks. Jiang Wanxing stuffed chips into her mouth and waved her hand. This power bank can be hand-cranked when it runs out of juice. Let Xiaoming come and crank it. Qi Ran. On the other side, Deng Jiao looked up at the dilapidated ceiling, feeling a fire of frustration brewing within him. However, mindful of the surveillance cameras in the house, he could only take a deep breath and seek out the director. When Deng Jiao found the director, he was on a phone call. Upon seeing him approach, the director raised a hand, signaling him to wait.
Ah?
Is President Rong a friend of Miss Jiang? Should we inform Miss Jiang in advance? No need? That's fine. Deng Jiao was taken aback upon hearing the director's words. Jiang Wanxing has connections with the investors? Jiao, do you need something? Deng Jiao had initially intended to discuss changing accommodations with the director, but upon hearing the phone conversation, he could not help but inquire, Director, did you just mention that someone from the investment side is a friend of Wan and will be coming tomorrow? Upon hearing this, the director's expression darkened, and he frowned. Deng Jiao hastily added, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your call. I was just curious. Chapter 46. To flatter one is to be a dog. To flatter many is to be a wolf. Curious about what? What is there to be curious about? Everyone has friends, there is no need to highlight it. However, Deng Jiao's expression conveyed a sense of discomfort. Just a vice president. Deng Jiao nodded in understanding. The director, still frowning, pressed, What exactly do you want? And nothing. Deng Jiao shook his head repeatedly and then excused himself. He had originally intended to ask the director for a room change, but given the director's current demeanor, it was clearly not a possibility. The following morning, before 6 o'clock, Jiang Wanxing woke up, completed her morning routine, and went outside to stretch her legs. At that moment, a crew member arrived and happened upon Jiang Wanxing, who was entering from outside. Miss Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Wanxing, breathing evenly and smiling, replied, Morning run. Don't you all need to exercise? The crew member. Thanks for the invite, but I'm at work and barely hanging on. The atmosphere fell into silence. Jiang Wanxing, puzzled, asked, So, did you come here with a task? The crew member replied seriously, Well, your task this morning is to gather chestnuts. Once collected, you can sell them at the market for your living expenses. Regarding the chestnut gathering, Jiang Wanxing had no objections. What she was more concerned about was, Are the villagers allowing us to pick them? It is crucial to note that even in the mountains, these chestnut trees are not ownerless. The villagers rely on them for their livelihoods. Would they permit them to be picked? You need not worry about this. We have already negotiated with the local villagers. Very well. Jiang Wanxing casually nodded. Though the live broadcast had not yet commenced, filming was still in progress. Perhaps due to their unfamiliarity with the mountain environment, the expressions and spirits of the other guests appeared rather subdued, while Jiang Wanxing radiated vitality. The guests, accompanied by the crew, squatted beside the village's small shop, gnawing on large buns. A few polished wooden stumps and a large stone slab inscribed with a chessboard pattern were placed at the entrance of the shop. Jiang Wanxing perched on the stone slab, legs crossed. Noticing Deng Jiao glance her way, she swiftly turned her back to him. Ming Jingche, standing nearby, remarked enigmatically, To lick one is to be a dog, to lick thousands is to be a wolf, if one is a wolf among dogs. What fear is there of the king of the sea? Deng Jiao, silence. Everyone else, silence. Deng Jiao inhaled deeply and glanced at the camera. Wan, don't listen to his nonsense, I mean no harm. Jiang Wanxing shot him a glance, too disinterested to respond. Once they had finished eating, the director stood before the group and clapped his hands. I have an announcement. The investors will send someone to oversee our variety show. Just then, a luxurious vehicle slowly approached from a distance. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. It was undeniable that the appearance of such an opulent car in this setting created a striking visual contrast, as if it had cleaved the surrounding environment into two worlds. Jiang Wanxing, absorbed in her phone, glanced at the vehicle briefly before returning her attention to the screen. Seizing the opportunity, Deng Jiao sat down nearby and forced a smile, saying, Actually, I do have a bit of a fondness for you. Before he could finish, Jiang Wanxing raised her eyes to meet his, devoid of any emotion, sending chills down his spine. Deng Jiao gazed deeply at her and continued, "Of course, my feelings for you are my own concern. You need not feel burdened. If my words have caused you discomfort, I sincerely apologize." His tone was imbued with profound affection. Had one of his fans encountered such a gaze, they would likely have succumbed to its allure long ago. Yet, Jiang Wanxing merely scoffed. "What do you like about me? That my father is Jiang Yuqin? You might as well try seducing him. It would save me the trouble of dealing with my stepmother, and I could call you Little Mom instead." Did he truly think she was that captivating? Jiang Wanxing was acutely aware that she lacked the charm that endeared her to all. It was evident that Deng Jiao's interest was primarily due to her family background. Deng Jiao, silence. Destroying someone's livelihood is akin to killing their parents. I don't want to be too ruthless. I give you one last chance. Jiang Wanxing, her expression impassive, replied, "Stay away from me, or I won't hold back." Deng Jiao, stung by her mockery, showed signs of indignation, yet he refrained from retaliating, mindful of the camera, though his gaze towards Jiang Wanxing had cooled significantly. Attempting to salvage his pride, Deng Jiao forced a smile and said, "Actually, I was just joking. I don't like you that much. You're not my type. I prefer gentle, homely girls. Your temperament leaves much to be desired." A barrage of words, all cloaked in self-respect. Jiang Wanxing retorted, "Then why did you even bother talking to me? I feel embarrassed for you." Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Wanxing looked up and spotted a man disembarking from the car. What the? Familiar face. Such a striking appearance was exceedingly rare, even within the entertainment industry. To Jiang Wanxing, Deng Jiao, a popular young star, was merely an average-looking guy. Her eyes were accustomed to celestial beauty. Jiang Wanxing felt an instant spark of recognition and, without a second thought, dashed over. Rong Shuyan was dressed quite casually. Perhaps due to the crisp mountain morning, he wore a light beige sweater beneath a black casual jacket. Though his attire was utterly ordinary, he exuded an air reminiscent of a star gracing a red carpet. "Heavenly being, you're here." Rong Shuyan pondered for a moment, responding succinctly, "Work." Jiang Wanxing arched an eyebrow. "What a coincidence. I don't believe it." Rong Shuyan retorted, "This variety show is funded by my family." Jiang Wanxing pressed, "What exactly do you do? For just this variety show you need to come all the way to the mountains? Diamonds, bars, and now entertainment investments?" Rong Shuyan replied, "Aside from the core financial operations of the company, I can manage other side businesses." "Ha ha ha, how pitiful." Jiang Wanxing laughed heartily. "Oh right, I forgot. You were assigned here." Rong Shuyan remained silent, observing her. Those who knew him understood that he was generally mild-mannered, yet to outsiders, he possessed an aloof and noble demeanor. At that moment, having endured an overnight journey, he appeared somewhat lackluster, his eyes reflecting indifference, resembling a formidable CEO who is not to be trifled with. Consequently, the scene of Jiang Wanxing conversing with Rong Shuyan transformed into an interaction between a budding internet celebrity attempting to attract the attention of a wealthy sponsor and a stoic, impervious CEO. Rong Shuyan noticed one person among the onlookers casting an unusually strange gaze and inquired, "Is that person staring at you?" Jiang Wanxing followed his gaze, locking eyes with Deng Jiao's contemptuous stare. She smirked derisively. "Just a foolish average guy. Pay him no mind." Although Deng Jiao was bothersome, he had not made any overtly reckless moves. Otherwise, Jiang Wanxing would have ensured his absolute disappearance from the entertainment industry. Chapter 47. He is my fish. Already caught in the net. Rong Shuyan chuckled and asked, "How are you finding your time here?" "It's all right," Jiang Wanxing replied, though her expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. "I wonder if my sister will come. If she doesn't, what fun will I have?" She had originally intended to give her spot on the show to Qi Ran, but Jiang Yuqin's manager had secured her a hidden guest role. Yet it seemed there was nothing particularly special about it. The only unexpected delight was encountering Rong Shuyan here. "Your sister, huh?" Rong Shuyan mused, but nothing came to mind. Jiang Wanxing had never shared details about her family with him. He had only gleaned some information online, aware that her familial relations were rather strained. Nearby, Xiao Ku observed Rong Shuyan as evident struggle to articulate his thoughts, his expression stiffening. Jiang Wanxing winked at him, smiling brightly. "But if you were here, it wouldn't be boring." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Wanxing playfully and swiftly touched his cheek. Rong Shuyan, silence. Though he verbally protested, his body betrayed him. Jiang Wanxing flashed a mischievous smile. "Man, I intend for you to carry my scent. You shall never escape, forever my man."
Rong Shuyan, Surprise?
Everyone else. Shock. The guest's task that morning was to gather chestnuts and sell them at the market, where designated merchants would come to purchase the mountain's chestnuts and Sichuan peppers. The live broadcast resumed. Rong Shuyan inexplicably followed them up the mountain, though as an investor, he did not appear on camera, remaining with the crew. The same group divisions from the previous night were maintained. Jiang Wanxing, Ming Jingche, and Xi Ran formed one group, while Deng Jiao, Hu Tongfu, and Fu Yang formed another. A group of individuals trekked for nearly half an hour before ascending the mountain adorned with chestnut trees. Ming Jingche glanced at the adjacent rock wall and then addressed Jiang Wanxing and Xi Ran, saying, "Let us maintain our distance. The cliff's edge is littered with loose stones. Clearly a result of severe weathering. If one of those were to strike us on the head, goodness." Jiang Wanxing, akin to a lovesick admirer, kept casting furtive glances toward Rong Shuyan. Ming Jingche interjected, "Hey, noble benefactor. I'm speaking here. Quite handsome, isn't he? What are you talking about?" Jiang Wanxing responded, seemingly unfazed. "Do you know who he is?" Ming Jingche inquired. "He is my fish, the kind that has already entered the net, merely awaiting the final catch," Jiang Wanxing retorted. At that moment, the cameraman had just begun capturing the scene involving Deng Jiao, only to have the lens shift to Jiang Wanxing and Ming Jingche's whispered exchange. What were Sister Xing and Xiao Ming just discussing? Why do I feel like Sister Xing's gaze is so suggestive? Viewers speculated. What have we missed beyond the camera's view? Others lamented. Jiang Wanxing's look startled me. Her gaze was like a predator eyeing its prey.
Wow.
I hadn't noticed until now. Sister Xing's expression is quite fierce. I was frightened. I thought she was some adorable little girl. I must steer clear of such duplicitous individuals. Adorable little girl? Did Miao Jia ever claim to be an adorable little girl? It was just a gaze. Can we not overthink it? Am I the only one who finds the dynamic between Sister Xing and Xiaoming quite sweet? Unbeknownst to Jiang Wanxing, her mere glance had ignited such controversy. Perched upon a branch, she surveyed the scene below. "I'll pick. You all gather the fallen ones and remove their shells." Many were unaware that chestnuts are encased in a spiky outer shell while still on the tree. After the harvest, farmers must remove this outer layer before the chestnuts reach the market. In a short span, the trio, through collaboration, filled 2 large baskets to the brim. Just as Jiang Wanxing clapped her hands and leaped from the tree, Deng Jiao feigned nonchalance and kicked a stone toward her feet. His action was subtle, and with all attention focused on Jiang Wanxing, no one noticed. The cameraman, however, caught this moment and intended to intervene, but it was too late. Deng Jiao wore a cryptic smile, a mix of fear and satisfaction. Yet, as Jiang Wanxing landed, she deftly avoided the stone and instead adjusted her balance. Leaping to the side, Deng Jiao's smile froze instantly. In the next moment, Jiang Wanxing exclaimed, "Oh dear, there's a stone here." With that, she kicked the stone towards Deng Jiao, which struck him squarely on the knee.
Ah.
He yelped in pain, crumpling to the ground. No one anticipated such an unexpected turn of events, and the live audience erupted. Is Jiang Wanxing unhinged? Why did she suddenly attack? That large stone hitting his knee must hurt terribly. My heart aches for Deng Jiao. Call the police. This is intentional harm. Such a person deserves to be punished. The director, startled, quickly halted the broadcast and rushed to Deng Jiao's side, casting a glance at Jiang Wanxing. Deng Jiao, pale and speechless, was clearly in agony. What was the meaning of this? The stone, notably round and conspicuous, seemed impossible to miss. Jiang Wanxing was determined to uncover how the stone had come to be there. At this moment, Deng Jiao was in a state of panic. His actions were not premeditated. He had merely reacted in anger, having never faced such humiliation before. While picking chestnuts, he had been consumed by thoughts of this incident, growing increasingly irate. Thus, he acted impulsively. As Jiang Wanxing landed, he regretted his rashness. He should have acted with more composure. At this point, despite his outward bravado, he trembled slightly. However, Jiang Wanxing showed no inclination to relent. Previously, her verbal reproaches toward Deng Jiao stemmed from his annoying demeanor, yet he lacked any overtly provocative actions. In this world, there were many who disliked her. She couldn't possibly confront each one. But now, this foolish, average-looking man had provided her with a perfect opportunity to vent her frustration. Upon hearing this, the director instinctively looked toward Rong Shuyan. It was important to note that he was a stakeholder. Such an incident occurring in front of a high-ranking member of the investment team was serious. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Wanxing declared,
Do not look to him.
What he says carries no weight. I am the one who decides this matter. The director hesitated, Mr. Rome? Rome Shuyan, maintaining a composed demeanor, remained silent for a long moment before finally stating, perhaps it would be best if you heed her. The stunned silence enveloped the group. Rome Shuyan added, moreover. It was he who kicked the stone under Wanxing's feet. I witnessed it. The group was momentarily speechless. With an expression of coldness and elegance, Rome Shuyan uttered the most cowardly words. He was not a particularly confrontational individual. Had he been in the same situation, he would likely have avoided confrontation altogether, preferring that the individual simply never appear before him again. Jiang Wanxing reiterated, resume the live broadcast. After only a brief interruption, the broadcast of Tian Yuan 3 resumed. Deng Jiao's adoring fans flooded in, vehemently denouncing Jiang Wanxing. This person is clearly insane. Oh, I feel so sorry for Deng Jiao. He has been so kind to her from the start. Does this rich girl think she can disregard others? Tian Yuan 3 is becoming increasingly worthless, and they inexplicably brought in a lunatic. I suspect there's more to this. The incident unfolded too suddenly, and something must have occurred off camera. Jiang Wanxing paid no heed to these comments, turning instead to the cameraman. The cameraman, having witnessed the truth, promptly switched to footage from another camera that had captured the entire episode. Due to the differing angles, this footage revealed everything. In the video, Deng Jiao stood at the edge, while Jiang Wanxing was positioned to leap down from the tree. The very stone that struck Deng Jiao's knee remained at his feet. Just as Jiang Wanxing prepared to jump, Deng Jiao had kicked the stone towards her. At that moment, the cameraman had intended to capture a close-up of Jiang Wanxing's landing and adjusted the shot accordingly. The stone landed precisely at her feet, allowing her to adjust her landing without stepping on it. The live chat fell silent. Jiang Wanxing turned to Deng Jiao and inquired, what were you attempting to do? Commit murder? Had someone else leapt from that height and landed on that protruding stone, they could easily have lost their balance, resulting in a potentially grievous injury. The audience had not anticipated that the truth would unfold in such a manner. That's terrifying. What grievance could lead to this? Is Deng Jiao unwell? The height from which Jiang Wanxing jumped must have been around 3 meters. If she landed on that stone, she would undoubtedly have fallen heavily to the ground. My goodness. Sister Miao Miao is a sports broadcaster. How distressing it would be for her to suffer an injury or fracture. The wind of public sentiment shifted instantaneously. It seemed that Deng Jiao also realized the gravity of the situation, and his voice grew louder. Didn't he do it on purpose? I just noticed that stone, and instinctively kicked it. Didn't he realize you were about to jump down? I truly didn't mean it. His words appeared to provide a semblance of justification to his fans. Seeing such a round stone makes one want to kick it. Many people have that habit, right? Deng Jiao, didn't he do it intentionally? Why blow it out of proportion? Deng Jiao, didn't he mean it? Jiang Wanxing was the one who kicked the stone towards him in a fit of rage. Deng Jiao's face turned pale from the pain. I say, little fans of Deng Jiao, do you not have eyes? The video clearly shows Deng Jiao fixated on Sister Xing, and only when she was about to land did he kick the stone beneath her feet. Deng Jiao is truly despicable. Can you shake your brain before talking to me? Jiang Wanxing scoffed. Do you think it was intentional? The video should make it quite clear. Do you need me to replay it? Deng Jiao's lips quivered. Yet he stubbornly insisted he acted on purpose. Initially, he thought Jiang Wanxing was quite attractive and came from a good family, which could be beneficial for his career if they were to develop a relationship. However, he was taken aback by her disdain for him, while she warmly welcomed a high-ranking investor. Such a contemptible woman. Jiang Wanxing waved her hand and turned to the director, saying, all right, let us pause the live broadcast. Thus, the live stream was interrupted once more. Jiang Wanxing narrowed her eyes and inquired, which agency represents Deng Jiao? Upon hearing this, Deng Jiao seemed to revive instantly. Do you think being the second daughter of the Jiang family gives you the power to control everything? I am signed with Starlight Entertainment, which has recently been acquired and integrated by an international conglomerate, soon to surpass the Jiang family. You cannot touch me. Jiang Wanxing was momentarily taken aback, but then genuinely gave a thumbs up. Indeed, while one may frolic on the grasslands, true strength lies in you. She had initially felt anger, but Deng Jiao's brazen remarks amused her instead. However, I regret to inform you that Starlight Entertainment may not protect you.
What did you say?
Deng Jiao frowned. He instinctively asked, how do you know? The fact that Starlight Entertainment had a new major owner was hardly a secret. It was common knowledge. Jiang Wanxing smiled and said, Isn't it a coincidence? I know your new boss quite well, and we share a good rapport. Whether Starlight protects you is merely a matter of my word. Impossible. Deng Jiao's eyes reflected horror and disbelief. Then he burst into laughter. Anyone can boast. Do you think I would believe you? At that moment, the previously unnoticed Rong Shuyan suddenly spoke, questioning the director. His tone held no sarcasm, merely a simple inquiry, yet it made the director's face flush. The director could only stammer a red-faced explanation. I had no idea he was that kind of person. Had I known, I certainly would not have hired him. Jiang Wanxing quietly sent a message. Shortly thereafter, Deng Jiao received a phone call from his manager. As soon as the call connected, the manager unleashed a torrent of anger at him. Deng Jiao was left bewildered, still in disbelief. Didn't he do anything to offend the big boss before he could finish? He abruptly looked up at Jiang Wanxing. Chapter 49. Goodness. The prince hasn't arrived, but the horse has. Jiang Wanxing said slowly, Deng Jiao, have I not mentioned that undermining someone's livelihood equates to an assault on their family? I do not wish to be overly ruthless. When I said I would not go easy on you, did you think I was joking? At that moment, Deng Jiao seemed to lose his mind. On what grounds do you treat me this way? It's merely a small matter.
How can you do this to me?
Do you know how hard I've worked to get to where I am? Just because you were born a wealthy heiress. Can you destroy my everything with a single word? Jiang Wanxing found his words oddly familiar. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled that Jiang Yuqin had said something similar. Thus, Jiang Wanxing scoffed. What does that mean? You're weak, so you're justified? I'm strong, and I'm at fault? You look down on me. Jiang Wanxing, what's wrong with looking down on you? Why should I respect you? What are you even worth? I don't consider us familiar enough to insult you. And you genuinely think you're someone important, don't you? You aren't even as attractive as a fancy steed, resembling a gorilla that just shed its fur. Stumbling into the zoo, startling the tigers, who are left wondering what kind of creature this is. I'm not exaggerating. If you ran through a forest, you'd be featured in at least 3 episodes of a science show. Just look at yourself. Your mouth agape, as if the sole of a snow boot has come unglued, and you dare to bark at me? What status do you have to confess your feelings to me? Just looking at you is an affront to my eyes. A second glance would require me to undergo heart surgery. You, Deng Jiao trembled all over. What about me? Jiang Wanxing was full of mockery. Do you really think your online persona is your true self? Online, you're a prince to your fans, but in reality, my goodness. The prince hasn't arrived. But the horse has. Your face is so large it could rival the sky, and if the sky isn't enough, it reaches for the universe. With your thick skin, you could supply materials for the Great Wall. Deng Jiao, Ming Jingche, Rong Shuyan, everyone, Wanxing, please calm down. This matter, get lost. The director understood. Rong Shuyan hesitated for a moment, about to speak, when Jiang Wanxing shot him a sharp look. You can leave too. Rong Shuyan, Jiang Wanxing turned her attention back to Deng Jiao. I didn't engage with you earlier, but do you now understand the difference in status? Deng Jiao's lips trembled, yet he could not utter a single word. Jiang Wanxing no longer paid him any mind. After all, he posed no significant threat. The show was abruptly halted. Deng Jiao's manager hurriedly rushed up the mountain. Jiang Wanxing didn't he truly harbor anger towards such an insignificant figure. After Deng Jiao left, she quickly returned to her sweet and charming demeanor. She smiled at the director, who was making phone calls to resolve public relations issues, and waited patiently for him to finish before speaking. I apologize, director. I got a bit emotional earlier. You aren't upset with me, are you? Upon hearing this, the director felt a chill run down his spine. Jiang Wanxing's ability to insult was unparalleled. It was no exaggeration to say she could drive someone to contemplate suicide. No, I'm not angry. The director rapidly shook his head. I understand you. Anyone would be upset in such a situation. That's good. Jiang Wanxing smiled. I'm off to have some fun, then. The director nodded vigorously. All right. Jiang Wanxing approached Rong Shuyan and unceremoniously took his hand. Let us go. I'll take you to have some fun. Rong Shuyan, after delivering a significant psychological impact to everyone, Jiang Wanxing joyfully pulled Rong Shuyan up the mountain to enjoy themselves. Meanwhile, online, the incident from the live broadcast stirred up a storm of controversy. Deng Jiao maliciously harmed others. Jiang Wanxing maliciously harmed others. Deng Jiao and Jiang Wanxing trending topics surged, catapulting this incident to the forefront of public discourse. However, Deng Jiao's fans remain steadfast in their belief that their idol is innocent. They assert that Jiang Wanxing is far from a virtuous character, labeling her a troubled youth. The released footage only showcases the aspects favorable to Jiang Wanxing, leading them to lament that capitalists truly are relentless. My brother has already stated that it was unintentional. They insist. We support Deng Jiao. May our love for him triumph over capital. They plead for him to clarify the situation, assuring him that they will believe him once he speaks. At this juncture, an entertainment reporter captures a photograph of Jiang Yuqin pushing Jiang Yuan, who is seated in a wheelchair, out and about. Previously, the intricate family feuds of the Jiang clan have been brought to light. Deng Jiao's fans, akin to flies drawn to meat, seize upon this incident to launch a vicious attack on Jiang Wanxing. A deluge of derogatory comments floods into Jiang Wanxing's short video platform account. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Jiang Wanxing posts a scenic video with a caption, "Your brother has lost his job, ha ha ha." He has nothing at all. Deng Jiao's fans are left bewildered. They argue that their idol has committed no crime, deeming the matter trivial and questioning its severity. Laughable. It's just Jiang Entertainment. Do they really believe they can dominate the entire entertainment industry? They scoff. As if Deng Jiao were one of your family members. Jiang Entertainment is forever cursed. Goodness, how juvenile. Jiang Wanxing is already an adult. Why is her perspective so naive? Regrettably for them, the mockery lasts barely 5 minutes before the brands collaborating with Deng Jiao announce their termination of partnerships. In shock, fans flock to Deng Jiao's Weibo, demanding to know what transpired. While Xinguang Entertainment has not severed ties with him, he remains an artist under their umbrella, albeit without any engagements. Should any slanderous remarks about the company emerge, he would face exorbitant fines, and should he wish to terminate his contract, the penalties would also be staggering. In essence, Deng Jiao has been sidelined. Jiang Wanxing peruses the trending topics on Weibo, a smile gracing her face. Jiang Yuqin indeed never misses an opportunity to strike from behind. This seemingly accidental capture by the reporter, coupled with the appearance of Jiang Yuan, serves to reveal her true nature. Nevertheless, Jiang Wanxing stands firm. She dares to act and to own her actions. The online uproar, while seemingly formidable, pales in comparison to the stones thrown by Deng Jiao. Chapter 50. You aren't planning to be coerced by President Rome, are you? Those individuals. Jiang Wanxing mused, running her fingers through her hair. Why do they lack any creativity? What purpose does it serve to insult me online? If they have the courage, they should come and confront me. This kind of request, Rome Shuyan contemplated for a moment before responding, would be quite difficult to realize domestically, as physical violence is illegal. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but smirk. It's precisely because it's illegal that I want them to come at me, then I could claim self-defense. As for her family members, she dismissed them entirely. After all, they were merely familial squabbles, and if need be, she could leverage familial bonds for moral coercion. Yet outsiders presented a different challenge. Rome Shuyan interjected, but Jiang Wanxing continued, no bragging here. With someone like Deng Jiao, I could easily take on 30 of him. Assault is against the law. Rome Shuyan reiterated. I am aware. A radiant smile adorned her porcelain-like face. By the way, Rome Shuyan, what exactly brings you here? Don't tell me it's work. My intelligence hasn't sunk that low. As her words lingered, Rome Shuyan lowered his gaze, falling into silence for a moment. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the forest canopy above them, casting a golden sheen over his long, dark lashes. The atmosphere between them grew quiet, the only sounds being the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Jiang Wanxing smiled at him. Speak, Rome Shuyan. At that moment, Rome Shuyan finally spoke up. You mentioned liking me before. I want to ask, would you marry me? For a lifetime. Ah. Jiang Wanxing was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Rome Shuyan, how silly you are. A lifetime commitment is not something to be casually mentioned. Can the present you truly pledge for your future self? Why not try dating first? Her words seemed profoundly insightful, yet Rome Shuyan saw through their essence. So, you merely wish to experiment? Jiang Wanxing had never encountered a man quite like him. Initially inclined to mock him, she found herself unexpectedly struck by a sense of guilt as his expression shifted to one of mild disappointment. She rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around Rome Shuyan's shoulders, whispering in his ear, you see, in life, every choice requires trial and error. If you claim a lifetime now, what if, after a couple of months, you find me utterly unbearable? Would you then choose to endure me for eternity? Jiang Wanxing genuinely couldn't fathom Rome Shuyan's perspective. After all, she did not harbor deep feelings for him, nor did she believe he felt similarly. Yet here he was, professing a desire to marry her for life, which struck her as utterly absurd. Rome Shuyan remained silent. Jiang Wanxing inched closer, softly asking, Rong Shuyan, do you find me attractive? At this, Rong Shuyan instinctively nodded. Jiang Wanxing squinted and smiled. But beauty diminishes with age. You think I'm beautiful, and I think you're handsome, so why not give it a try? When our looks fade, we can reassess. After all, you're a man. You won't be at a loss. In Jiang Wanxing's mind, beautiful things are better rented than owned. Although Rong Shuyan was not only handsome but also wealthy, she felt no need for his money. Once their mutual attraction waned, they could seek younger and more beautiful partners. Indeed, their relationship might not even last until that time. Rong Shuyan gazed at Jiang Wanxing as if wishing to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Jiang Wanxing, squinting, declared, if you don't speak, I'll take that as agreement. After what felt like an eternity, Rong Shuyan finally nodded.
All right.
Oh, I truly like you so much, Jiang Wanxing exclaimed, leaping onto him, wrapping her arms around his neck, and planting a kiss on each of his cheeks. It was Rong Shuyan's first experience of such an encounter, leaving him momentarily flustered, his arms awkwardly encircling her. I am quite serious, he murmured. I am serious too. Jiang Wanxing replied nonchalantly. If I weren't serious, would I have taken the initiative to confess? Have you never been in a relationship before? He inquired. Indeed not. What a coincidence. Neither have I. I suppose this counts as our first love. Rong Shuyan was taken aback by her admission. You? That doesn't seem likely.
Ah.
One cannot judge by appearances, you know? Jiang Wanxing replied, hopping down from him and declaring her feelings openly. I'm actually quite vivacious and cheerful, but at heart, I remain quite innocent. Rong Shuyan remained silent. The two strolled through the forest, the atmosphere light yet charged with unspoken emotions. Jiang Wanxing's earlier remarks were, in truth, a blend of truth and jest. While Rong Shuyan was indeed her first love, her previous lack of relationships stemmed not from innocence, but rather from her youth. At the mercenary base, the instructor, who is also the authority of the Grey Iron Delta, does not interfere with the personal lives of his students. However, in his words, from a physiological health perspective, certain matters are best deferred until adulthood. The instructor's statement was rather vague, but the implication was clear. Those in positions of power within the base, including Jiang Wanxing, mostly had difficult childhoods. The more arduous one's early years, the more one desires after gaining wealth and power. The great desires of humanity boil down to wealth, power, and love. The instructor does not impose strict moral standards on every student but hopes they can lead healthy lives. After a busy morning, the production team resumed filming in the afternoon. The guests took chestnuts to the market to sell. Naturally, they were unable to carry the burdensome yoke, so they resorted to carrying bamboo baskets on their backs. Jiang Wanxing, however, effortlessly lifted an entire basket of chestnuts with one hand and, taking advantage of the camera's distraction, quietly approached the director. After the departure of director Deng Jiao, only 5 guests remained. How would they divide into groups with an odd number? Without hesitation, the director remarked that there would be a surprise guest in the evening. Jiang Wanxing's eyes instantly lit up. Is my sister coming? The director's expression stiffened upon witnessing Jiang Wanxing's excitement, and he couldn't help but recall the apparent conflict between her and Jiang Yuqin.
Oh dear.
Moreover, this is all about the ratings. It's money. Surely we cannot sacrifice financial gain for the sake of pride? The director awkwardly chuckled and shifted the topic. What about Mr. Rong? It seems I haven't seen him since he left with you. Jiang Wanxing slowed her tone, her smile radiant. You mean my boyfriend? He is not feeling well and went to rest. Your boyfriend? The director's voice shifted in pitch. Jiang Wanxing replied with a smile. Yes. We just got together this morning. The director's smile was forced. You didn't, by any chance, engage in any underhanded dealings with Mr. Rong, did you? Recalling the sudden downfall of the popular star Deng Jiao, the director pondered that it was not entirely impossible for an investor to be involved in such affairs. Given the investor's rather appealing appearance. What are you saying? I'm just a young girl. How could I possibly do that? We are in a legitimate relationship. The director skeptically asked, do you think I believe that? Chapter 51. I have only obtained ownership. I have yet to exercise my rights. Jiang Wanxing proudly raised her chin, smiling. What I desire shall be mine. Perhaps due to her mixed heritage, her eyes possessed a lighter hue than most, resembling amber. In that moment, as she smiled, her eyes glinted with a predatory fierceness, akin to a beast returning from a hunt, gripping its prey with unyielding ferocity. Although she appeared delicate and charming, such expressions occasionally surfaced, creating a profound sense of dissonance. At that moment, Ming Jingche seemed to have overheard Jiang Wanxing's words and leaned closer. What? The investor is your boyfriend? When did this happen? Jiang Wanxing unabashedly responded, 3 hours ago. No way. Ming Jingche exclaimed in disbelief. You two didn't sneak off into the woods, did you?
Tú.
Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Wanxing scoffed. I have only obtained ownership. I have yet to exercise my rights. The market in the mountains was not as desolate as people had imagined. On the contrary, it was bustling with activity, featuring dragon and lion dances and opera performances. The actors on stage sang and performed, while the audience tossed coins as applause. Though the villagers were not wealthy, the offerings mostly consisted of coins, with a few 5 and 10 yuan bills, which accumulated over time. The edge of the stage was already piled high with donations, and occasionally, a little girl would sweep up the coins with a broom and dustpan. Many viewers on the live stream commented about wanting to visit the market. Our economy may not be as developed as the outside world, but the mountains are beautiful. During spring and autumn, many art students come here to sketch. But due to inconvenient transportation, tourists are few. Soon, the guests arrived at the buyers with their chestnuts. Fresh chestnuts were priced at 5 yuan per pound. Jiang Wanxing, Ming Jingche, and Shi Ran's group collected a total of 60 pounds of chestnuts, earning 300 yuan. This amount would suffice for their living expenses in the mountains for several days. Jiang Wanxing, of course, did not know how to cook, nor did the other guests. But that did not hinder their desire to learn. Before leaving, Jiang Wanxing bought 2 bags of spicy strips from a snack stall, munching on them as she walked. This act, however, reignited the ire of some netizens. Isn't it absurd? The money earned from selling chestnuts is public property, and Jiang Wanxing just uses it for herself? Her emotional intelligence is truly low. As expected from a wealthy young lady. How selfish. Where did Deng Jiao go? Did Jiang Wanxing force him out of the filming due to a minor conflict? Deng Jiao has been silent. I'm heartbroken. I'm so worried about my brother. How could he be targeted by such a woman? Yet, Jiang Wanxing was indifferent to the online comments. At that moment, she was busy catching a chicken, hanging it upside down from a tree, slitting its throat to bleed it out, and boiling water to pluck its feathers, all in one fluid motion. Seizing the opportunity when the camera shifted to others, she retreated inside to tidy up, change her clothes, and strolled leisurely back to the director. I'll be stepping out for a bit. The director looked puzzled. Jiang Wanxing smiled. I'm going to play with my boyfriend. You? The director replied, go ahead. After all, Jiang Wanxing was participating in the show out of friendship and was not being compensated. Thus, he could not impose too many demands on her. Consequently, she headed straight to find Rong Shuyan. Meanwhile, in the van, Jiang Yuqin watched the live stream comments, her eyes flashing with a hint of satisfaction. Zhou Na, however, appeared troubled. Jiang Yuqin dismissed her concerns, casually pulling out a mirror to retouch her makeup. This is a live stream, not a home setting. The more I act out, the more people will see my true nature. After all these years, she still behaves like a child. I managed to drive her away once. I can do it again.
What?
Zhou Na frowned. Jiang Yuqin seemed to realize she had spoken out of turn and glanced at Zhou Na. Sister Zhou, I know you only have my best interests at heart, but I must be frank with you. I have enmity with her, and even if I try to avoid her, she will not let me go. In the end, whether I expose myself or hide, it's all the same. It's better to take the initiative. With that thought, Jiang Yuqin scoffed. Even if she wishes to ruin me, so what? As long as she stays away, my resurgence in the industry is only a matter of time. Without Jiang Wanxing, I will continue to thrive in the entertainment world. Zhou Na pondered for a moment and found her reasoning sound. Chapter 52. Yes, yes. I truly like you. At this moment, Jiang Wanxing was oblivious to Jiang Yuqin's thoughts. Even if she were aware, she wouldn't care. For her attention was entirely devoted to another person. After temporarily stepping away from filming, Jiang Wanxing directly sought out Rong Shuyan's whereabouts. Although he had arrived in a luxury vehicle, he seemed to have no extravagant habits. He resided in a tidy and well-kept home. Jiang Wanxing lay on the bed, playfully performing glute bridges, determined to showcase her abdominal muscles. Rong Shuyan sat beside her, his expression one of helplessness. Jiang Wanxing seemed to recognize that this man was rather taciturn, so she abruptly sat up, puffing her cheeks in indignation as she glared at him. Am I no longer your girlfriend? I merely wish to exercise the reasonable rights of a girlfriend, yet you cannot even fulfill such a trivial request. After uttering these words, her eyes darted mischievously, revealing a hint of cunning. She had resolved that if Rong Shuyan insisted on denying her the privilege of viewing, she would simply overpower him, relishing the freedom to touch as she pleased. After all, While she may lack in other areas, she was confident in her physical prowess. It mattered not if Rong Shuyan were a mere wisp or a formidable figure weighing 300 pounds. She believed she could subdue him. Just as Jiang Wanxing was about to take action, Rong Shuyan nodded slightly.
All right.
Jiang Wanxing's eyes sparkled with delight. She slid closer to him, pressing herself against his side like a piece of dough. Under her eager gaze, Rong Shuyan's arms stiffened as he attempted to unbutton his shirt. In the next instant, Jiang Wanxing seized his shirt, tearing it open. The delicate buttons scattered across the sheets. Rong Shuyan. Jiang Wanxing. Wow, this is thrilling. Previously, when she had encountered him at the restaurant, she had already seized the opportunity to touch him. While she was aware of his celestial physique, she had not anticipated it to be so pleasing to behold. As her hand made contact, Rong Shuyan's body tensed further. Don't.
Huh?
What's wrong with me? Jiang Wanxing replied, her smile wide and knowing. She wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging to him like a piece of taffy. Rong Shuyan, you smell wonderful. Rong Shuyan grasped her restless hand and chuckled. Are you satisfied now? TSK, why are you so innocent? A handsome, wealthy man like you should have had plenty of girlfriends. Rong Shuyan was surprisingly candid. When I worked at the headquarters, women often bumped into me, spilling coffee, juice, or cola on me. Once, my car was parked by the roadside, and a female driver crashed into it, claiming she had no money for damages and offered herself instead. I'm not a fool. Their behavior seemed to mock my intelligence. Jiang Wanxing burst into laughter upon hearing his story. How unfortunate. You recount such absurdity with such seriousness. It's hilarious. Rong Shuyan appeared puzzled as to why his words had struck her funny bone. After a moment's thought, he replied, But you are the first person to openly express affection for me. Indeed, I truly like you, she affirmed, rolling onto her back, resting her head on his thigh, and gazing up at him. Before meeting you, I thought the most amusing thing in the world was my phone. Rong Shuyan? So, what is the most amusing thing now? When they reappeared before the crowd, a conspicuous crimson mark adorned Rong Shuyan's neck. Jiang Wanxing, brimming with pride, held his hand aloft, as if showcasing her trophy. Ming Jingche cautiously glanced at Rong Shuyan's direction, and when Jiang Wanxing approached, he lowered his voice to inquire, How did you manage to win over such a high-profile figure? Compared to the usual rotund investors, a figure like Rong Shuyan, possessing both wealth and good looks, seemed nearly mythical, akin to a young, domineering CEO from an idol drama. He couldn't fathom how Jiang Wanxing had managed to capture his interest so swiftly. Did she truly follow the director's suggestion and engage in clandestine dealings with the investor? Is it really that difficult to win him over? Jiang Wanxing blinked in confusion. I told him I liked him, but he didn't respond. Ming Jingche. And then? Ming Jingche, is it really that extraordinary? Jiang Wanxing nodded earnestly. Of course it is. She patted his shoulder. Young man, you may not have experienced the sensation of nearly missing out on your one true love. Just look at my face.
Huh?
Ming Jingche was momentarily taken aback. What's wrong with your face? Jiang Wanxing lifted her chin slightly. I possess the visage of the perfect male idol, a radiant moonlight. Ming Jingche. Isn't boasting contagious? Have you caught it from Deng Jiao? Although Jiang Wanxing was indeed exceptionally beautiful, possessing a unique and recognizable charm, such self-praise seemed excessive. She chose not to elaborate further, merely winking at Rong Shuyan, who was seated with the director. As soon as she entered the frame, her aura of joy caught the attention of the viewers tuning into the live broadcast. I don't know why, but I sensed the scent of dog food.
Wow.
Sister Xing isn't with Xiao Ming, is she? So sweet. I'm dying from this sweetness. I don't think so. Sister Xing and Xiao Ming don't seem like a couple. In an instant, a fervent discussion erupted about Jiang Wanxing's inexplicable happiness until the arrival of a mysterious guest shifted the audience's focus. Jiang Yuqin, the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family, known for her delicacy in the entertainment industry, would certainly not arrive like the other guests on foot. Hence, she arrived by car. Upon seeing Jiang Yuqin gracefully enter the courtyard, her round, bright eyes instantly lit up. Sister. The comments. Something seems off. Are these sisters really that close? Wasn't it said that Jiang Wanxing and Jiang Yuqin were at odds? Right, previously? Miao Jie revealed that Jiang Yuqin's mother was the third party in her parents' relationship. Perhaps they reconciled. After all, they are family. Jiang Yuqin's face broke into a warm smile as she approached, eager to embrace Jiang Wanxing. However, Jiang Wanxing denied her the opportunity, warmly taking her luggage instead. Oh, sister. I'm surprised you brought so much luggage. You must be treated well to ride up here. It seems everyone favors you more. Chapter 53. Is this President Rome? Jiang Wanxing's words indeed drew considerable attention. Everyone present, engaged in the entertainment industry, was familiar with one another. The director's expression turned inscrutable. He had anticipated this. However, the viewers watching the live broadcast remained oblivious to these nuances, their focus entirely drawn to Jiang Yuqin. If Jiang Wanxing hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed that all the other guests walked up, but Jiang Yuqin arrived by car. Of course, Jiang Yuqin has always referred to herself as the young lady of the Jiang family, so naturally, she carries herself with grace. Jiang Yuqin is notoriously pretentious. How could she walk up herself? Jiang Yuqin's fans were renowned for their fierce loyalty. Yet, even that could not surpass the overwhelming ridicule from onlookers. Jiang Yuqin understood the implication behind Jiang Wanxing's words and could only muster a strained smile. Taking a deep breath, she managed to force a smile at the corners of her lips. The director arranged for me to arrive by car to avoid delaying everyone's filming schedule and to facilitate editing later on. I see, Jiang Wanxing replied, her eyes glinting with mischief. But sister, you arrived just in time. We are about to eat, so you should join us. This statement merely implies that Jiang Yuqin arrived just in time for the meal, allowing her to savor the fruits of everyone's labor throughout the day. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuqin's expression became rigid. She could already envision the nature of the comments about her online. No, she wouldn't allow it. Jiang Yuqin felt an overwhelming urge to devour Jiang Wanxing alive, yet she refrained from tearing away the facade of hypocrisy that adorned her face. I've already eaten before coming, so I shall refrain from eating now, she stated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanxing did not refuse, but merely nodded with a hint of regret. Very well. Jiang Yuqin thought she had successfully avoided being deceived. However, as everyone gathered around the dining table and began to eat, she realized she had been completely excluded. The guests discussed their experiences from the day's filming, while Jiang Yuqin found herself unable to interject, awkwardly sitting in silence. Seizing the moment when the camera wasn't focused on her, Jiang Yuqin cast a venomous glance at Jiang Wanxing. Yet, that single glance was quickly noticed. Jiang Wanxing's expression remained unchanged, her sweet smile still gracing her face. She winked at Jiang Yuqin, saying nothing, but the meaning in her eyes was unmistakable. Prior to her arrival, she had researched the investors behind the variety show, but she did not know what the esteemed Mr. Rong looked like, nor was she aware of Rong Shiyan's identity. Nevertheless, she was still taken aback by his stunning appearance. Her dazed expression was captured by viewers before the live stream. How embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Isn't Jiang Yuqin the young lady of the Jiang family? How could she be so awkward on a variety show? The atmosphere was pleasant until Jiang Yuqin arrived and brought the awkwardness with her. While the other guests were striving to find humor, Jiang Yuqin was merely glancing around aimlessly. Seeing her like this, I'm nearly digging my toes into the ground in discomfort. Of course, there were also fans of Jiang Yuqin attempting to defend her, claiming that Jiang Wanxing was deliberately isolating her. Yet, anyone with discernment could see the truth. In her previous appearances on variety shows, due to her status, other guests had catered to her, which lessened the awkwardness, and she had always carried herself with the air of a young lady. But now, with Jiang Wanxing present, no one was there to support her, and naturally, the awkwardness ensued. Jiang Wanxing, known for her keen perception, also noticed Jiang Yuqin's gaze. However, mindful of the live broadcast, she refrained from speaking up. Throughout the meal, Jiang Yuqin felt like an outsider. With a darkened gaze, she glanced at Jiang Wanxing, who was chatting with the other guests and intentionally isolating her, then quietly stepped away from the camera's view to approach the director. As the director noticed her approach, he immediately grew cautious. Yuqin, is there something you need? Jiang Yuqin forced a smile, glancing in the direction of Rong Shiyan.
Who is that?
An artist? While he appeared to be an artist, he had just not been in the frame, seated with the staff. Yet, to say he was staff seemed implausible given his striking looks. Even the box meal he received was different from that of the other crew members. The director, unsure of Jiang Yuqin's intentions, could only muster that as someone from the investment firm, the vice president of the Asia-Pacific branch, here to oversee the filming progress. Is that Mr. Rong? Jiang Yuqin was taken aback. Did they not say Mr. Rong would attend the wrap party after filming? Why was he here now? The director felt his face grow stiffer, casting a look of desperation towards Jiang Wanxing. You'll have to ask Mr. Rong about that. I'm not sure myself. At that moment, Jiang Wanxing also caught the director's pleading gaze and smiled, addressing Jiang Yuqin. What did you say to the director? Why not share it with everyone? Jiang Yuqin, fearing she might inadvertently hint at some connection with the director, hurried over. It's nothing. I just arrived and wasn't he aware of the progress of the tasks. I noticed I didn't have any footage, so I went to discuss it with the director. Jiang Wanxing replied, we're sisters after all. If you have questions, just ask me. Why trouble the director? Observing Jiang Wanxing's feigned innocence, Jiang Yuqin felt a surge of anger, but was compelled to suppress it. Chapter 54, just chatting while hugging a fairy and covering with a quilt. Upon seeing Deng Jiao's residence, Jiang Yuqin felt utterly rigid. She had never stayed in such a place in her life. Even though she could usually endure anything, she was at a loss now. Director. Jiang Yuqin began. I haven't been well lately. Staying in such a place might give me a chill. The director seemed to hesitate, considering her status, unsure of what to say. At that moment, Jiang Wanxing cheerfully remarked, if you don't like this place, why not just stay with me? As soon as she spoke, Jiang Yuqin shot a wary glance at Jiang Wanxing. Jiang Wanxing, however, sparkled with anticipation. After a brief silence, Jiang Yuqin awkwardly cleared her throat and said, Wan, aren't you staying with Sister Chiron? Then I guess I'll stay here. Although Jiang Wanxing hadn't taken any concrete action since her arrival, Jiang Yuqin still felt uneasy. She knew that Jiang Wanxing would not let her off easily. Jiang Wanxing shook her head in disappointment. What a pity then. Jiang Yuqin's face stiffened, and she couldn't utter a word. The director, sensing the awkwardness of the moment, quickly directed the camera operator to focus on their faces. Thus, Jiang Yuqin found herself residing in that dilapidated mud brick house. The filming shifted its focus to her. When she spoke, she looked up at Rong Shuyan, her demeanor devoid of the cunning and slyness she had previously exhibited, appearing instead as an ordinary, naive girl. At that moment, Jiang Yuqin's eyes narrowed in realization. Jiang Wanxing had discovered Mr. Rong's identity. Moreover, she had approached him before her. Doubt filled Jiang Yuqin, though she dared not show it. The parting glance Jiang Wanxing cast at her was provocatively infuriating. There was no denying that Rong Shuyan's attractiveness struck a chord with her. Once off camera, Rong Shuyan reached out to touch her cheek. Are you upset? No. Jiang Wanxing shook her head. Just a fool. Why should I be upset? Rong Shuyan remarked. You don't seem to be in high spirits. Jiang Wanxing, not concealing her feelings, shrugged and replied, I'm not angry with her. I'm reflecting on myself. Rong Shuyan inquired, oh? Jiang Wanxing casually continued. I often wonder how I could have been so weak before. How could I let someone like her bully me? It's truly absurd. Her feelings towards Jiang Yuqin were not rooted in hatred. Rather, they resembled the shame and anger one feels when confronted with their own past indiscretions. Jiang Yuqin's presence was akin to a photograph of her most embarrassing moment being waved in her face. In essence, Jiang Yuqin represented a reminder of her past missteps. Whenever she laid eyes on Jiang Yuqin, memories of her past transgressions inevitably resurfaced. Rong Shuyan chuckled softly. People inevitably change as they age. There's no need to dwell on the past. Jiang Wanxing, reflecting on his words, shook her head absently, choosing not to respond further. The following day, the production team arrived to assign tasks. We're heading up the mountain to forage for wild vegetables. Afterward, we'll learn to prepare a local delicacy with the help of the locals. This time, there were no groups. Everyone was digging individually. The news of Deng Jiao's withdrawal from Pastoral 3 continues to gain traction online, causing the show's popularity to soar. Perhaps it is due to Deng Jiao being sidelined by the company and unable to speak out. Jiang Wanxing, at the foot of the cliff, yawned while foraging for wild vegetables, appearing quite fatigued. The production team was well aware that she had spent the night at Rong Shuyan's place. Ming Jingche, observing Jiang Wanxing's current state, was filled with curiosity. When the live camera shifted to capture other participants, he quietly approached her. Hey, benefactor. What did you do with the investor last night? Nothing much. Jiang Wanxing blinked innocently. We just confirmed our relationship a day ago. What could we possibly do? Really? Ming Jingche clearly found this hard to believe. Jiang Wanxing stroked her chin and replied, we just cuddled and chatted under the blankets. Cuddled? Ming Jingche raised an eyebrow. Jiang Wanxing nodded. He certainly looks the part. So? Ming Jingche pressed. So, we did nothing, she clarified, though it was evident that her explanation failed to convince him. Stealing a glance at Rong Shuyan, who was dozing in a folding chair, Ming Jingche couldn't help but marvel at his striking looks. If he entered the entertainment industry, he would undoubtedly become a sensation. Jiang Wanxing silently plucked wild vegetables, placing them in her basket before reaching for another. She recalled last night, when she had held Rong Xian's hand, the star-shaped tattoo on his wrist slowly revealing itself. Nearby, Jiang Yuqin had not gathered many wild vegetables, and her meticulously manicured nails were now ruined, covered in dirt. She was struggling to endure it, her thoughts lingering on Rong Xian. After a moment, she glanced in Jiang Wanxing's direction, stood up and confidently approached Rong Xian. Rong, before she could finish, Xiao Ke stopped her. Rong Xian appeared weary and ignored her completely. Jiang Yuqin forced a smile that she deemed attractive and said, "Mr. Rong, I am Jiang Yuqin from Jiang Entertainment. I didn't get the chance to greet you last night." Her sentence was abruptly interrupted by a heart-wrenching scream from a distance. Jiang Wanxing too was startled by the scream. Instinctively, she looked up in the direction of the sound. She saw a child plummeting from the edge of the cliff, which was over 20 meters high, the ground below littered with weathered stones. If the child fell, survival was impossible. Acting on instinct, Jiang Wanxing dashed forward and caught the child in her arms. The force of the impact caused her to stagger back 2 steps before regaining her balance. "Wanxing! Someone!
Quick!"
The staff and other guests rushed over. Jiang Wanxing handed the child to the director and rubbed her arms. The child appeared to be around 10 years old and was not light. Moreover, the height of the cliff meant that when she had rushed over to catch the child, her posture had been misaligned, leading her to feel a slight strain in her arm. After testing her arm to ensure the strain was not severe, she turned her attention back to the child. "I saw her fall. Her head hit a protruding rock. Where are the parents? We need to get her to the hospital immediately." As she spoke, she continued to stretch her arm. While saving a life was commendable, Jiang Wanxing, as someone who relied on her physical abilities, could not neglect her own condition. She feared tearing a tendon or fracturing a bone. The director, glancing at the child, urgently exclaimed, "The child is unconscious." Chapter 55. I have a racing license. No one here can drive better than I can. As the conversation unfolded, someone was seen peering down from the cliff. Near. That's my near. A woman, appearing to be of considerable age, was silhouetted against the light, her expression obscured. Jiang Wanxing called up to her. The child fell and hit her head on a rock. "She's unconscious and needs immediate medical attention. Wait for me. I'm coming down." The situation had escalated so suddenly that viewers of the live broadcast were left in shock. Can the people up there show some decency? This is a live broadcast. Moreover, that cliff is over 20 meters high, equivalent to a 6-story building. Who would risk a child's life for a show? Exactly, the child is injured. Blood is even on the director.
Wait.
Did I just see Jiang Wanxing catch that child after a fall from such a height? There was a news report about someone heroically catching a baby who fell from a building, and both their arms were fractured. That child looks about 10. Even Tyson might struggle to catch them from that height. Soon, the woman had descended from another path, and nearby villagers, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Upon seeing the unconscious child in the director's arms, the woman screamed and began to weep uncontrollably. "Near! My near! Help! Save my near!" Jiang Wanxing reassured her. "Please don't panic. I caught her when she fell. She has no other injuries, just a bump on her head. She can still be saved if we get her to the hospital." As she spoke, she checked the child's pulse and lifted her eyelids. There was no immediate danger to her life. One of the villagers, panting heavily, said, "There's only one clinic nearby, and it takes over 2 hours to reach the hospital in the county, navigating all mountain roads." Before he could finish, he faltered, realizing the gravity of their situation. Although their area was not particularly remote, they lived in the mountains where transportation was challenging. In recent years, efforts to develop tourism had led to the allocation of funds for road construction, yet many roads remained under construction. It was perilous to descend the mountain, and they drove as cautiously as possible. The 2-hour estimate was the quickest scenario. Realistically, it could take 3 hours. The woman cradling her child sobbed, seemingly aware of the treacherous terrain, almost in despair. Consequently, the comments began to criticize the child's parents for their negligence. That must be the child's grandmother. How could a child of that age fall from the mountain? It shows how little attention this family pays to her. Of course, it's a girl. In such mountainous areas, the preference for sons is severe. Perhaps the parents are indifferent. In such cases, it's likely the boy was taken away by working parents, leaving the girl behind as a left-behind child. This child is truly pitiful. I am a left-behind child, but my brother is not. Are you out of your mind? Look at the child's clothing compared to the grandmother's. Do you really think this is a family that prioritizes sons over daughters? At this point, The villagers were arranging transportation to take the child down the mountain to the hospital. However, the village was predominantly elderly, lacking private cars. Most had agricultural three-wheeled vehicles. Driving such vehicles down the mountain was even more unsafe. The production team could only watch helplessly. Just then, Jiang Wanxing took a deep breath and said, "If you trust me, I can drive you down." The woman holding the child, knowing it was Jiang Wanxing who had caught her, attempted to kneel in gratitude, but was supported by Jiang Wanxing. The director hesitated before saying, "Wanxing, the mountain roads are treacherous, and we are unfamiliar with the terrain." It was not that the director was devoid of compassion. However, Jiang Wanxing had already saved the person. If there were any unforeseen circumstances on the way, or if the child did not survive to reach the hospital, it would undoubtedly lead to a myriad of troubles. The woman seemed to comprehend the director's intentions and hurriedly exclaimed, "I don't blame you. If something happens on the road, I won't blame you." She spoke into the camera, as she had spent her entire life in the mountains and was not particularly eloquent. In fact, she didn't know how to express her gratitude beyond kneeling. At that moment, Jiang Yuqin, who stood beside her, expressed her concern. "Wan, you usually ride a motorcycle. Is your driving skill sufficient? What if an accident occurs? It turns out this person is the child's mother. I thought she was the grandmother. Could keyboard warriors please settle down? The mother is Lu Pundi, and the daughter is Zhong Mengyuan. Just from their names, one can see how much she loves her child. To claim she favors sons over daughters and deliberately harms her child is utterly unfounded. The quality of contemporary netizens is simply outrageous. Jiang Wanxing is risking the child's life to build her own persona." Various comments flooded the screen. Jiang Wanxing cast a cold glance at Jiang Yuqin. While she could casually chat with her at other times, this was not the moment for such pleasantries. Jiang Wanxing merely shot a glance at Jiang Yuqin and coldly stated, "I possess a racing driver's license issued by the International Automobile Federation. No one here has better driving skills than I do." Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the room. Jiang Wanxing's gaze swept toward Rong Shuyan. "May I borrow your car? I will take the child down the mountain." Rong Shuyan replied, "I will accompany you." Jiang Wanxing did not refuse and directly gestured for the woman to hold her child and follow her. Soon, they were on the road. Jiang Wanxing drove while Rong Shuyan occupied the passenger seat, and in the back sat the woman clutching her child and the camera operator. The director had requested the camera operator's presence. This was not an attempt to garner attention. Rather, acts of heroism and altruism often incite considerable controversy. And should anything go awry, they would find it difficult to explain themselves. To ensure safety, it was better to record the entire journey live. Jiang Wanxing pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the vehicle sped through the mountainous terrain. Fortunately, Rong Shuyan's car performed admirably, and Jiang Wanxing's driving skills were commendable, so the occupants hardly felt any jolting. The woman clutched her child tightly, weeping as she recounted her story. She was 55 years old and had once had an eldest son, a firefighter who perished during a mission at the tender age of 19. 3 years after her son's death, she finally conceived again and bore a daughter named Mengyuan. "I originally went up the mountain to gather chestnuts, but my daughter insisted on coming along. My family has never committed a wrongdoing. My son died saving others. 2 years ago, a student painting in the mountains fell into the water, and my husband went to save him, but he too was lost." Perhaps those who have lived in the mountains for generations harbor a strong belief in karma. Thus, the woman repeatedly emphasized that her family had never engaged in any wrongdoing. Chapter 56. The obsequious owner of the luxurious Rolls-Royce Cullinan. After disinfecting and lightly bandaging the wound on the child's head, it continued to bleed. The woman's clothing was stained with considerable amounts of blood, which was a harrowing sight. "Everything will be all right," Jiang Wanxing assured, while the woman sobbed, "My daughter is my life." She added, according to her simple values, that to express gratitude, one must offer more than mere words of thanks. She intended to prepare a feast to honor her benefactors once her child recovered, and she would bow in gratitude. "No need for thanks," Jiang Wanxing replied calmly. "When your child recovers, perhaps buy her some clothes and snacks." The live stream continued. After the woman shared her family's circumstances, the vitriolic keyboard warriors noticeably diminished in number. "Wah, mommy, my eyes are watering. Misfortune seems to target the most unfortunate souls. The child's father and brother both died saving others. The family of 4 is now reduced to just the mother and daughter. Mengyuan cannot suffer any harm. Is there a way to donate? I wish to extend a helping hand to this mother and daughter." At that moment, Rong Shuyan, who had been silent in the passenger seat, suddenly spoke. "Wanxing, How is your arm? Jiang Wanxing had appeared overly nonchalant after catching the child, so no one had noticed her arm was injured. The only person who had noticed was Rong Shuyan. It's nothing, Jiang Wanxing replied dismissively, just a minor injury. It will heal in a few days. She insisted it was a minor injury, and indeed, it was. The injury primarily stemmed from her lack of preparation when she rushed to catch the child, causing a slight strain. Rong Shuyan nodded and fell silent again. Jiang Wanxing remained focused on driving and advised the woman, "Auntie, please tilt the child's head to one side and avoid having her lie flat. Be mindful of the wound. If she vomits, ensure that the vomit does not obstruct her airway." The woman quickly adjusted her child's position as instructed. The child was now exhibiting signs of consciousness impairment, drifting in and out of awareness, occasionally calling out before slipping back into a brief stupor. The woman hesitated and remarked, "Your car is quite expensive, isn't it?" Although she did not recognize the vehicle, anyone could tell at a glance that it was of considerable value. She was doing her utmost to prevent the child's blood from staining the car. What if the child vomited and dirted the vehicle? At this moment, Rong Shuyan interjected. "This car is not expensive." Jiang Wanxing concurred. "It belongs to him, and if he says it's not expensive, then it isn't." At that point, the audience finally noticed the individual in the passenger seat. However, due to the camera operator sitting behind the passenger seat, the viewer could not capture the person beside Jiang Wanxing, and the previous live stream had been rather chaotic, leaving the audience unaware of who occupied the passenger seat. As realization dawned on the viewers regarding the identity of the passenger, the comments section erupted once more. "This car is not expensive. I noticed earlier. The owner has a lovely voice, somewhat reminiscent of a male voice actor. Esteemed owner of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, I am your long-lost son. When may I return to the family fold?" So, who did Jiang Wanxing borrow the car from? Something's up. While Jiang Wanxing's act of saving someone is commendable, there are clearly hints of self-promotion. Borrowing such an expensive car to take someone to the hospital while the owner is a young man seems rather conspicuous. The comments section was awash with sensational gossip as numerous trolls flooded in. The Cullinan owner and Jiang Wanxing's story gained traction, overshadowing the incident itself. It seemed that, compared to such unforeseen events, people were far more inclined to focus on these dramatic tales. So obsequious? But Jiang Wanxing is already a wealthy beauty. Does she really need to be sycophantic? Is it possible that the rich second generation has different tiers? Not all are at the top tier. Initially, I thought Jiang Wanxing participated in the show to pave her way into the entertainment industry, but now it seems she is quite cunning. Could the presence of the rich second generation at the scene be a ploy to garner attention? Laughing out loud. Why use anyone else's car when she could have used someone else's? The intention is painfully clear. Mommy, how old is she? How could she do such a thing? While driving, Jiang Wanxing remained oblivious to the fact that she had unwittingly become the obsequious admirer of the esteemed owner of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Rong Shuyan. As she drove, she turned to him and said, "It's rush hour. The roads are bound to be congested. Please call the traffic police and ask them to clear the way." "All right," Rong Shuyan responded. The vehicle traversed the road quite smoothly, for it was a luxury car. Most motorists dared not come too close, fearing the financial repercussions of a minor collision. Jiang Wanxing chose Rong Shuyan's car not only for its superior performance, but primarily for this very reason. Chapter 57. She is truly gentle and remarkably patient with her family. It brings tears to my eyes. At Jiang Wanxing's request, Rong Shuyan used his phone to contact the traffic police. "Hello, we have a child injured and unconscious in our vehicle. We just came down from the mountain and are heading to the county hospital, but the road is somewhat congested. Could you assist us in clearing a path?" The officer on the other end did not hesitate, promptly inquiring about their vehicle's location, model, and license plate number. At that moment, they were fortunate enough to be right behind a police car. The officer then asked, "Are you the vehicle behind us?" "Yes." "Stay close to the police car." "Understood." With the police siren blaring, Jiang Wanxing activated her hazard lights, and the road was swiftly cleared. Aside from the concern for Xiao Mengyuan, a considerable number of viewers expressed curiosity about the identity of the car's owner, wishing for Xiao Mengyuan's recovery, regardless of Jiang Wanxing's motives for rescuing. "I hope the little girl is safe." The owner's voice is delightful. I wonder what they look like. We can only hear their voice but not see their face. Since they are here, why not show themselves? With the police escort, they reached the county hospital in just over 20 minutes. The woman, clutching the child, hurried into the hospital. Perhaps due to the tension of the journey, she nearly stumbled, but Jiang Wanxing's quick reflexes saved her from falling. Hand the child to me, Jiang Wanxing instructed. The woman did not hesitate, immediately passing the child to her, and Jiang Wanxing rushed toward the emergency room. Hearing the commotion, doctors and nurses swiftly came to assist. The child was placed on a stretcher, and the doctor promptly began an examination. Jiang Wanxing quickly explained, the child fell from a cliff. During the fall, the back of her head struck a rock. There are no fractures or internal injuries. The most severe injury is to her head. How high was the cliff? The doctor asked while examining. Approximately 22 meters. The doctor seemed taken aback by such a precise measurement and glanced at Jiang Wanxing. A fall from over 20 meters without fractures or internal injuries. How can you be so sure? Jiang Wanxing replied, because I caught her. Seeing that the child was not in immediate danger, the doctor, taking a responsible approach, conducted a thorough examination. Once confirming the absence of further injuries, they arranged for immediate surgery. The child is in the operating room. You family members should proceed to settle the payment, the doctor instructed. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression froze again. She turned to Jiang Wanxing, distressed. Young lady, I rushed out without any money. Could you possibly cover the cost for me? I assure you I have money, she quickly added. I have saved the compensation for my son's sacrifice and the reward my husband received for his bravery. I have never touched these funds. I intend to keep them for my daughter, as I am getting older and she is still so young. Thus, despite her appearance of hardship, the woman indeed possessed financial means. Jiang Wanxing reassured her, it's all right. Please take a seat and rest. I will handle the payment. Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Wanxing hurriedly completed the necessary paperwork and paid the fees. She was not particularly known for her overflowing compassion. In fact, one might describe her demeanor as somewhat aloof. Her playful antics were merely a fade to engage with the world. Nevertheless, Jiang Wanxing felt that, given the woman's son and husband had perished while attempting to save others, it was only right to lend a helping hand. Wong Kar-wai's striking appearance captured the attention of many, though in the bustling emergency department, people were too preoccupied to notice. He gently massaged Jiang Wanxing's arm. Now that we are at the hospital, would you like to have yourself checked? No need. Jiang Wanxing shook her head. If there truly were an issue with my health, I would be far more concerned than you. She was not the selfless type, and after catching the child, her first instinct was to assess her slightly strained arm. She relished physical activity, valuing strength and speed above all else. No one cared more about her health than she did. The controversies among the guests, coupled with this unexpected incident, sparked a significant amount of discussion. Within a day, it dominated the trending searches, particularly the interactions between the motorcycle girl and the owner of the Cullinan. There were 3 prevalent rumors circulating about Jiang Wanxing and Wong Kar-wai. One claimed that Jiang Wanxing, at a tender age, seduced a domineering CEO to elevate her status. 2 suggested that Jiang Wanxing and the Cullinan owner were merely friends, with the online rumors being baseless fabrications. The discussions surrounding Jiang Wanxing had reached a fever pitch, prompting many to delve into her past. Unfortunately, Jiang Wanxing had spent most of her years abroad, leaving only traces of her extreme sports endeavors and occasional participation in public athletic events for the online sleuths to uncover. Most of these videos were posted on her short video account. Some even investigated whether Jiang Wanxing possessed a racing license. The opinions were diverse and chaotic. Soon, an enterprising netizen released a video showcasing Jiang Wanxing in minimal attire, short top and shorts, with her abdominal muscles clearly defined. The video quickly went viral. Under normal circumstances, such a video would attract various comments, but this was different. In the video, Jiang Wanxing was seen fighting against a robust Caucasian male. Though devoid of sound, the intensity of her movements was enough to leave viewers in awe. The clip was brief, capturing only a few seconds of her striking the opponent, followed by a scene of her triumphantly raising the championship belt with one hand. Meow meow, how many surprises do you have that I am unaware of? Alas, I lack education. My exclamations travel far. What kind of competition is this? Why are there no gender or weight class restrictions? That massive bear looks 3 times the size of Meow's sister. Sister Meow is incredible. Now I believe Jiang's family is in the hospital. Jiang Wanxing truly did not intend for this. It wasn't intentional. It's not just unintentional. She is genuinely gentle and patient with her family. I am in tears. While Jiang Wanxing watched the video of her past boxing matches online, Xiao Mingyuan was wheeled out of the operating room, now completely out of danger. She sat on a public bench, repeatedly admiring her past prowess. This video is far too short. Why wasn't the moment I leaped and kicked my opponent in the forehead included? Chapter 58. What is your educational background that you advise me to study diligently? After browsing through the myriad of opinions online, Jiang Wanxing tilted her head to look at Rong Shuyan, playfully batting her eyelashes. I am exceedingly gentle and utterly innocent. Rong Shuyan, well aware of the current online discourse, quietly inquired, would you like me to step in and clarify? No need, Jiang Wanxing replied without hesitation. I can infer the source of the rumors with just a thought. I am curious to see what they intend to achieve. Rong Shuyan settled beside her and sighed. But many online comments are quite harsh. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Wanxing couldn't help but chuckle. I've been navigating the internet for so long. Why would I fear their insults? She squinted her eyes and spoke leisurely. It's merely a matter of numbers. If these people were to stand before me, I assure you, they wouldn't dare utter a single word. To her, those online comments were simply a source of amusement. In reality, they were undoubtedly the most discontented individuals in their lives. She had no fear of their condemnation. Why should she ensnare herself in a trap of self-justification to appease them? They say, she scoffed. I see it all without your input. Jiang Wanxing sneered. You take to heart the words of a bunch of trash? If I'm in a good mood, I might hurl a few insults at them. If I'm not, I could select a few to sue. After all, I have plenty of money. Why should I be afraid of them? The vitriol and slander online held no sway over her. If she felt displeased, she could easily hire a lawyer to deal with a few cases. She would delegate everything, ensuring it didn't consume her time. The troubles awaiting those who insulted her were beyond her concern. Rong Shuyan remarked, Jiang Wanxing, while you may indulge in a carefree existence, you are still a wealthy heir. Why bother with their words? After a moment's contemplation, Rong Shuyan answered, I merely think it unjust for them to speak of you in such a manner. Considering you are a young woman. Jiang Wanxing's brows lifted in surprise. What? Are you afraid I might be upset? Rong Shuyan remained silent. Jiang Wanxing laughed again, leaning into his embrace. Indeed, I am heartbroken. What shall my dear brother do to console me? Rong Shuyan hesitated. How do you wish for me to comfort you? Jiang Wanxing straightened up and touched her lips. Then kiss me. Just as Jiang Wanxing believed he was too bashful to act. Rong Shuyan leaned in and placed a gentle kiss upon her lips, as fleeting as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Jiang Wanxing wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him again. Xiaoming Yuan's surgery was a resounding success. A woman grasped Jiang Wanxing's hand, tears streaming down her face in gratitude. At that moment, other relatives of the woman had arrived at the hospital, including Xiaoming Yuan's uncle, third uncle, and grandmother, all bearing money and arriving in a dusty agricultural tricycle. Ever since Xiaoming Yuan's father had passed away, the family had taken great care of the mother and daughter duo. The woman insisted on repaying Jiang Wanxing for the medical expenses she had previously covered. Jiang Wanxing was about to refuse, but the woman firmly pressed the money into her hands. We have enough money. We cannot take yours. Reluctantly, Jiang Wanxing accepted. How is the child? The child was indeed doing well. Jiang Wanxing replied with a forced smile. However, there are many people spreading rumors online. I plan to sue those who slander. What? Jiang Yuqin was taken aback. The expression on her face stiffened for a moment, but quickly relaxed. I think it's best to let it go. There are many such individuals online, and pursuing them is futile. Why let it go? Jiang Wanxing inquired with a smile. In the end, it's merely a matter of spending some money. I can entrust everything to a lawyer without it being a hassle. That may be so, Jiang Yuqin replied with a smile. But Wan, you don't understand the entertainment industry. Taking this route will attract a lot of criticism. It's fine. I am not afraid. I fear nothing, not even their insults. Even if they found me in reality and pointed their fingers at me, I would remain unperturbed. As she spoke, Jiang Wanxing stroked her chin. These people may be fierce online, but I wonder how many punches they could withstand in reality. Jiang Yuqin, while listening to her words, did not shy away from the cameras. Her sentiments echoed in the ears of the audience. However, considering the video that had circulated that afternoon of Jiang Wanxing participating in a fighting match, the trolls were left speechless. Jiang Yuqin, pondering something, gently remarked, Wan, I saw the video online. Did you not say you were studying abroad? How could you partake in such activities? The insinuation was clear. Jiang Wanxing was neglecting her studies. Jiang Wanxing regarded her with a bemused smile, refraining from immediately explaining herself. Jiang Yuqin, believing she had struck a chord, earnestly advised, Wan, your choice of career is your own, but prioritizing your studies is imperative. Even if our family is financially secure, education is essential. You advise me to study diligently? Jiang Wanxing retorted incredulously. What credentials do you possess to counsel me? Jiang Yuqin fell silent. Haha, what credentials do you have? Rumor circulated that Jiang Yuqin's father had donated 2 laboratories to Ningqing University, enabling her to attend the Performing Arts Department. It's laughable. Jiang Yuqin barely scraped by the undergraduate threshold in her college entrance exams. Were it not for her father's wealth, she would have undoubtedly been relegated to a vocational track. Chapter 59. Brother Rong, let us depart. Jiang Yuqin was taken aback by Jiang Wanxing's sudden hit to her sore spot, standing there with flushed cheeks.
Meanwhile,
Jiang Wanxing continued to chuckle. I believe one should possess a skill, don't you think? What of my poor academic performance? In sports, I excel in every regard. She was not boasting. Aside from figure skating, gymnastics, and various ball sports demanding high technical prowess and prolonged training, she could easily secure a place in the national team for activities primarily testing strength, speed, and endurance. Yet, Jiang Yuqin seemed affected by Jiang Wanxing's earlier comment. Wan, even if you struggle academically and lack interest in studying, I still hope you will attend university. Wait, Jiang Wanxing exclaimed. You don't think I was comparing myself academically to you, do you? Jiang Yuqin's eyelids flickered, and an ominous premonition filled her. Wan, you misunderstand. That was not my intent. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuqin said, I mean to say, you are still young and should focus on your studies.
What are you insinuating?
Jiang Wanxing laughed. Jiang Yuqin glanced discreetly towards the camera. I saw online that some were questioning your lifestyle choices, and I wanted to warn you for your own good. After saying this, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Wanxing, seemingly awaiting an outburst. Yet, the next moment, Jiang Wanxing's expression turned sorrowful. You are my sister. Do you believe the words of outsiders over me? Jiang Yuqin remained speechless. Jiang Wanxing sniffled, moreover, my relationship with Brother Rong is genuine. We are both adults and single. Does that imply I have a questionable lifestyle? It must be noted that Jiang Wanxing possessed an uncanny ability, no matter how arrogant or sarcastic she had been moments before. The moment she presented herself with a tearful, wronged expression, it instinctively made others believe she was blameless. She appeared innocent and naive. Jiang Yuqin never anticipated that Jiang Wanxing could preempt her. Wan, listen to me. Even if you are with him, he might only be playing with your heart. Before she could finish, Jiang Wanxing's eyes suddenly lit up, and she lunged into the arms of the man before her. Despite her petite frame, she was not delicate. The moment she clung to Rong Shuyan, he stumbled back 2 paces to steady himself. What is it? Rong Shuyan held her waist to prevent her from falling. Jiang Wanxing rested her chin on his shoulder, her voice laced with grievance as she said, Sister just mentioned that you are merely toying with me, that you only find me appealing because of my youth, and once you have your fun, you'll discard me. Rong Shuyan replied, as long as you are willing to marry, I shall certainly tie the knot, yet you previously expressed your reluctance to marry me. Jiang Wanxing planted a kiss on his cheek. I am still young. You must grant me time. Jiang Yuqin, silent. Everyone, silent. Due to the angle of the shot, when the camera shifted, Rong Shuyan's face was already obscured by Jiang Wanxing. Nevertheless, during the earlier car accident, Jiang Wanxing could discern that he was a handsome man without having seen his face. The viewers prior to the live broadcast were certainly no exception. Miao sister's words echo the essence of a heartbreaker, huh? This Brother Rong is indeed a paragon of physique. Is it true that in real life, a young, melodious-voiced, and well-formed domineering CEO exists? Wow, that embrace is utterly sweet. Who understands the little darling of the domineering CEO? Countless narrative arcs flashed through my mind. Haha, Jiang Yuqin resembles a jester. Star's waist is so slender. It can be encircled by one hand. Previously, I thought she was just a little lowly, but now I realize her proportions are exquisite. Jiang Yuqin's face darkened. Yet she suppressed her emotions and addressed Jiang Wanxing. Wan, does Dad know about your romance? Jiang Wanxing replied with a muffled voice. He didn't seek Mom's approval for his extramarital affairs. Why should I require his consent for my love life? Jiang Yuqin, silent. Jiang Wanxing remained clinging to Rong Shuyan, unwilling to let go. Brother Rong, let us leave. My mother bore only me, so I need not heed her. As she watched Rong Shuyan carry Jiang Wanxing away, a surge of anger arose within Jiang Yuqin, feeling that everything had been snatched away by Jiang Wanxing. In truth, she was not fond of Rong Shuyan. Rather, she understood the significance of his identity to her. Within the Jiang family, she possessed nothing, her only possession being the superficial affection of her parents. She had not anticipated that Jiang Wanxing would seize him first. Watching the direction in which they departed, Jiang Yuqin's fingers trembled at her sides. Jiang Wanxing, why must you compete with me? Meanwhile, Jiang Wanxing descended from Rong Shuyan's embrace, her mood evidently lifted. Are you truly this happy? Rong Shuyan inquired. Jiang Wanxing lightly huffed. It's merely a bit of playful banter. Seeing Jiang Yuqin in a foul mood brightens my spirits. Rong Shuyan gently ruffled her hair, remaining silent. Jiang Wanxing, too, fell quiet, her gaze cast downward, lost in thought. At present, it was indeed just a trivial squabble, yet she had already dispatched someone to investigate the cause of her mother's death. Should this family have committed even the slightest wrongdoing, she would ensure their demise. The internet continued to unearth Jiang Wanxing's past experiences abroad. Many were curious as to why she had faced off against a man in that martial arts competition. This mystery was soon unraveled. It was indeed a legitimate competition. However, there were no weight categories for participants. The reason Jiang Wanxing battled a man was that he identified himself as a woman. Indeed, it was that fantastical. In that liberated land, an individual's physiological gender was irrelevant. As long as one identified as a particular gender, that was their truth. The Caucasian male proclaimed himself to be a female at heart. He was a transgender individual participating in a women's martial arts competition. The ordinary female competitors were no match for him. Just as he was poised to seize victory, he encountered Jiang Wanxing and was soundly defeated. It was reported that he lost 4 teeth, suffered a fractured jaw, broken ribs, a fractured shin, and sustained internal injuries. Subsequently, the Caucasian male demanded the Martial Arts Association impose a lifetime ban on Jiang Wanxing for his injuries. Yet, the female competitors he had injured rallied in her defense. This incident sparked considerable controversy. Interestingly, Jiang Wanxing later claimed to be a transgender individual herself, participating in the men's division of the martial arts competition, where she once again secured the championship belt. Some even discovered a photograph of Jiang Wanxing, one hand clutching the men's championship belt while the other raised a middle finger. Miao Miao's sister executed splendidly. Satisfying. Miao's sister participated in the men's martial arts competition and won a championship belt? Wow, that's chilling upon reflection. I once thought Lu Bu was invincible. I never imagined someone could surpass his valor. Truly, she is the beloved of the king of hell. Laughing to death. With a legend like Miao's sister, she could easily achieve fame and fortune abroad without needing to seduce a wealthy heir. Oh my, I discovered Jiang Wanxing's school abroad. An Ivy League institution. Chapter 60. How can a slacker handsome guy have such a good physique? Slurp. Numerous traces of Jiang Wanxing's life abroad were unearthed by netizens. Among them was a video of her being interviewed at school. The content of the video made it evident that she was quite renowned as an extreme sports enthusiast at her institution. Whoa, I adore stars so much. From now on, the true rich heiresses have faced their reality. Miao Miao's sister seems to be only 18. At 18, she's a polymath, while I, at 18, still need to ask my mom for permission to open a bottle of milk. Where does Jiang Yuqin derive her audacity to be sarcastic in front of her? I recall Jiang Yuqin previously stating that Star was the family's pet. It's laughable that she doesn't even know what school her sister attends. Yet she dares to put on airs here. The self-destructive Miao Miao. It's just average, mainly because my father is wealthy. The reason she could attend such a prestigious institution was not solely due to her academic prowess. After all, she had neither the leisure nor inclination to diligently pursue her studies. Although schools in her home country predominantly considered grades for admission, Ivy League institutions in the United States required applicants to submit a list of extracurricular experiences. A student's extracurricular activities could reveal their family's financial standing, connections, and more, leading schools to prioritize applicants who appeared to come from the most privileged backgrounds, even if their grades were subpar. Academics were not the sole key to entering an Ivy League school. Moreover, apart from her wealth, she occasionally helped her school in competitions. Of course, much of her expenditures while abroad were funded by Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan was quite eccentric, aside from not wanting to bequeath his fortune to his daughter. He was generally generous. After she went abroad, he arranged for someone to regularly wire her living expenses. Occasionally, Jiang Wanxing would recall this and boldly call to demand money. The specific process being as follows. Jiang Wanxing was not in need of this money and did not understand the significance of her actions, yet she found it exhilarating. It took her a long time to realize the reason behind her actions. She was genuinely unwilling to accept that her mother had passed away quietly, as if she had never existed. How could such a gentle and beautiful person endure such torment for a man who never loved her? Thus, Jiang Wanxing persistently sought to expose this wound. If she could not find peace, then no one else would. Whether by coincidence or fate, Jiang Wanxing stumbled upon a short video, the sound blasting forth. Thankfully, the longing was silent. Otherwise, it would have been deafening.
Damn.
Jiang Wanxing could not help but curse, flinging her phone away. At that moment, Rong Shuyan entered, and the phone landed right at his feet. What happened? Rong Shuyan bent down to retrieve the phone. Smiling as he asked, "Who upset you?" "No one." Jiang Wanxing shook her head. When Rong Shuyan reached the bedside, she directly wrapped her arms around his waist. Her cheek pressed against his heart. She could even hear the rhythmic beating of Rong Shuyan's heart. He gently stroked her hair as if he were petting a kitten, noticing that her mood seemed less than cheerful, and was about to offer some words of comfort. Yet he was not particularly skilled at providing solace. And just as he was about to speak, he felt Jiang Wanxing's hand grazing his abdomen. "How can a slacker like you have such a good physique?" Rong Shuyan merely responded with silence. The following day during the shoot, Jiang Wanxing successfully observed Jiang Yuqin sporting 2 prominent dark circles under her eyes, clearly indicating a restless night. This outing was to a nearby tourist attraction, where they were to hunt for fragments of task hints. After piecing together the final task, they would complete it. In fact, the director had previously briefed them that the reason for selecting such a distant location was primarily to promote the local tourism industry. The ultimate task was to find a local intangible cultural heritage inheritor, and each participant was to create a flower bun, which would then be judged by local evaluators, with a reward promised for the winner. Given the commitment shown by the participants during the filming, the director had dedicated an entire day for this activity. Once again, they boarded that familiar bus. The program staff sat at the front, the cameramen positioned themselves in the middle, while the guests settled in the back. This arrangement allowed for the filming of interactions among the guests. Ming Jingche, known for his low emotional intelligence and gossip-loving nature, was somewhat of an outcast in the entertainment industry. Although he had recently gained a bit of popularity, his true nature remained unchanged. Leaning over the aisle, he whispered to Jiang Wanxing. She shot him a sideways glance and replied nonchalantly, "You're wearing a microphone on your shirt. Even if you speak softly, it will be heard on the live broadcast." Upon raising his head, Ming Jingche noticed the director's grin stretching almost to the back of his head. The scenery outside was splendid, with the willows swaying in the gentle spring breeze. Jiang Wanxing let out a soft laugh, choosing not to expose the moment. Meanwhile, the audience was already in high spirits. It is well known that humans have a penchant for gossip, particularly juicy tales. Before Jiang Wanxing could utter a word, the viewers were already buzzing with excitement. "Ming's comments are quite intriguing. I was wondering why Jiang Yuqin seemed so peculiar. Ming has awakened the dreamers. Jiang Yuqin's fans are about to arrive. Protect our Ming." "No way. Our Yuqin merely cares for her sister, who would covet a man." Is Jiang Wanxing truly going mad? Does she genuinely believe anyone would want to steal her man? Get lost, you scoundrel. My Yuqin is uniquely beautiful. Did Jiang Wanxing not claim she would sue her detractors? This is hilarious. I'm so scared. Just as some detractors had finished mocking, news of Jiang Wanxing's lawsuit against malicious defamation and rumor-mongers circulated. Ming Jingche, ever the stubborn one, understood that his recent remarks might have sparked controversy online, and thus, he chose to embrace the chaos. Jiang Wanxing, with an inscrutable smile, slowly began to speak. "What are you saying? This isn't drama. When have 2 sisters ever liked the same man? My sister isn't that kind of person. Right, sister?" Jiang Yuqin, caught off guard by the sudden mention, opened her mouth but could not articulate a response. Jiang Wanxing continued at a leisurely pace, "Sister, you're such a good person. You wouldn't condone your fans spreading rumors about me, would you? After all, spreading falsehoods can lead to legal consequences."
No.
"Of course not," Jiang Yuqin replied, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Wanxing. "However, you know I'm a public figure. It's impossible to control every single fan. If you can't control every fan, surely you can rein in your major fans, right?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuqin's complexion turned ashen. I don't understand what you mean." "It's all right. You will soon comprehend." Jiang Yuqin bit her lip, falling silent, her gaze drifting vaguely towards Rong Shuyan ahead. She knew Jiang Wanxing would not let her off easily, and Jiang Yuan was a selfish and indifferent person, utterly unreliable. Her only potential leverage was to find a boyfriend of considerable standing. "Isn't he handsome?" Jiang Wanxing asked with pride. Jiang Yuqin averted her eyes, lapsing back into silence. "Don't deny it. You truly can't deny it," Ming Jingche exclaimed, slapping his thigh as he eagerly interjected, "Given Rong's looks, even a straight guy like me would want to pursue love." Before he could finish, Jiang Wanxing hurled an orange at his forehead. Casting a sidelong glance, Jiang Wanxing retorted. Are you also vying for my man? This is merely a hypothesis. A hypothetical situation. Ming Jingche protested, peeling the orange and angrily stuffing the segments into his mouth. Nevertheless, I suggest you keep a close eye on your man. Even if he is wealthy, there will always be others vying for him. Jiang Wanxing shrugged nonchalantly. Why should I monitor him? If he finds someone else appealing, he can just tell me directly. I won't cling to him. But if he cheats. At this, Jiang Wanxing paused, a sudden smile gracing her lips. I would smash his head. Ming Jingche jolted, recalling the recent uproar surrounding such statements online. He sensed that Jiang Wanxing's threat might not merely be empty words. She was indeed capable of such actions. Instantly, Ming Jingche regarded the investing figure, Rome, with newfound sympathy. But perhaps let's not smash heads. Breaking a leg would suffice. After all, it's quite a feat to maintain a beautiful face, Jiang Wanxing added. Are you that concerned about appearances? Ming Jingche inquired. Because I am an ardent admirer of beauty, aside from infidelity being my bottom line. As long as one is sufficiently attractive, have you read any web novels? He continued. What do you mean? Ming Jingche asked, perplexed. Jiang Wanxing flashed a bright smile. Yet her tone turned icy. I could easily tolerate a scoundrel from a tragic narrative. Handsome men found on the street are simply too tempting. Ming Jingche, taken aback, could only stare in disbelief. The moment Ming Jingche's mouth ran wild, even on the bus, the variety show was brimming with topics of discussion. There is no one who does not delight in gossip, nor anyone who does not enjoy a good laugh. However, what piqued my curiosity even more was the esteemed owner of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, the investment partner in the entertainment industry, and the enigmatic brother Rome mentioned by Jiang Wanxing. With her head lowered, Jiang Wanxing sent a message to Rome Shuyan. Although they were in the same vehicle, the presence of the live broadcast cameras made messaging more convenient. Loli Miaojiang. It can be confirmed now. Loli Miaojiang. Jiang Yuqin is genuinely interested in you. Loli Miaojiang. To speak frankly, she has a rather shameless demeanor. For years, she has endeavored to breach my defenses. And she will undoubtedly find ways to snatch you away from me. Jiang Yuqin may be shameless, but she possesses an extraordinary level of patience, akin to that of a saint who can endure 100 grievances. At that moment, Rong Shuyan glanced at her. Then I shall keep my distance from her. Loli Miaojiang, let me be clear. If you dare betray me, I will truly break your legs. Is my taste truly that poor? Upon reading Rong Shuyan's message, Jiang Wanxing couldn't help but chuckle softly. A sudden realization struck her. Over the years, she had never quite understood where her mother fell short compared to Su Man. Was it merely because she did not give birth to a son? Chapter 62. Astonishing. My friend, what kind of performance is this? If that were the case, Jiang Wanxing found Jiang Shengyuan to be utterly laughable. Jiang Chenxi was such a worthless individual that he would have been better off not existing. Loli Miaojiang, if she entangles you, I will no longer want you. Soon, the bus entered the scenic area. The mountainous region was naturally adorned with fresh air and breathtaking views. The only source of despair was the considerable height of the mountain. Even after taking the bus halfway up, the remaining journey was daunting. Due to it being a weekday, the area was almost devoid of visitors. Hua Tongfu wiped the sweat from his brow under the glaring sun. Director, in just a few days, my legs have thinned out. And now we are climbing a mountain? The director smiled. The task clues await us along the way. Hua Tongfu, Jiang Yuqin, having already faced criticism for her pretentiousness, was the first to speak up. Then let us hurry up the mountain. It's not far. And finding the task clues early will allow us to complete the task sooner. However, as soon as she finished speaking, no one responded, leaving Jiang Yuqin feeling exceedingly awkward. Yet, undeterred, she pressed on. Let us split into groups. Wanwan, may I team up with you? Jiang Yuqin gazed at Jiang Wanxing with hopeful eyes. Jiang Wanxing, curious about her intentions, replied leisurely, sure. When sisters unite, their strength is unbreakable. Though she said this, the relationship between them had never been particularly amicable. Jiang Yuqin's eagerness to draw close felt entirely out of place. Whoa, Qin is genuinely so gentle. Despite her lack of grace, she still treats her like a sister. Jiang Yuqin's fans must be going crazy. If you can't think straight, just donate your brain to a hot pot restaurant. What? Has Jiang Yuqin's eyesight been clouded? Can't she see that people dislike her? Does Wanxing need her care? Jiang Yuqin's behavior is not gentle. It is shameless. At this moment, Jiang Yuqin was oblivious to the reactions of the netizens in the comments, believing she was showing enough tolerance towards Jiang Wanxing. The production team equipped each guest with cameras, and since the guests were acting independently, there were no cameramen following them. The footage presented in the live stream was all from each person's perspective. Just as they were about to set off, Jiang Wanxing suddenly blocked her camera and leaned over to kiss Rong Shuyan on the cheek. Good. Brother Rong. Damn it. Why can't we see?
Ah.
I want to see Brother Rong. Previously in the car, even someone as sharp-tongued as Xiaoming gave this man such high praise. He must be a top-tier handsome guy. Jiang Wanxing and Jiang Yuqin began their ascent up the mountain. Once they were out of sight of the others, Jiang Yuqin softly spoke. Wanwan, I just realized that I seem to know very little about you. Could you share your experiences from these past years? Ever since Jiang Wanxing decided to stay in the country, Jiang Yuqin had felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as if everything was beyond her control. Jiang Wanxing did not even glance at her, lazily responding, I feel like your memory is rather poor. Perhaps I should recount my experiences before going abroad as well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuqin's eyes turned red. You have truly misunderstood me. I never intended for my presence to cause you such unhappiness. I can apologize or make amends. As long as you can forgive me. Jiang Wanxing seemed to ignore her overly sentimental words and replied unhurriedly, all right. When my mother passed away, do you remember that first night you entered our home, sitting in the living room watching cartoons?
What was it?
I don't remember. Jiang Wanxing turned to her, her gaze sharp. Jiang Yuqin's eyes flickered, and she adopted a lecturing tone towards Jiang Wanxing. We were both so young back then. I merely enjoyed watching cartoons, and I never realized your feelings were so sensitive and fragile. Sensitive and fragile? Jiang Wanxing asked expressionlessly, so. When you poured water on the stairs causing me to slip and injure myself, was that also due to my sensitivity? When you mixed all my clothes together, resulting in them all being dyed, was that also my sensitivity? And when you accidentally broke the ceramic figurine my mother gifted me, spilled glue in my hair, let my hamster out of its cage only to accidentally step on it, and smeared cake all over my face, injuring me with the cake's support structure, was that also my sensitivity? Her tone was calm, yet she recounted those past events with remarkable detail. In truth, those incidents alone would not have crushed her. What haunted her was the attitude of those around her. Back then, Jiang Yuqin would always cry and apologize sincerely, while the hysterical, angry Jiang Wanxing became the target of everyone's condemnation, as if she were the one at fault. Jiang Yuqin was aware that this was being broadcast live, and her immediate instinct was to refute. Wanwan, what are you talking about? None of that ever happened. How can you slander me? The comments erupted. Wow. Jiang Yuqin, ISNT this bullying? How could someone so young be so malicious? Haha, there's no way there were so many accidents. It was all intentional. Qin is beautiful and kind-hearted. I refuse to believe it. It has always been others who bully Qin, right? How could someone so arrogant and domineering ever be the victim? She only brings suffering to others. Slander is truly an art. Jiang Wanxing, aware that Jiang Yuqin would not admit to her actions, suddenly chuckled. Whether I slander you or not, why not ask our father? Though his memory may not be the best, he should recall at least 1 or 2 events from those days. Jiang Yuqin, if you cannot remember.
I can call him right now.
As soon as she spoke, Jiang Yuqin's nails dug deep into her palm. She knew full well that the moment Jiang Wanxing made that call, Zhang Xiangyuan would undoubtedly recount the events of that time to quell the trouble. In an instant, Jiang Yuqin's gaze flickered intensely. Suddenly, she grabbed Jiang Wanxing's hand, tears streaming down her face. Wanwan, I didn't mean it. Why do you only speak of your own grievances? When we first met, you called my mother and me prostitutes, saying we were filthy. And you poured a large basin of water over me, my brother and my mother. You even made my mother kneel and bow to you. You spilled our meal onto the ground and commanded us to lick it up like dogs. A series of fabricated lies emerged effortlessly, and astonishingly, Jiang Yuqin did not stutter at all. Little did anyone know, it was as if Jiang Yuqin had been propelled by an unseen force, tumbling backward. Right beside the steps was a slope. Jiang Wanxing stood frozen, coldly observing as she rolled down, screaming in anguish until she lost consciousness. Jiang Wanxing was taken aback, utterly astonished. What kind of performance is this? Chapter 63. Remarkably high. Jiang Wanxing remained still, not because she was startled by Jiang Yuqin's sudden and clumsy ploy, but rather because she could not fathom Jiang Yuqin's thought process. With the geography of the mountain being unknown, was she not afraid of rolling into a bottomless pit?
Yet,
The audience perceived it as Jiang Wanxing shoving Jiang Yuqin down during their quarrel. Such a well-worn tactic, often seen in countless palace drama series, still proved effective. The barrage of comments filled the screen with vitriol directed at Jiang Wanxing. This is murder. Jiang Wanxing should have been brought to justice long ago. She just claimed Jiang Yuqin bullied her in childhood, but it seems she is the bully. Unrefined female internet celebrity should exit the entertainment industry. Why is she still standing there while Jiang Yuqin lies motionless after the fall? Does she truly wish to kill? Someone help, you fool. Sister. Jiang Wanxing, seemingly startled, exclaimed and attempted to rush forward to assist. She had clearly witnessed Jiang Yuqin's tumble, noting that Jiang Yuqin had not struck her head and could not possibly be unconscious. Presently, her fainting spell was most likely a ruse. Just as she prepared to render aid, eager to see how long Jiang Yuqin could maintain the act, she heard a rustling sound from the slope below, resembling the approach of some creature. Soon enough, Jiang Wanxing discerned what it was. Monkeys. A troop of monkeys rushed over, and upon spotting the sprawled Jiang Yuqin, they gathered around, tugging at her clothes in search of food. The monkeys shrieked excitedly. Through the lens of Jiang Wanxing's camera, everyone witnessed the seemingly unconscious Jiang Yuqin springing to her feet with a scream, her movements more agile and swift than anyone else's, as she yanked the monkeys off her. In that instant, Jiang Wanxing fancied she saw a bulbous red nose sprout from Jiang Yuqin's face. So she had transformed into a clown. It is widely acknowledged that monkeys are hierarchical social animals, typically exhibiting unity. The monkeys in this scenic area would not ordinarily attack. However, after Jiang Yuqin violently hurled one of the monkeys to the ground, the rest of the troop relentlessly pursued her. Having just rolled down the slope in a disheveled state, her clothes and hair matted with burrs, Jiang Yuqin cried out in terror, appearing to bear no signs of injury. She attempted to flee toward Jiang Wanxing. Yet, the slope's incline made her descent easy, but climbing back up was far more challenging. Jiang Wanxing pretended to call out, "Fear not. While wild animals may carry fleas and potentially viruses, as long as you avoid being bitten, there is little cause for concern." Saying this, Jiang Wanxing feigned running in that direction, casually brushing her camera aside. Once she reached a safe distance for observation, she sat down, relishing the unfolding spectacle. In truth, after Jiang Yuqin's theatrical fall, Jiang Wanxing had conceived numerous strategies to respond. Yet, the sight of a troop of monkeys causing Jiang Yuqin to leap to her feet was something she had never anticipated, leaving her no room to maneuver. Remarkably high. The production team had already ascended the mountain via cable car, while the other guests remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding below. The lodgings lacked power, and Jiang Yuqin's phone had long since died. Thus, for the time being, no one would come to her aid. Jiang Wanxing, save me please. Jiang Wanxing remained seated, not budging an inch. Sister, don't run so fast. I can't keep up with you. These monkeys are so vile. Sister, these monkeys are a nationally protected species. You cannot harm them. Chapter 64. Jiang Yuqin, the Great Green Tea, is about to be exposed. Jiang Yuqin had no time to heed Jiang Wanxing's words. Panic-stricken, she merely sought to escape the monkeys. Jiang Wanxing continued her sarcastic remarks. Sister, do not move. The more you run, the more they will pursue you. Save me. Save me. Jiang Yuqin persisted in her frantic flight. Fearing she might miss the spectacle, Jiang Wanxing hastily rose to follow. This farce lasted a full half-hour before the scenic area staff hurriedly arrived to disperse the monkeys. Jiang Yuqin, whether from fright or some other reason, crumpled to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The staff, recognizing them as celebrities filming a variety show, hesitated to intervene. Jiang Wanxing gleefully chimed in with her sarcastic commentary. I told you not to run or provoke them. Why can't you understand? These animals become more excited the more you resist. Silencing her, Jiang Yuqin, unable to bear it any longer, screamed. She stood up, with tear-stained eyes glaring at Jiang Wanxing. Are you satisfied now? You've seen my humiliation. Can you be quiet? Get lost. Jiang Wanxing, with a slight smile, replied calmly, I acknowledge my fault, but you are running too fast for me to catch up. Moreover, sister, you are no longer a child. Why roll around in the wilderness, tumbling down the slope and into the monkey's territory? It truly defies comprehension. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuqin instinctively felt a tinge of guilt. Yet, alongside that guilt was a surge of anger. Perhaps to mask her unease, Jiang Yuqin raised her voice even higher. It is your fault. You pushed me down. You are committing murder. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in such a dire situation. Her voice was sharp and grating, and her disheveled appearance made her resemble a madwoman, leaving everyone around her dumbfounded. How beautiful and kind-hearted. My goodness. Jiang Yuqin is terrifying. What difference is there between her and a lunatic? Please do not emerge to threaten society. Previously, it seemed like Jiang Wanxing pushed her down, and she fainted immediately. Yet, when the monkeys arrived, she jumped higher than anyone. If I were Jiang Yuqin, I would be contemplating immigrating to Mars by now. A flicker of malice passed through Jiang Wanxing's eyes, replaced quickly by a facade of innocence. Do not blame my sister. She did not mean it. She has always treated me well, and it is reasonable to let her vent. Before anyone else could speak, Jiang Yuqin erupted. Jiang Wanxing, stop pretending. Do you not wish to see me humiliated? Have you achieved your goal? The director's expression darkened. On what grounds? Jiang Yuqin, still feeling wronged, argued vehemently. Jiang Wanxing pushed me down the slope. Why should I be the one to back down? I am the one who has been harmed. In response, Jiang Wanxing could only click her tongue in astonishment. She felt that with each lie Jiang Yuqin uttered, she could deceive even herself. A cascade of untruths flowed effortlessly from her lips, yet she exhibited no signs of guilt. Truly impressive. Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Wanxing touched her nose and raised her hand toward the director. Do you still carry your own camera? The director exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Wanxing, however, replied with a natural yet tactful demeanor. Sometimes I cannot quite explain it, but whenever I am alone with my sister, inexplicable situations tend to arise, so I remain cautious. The director and everyone else present were left speechless. At that moment, Jiang Wanxing glanced at Jiang Yuqin and pointed to a button on her shirt. Within one of its holes, a faint glimmer of red light could be discerned. Jiang Yuqin instantly panicked. Jiang Wanxing leisurely remarked, since she has withdrawn, I would not want to take up everyone's time resolving our dispute. If I have time tonight, I shall conduct a live stream in my personal capacity to clarify this matter. The comments flooded in. It seems there is indeed something amiss, and Jiang Yuqin, this deceitful green tea, is about to be exposed. So, Jiang Yuqin not only lies but also the things Jiang Wanxing previously mentioned are true? She truly bullied Jiang Wanxing? What audacity! The daughter of a mistress bullying the legitimate daughter upon entering the house. Jiang Yuqin is just as shameless as her mother. Of course, prior to this, she needed to call Jiang Yuan and apply a bit of pressure. After dialing the number, it connected within seconds. What is it? Jiang Yuan's tone was distinctly displeased. Yet, Jiang Wanxing seemed unfazed, nonchalantly stating, Dad, my sister just called me a harbinger of doom, saying my mother deserved to be killed by me and told me to die. What? Jiang Yuan was incredulous. How did you two end up together again? Recently, the internet was buzzing with news about Tian Yuan 3, and he was oblivious to the unfolding drama. Jiang Wanxing explained, I was just participating in a variety show, only to discover that the hidden guest was her. Let me check. It appeared Jiang Yuan consulted his secretary briefly. Wan, can't you two refrain from causing me trouble? Jiang Wanxing seemed genuinely hurt by this remark. Dad, why are you always so biased towards my sister? Do you not see me as your biological daughter? Is she the only one who is your true daughter? Jiang Yuan was at a loss for words. Jiang Wanxing maintained a blank expression, yet her voice trembled with suppressed tears. I am acting out only to gain your attention. You are all a family, and I am the most superfluous one. My sister has always bullied me, and you never intervene. I must be honest with you. The new chairman of Xingyu has already approached me, offering a high price for my shares. However, I believe the company was founded by you and Mom together, and I do not wish to hurt you, so I declined her offer. But, Dad, why do you always break my heart? These words were a blend of complaint and veiled threat. She effectively informed Jiang Yuan that Xingyu had contacted her. If she were provoked even slightly, she might impulsively sell her shares. Wan, don't act impulsively. Yet you said the same last time. I will ensure Yuqin's manager takes on other artists. She will not trouble you anymore. Trust me. Jiang Wanxing hung up, a mocking smile gracing her face. This time, Jiang Yuqin would likely bid farewell to the entertainment industry for good. Soon enough, she would realize that her cries for help would go unanswered, leaving her utterly alone. Chapter 65, 186, Good Looks and Abs. With Jiang Yuqin's departure, Jiang Wanxing found little enjoyment left. The remaining map fragments were discovered by other guests. That night, Jiang Wanxing sat cross-legged on her bed, initiating a live stream. Unsurprisingly, Following Jiang Yuqin's abrupt exit, her fans flooded into Jiang Wanxing's stream, launching a barrage of insults. Among them were even fans of Deng Jiao, who had been sidelined. Jiang Wanxing observed the comments on the screen and scoffed. As I stated before, I will clarify everything. Whether I pushed Jiang Yuqin or not is evident from the footage captured by the camera. With that, she split the live stream screen, showcasing the footage recorded by her personal camera. Due to their proximity, Jiang Yuqin's full figure was not visible, however. Her attire made it clear that the person in the footage was indeed Jiang Yuqin.
Do you see?
Jiang Wanxing addressed the front camera directly. Whether I pushed her or not is clear to anyone with eyes. Why do you carry an extra camera? Maybe Qin just slipped. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Qin didn't accuse you of pushing her. She just lost her footing, no need to escalate. The situation was already quite clear, yet Jiang Yuqin's fans continued to argue. Jiang Wanxing chuckled at the barrage of comments. Other netizens, unable to tolerate it any longer, began to chime in. The identity of Jiang Yuqin's fans has been thoroughly assessed. They are quite foolish, neglecting their duties while acting. Yet their performance during this incident is astonishing. The monkeys on the mountain possess a sense of justice. Jiang Wanxing wrapped her fingers on the table, chuckling lightly, and said, "Of course, my stream today is not solely about this matter. There is another issue." Pausing momentarily, she resumed her smile. Previously, there were rumors on the internet claiming I was involved in a power for sex transaction with my boyfriend. I have now located the primary source of these rumors and have filed a lawsuit. Some individuals should prepare to receive court summons. I will give you one last chance to publicly disclose the reasons behind your dissemination of falsehoods. I can withdraw my lawsuit. Otherwise, brace yourselves for a financial downfall and legal entanglements.
Who could it be?
Surely it's not one of Jiang Yuqin's little fans. Definitely a fan of Jiang Yuqin. The previous comments from Xiaoming were quite intriguing. They should directly disclose the true identities of those who spread the rumors. Jiang Wanxing replied, "I do not wish to incite a public backlash, nor do I have the right to reveal their personal information. Wrongdoers should face legal consequences. The rumormongers must face severe punishment. What could possess those who accuse others of engaging in power for sex transactions? Miao Miao herself is so accomplished. It is only natural for her to seek an exceptional boyfriend. I want to see Rongge. Miao Miao, could you let Rongge appear?" I remember Xiaoming saying that Rongzong's looks make him someone one would do anything for. As Ming Jingche, one of the most handsome figures in the entertainment industry, praised Rong Xian's appearance highly. Curiosity about the investor, Rongzong, surged across the internet. Jiang Wanxing smirked, withholding the reveal.
With that,
she abruptly ended the live stream.
Rong Yi.
Rong Xian. Jiang Wanxing, I feel so sad. Please hug me. Just as Rong Xian was about to embrace her, Jiang Wanxing collided into his arms. She tightly wrapped her arms around his waist and playfully bit his collarbone. Hiss. Rong Xian inhaled sharply. Jiang Wanxing, with a hint of gloom, inquired, "Rongge, how tall are you?" Rong Xian, bewildered by the abrupt topic shift, pondered for a moment before responding, 186. 186, handsome with abs. "Oh, how I adore you, Rong Xian." The filming of Tian Yuan 3 was fraught with twists and turns, each wave of excitement following another. By the time the final day of shooting concluded, Xiao Mingyuan had also been discharged from the hospital. Xiao Mingyuan's family hosted a banquet, inviting the cast to dine. It was only today that Xiao Mingyuan truly met Jiang Wanxing. She sat beside Jiang Wanxing, her head wrapped in bandages, and playfully winked at her. "Sister, thank you. You are truly beautiful." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanxing couldn't help but smile. "No need to thank me. If anyone should be thanked, it's your mother." On the way back, Jiang Wanxing chose not to ride the bus with the rest of the crew, but instead hitched a ride with Rong Xian. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of Jiang Entertainment, Jiang Yuqin was tearfully lamenting. "Dad, why are you always so biased? Both Jiang Wanxing and I are your daughters. Why do you always consider her, but never think of me?" Her demeanor was not feigned. It was imbued with genuine emotion. Even though she had long recognized Jiang Xiangyuan's selfishness and indifference, she still felt a pang of sorrow for the injustice she faced. Unfortunately, in her emotional turmoil, Jiang Yuqin failed to notice Jiang Xiangyuan's increasingly displeased expression. Jiang Xiangyuan coldly replied, "Yuqin, have I not told you to keep your distance from her? If you stayed away from her, would such things happen?" Jiang Yuqin stared in disbelief. "Is it my fault?" Jiang Xiangyuan reiterated, "Keep your distance. Don't provoke her." Jiang Yuqin could no longer contain her tears. "Dad, Jiang Yuan irritably countered, I told you to pause your announcements, but you didn't listen. I advised you to keep away from Wan, and you ignored that too. Since you are so determined, then handle your own affairs. In truth, Jiang Yuan's reasoning was quite simplistic. For example, if a small slap occurred, he felt compelled to mediate. However, if he reprimanded Xiao, she would cause a stir, creating more significant trouble for him. Hence, he could only shift the blame onto her. Why did you get so close? If you kept your distance, she wouldn't have been able to reach you. Throughout, he never sought to delve into who was right or wrong. He would not question why Xiao struck Xiao. Nor would he care about Zhao's grievances. As long as the matter was resolved without causing him inconvenience, it sufficed, even if both Xiao and Xiao were his daughters. At that moment, a flicker of hatred silently flashed in Jiang Yuqin's lowered eyes. Not wanting to escalate the situation, Jiang Yuan said, Yuqin, you previously mentioned that Wan is still young. As her older sister, you should be lenient. Just avoid provoking her. Hearing this, Jiang Yuqin's expression stiffened before she replied, all right, I understand. Jiang Yuan nodded, choosing not to speak further. Upon returning to Ningqing, Su Man, a housewife without work, spent most of her time at home. Thus, when Jiang Wanxing arrived, she immediately spotted Su Man sitting in the living room. However, she chose to ignore her and headed straight upstairs. Wan, Su Man called out. Stopping her, Jiang Wanxing turned with a smile and leisurely asked, Andy, is there something you need? Su Man, usually maintaining a semblance of authority as an elder, found Jiang Wanxing polite, leaving little room for fault. Naturally, Jiang Wanxing also referred to the household servants as Auntie. Taking a deep breath, Su Man said, Wan, if you have any dissatisfaction with this family, you can voice it. There's no need for this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanxing burst into laughter. She raised her eyebrows and said, Indeed, I am dissatisfied. I want you and your children to leave this house. Now that I've said it outright, are you prepared to fulfill my request? Su Man replied, regarding past events, I admit I was at fault. But you shouldn't place the blame entirely on Chenxi and Yuqin. The one who strayed is your father, and if you must assign blame, direct it at him. None of them are virtuous. They're all equally despicable. Jiang Wanxing retorted mockingly, it's my prerogative to dislike whoever I choose. Do you have any say in it? Afterward, she disregarded Su Man and proceeded upstairs to gather her belongings, dragging her suitcase back down. Jiang Yuan's expression was distinctly displeased, his tone dark. Where are you going? I'm moving out, Jiang Wanxing replied without hesitation. I am superfluous and don't wish to disrupt your family's happiness. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow. What did you say? Dad, don't try to keep me here. I know my place. Jiang Wanxing sighed. It was Jiang Yuqin who rolled down the slope to frame me. Yet Annie just claimed I am dissatisfied with this family. The one who strayed is you, father. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at you. Su Man opened her mouth but fell silent, the atmosphere suddenly thick with tension. Jiang Wanxing had never expected Jiang Yuan to favor her excessively. Given Jiang Yuan's character, he would prefer her to be as distant as possible. If she could leave the country promptly, he might even celebrate with fireworks. It doesn't need to be much. 20 million will suffice. Buy a car, and the rest can be your allowance, Jiang Yuan said, his tone sharp. Without further words, Jiang Wanxing opened the door and stepped outside.
Wait.
Jiang Yuan frowned and asked, are you in a relationship? Yes, with someone surnamed Rome? So you are aware. Jiang Wanxing replied with a smile, then mind your own business. With that, she dragged her suitcase and left. Jiang Wanxing secured her suitcase with a rope to her motorcycle and rode away. Perhaps because she was a girl and her motorcycle was expensive, the biker gang on the street seemed to intentionally block her path. Jiang Wanxing smirked, preparing to teach the unruly youths a lesson, when she suddenly noticed a faint, familiar glint on a rooftop ahead. A sniper. Though she was reluctant to believe she would encounter a sniper on such a busy street, an intense instinct urged her forward. That glimmer came from the sniper's scope. With little time to ponder, Jiang Wanxing swiftly changed lanes. There was a loud bang as a bullet struck a vehicle behind her. In an instant, the startled driver swerved, causing a cacophony of crashes as several cars collided, triggering a chain reaction. Jiang Wanxing's expression darkened. She realized that fleeing now would likely draw the attention of the police and raise suspicions. However, if she did not pursue the sniper now, there might not be another chance. Jiang Wanxing revved the throttle, heading straight for the sniper's location. By now, many must have already called the police. There was no need for her to do so. The building where the sniper was located sat within an upscale residential community, not a commercial area. With a fixed population, if the sniper were cornered by the police, escaping would be exceedingly difficult. While the sniper might possess the capability to kill an officer and flee, such actions would only lead to a broader encirclement. Thus, Jiang Wanxing deduced that after failing their mission, the sniper would not blend into the crowd but would instead seek to escape rapidly. She removed her helmet, parked her motorcycle at the community entrance, and effortlessly scaled the fence, making her way towards the side of the building. Upon arrival, she spotted a man in black athletic wear, carrying a violin case, who had just descended via a zip line from above. Clearly caught off guard by Jiang Wanxing's swift pursuit, the man hesitated before turning to flee. However, Jiang Wanxing was not about to let him escape easily. In less than a minute, she caught up with him and forcefully took him down. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. Jiang Wanxing seized the man's hair and violently slammed his head against her knee. Once, twice. The man, having succumbed to exhaustion, was struck down by Jiang Wanxing with a single punch. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he unexpectedly began to bleed from his mouth and nose, ultimately losing his life. Jiang Wanxing's expression darkened further. She retrieved her phone, activated the flashlight, and pried open the man's mouth for inspection. His oral cavity was swollen, and his tongue was enlarged, indicating a clear case of poisoning. Given the circumstances, Jiang Wanxing could only crouch on the ground and dial the police. She truly could not fathom the presence of a sniper in this location. Professional assassins possess innumerable methods to carry out their nefarious deeds. It made little sense for the perpetrator to choose such a provocative approach that would attract official scrutiny. Countless individuals might wish to eliminate the sea anemone. But what connection did it have to her, Jiang Wanxing? She relayed the precise location and the sequence of events to the police over the phone. Before long, law enforcement arrived in a flurry. The incident occurred in a bustling urban area, triggering a series of car accidents that drew considerable attention. The residents of the neighborhood were startled to see police vehicles entering. The area surrounding the sniper's corpse had already been cordoned off. Jiang Wanxing remained in place, her gaze fixed on her phone as she sent out several messages. At that moment, one of the officers inquired, "Who is the reporting party?" There were multiple individuals who had reported the incident, but the officer was clearly addressing Jiang Wanxing. She stepped forward, raising her hand. "It's me." The officer was taken aback to discover that the person who had apprehended the assailant was a girl of such tender age. "Are you a resident of this neighborhood?" "No." Jiang Wanxing replied honestly, "I pursued the sniper here upon discovering his presence." The surveillance cameras along the route would reveal her path, leaving no room for concealment. The officer paused momentarily before asking, "Can you describe the events as they unfolded?" Jiang Wanxing recounted, "I was riding my bike when I suddenly sensed a sniper atop this building. The sniper then opened fire on the street, causing the subsequent accidents. Fearing the assailant would escape, I followed. Upon my arrival, I happened to encounter him descending from the building, and a confrontation ensued, leading to his demise. However, I did not kill him. I do not know why he died in the midst of our struggle." This statement was, of course, a fabrication. Yet, if she were to reveal that the man had perished from poisoning, it would suggest an unsettling level of expertise and arouse suspicion. "You discovered a sniper on the road?"
Yes.
"Do you recall your exact location at that moment?" Without hesitation, Jiang Wanxing responded, "Less than 20 meters past the traffic light." The sniper likely intended to target her while she was halted at the light, but she had passed through during the green signal. The officer remarked, "Less than 20 meters past the traffic light places you over 900 meters, nearly 1,000 meters away from here. Are you suggesting that you spotted a sniper on a 23-story rooftop from such a distance on a bustling street at night?" The officer inhaled deeply, unsure of where to begin his line of questioning. Jiang Wanxing, however, blinked innocently, her expression one of bewilderment. "Miss, would you be willing to accompany us to the police station?" "Sure." Jiang Wanxing agreed, without hesitation. As the sole eyewitness to the incident who had also engaged with the assailant, she understood the necessity of cooperating with the investigation. "However, my vehicle is still outside. May I drive my own car?" "Of course." At the police station, a young officer poured Jiang Wanxing a cup of hot water and began to inquire in detail about the events. Jiang Wanxing reiterated her previous account of the incident. It was no surprise that they were cautious. Compared to other witnesses they had encountered, Jiang Wanxing displayed an unusual level of composure and an exceptional memory. The officer found it hard to believe. "You're saying that you spotted the sniper from a distance of 1,000 meters?" "Yes," Jiang Wanxing replied, sipping from the disposable cup. "I have encountered gunfire abroad, which has endowed me with a certain level of military awareness." A level of military awareness? The officer echoed incredulously. Are you suggesting you are akin to a special forces operative? Furthermore, the sniper had sustained significant injuries before his demise. I cannot ascertain if he was targeting me. The roadside cameras would not have captured the bullet's trajectory, the officer mused, likely referring to the moment she swerved to evade, resulting in the rear vehicle's windshield shattering. After making this statement, Jiang Wanxing proceeded to elaborate on her illustrious background abroad, attempting to rationalize her extraordinary reflexes. The officer remained stunned for a considerable time after hearing Jiang Wanxing's account. She quietly awaited further instructions. Although her behavior was indeed out of the ordinary, her documented achievements lent credence to her capabilities. Not to mention, her identity was well established, and her lineage was exceptional. Miss, please hold on for a moment, the officer requested before stepping out. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, he returned and informed Jiang Wanxing, we have discussed the matter and suspect that the assailant may have targeted you. Are you certain there is no one you suspect? No, Jiang Wanxing replied decisively. Countless people may wish to eliminate the sea anemone, but what connection do they have to me, Jiang Wanxing? The only individuals I have offended domestically are those 3 women. Those 3 are hardly capable of hiring professional assassins, let alone employing a sniper to carry out such a scheme. The officer stated, in that case, we fear that the mastermind behind the attack may attempt again, so we will assign personnel to provide you with covert protection. Would that be acceptable? All right, Jiang Wanxing acquiesced. At this juncture, she had little choice. Although her adversary had failed, they had nonetheless created a significant dilemma for her. She had already learned at the police station that while the bullet had not struck anyone, the ensuing car crash had resulted in 1 fatality and 9 injuries. A shooting incident in a crowded urban area would have dire social repercussions, and the police would undoubtedly pursue the matter vigorously. Speak plainly, if you do not.
I shall assume you are constipated.
Her expression somber, she pushed her bike inside. Today's assassination attempt not only targeted her, but had also ensnared numerous innocent individuals. In truth, Jiang Wanxing did not consider herself exceptionally benevolent. She would not bear the burden of blame for the day's events. After all, the bullet was not fired by her, and the perpetrator, not the victim, deserved the blame. Li Granny, who had been stationed at the villa, was deaf and mute, leaving Jiang Wanxing with no one to converse with. She proceeded directly to her bedroom, her expression displeased as she retrieved a bullet casing from her pocket. This was something she had obtained from the sniper. Generally, snipers conceal their identity and whereabouts by collecting their spent cartridges after firing. Those who are financially secure, or unconcerned about money, might even destroy their firearms after completing a mission. Carrying a gun while fleeing is inherently risky, making one easily identifiable. However, a quality sniper rifle can cost millions of dollars, and not everyone can afford to discard it after a single use. Seated at her vanity, Jiang Wanxing toyed with the bullet casing while placing a phone call. The line connected swiftly. Chief Instructor. Yes, Jiang Wanxing acknowledged. Have you found any results regarding the matter I asked you to investigate earlier? Upon her inquiry, the person on the other end hesitated briefly. I apologize. It has been too long. Previously, Jiang Wanxing had instructed her subordinates to investigate the cause of Yan Shu's death. However, so much time had elapsed, and Yan Shu had suffered from severe depression. Even the slightest disturbance could have driven her to despair. She could only remember that afternoon when her mother wept in the room, murmuring to herself, her voice alternating between piercing sharpness and despondency. Usually, during such moments, Jiang Wanxing would rush over to embrace her. Yet that day, she had been taunted by other children at kindergarten, called a little foreigner for her distinctive appearance. They tugged at her hair and made silly faces at her. In her petulance, she lay on her bed, covering her head with the blanket, ignoring the commotion emanating from the adjacent room. As night fell, her mother retched in the bathroom several times, and when Jiang Wanxing approached, she was seized by terror and almost called for the family doctor, only to be stopped. Subsequently, the arrangements for her mother's funeral ensued. The reason she had not investigated the matter over the years was that, after Yan Shu's death, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief, as if she could finally breathe easy. Even though a child's love and dependence on their parents is innate, it can be worn down by the passage of time. A mother who is physically frail, mentally ill, emotionally unstable, and devoid of any positive sentiment caused young Jiang Wanxing immense torment. As a daughter, with such despicable thoughts, what right did she have to pursue the truth? But her perspective had since shifted. Now, she sought a compelling reason to exact vengeance on those responsible. With her eyes cast downward, her visage void of expression, she resolved to continue the investigation, including Jiang Xiangyuan and Su Man. Should it be revealed that Yan Shu's death was linked to them, she would demand their lives in return. Yes, Chief Instructor. Jiang Wanxing continued, I have come to seek your assistance in uncovering another matter. If this issue remains unresolved, you might as well leave the base and toil in the factories at the front lines. After articulating these words, Jiang Wanxing took a shower. Whether one deemed her arrogant or otherwise, she did not allow today's events to weigh heavily on her mind. In fact, she considered the triviality of today's incidents insufficient to incite any apprehension within her. At least, by her intuition. The forces lurking in the shadows lacked the capability to eliminate her directly. Emerging from her bath, the doorbell of the villa rang. Jiang Wanxing rose and made her way to the monitoring room next door, yawning as she scrutinized the surveillance footage at the entrance. This surveillance system had been personally installed by her a few years prior, effectively covering every angle of the villa. In her heyday, Yan Shu, as a top-tier actress in the country, had not only left behind shares in the Jiang family and numerous properties, but also a wealth of valuable clothing, jewelry, furniture, and antiques. Su Man had once harbored inappropriate thoughts regarding these possessions, but after Jiang Wanxing had slapped her to the ground a few years ago, she dare not covet them any longer. Through the entrance surveillance, Jiang Wanxing was surprised to see that the visitor was Rong Shuyan. At the entrance, Rong Shuyan pressed the doorbell twice before standing silently. He was clad in light gray loungewear, suggesting he had come from next door. Having previously mentioned to Jiang Wanxing that his residence in Ningcheng was adjacent to hers. Soon, the electronic screen above the doorbell lit up, displaying Jiang Wanxing's smiling face. Oh, it's Brother Rong, she greeted with a cheerful inquiry. What brings you here at such a late hour? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I came to see you. All right, Jiang Wanxing responded. The next second, the towering iron gate slowly opened automatically. I'm in the innermost bedroom on the 3rd floor. Be careful not to go to the wrong one, she instructed.
Got it.
Rong Shuyan ascended to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door of the bedroom Jiang Wanxing had indicated. She opened the door but did not immediately let him in, instead leaning against the doorframe to scrutinize him from head to toe. Well, what brings you here? She asked, finally beckoning him to enter. Rong Shuyan seemed to be assessing her expression, and after a moment he inquired, Is something the matter? Nothing serious, Jiang Wanxing replied languidly. Just that I nearly got my head blown off by a sniper on the way.
Huh?
Rong Shuyan was taken aback. Isn't it rather surreal? Jiang Wanxing smiled. I think it's quite surreal too. I spent half the night giving statements at the police station and have only just returned home. Rong Shuyan asked, Was it your enemy who did this? Jiang Wanxing pondered for a moment. It shouldn't be. I am a businesswoman and do not possess such foolish enemies. As she spoke, she sat cross-legged on the bed and patted the space beside her. Why are you standing there?
Sit down.
Rong Shuyan complied. Yet he seemed lost in thought. Jiang Wanxing, ever perceptive, immediately noticed his hesitation and, without further ado, reclined, resting her head on his thigh. Speak your mind. If you don't, I shall assume you are constipated. The 7 Stars, Rong Shuyan began. The organization I asked you to investigate is still operational.
Huh?
What do you mean? Jiang Wanxing's eyes narrowed. You know the details surrounding my assassination attempt? By nature, she was a rather suspicious individual. Despite her genuine fondness for Rong Shuyan, it did not prevent her from suspecting his previous actions were a deliberate attempt to drag her into turmoil. Rong Shuyan seemed to see right through her thoughts and shook his head without hesitation. No, I did not expect them to resurface. Or perhaps it was indeed the 7 Stars who were responsible. Indeed, Jiang Wanxing's identity was complex and many individuals and factions had vested interests opposing her. So, it was unlikely to be as he suspected. Jiang Wanxing, however, disregarded his subsequent words, slowly stating, So, you've still managed to get me into trouble, haven't you? Not necessarily. I don't care, I'm blaming you. Rong Shuyan was left speechless. It must be said that Jiang Wanxing was quite adept at capitalizing on the situation. She sat up, retrieved her recently discarded jacket, and pulled out a cigarette and lighter from her pocket. As she activated the ventilation system in the room, she lit the menthol cigarette and inhaled deeply, exhaling the smoke slowly. Within the smoke lingered an unusual fragrance. Seated on the chair by her vanity, she crossed her legs. To me, today's events are merely a trivial matter, yet I have never been one to be taken for a fool. Should I discover that you are exploiting me, I would not hesitate to sever your head from your shoulders. Jiang Wanxing was not particularly concerned about whether others sought to utilize her. After all, For anyone to wish to exploit her, she must possess inherent value. She simply despised being played as a fool. It was either a clear accounting between brothers or a consistent deception without her awareness. Otherwise, she would ensure they understood why a grandfather is called grandfather.
No.
Rong Shuyan replied, shaking his head. I did not deceive you. I merely intended to inform you once I thought of it.
Upon hearing this,
Jiang Wanxing glanced at Rong Shuyan's face. She mused that he had a point. How could someone so strikingly handsome possibly be deceitful? Oh, it's all minor issues. As long as you don't get shot in the street. As she spoke, her breath carried the scent of menthol tobacco. Rong Shuyan could not help but ask, when did you learn to smoke? A couple of years ago, Jiang Wanxing replied nonchalantly. I occasionally smoke one or two. It's not an addiction. Rong Shuyan's gaze shifted slightly. You should quit. We can discuss it later. As she spoke, Jiang Wanxing pushed him onto the bed and then inhaled deeply near his neck. Next door is my mother's room. She continued. My mother tortured herself to death for a man. With a smile on her face, her eyes reflected a coldness like water. Because of my mother's cautionary tale, I have become darker. Even if you no longer harbor affection for me in the future, you must not develop feelings for another. Do you hear? Rong Shuyan replied affirmatively. The following morning, Jiang Wanxing awoke early. Rong Shuyan, seemingly having a restless night, stirred awake as soon as he heard some commotion. He reached for his phone. Glancing at the time, which read precisely 5:30, they had retired to bed close to 2 o'clock the previous night, meaning Jiang Wanxing had only managed 3.5 hours of sleep before getting up. Rong Shuyan, his voice hoarse, inquired, so early? In the next moment, Jiang Wanxing abruptly threw off the quilt covering him. The day's success lies in the morning. Rise and shine. Rong Shuyan was taken aback. Compared to his pale and weary demeanor, Jiang Wanxing radiated vitality. After pulling back the curtains, she headed to the bathroom to freshen up, then strolled back while brushing her teeth, standing by the window to stretch. The electric toothbrush buzzed incessantly, and Rong Shuyan felt as though his head was buzzing in tandem. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanxing, engrossed in her tasks, did not forget to urge the dazed Rong Shuyan sitting on the bed to hurry up. Soon enough, Jiang Wanxing entered the dressing room, emerging clad in a sleek set of athletic wear, her hair tied back in a ponytail. Her fashion choices were never particularly casual, as the combination of fitted workout pants and a crop top accentuated her slender, fair waist. Due to her consistent commitment to high-intensity workouts, even in a relaxed state, subtle muscle contours were visible. Are you not getting up? Jiang Wanxing busied herself for a while, only to discover that Rong Shuyan remained seated on the bed, lost in thought, causing her brows to arch. Get up. Now. Rong Shuyan muttered, realizing he was left with only comfortable home attire, lacking any change of clothes. Jiang Wanxing quickly discerned his intent to escape this situation and let out a cold laugh. I refuse to believe you live here alone without any clothes. Have someone bring you some. Rong Shuyan sighed in resignation. Jiang Wanxing forcibly pulled him from the bed, stating, I have new toiletries here. Contact someone to bring you clothes. Then freshen up. This place could be described as suburban, and the villas in such areas are characterized by their spaciousness. Without any maids or servants at home, Rong Shuyan's lazy demeanor rendered him incapable of living independently. To put it plainly, my boyfriend is too feeble to take care of himself. Rong Shuyan, visibly sleep-deprived, pressed his fingers to his temples and softly remarked, Wanxing, you should focus on your own matters. There's no need to worry about me. Before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of Jiang Wanxing's piercing gaze. What do you mean don't worry about you? If I neglect you, your abs will disappear. Healthy living, do you understand? I understand, but I only had 3 hours of sleep. However, before he could voice this concern, Jiang Wanxing interjected, It's a new day now. You can sleep tonight. And thus, Jiang Wanxing forcibly dragged Rong Shuyan into the gym. Jiang Wanxing observed as her petite arms and legs effortlessly lifted a barbell weighing 150 kilograms. To her surprise, although Rong Shuyan appeared lethargic, he seemed to possess a regular exercise routine. Even in his dazed state, he exhibited a surprising level of competence. Hey! Jiang Wanxing set the barbell down and stood up, casting a sidelong glance at Rong Shuyan. Do you have work today? Yes, Rong Shuyan nodded, indicating he had some work matters to attend to. Perfect. When you head to the city, take me with you. Chapter 70. Is my father having an affair? Rong Shuyan inquired. What about the sniper incident you encountered yesterday? What can be done? Jiang Wanxing tossed her gloves aside, letting out a dismissive huff. Naturally, we will wait for the police to summon us. The main issue is that my teammates are utterly useless, making it difficult to investigate matters domestically. This situation was somewhat amusing. Although Jiang Wanxing narrowly escaped being targeted in the country, she did not plan to pursue an investigation with great fanfare. The main concern was that if she made a big deal out of it, she could easily be labeled as an overseas element and become a target herself. If she inadvertently turned into a wanted criminal while in the country, there would be no place to weep. With this thought in mind, Jiang Wanxing turned to look at Wong Kar-wai. Upon meeting his placid gaze, she could not help but exclaim, "Don't look at me like that. Whether this incident is connected to you remains uncertain. Be careful, I might hold you accountable." Wong Kar-wai remained silent. In a hurried fashion, Wong Kar-wai's housekeeper, Xiao Ko, arrived with clothes. Upon seeing the two of them seated in the living room, he instinctively froze. "Mr. Wong, Miss Jiang, you both. A lone man and woman together for an entire night. Surely, they didn't engage in anything inappropriate?" Xiao Ko firmly believed that Wong Kar-wai was no lecher, but he held doubts about the seemingly frivolous girl before him. Jiang Wanxing immediately perceived his thoughts and coldly scoffed, "No, we are in a legitimate relationship, not just friends." Wong Kar-wai remained silent. Xiao Ko was taken aback. Jiang Wanxing, ignoring their astonished expressions, gestured toward Wong Kar-wai. "You go change clothes first. Then we'll head to the city for a meal before work." This brief command effectively arranged everything. The villa originally served as Yan Shu's place for recuperation, and since her passing, it had been uninhabited, attended only by an elderly caretaker, Granny Li. However, due to her advanced age, it was unreasonable to expect her to prepare meals for them early in the morning. Jiang Wanxing planned to find several live-in maids in the coming days. As it stood, they had no food available. On their way back to the city, Jiang Wanxing hitched a ride with Wong Kar-wai and enjoyed a complimentary breakfast. By the time they arrived at the company, it was nearly 9 in the morning, coinciding perfectly with the employees' arrival. As Jiang Wanxing stepped out of the car, she encountered Jiang Yuqin, who was also on his way to work. "Oh, Dad, you're coming to work too? Is your health improving?" Although Jiang Yuqin often wore a stern expression upon seeing Jiang Wanxing, he did not completely ignore her. He furrowed his brow deeply, inquiring, "Where did you go last night?" While speaking, he glanced at the car that had just dropped Jiang Wanxing off. Wong Kar-wai, by nature, was not ostentatious. Yet, as a top-tier wealthy heir, even his low-key demeanor could not conceal his status. The cars he typically drove were various luxury vehicles, each unique. Jiang Wanxing casually followed Jiang Yuqin into the company. Jiang Yuqin turned his head to glance back at the direction in which Wong Kar-wai had left, as if he wished to ask something, but ultimately held his tongue. Jiang Wanxing chuckled softly to herself. "Don't think too much. We're merely having fun, and there's nothing to gain from it." "Just having fun? What's wrong with that?" Jiang Yuqin recalled Jiang Wanxing's temperament and ultimately softened his tone. He attempted to sound less mercenary. However, Jiang Wanxing unhesitatingly exposed his thoughts.
"Dad,
"What are you thinking? I already said it's just for fun. Why would he come to meet you? Just because you're handsome?" Jiang Yuqin sighed. "I advise you not to dwell on such matters. No one is a fool, so why would anyone allow you to reap the benefits for free?" Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuqin changed the subject. "Wan, there's a banquet tomorrow night. Make sure you prepare accordingly." At this moment, they had already entered the elevator, which was empty. Jiang Wanxing turned to Jiang Yuqin in surprise. "Dad, what scheme are you planning this time?" It wasn't he that she was being overly assertive, but Jiang Yuqin had a history of dubious conduct, making him far from trustworthy. Given Jiang Yuqin's past behavior, he would typically keep such matters from her, fearing she would embarrass him in a formal setting. Yet now he was taking the initiative to bring it up. It can only be said that unusual occurrences must harbor some mystery. Jiang Yuqin's expression remained stern as he coldly remarked, "Since you have decided to reside in the country for the long term, you must make an appearance." Jiang Wanxing, curious about this so-called banquet, readily agreed. Jiang Yuqin could not help but admonish her to prepare adequately for the event tomorrow, reminding her to behave modestly and not embarrass him. Who would embarrass whom? Jiang Wanxing rolled her eyes without hesitation. "Don't you ever look in the mirror? How can you be so oblivious?" Jiang Yuqin's expression darkened, and he bit his tongue in silence. Upon reaching the top floor, Jiang Wanxing leisurely entered her office. Naturally, she had no substantial work at the company. Her only task was to divide Jiang Yuqin's authority. Whenever there was a significant decision to be made, she would ensure to involve herself in it. As she lounged in her chair, casually scrolling through her phone, a knock echoed at the door.
"Come in."
A very young woman entered, bowing slightly to Jiang Wanxing. Second miss, Director Jiang has instructed me to follow you from now on. Jiang Wanxing raised her gaze, appraising the woman before her. Previously, it had always been the assistant of Jiang Xiangyuan's chief secretary who handled her miscellaneous matters, yet now stood before her Jiang Xiangyuan's assistant. Aren't you my father's assistant? Why are you following me? The young woman shook her head, stating, Director Jiang merely told me to heed your orders. Did my father not ask you to keep a close watch on me? No, certainly not. Jiang Wanxing's eyes gradually turned, her curiosity piqued. She set her phone down, straightened her posture, and smiled brightly at the young woman. What is your name? The young woman promptly replied, My name is Gao Zhehui. You may call me Xiao Gao. Jiang Wanxing, lost in thought, sparkled with a hint of cunning in her eyes. Sister Zhehui, tell me the truth, is my father having an affair? Gao Zhehui. Jiang Wanxing certainly did not believe that Gao Zhehui had been sent by Jiang Xiangyuan to spy on her. In reality, Jiang Xiangyuan was unlikely to care about her daily activities. He was far too preoccupied with his own affairs to concern himself with his daughter's actions. The assignment of an assistant to her was probably not meant for surveillance but rather to find an excuse to distance his own assistant. Is my father having an affair? Jiang Wanxing asked again. Gao Zhehui quickly responded. Well, I am not entirely sure. All right, I understand. Jiang Wanxing waved her hand, but soon inquired, Who is my father seeing? Someone from our company. Chapter 71. When teacher Jiang withdrew from the literary world, I was the first to object. Gao Zhehui, of course, dared not speak ill of the chairman. However, simply observing her expression, Jiang Wanxing deduced she had guessed correctly. With a resigned tone, Gao Zhehui said, Second miss. I am merely an employee. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Fine. Jiang Wanxing's eyes twinkled mischievously as she cheerfully responded. But, can you tell me who my father is with? Faced with the stunning Yin Shu, Jiang Xiangyuan had strayed, let alone now with Su Man. Although Su Man herself lacked significant prowess, she was undoubtedly adept at dealing with women. Otherwise, she could not have held Jiang Xiangyuan's attention for so many years. This Gao Zhehui hesitated for a long while before finally saying, I don't know. Even being assigned to Jiang Wanxing, Gao Zhehui dared not speak freely. I have never seen her. I truly do not know. A glint of insight flashed in Jiang Wanxing's eyes, and she decided to let her off the hook. The fact that the other party claimed to have never seen her indicated that there was indeed something to speculate about. But Jiang Xiangyuan was deliberately keeping it from her to avoid alerting Su Man. Second miss, what should I do now? Just wait a moment. Jiang Wanxing gestured for her to pause, then picked up the desk phone to make an internal call. The call was to Jiang Xiangyuan. As soon as the line connected, Jiang Wanxing confidently declared, Dad, I'm having my assistant come to you for money. I want to buy a car. Jiang Xiangyuan replied, Don't you have anything else to do all day? Jiang Wanxing narrowed her eyes and answered, Of course I do. I'm here every day to honor you. On financial matters, Jiang Xiangyuan was indeed not stingy with his daughter. However, this generosity was limited to her allowance. After hanging up, Jiang Wanxing smiled at Gao Zhehui. Sister Zhehui, you go to my father and get money for a car, within 20 million, and handle the paperwork as soon as possible. Understood. Once Gao Zhehui departed, Jiang Wanxing reclined in her office chair, crossing her legs while scrolling through her phone. At that moment, a call came from her lawyer. As a wealthy second-generation individual, Jiang Wanxing had previously been the victim of slander and online harassment, a trivial matter she could easily delegate to her lawyer. Miss Jiang, we have traced the individual based on the real name information provided by the website, and the other party is willing to settle out of court.
Settle? Dream on.
Jiang Wanxing snorted coldly and stated, Tell them I do not accept. Take them directly to court. Understood. Oh, by the way, Jiang Wanxing squinted her eyes and said slowly, I do not believe the rumors were their own idea. As long as they can publicly name the mastermind behind it, I can forego pursuing this matter. All right, Miss Jiang. I understand. By afternoon, the involved party publicly apologized. The apology video quickly surged to the trending topics. In the video, a short-haired girl dressed in sportswear appeared, looking exceedingly simple. She wept as she apologized to Jiang Wanxing. The video revealed 3 key points. First, she was still a student. Second, her family faced financial difficulties, with her mother bedridden, making it hard for them to afford her university tuition. Third, she genuinely realized her mistake and hoped Jiang Wanxing could show mercy. Furthermore, the girl subtly pointed out Jiang Wanxing's privileged background, expressing her envy of Jiang Wanxing's carefree life as a wealthy second-generation individual. In an instant, The narrative shifted from netizens slandering Jiang Wanxing to portraying her as someone exploiting her resources to corner a struggling university student, evoking empathy from countless viewers. The comment section was flooded with critiques. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over a mere comment online? Jiang Wanxing is truly impressive. Whether those prior statements were rumors remains unclarified, yet she is taking legal action against them. Disgusting. Having wealth and power allows one to bully ordinary people. Compared to this university student, Jiang Wanxing seems less like a proper young lady. I trust my instincts. At such a young age, one can only imagine the hidden indulgences, enduring hardships to serve those above her. Upon viewing the apology video, Jiang Wanxing burst into laughter. Once again, the absurdity of the "I am weak, thus I am justified. You are strong, hence you are guilty" rhetoric. Initially, she intended to post a short video to subtly mock the situation, but realizing that short video platforms were not the battleground for such disputes, she opted to create a new Weibo account. Subsequently, she published a post. When this Weibo post was first released, it garnered little attention. Jiang Wanxing promptly contacted the PR department of Jiang Corporation, requesting them to retweet it from the official account. This was merely a trivial matter of online squabbling, and the PR team did not mind. After all, the entertainment company's official account was primarily there to absorb criticism. They were more than willing to indulge Jiang Wanxing. As soon as Jiang Wanxing's Weibo was shared by the official account, her follower count surged dramatically. Concurrently, numerous comments began to flood in beneath the post. Ha! Sister Xing is quite the scold. Haha, Meow Meow has never disappointed me. Well said. What era are we in? Still playing the morality card? Being weak isn't an excuse for harming others. The slanderers have no mothers. Regardless, one shouldn't resort to insults, right? Didn't your parents teach you that? Why such a lack of basic upbringing? The latter comment quickly drew a wave of backlash. If you love to play the teacher, why not educate your wretched parents? With offspring like you, is it any wonder your family's ancestral grave is cursed? Jiang Wanxing has always been unfazed when it comes to insults, exuding a robust confidence. Aren't they just trolls? Let's see who can out-troll whom. When Jiang Sensei withdrew from the literary world, I was the first to disagree. Her standards could use a drop. Jiang Wanxing, I'm not targeting anyone. I'm saying everyone present is trash. So, the online opinions remain unexplained regarding their authenticity. No, the guy upstairs. Are you out of your mind? They've already started a lawsuit. Isn't that pretty clear? What further explanation is needed? Chapter 72. I am a good student, studying literature. The online conflict escalated, yet Jiang Wanxing remained indifferent. Occasionally, when she had free time, she would log on and share a few remarks. However, her commentary was cut short when the police called her, stating they had important leads and needed her to come to the station for cooperation in an investigation. Jiang Wanxing had no objections. But since she hadn't ridden her bike that day, she had to borrow one from her father. Upon hearing her request, Jiang Yuqin instinctively felt a surge of anger. Yet he opted to avoid trouble and acquiesced. Jiang Wanxing drove to the police station, acutely aware of someone following and photographing her along the way. Most likely, it was either a paparazzo or a hater. Nonetheless, Jiang Wanxing appeared oblivious, striding straight into the station upon arrival. Miss Jiang, the officer began, but was abruptly seized by the arm by a visibly anxious Jiang Wanxing. Officer, someone has been following me. I don't know if they are armed, but they tracked me all the way here. They must still be outside the station. The officer was taken aback. Such audacity from criminals nowadays. Jiang Wanxing, her complexion pale, shook her head. I don't know. The officer's expression grew serious. It was known that a shooting had recently occurred in Ningqing. They had investigated the backgrounds of all vehicles present at the time, and only Jiang Wanxing had a complex history due to her long-term stay abroad. Thus, the police tentatively concluded that she might be the target of the assailant. With someone tracking Jiang Wanxing so brazenly, even to the police station, it warranted serious attention. In no time, officers gathered swiftly, even dispatching armed police. After identifying the stalker from the surveillance footage at the station's entrance, a throng of officers surged out. Jiang Wanxing discreetly followed them outside. In under 5 minutes, the paparazzo was subdued and handcuffed by several armed officers, brought into the station. Officers, you must be mistaken. I haven't committed any crime. I haven't done anything. Inside the interrogation room, the paparazzo faced several stern-faced officers, his face drained of color from fear. He never imagined that merely doing his job, following and photographing Jiang Wanxing, would lead to his arrest. Name? The officers inquired, taking notes. After the standard questioning, The paparazzo hastily attempted to explain, "Officers, I'm really a good person. I'm a reporter. I haven't committed a crime." A reporter? One officer scrutinized him with an unyielding glare. "Do you have any credentials?"
I.
Of course, he possessed no credentials. In fact, he couldn't even be classified as a true journalist. If he refused to pay off his troubles, he could sell compromising material to various media outlets.
Do you or do you not have them?
The officer's voice turned stern. The paparazzo felt tears welling up. "No." "Then why were you following Jiang Wanxing?"
I.
His halting words only served to amplify his guilt. The officer's expression hardened further. "A shooting occurred last night in the city. Are you connected to that incident?" "Shooting? What shooting?" The paparazzo's face was a picture of bewilderment. The incident had created a significant stir in the bustling district, making it impossible to suppress the ensuing discussion. He was aware of the event, but could not fathom how it was relevant to him. "This has nothing to do with me," he exclaimed. "I'm just an ordinary person. How could I be involved in such matters?" "Officer, you must be mistaken." The officer replied, "If the shooting has nothing to do with you, then why were you following Jiang Wanxing?" She's a social media influencer. Following her is perfectly reasonable. I'm just an ordinary person. How could I possibly be connected to a shooting? He could hardly envision that his attempts to capture scandalous material would entangle him in such a serious case. Half an hour later, in the visiting room, the officer stated, "Miss Jiang, the individual who is following you is unrelated to this incident. However, his actions constitute an infringement of privacy, resulting in a 10-day administrative detention and a fine of 500 yuan. In cases of paparazzi and haters stalking celebrities, it usually remained a civil matter unless the victim reported it to the authorities, leading to fines or verbal reprimands from the police. However, this particular paparazzo had evidently crossed a line, even stalking Jiang Wanxing to the police station. Thus, he was dealt with swiftly and severely." Jiang Wanxing looked innocently at the police officer, her face a mask of grievance, as she sniffled. "I was so frightened. I thought this person was working with that killer." "It's all right, you need not fear." Jiang Wanxing bit her lip. "Officer, you mentioned you would assign someone for covert protection?"
Yes.
"Then I can rest easy." Jiang Wanxing patted her chest, appearing relieved. "Officer, I trust you." The officer recalled the information gathered about Jiang Wanxing during their investigation and noted her presently vulnerable demeanor, causing his lips to twitch slightly. "Miss Jiang, based on our investigation, your background abroad is quite complex, and you have even been involved in conflicts with certain gangs and extremist organizations. Do you have any insights into the assailant's origins?" Jiang Wanxing's expression turned even more pitiful. "I was studying in the United States, and you must know I am a good student, majoring in literature. However, due to my exceptional performance in sports, those individuals wanted me to assist them in illegal fights, and they even attempted to kidnap me. The information available publicly certainly did not pertain to the incidents associated with her identity as Anemone, so there was little to withhold." The officer's mouth twitched again. "A gang attempted to kidnap you, and as a result of your resistance, you accidentally killed 27 individuals?" When emphasizing the word accidentally, the young officer stressed the pronunciation. An accidental death once might be plausible, twice could also be explained as such, but 27 times? How could that possibly hold water? Moreover, those were 27 armed gang members. Jiang Wanxing touched her nose, "Yet the local court had already acquitted me. I acted in self-defense." "The police responded, so you claim, but you ended up killing 7 individuals after they retaliated against you?" Jiang Wanxing hurriedly explained, "It was the local police who instructed me to cooperate. There were 40 or 50 of them present. I merely accidentally killed 7 people, while the rest were shot dead by the local police." The officer inquired, "Are you still a celebrity? An internet sensation?" Jiang Wanxing retorted, "Why not?" Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, the notion of a sniper targeting her began to seem plausible, albeit more troublesome. Particularly due to Jiang Wanxing's unique status as a star, the presence of paparazzi stalking and filming her severely disrupted the investigation. The officer's gaze was fixed on Jiang Wanxing, akin to that of a sentinel observing a potential criminal. After all, this young lady had dozens of lives on her conscience. "Officer, why are you looking at me like that? Have I done something wrong?" she asked.
No.
The young officer quickly shook his head. "Your actions were justified. However, the laws here differ significantly from those abroad. I hope you can exercise caution and composure while in this country." Jiang Wanxing nodded obediently. "I understand." "Good. We will increase the security detail to ensure your safety. If we discover anyone following you again, we will take swift and severe action." Although Jiang Wanxing was uncertain whose safety the officer truly sought to protect, she still expressed her gratitude. Thank you, officer. Chapter 73. Is that really Rong Shuyan? Upon exiting the police station and before reaching her company, the undercover officers assigned to protect her apprehended a paparazzo who had been stalking and photographing her. Adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, the paparazzo was naturally taken into custody. Subsequently, 2 more haters were also arrested. All those who had been following Jiang Wanxing were detained, and the police mandated that the families of these individuals maintain confidentiality. In an instant, many eagerly anticipating scandalous revelations about Jiang Wanxing found themselves ensnared in a tale of terror. Jiang Wanxing said nothing, as her father's vehicle was indeed her own. At that moment, her phone rang. Jiang Wanxing glanced up at the surveillance camera on the road, retrieved her Bluetooth headset from her pocket, and answered the call. Speak your mind. Laughter erupted from the other end. Hui, I heard you were targeted. The caller was Jin Qingchan, notorious for his mischievous nature and penchant for trouble. Jiang Wanxing scoffed. What? Do you have a problem with that? Not at all, he replied, amusement evident in his voice. I'm simply concerned about you. Concerned for me? Jiang Wanxing's smile turned frosty. Instead of worrying about me, perhaps you should focus on your own affairs. Being an outsider, the police could easily trace you. Am I really an outsider? I am merely a legitimate foreign investor in China. What grounds do they have to suspect me? Do you have any pertinent information or not? I heard our princess is in a relationship. Before he could finish, Jiang Wanxing hung up without hesitation. She knew this call would yield nothing of value. However, her phone rang again shortly after. While driving, she glanced at the caller ID. It was Jin Qingchan once more. Gritting her teeth, she answered, Jin Qingchan, if you don't provide something useful today, your remains might just float down the Han River tomorrow. He swallowed hard but quickly regained his jovial tone. You know about the targeting, right? Your divine being should be aware of it. Jiang Wanxing asked, and Jin Qingchan inquired with a smirk. Did he not say anything? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanxing recalled Rong Shuyan's previous words and furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Is it truly related to him? There is indeed some connection. Jin Qingchan replied. Jiang Wanxing remained unperturbed and continued to press. Will you speak, or shall I hang up? In matters of the heart, Jiang Wanxing adhered to a philosophy of blissful ignorance. She wouldn't scrutinize the true nature of a person's appearance beyond their looks. The affection stemming from mere attraction was pure. A sight alone could evoke excitement. However, feelings arising from kindness could lead to emotional rifts during conflicts, resulting in a rather unpleasant experience. Human emotions are capricious, while the decay of beauty requires many years. Jiang Wanxing's criteria for a partner was simply good looks. Anything beyond that was secondary. She bore no concern for whether the person was a scoundrel, for as long as she lived, she would eventually find her peace. I've been observing that photo you posted. The tattoo on that divine being is quite unique, resembling that of a core member of the 7-star organization.
What are you talking about?
Jiang Wanxing's expression darkened as she pulled over. That foolish organization had vanished over a decade ago. How old could Rong Shuyan be this year? Judging by age, he would have been only 5 or 6 when the 7-star organization was dismantled. A child of that age as a core member? Indeed. Jin Qingchan mused. Let me send you a photo. Shortly after, a picture appeared in their WeChat chat. It was a shadowy image of Jin Qingchan's youthful figure, showing only his slender outline, with a tattoo glowing faintly red on his left shoulder. The tattoo depicted a red 7-pointed star, but upon closer inspection, it differed from the one on Rong Shuyan's arm, which was more intricate. However, Jiang Wanxing's attention was captivated by the tattoo in the photo. She excitedly asked, That tattoo can glow in the dark? Oh my god! It did glow a few years ago, but that's not the point. Jin Qingchan exclaimed. I was quite young and heavily brainwashed back then, so many details are hazy. However, the tattoos of different members in that organization were distinct. And the one on that divine being's arm is definitely extraordinary. Is that so? Jiang Wanxing asked, Can that tattoo still glow now?
No.
It has faded, Jin Qingchan replied. What on earth are you thinking about? Jiang Wanxing rolled her eyes. What he is of no concern to me. If he intends to manipulate me, he better not let me find out. Jin Qingchan remained silent. Jiang Wanxing lit a cigarette inside the car. Boss, I like him for his looks. Surely, he must find something appealing about me as well, right? What could he possibly want from me? It can't be love, can it? Jin Qingchan was once again taken aback by Jiang Wanxing's audacity. You better clarify things. If all else fails, use handcuffs and a whip for interrogation. I bet he LL confess. Good idea. Jiang Wanxing's light brown eyes sparkled with excitement. After all this time, you finally said something useful. Are you implying that everything I said before was useless? Jean Chengchan retorted.
For the time being, yes.
Jiang Wanxing lived quite far from the city center. Though it was a villa district, due to its location, permanent residents were scarce. Occasionally, homeowners from the city would come here to vacation. Wealthy individuals, after all, value having multiple properties, who would complain about having more homes. Before reaching home, Jiang Wanxing called Rong Xuyan, intending to check if he was available. To her surprise, as soon as the call connected, a cacophony of crashing sounds erupted, followed by silence, and the call was abruptly terminated. When she tried again, she found his phone had been turned off. Jiang Wanxing was left bewildered. As Granny Li was deaf and mute, the television blared loudly, drowning out any sounds, while she focused intently on the sign language interpreter below. Jiang Wanxing initially intended to merely greet and ascend the stairs. Yet the news broadcast on the television captured her attention. Just moments ago, at an intersection, a semi-truck carrying dozens of tons of steel coils had a coil roll off and crash onto a passing Rolls-Royce. The front of the luxury vehicle was severely damaged. The driver suffered a leg fracture, and a passenger in the back seat sustained an arm injury, fortunately without any fatalities. Jiang Wanxing halted, her gaze fixed on the television screen. The injured driver had already been taken away in an ambulance, while a man with an injured arm, wearing a mask that revealed only his strikingly sharp eyes, exuded an aura of a domineering CEO. However, the footage captured by the reporter made him look like an unfortunate victim. Wasn't he that Rong Xuyan? In the video, the owner of the semi-truck appeared utterly terrified, nearly on the verge of collapse, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Rong Xuyan, whose arm seemed injured and stained with blood, was too preoccupied to pay attention to the situation, and he boarded the ambulance directly. The news report swiftly moved on. Jiang Wanxing retrieved her phone to search for related articles online. As anticipated, Rong Xuyan's extraordinary looks, even obscured by a mask, combined with his status as a Rolls-Royce owner, caused an instant sensation online. Many commented on the post, expressing their willingness to shelter the injured tycoon. After a moment as contemplation, Jiang Wanxing decided to call Rong Xuyan's assistant, Xiao Ke. It took quite some time for the call to connect, likely because Xiao Ke was busy managing the aftermath for Rong Xuyan. Miss Jiang? He stammered, seemingly driving as the sounds of honking cars filtered through the phone. Upon seeing the news, Xiao Ke had also been quite shaken. It was well known that a steel coil weighing several tons falling onto a car could utterly crush it. Had it been anyone inside, the chances of survival were non-existent. Fortunately, Rong Xuyan had previously been in an accident in Ningqing. After colliding with Jiang Wanxing, he had switched drivers. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Jiang Wanxing pondered and said, "Send me the hospital address. I will go there." "All right. Please be careful, Miss Jiang." She acknowledged before ending the call. Grandma Li, unaware of the unfolding events, saw Jiang Wanxing heading out. Though deaf and mute, Grandma Li could read lips and understood Jiang Wanxing's intent. Half an hour later, Jiang Wanxing arrived at the hospital. The emergency room was teeming with reporters and numerous onlookers. If the accident had involved an ordinary person, it would not have garnered such attention. However, since the victim was a Rolls-Royce owner, it was a different matter altogether. After much effort, Jiang Wanxing squeezed through the crowd, only to be stopped by a group of bodyguards clad in black suits. "Step aside. I am Rong Xuyan's girlfriend." The bodyguards remained impassive. "I'm sorry, miss, but you are the 8th person today to claim to be the boss's girlfriend." At this, Jiang Wanxing's eyes turned dangerously sharp. "Are you certain the previous 7 could even name Rong Xuyan?" The bodyguard hesitated, then stepped aside. Some people outside, unable to enter, immediately buzzed with curiosity upon seeing a girl gain access. Fortunately, Jiang Wanxing had adequately prepared herself beforehand, donning a hat, mask, and sunglasses, concealing her identity completely. Inside the emergency room, Rong Xuyan sat at a table, locked in a stalemate with the doctor. His left arm was injured, the wound bandaged, yet his gloves were soaked with blood. The doctor insisted he remove the gloves for a proper examination of his hand, but he stubbornly refused. The doctor, visibly frustrated, tapped his pen, wanting to say something, but the man before him radiated wealth and power, and the doctor, fearing repercussions, could only suppress his irritation. "Sir, our emergency department is quite busy. If you don't trust us, you may transfer to a private hospital. However, if you choose to be treated here, We must be responsible for your health and safety. Emergency departments are typically bustling with activity. It was one thing for Rong Shuyan to come in alone. But the influx of reporters complicating matters was another. The doctor's reluctance to expel him was already a testament to his professionalism. Mr. Rong Xiaoku interjected helplessly. Perhaps you should undergo an examination here. Examine what? Before Xiaoku could finish, a clear female voice suddenly interrupted, recognizing the familiar tone. Rong Shuyan turned to see Jiang Wanxing approaching, removing her sunglasses as she walked towards him. She grasped his uninjured hand and pulled him to his feet. I apologize, doctor, for the inconvenience. I'll take him now. Then, addressing Rong Shuyan, she urged, let us go. Thus, Jiang Wanxing forcefully ushered him out of the emergency room. The reporters outside were swiftly intercepted by the bodyguards. Once in the car, Jiang Wanxing took the driver's seat, glancing sideways at Rong Shuyan in the passenger seat. Your gloves are soaked in blood. If you keep them on, your hand will surely rot. Rong Shuyan replied, quickly remove that ragged thing. Obediently, Rong Shuyan took off the gloves. Today's incident was no accident. It was a deliberate act of hostility. His hand was uninjured, but blood had flowed down from his arm, and since he hadn't removed the gloves, his entire hand was now sticky with blood. Jiang Wanxing stated resolutely, I know. She had just survived an assassination attempt when Rong Shuyan's accident occurred. What are the odds of such coincidences? Before starting the car, Jiang Wanxing rummaged through her pocket, eventually producing a pack of wet wipes to toss to Rong Shuyan. As he pulled out a wipe to clean his hands, she continued, I heard from a friend that the tattoo on your hand is quite unusual. Can you handle this level of trouble?
I can.
Very well. Jiang Wanxing refrained from pressing further. She wasn't one to interfere aimlessly in others' affairs. Since Rong Shuyan claimed he could manage, she wouldn't overextend herself. At most, if he were to perish, she might occasionally reminisce about him, reflecting on her bygone first love. However, Rong Shuyan looked at her with concern. What about you?
It's my fault you're involved.
I'll just steal an incubator from a children's hospital and carry you around, she retorted. Your issues are not my concern. Rong Shuyan was left speechless. Jiang Wanxing scoffed lightly. I don't need to hear your explanations. Rong Shuyan lapsed into silence, once more. Jiang Wanxing added, you should consider getting a more discreet vehicle. This type of car doesn't withstand collisions well and could easily lead to disaster. While luxury cars boast superior performance, they are not necessarily safer. After all, a vehicle must undergo numerous crash tests before hitting the market. The production of such luxury cars is often limited to just a few dozen units annually, making them ill-suited for impact.
Consequently,
the safety concerns surrounding luxury vehicles often become a mere jest. Yet, due to their rarity, the number of individuals driving such cars remains low, resulting in fewer accidents relative to the vehicle population, which diminishes the urgency surrounding safety. Impressive, Jiang Wanxing mused. It seemed that those who rode in luxury cars were often oblivious to the realities of their privilege. The following day, she did not attend the office but accompanied Rong Shuyan to meet the driver of the out-of-control semi-truck. Typically, such trivial matters would not warrant Rong Shuyan's personal involvement. Had it not been for Jiang Wanxing's curiosity, he would not have bothered to meet the truck driver at all. At the traffic police station, the driver was in tears. Lamenting, I secured the steel coils before hitting the road. I never anticipated such an incident. If life were not so arduous, I would never have transported such cargo. There exists a saying among truck drivers, better to starve than haul coils, better to perish than transport pipes. Steel coils are notoriously difficult to secure in transit, and if they start to roll, the consequences can be catastrophic. Once the driver had poured out his sorrow, Jiang Wanxing slowly inquired, was this incident truly an accident? The driver abruptly halted his speech, astonished. What do you mean? He was well aware of the risks involved in transporting such items, but like many, he had succumbed to a sense of false security, never imagining he would end up smashing a luxury car on the road. Yet, he remained certain that the incident was indeed an accident. At that moment, a police officer rushed over, informing the officers present, we have a new discovery. The break in the steel wire used to secure the coils shows signs of having been cut. Upon hearing this, the driver collapsed in fear. Someone intended to harm me? Jiang Wanxing chuckled softly and gestured toward Rong Shuyan beside her. It's not you they intended to harm, but him. What? Everyone present was incredulous. Even if the wire had been tampered with, how could anyone have known when the coils would fall? What a coincidence that they struck Rong Shuyan's vehicle. One of the traffic officers voiced the doubts swirling in his mind. It's quite simple. The steel coils weigh several tons. A mere bump could cause the severed wire to snap, allowing the coils to tumble down. All were left wide-eyed in shock. If Jiang Wanxing's assertion held true, this incident was far from a mere traffic accident. It was premeditated murder. After examining the two vehicles, the traffic police promptly referred the case to the Criminal Investigation Department. Thus, Jiang Wanxing found herself once again in the company of familiar officers. As the officers regarded Jiang Wanxing, she implored, "Please don't look at me as if I were a suspect." With indignation, she declared, "The victim here is my boyfriend. Based on my assessment, this is a meticulously orchestrated, premeditated murder." The officer inquired, "Is this incident related to the previous shooting case?" Jiang Wanxing nodded, acknowledging the possibility. After enduring the lengthy process of giving her statement, she and Rong Shuyan finally exited the police station. It was now midday, and they sought out a restaurant for a meal. Just as they finished dining, while Jiang Wanxing was applying lipstick with a small mirror, a call from Jiang Yuqin came through. After completing her makeup and smoothing her lips, she leisurely answered the phone. "Is there something you need?" Jiang Yuqin's voice was tinged with urgency. "I've told you, there's a banquet tonight that you must attend. When will you start taking my words to heart?" Jiang Wanxing rolled her eyes.
What do you mean by that?
"Should I just steal an incubator from the children's hospital to carry you around all day?" Jiang Yuqin. Across the table, Rong Shuyan remained silent, observing her with amusement. Jiang Wanxing continued unabated. "You don't even provide for me. Do you expect me to worship at your feet?" Jiang Yuqin pressed, "Are you going or not?" "Honestly, Dad, you are a successful man. Could you not exhibit some of the poise that comes with success?" Jiang Wanxing recalled having recently requested 20 million for a new car from Jiang Yuqin, deciding to concede for his sake. "Since you insist, I shall attend. The banquet is in the evening, so why the rush? Are you worried I won't make it until then?" The call abruptly ended with Jiang Yuqin hanging up in frustration. Chapter 76. Today, Jiang Yuqin was unusually quiet. As Jiang Wanxing announced her departure, Rong Shuyan maintained his usual demeanor, seemingly oblivious. However, Jiang Wanxing found his disposition charming, planting a kiss on his cheek before leaving. "See you tonight, dear brother Rong." Rong Shuyan appeared to want to reach out to her but hesitated, ultimately lowering his hand. Jiang Wanxing laughed heartily, realizing he possessed a perfect physique beneath that angelic visage. In the living room, Jiang Chenxi continued his complaints. Only after he finished did Su Man attempt to interject. "Chenxi, you shouldn't say such things. After all, Wanwan is your sister." "Sister? I have no sister like her." "You all be quiet." Jiang Yuan's impatience was palpable, his face etched with irritation. "What benefit do you gain from antagonizing her?" Though Jiang Chenxi was usually favored at home, he remained undeterred by Jiang Yuan's rising anger.
"Dad,
why should that girl have so much control over our family shares? She will eventually marry. Do you intend to hand over our family fortune to an outsider?" "I told you to be quiet." Yet, the shares remained firmly in Jiang Wanxing's grasp. She was no fool to relinquish them easily. Jiang Yuan was more concerned about Jiang Wanxing causing trouble than anything else. Jiang Chenxi was about to voice his dissent again when Su Man pulled him back. She forced a smile. "Let us not argue. Today is Chenxi's engagement day, and Wanwan should attend." Having spent many years with Jiang Yuan, Su Man understood his character well. Jiang Yuan was quite prideful. Today marked an important occasion with Jiang Chenxi's engagement, and since Jiang Wanxing happened to be in Ning City, it would be unbecoming if she did not attend her brother's ceremony, which would reflect poorly on Jiang Yuan. At that moment, Jiang Wanxing walked in, leisurely stating, "I knew the moment I was gone, you would be gossiping about me." Jiang Yuan, uncertain of how much she had overheard, chose to act as if nothing had transpired. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Where's your boyfriend? Why hasn't he come with you?" "Why would he come with me?" Jiang Wanxing replied, puzzled. "I'm not his mother. Is he supposed to stick to me like a child?" Jiang Yuan. Having faced setbacks in her career, Jiang Yuqin had become more reserved, seated silently beside them. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath. "Wanwan, go upstairs and change. It's almost time to leave." "What time is it?" Jiang Wanxing pulled out her phone, glanced at the time, and scoffed. "Besides, what do I need to change into? I have nothing to wear." Jiang Yuan gestured toward Jiang Yuqin. "Your sister has plenty of clothes. Just wear one of hers." "I won tea." Jiang Yuan. Jiang Wanxing found a seat and huffed. "Dad, if you want me to go, I will, but there's no need to force me to embarrass you." Jiang Yuan. By evening, Jiang Wanxing finally departed with her elegantly dressed family. Inside the luxurious business vehicle, she stared at her phone while occasionally glancing at Jiang Yuqin, whose unusual silence struck her as odd. Typically, Jiang Yuqin sought to assert her presence in any gathering. However, Jiang Yuqin remained unresponsive, merely lowering her head and fixating on her hands. The more she acted this way, the more intrigued Jiang Wanxing became. It is worth noting that she was currently under the close protection of undercover police. As the saying goes, the law's net is vast and wide, yet nothing escapes its grasp. Should Jiang Yuqin dare to break the law, it would indeed lead to tears behind iron bars. The banquet was held in the grandest hotel hall in the city. Given that the Jiang family owned an entertainment company, numerous celebrities were invited to create a buzz. Ultimately, it was all business. Where there are stars, there are journalists. Upon the car's arrival, they were almost surrounded by reporters, the sound of camera shutters echoing relentlessly. Some journalists even commenced live broadcasts on site. Jiang Wanxing intentionally walked beside Jiang Yuqin and whispered, "Jiang Yuqin, you were the one who incited that hater to morally sabotage me. Weren't you?" Jiang Yuqin, with her eyes downcast, replied, "I do not comprehend what you are saying." Jiang Wanxing smiled sweetly and said, "In fact, I have already gathered all the evidence of your correspondence. I was merely waiting for you."
What?
Jiang Yuqin faltered for a moment, her nails digging into her palm to maintain the facade of calmness. Jiang Wanxing chuckled. Her face, as long as it did not deliberately convey malice, was always exceptionally sweet when she smiled. She lowered her voice and remarked, "I am eagerly awaiting your next move." At this juncture, Jiang Wanxing seemed to experience a moment of epiphany, dramatically covering her mouth in surprise. "Could it be that you have only a few tricks up your sleeve? Now that you realize I have matured, your old tactics are ineffective, leaving you at a loss?" "No, you misunderstand," Jiang Yuqin replied, a master of emotional control, maintaining her composure and still embodying the persona of a caring elder sister. "That person you mentioned has nothing to do with me."
Jiang Wanxing laughed. "Ah,
to speak with your eyes wide open and without a hint of shame." Upon reaching a spot with a live broadcast camera, Jiang Yuqin earnestly stated, "Wan, you truly misunderstand me. That day when I rolled down the hillside, it was not my intention to frame you. I simply experienced a bout of low blood sugar that caused my fall. I did not faint. I merely felt a bit dizzy. I did not anticipate it would cause you such trouble." With just a few sentences, Jiang Yuqin effectively absolved herself of the previous incident. She had not appeared in public for several days, nor had she posted anything on social media. Her fan base had long since gone into a frenzy.
now.
Hearing Jiang Yuqin's explanation through the live broadcast, those fans were thoroughly invigorated. Chapter 77. I have been drugged in my drink. I must go to the hospital for a blood test. Jiang Wanxing narrowed her eyes, the corners of her mouth subtly lifting. "So you speak of the city gate while I speak of the hip bone, correct?" However, Jiang Yuqin earnestly insisted, "I truly did not mean to." "Very well." Jiang Wanxing shrugged. Upon entering the banquet hall, Jiang Wanxing casually picked up a glass of champagne and found a corner to sit. Due to Jiang Shengyuan's habitual mischief, attempting to use this incident for publicity, there were no significant restrictions on entry at the banquet. The venue was filled with various celebrities and journalists, and even several internet influencers had somehow obtained invitations live streaming with their phones. The atmosphere was chaotic. Jiang Yuqin, somewhat apprehensive of Jiang Wanxing's sharp tongue, immediately sought out acquaintances to greet and converse with upon entering.
Jiang Wanxing sat there, observing.
The individual conversing with Jiang Yuqin was Lin Qiongyu, a well-known supporting actress in the entertainment industry. Previously, she had willingly relinquished a leading role in a film to avoid overshadowing Jiang Yuqin, demonstrating her unwavering loyalty. "Wanxing?" At that moment, a surprised voice reached her ears. She ran, clad in a black long dress, approached, smiling, and sat beside Jiang Wanxing. "Today is the engagement of young Master Jiang and Miss Chen. Why are you sitting here? Aren't you going to check backstage?"
What is there to see?
Jiang Wanxing replied nonchalantly, "If they wish to get engaged, so be it. It matters not to me." As she spoke, she gently swirled the champagne in her glass, yet did not drink. Qi Ren glanced in Jiang Yuqin's direction, then furrowed her brow and lowered her voice. "I cannot shake the feeling that Jiang Yuqin has been watching you. It's not just a feeling. She likely wishes to kill me with her gaze." Jiang Wanxing continued to swirl her drink. If Qi Ren could notice, then surely she was aware as well. She not only recognized that Jiang Yuqin was watching her, but also that Jiang Yuqin's eyes were fixated on the champagne in her glass, seemingly anticipating her to drink it. After pondering for a moment, Qi Ren advised, "Be cautious. Although it is ill-mannered to speak ill of others behind their backs, Jiang Yuqin possesses a very sinister character. She is capable of anything. Oh. Do elaborate. Jiang Wanxing's interest was piqued instantly. Yet, adult evaluations of a person's character are not solely based on their outward demeanor. While Jiang Yuqin's demeanor may appear amiable within the company, she stifled others, leaving female artists scrambling for the resources she discarded, desiring to buy loyalty while offering not even a fraction of benefit, who could not see through her true nature. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Ran remarked quietly, "There was once an artist in the company, of a similar type whose name was Jiang Yu, who was slightly more seasoned and quite popular. However, during an event, her dress was tampered with, causing it to fall off, leading to an embarrassing moment captured by the media. Subsequently, Jiang Yu fell into depression and ultimately took her own life." Though Qi Ran did not explicitly state it, the implication was clear. Jiang Yuqin was responsible for that incident. She subtly warned Jiang Wanxing, so, be very careful. Jiang Wanxing smiled brightly. "I understand, you need not worry." Given the distance, Jiang Yuqin could not overhear their conversation. Yet her gaze continued to dart towards Jiang Wanxing intermittently. Jiang Wanxing raised her glass towards her and promptly drank the contents in one go. In that instant, a gleam of triumphant malice flickered in Jiang Yuqin's eyes, reveling in her perceived victory. After chatting with Jiang Wanxing for a while, Qi Ran was called away by her manager. Jiang Wanxing, feeling slightly dizzy, staggered her feet, deliberately ignoring the person trailing behind her as she wandered into a more secluded area. She then descended into the underground parking lot via the fire escape. Leaning against a pillar, Jiang Wanxing stood still. "You little vixen. You have finally fallen into my grasp." Jiang Wanxing turned with great difficulty and immediately recognized the figure of Chen Huabin before her. "Why you? What do you want?" Jiang Wanxing's voice trembled with fear as she instinctively retreated upon seeing Chen Huabin. "I'll tell you this. My father is just above us," she stammered. "You your father?" Chen Huabin sneered, his gaze lecherous as he fixated on Jiang Wanxing. "You little harlot, let me tell you, your sister has already handed you over to me. As long as you obediently serve me well, I might even allow you into the Chen family. Otherwise, just wait for me to toy with you." Of course, Chen Huabin's words were mere fabrications. Jiang Yuqin's plan was to have Chen Huabin take advantage of Jiang Wanxing before summoning reporters, claiming that Jiang Wanxing had seduced him, thus completely ruining her. However, despite Chen Huabin's lack of intelligence, he understood that such actions would not benefit him. Hence, he intended to take her away and do as he pleased. Jiang Wanxing felt dizzy and unstable on her feet. Just as Chen Huabin was about to make his move, she inadvertently dodged out of the way. "Why you all tampered with the drink I consumed?" Chen Huabin's laughter grew increasingly lewd. "It was your sister who drugged you. I did nothing. She even arranged for someone to photograph you. As long as you come with me, the reporters won't catch you." As he spoke, Chen Huabin reached out to grab Jiang Wanxing. However, Jiang Wanxing, who was already unsteady on her feet, suddenly dodged and stumbled forward while dialing the police. "Officer." My voice trembling, "I was drugged. I'm in the underground parking lot. Someone is chasing me." Upon hearing this, Chen Huabin's grin widened maliciously. This little girl is truly foolish. She didn't even provide an address when calling for help. No matter, the police won't arrive anytime soon. Once I have her and take a few pictures, she won't dare to disobey. That was his thought process, yet he could never have anticipated that within a minute, a commanding voice resonated through the underground parking lot. "Police. Hands on your head, squat down. Do not move." Jiang Wanxing hurriedly ran over, clutching the sleeve of the approaching plainclothes officer. "Officer, someone drugged me in my drink. I need to go to the hospital for a blood test." Initially, Jiang Wanxing was unaware of the drugging. Many colorless and odorless substances were available in the market, making it nearly impossible to discern by sight or smell. However, Jiang Yuqin's gaze was impossible to ignore. Of course, she had the courage to drink. Having undergone professional drug resistance training, a little bit of drug or hallucinogen would have no effect on her. The officers, observing Jiang Wanxing's distress, promptly declared, "Get her to the hospital immediately." In the banquet hall, the engagement ceremony had just commenced, and the towering cake had only just been wheeled out. Everything was set for Jiang Chenxi and the eldest daughter of the Qin family to exchange rings. Just then, several plainclothes officers strode in, presenting their credentials and loudly inquiring, "Who is Jiang Yuqin?" At that moment, the room fell silent, all eyes turning toward Jiang Yuqin, standing at the foot of the stage. Their expressions varied, yet none dared to speak. Jiang Yuqin's complexion turned pale, her fingers clenched tightly, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Finally, it was Jiang Yuan who broke the silence. Officers, Jiang Yuqin is my daughter. May I ask what this is regarding? At this declaration, the crowd erupted in murmurs. The journalists and influencers present had initially come to bask in the glamour of the event, never expecting such shocking news to unfold at a grand engagement party.
Suman,
who had always doted on Jiang Yuqin, was likewise taken aback by the officer's words. Jiang Yuqin felt the weight of countless gazes upon her, wishing desperately to vanish. Yet, she feigned strength, saying, "Officers, you must be mistaken." The officers remained impassive, stating, "Whether we are mistaken or not, you know best. I must inform you that the victim has a habit of carrying a camera. None of the perpetrators will escape." Everyone gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. The crowd, including numerous reporters and influencers who were live streaming, exploded with reactions.
What?
Such a scandal. Isn't Jiang Yuqin a clear legal case? Will she end up in jail? This constitutes a criminal offense. Even her wealthy father cannot save her. Can such things truly happen? Heavens! Where is Miao Miao? Could the victim be Jiang Wanxing? The police claimed to be conducting an investigation, but in reality, Jin Huabin had already divulged everything. Thus, before Jiang Yuqin could comprehend the unfolding events, the officers stepped forward and placed handcuffs on her. The sound of camera shutters echoed as even those who had not been live streaming hastily began broadcasting the unfolding drama. Thanks to Jiang Yuan's foresight, the guest list for the banquet had not been restricted. Within mere minutes, the incident had rapidly gone viral online. At the moment Jiang Yuqin was handcuffed, a buzzing filled her ears, and chaos enveloped her vision. She understood all too well that if convicted, her life would be irrevocably ruined. It has nothing to do with me. She seduced the man herself. Now she seeks to slander me, that wretched girl. Jiang Wanxing is nothing but a harlot. Miss Jiang, please cooperate with the investigation. It's her. She's the one who harmed me. I did nothing. Why are you arresting me? Let me go. In that instant, Jiang Yuqin's hair was disheveled, her voice piercing, as she resembled a woman gone mad. Yet, no matter how fiercely she struggled, the officers led her away. Though the online community was diverse in its opinions, one consensus prevailed: trust in the authorities, trust in the police. While opinions varied regarding disputes between celebrities or influencers, when it came to criminal activities, the public overwhelmingly sided with law enforcement.
Goodness.
How can such a person still be a star in the entertainment industry? What is happening to the industry today? Jiang Yuqin is terrifying. Has she lost her mind? People have long pointed out her poor character, yet her fans remain. The sewing machine is about to smoke. At the hospital, Jiang Wanxing lay on a bed with an IV drip. After spending considerable time together, she had grown quite familiar with the officers. Officers, I have submitted the video. I never imagined my sister could do something so heinous. I know she despises me, but I didn't expect her to be this deranged. The officers, recalling the day's events, looked at Jiang Wanxing with sympathy. They had never encountered such a misfortunate young woman, truly caught between a rock and a hard place. One officer sighed in relief. Fortunately, you're fine. The hospital has detected hallucinogenic substances in your blood. This is a new type. Besides attempted assault, the suspect may be implicated in other crimes, and they will not receive a light sentence. Jiang Wanxing gasped, is Jiang Yuqin that formidable? She had prepared evidence of Jiang Yuqin instigating her fans to slander her online, waiting for the opportune moment to expose it once Jiang Yuqin resurfaced in the entertainment industry. To her surprise, Jiang Yuqin had acted prematurely. Even if it was an attempt, it would still carry a minimum sentence of 3 years. The officer, thinking Jiang Wanxing was frightened by the mention of drugs, offered comfort. It's all right. You ingested it. It wasn't injected. It was just once. You won't become addicted. Jiang Wanxing understood the officer's misunderstanding but decided to play along. That's good. As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward the door. Rong Shuyan had arrived upon hearing the news. The hospital room door was ajar, yet he hesitated to enter directly. Standing at the threshold, he was about to knock when his eyes met Jiang Wanxing's. Thus, he stepped inside. Jiang Wanxing sniffled and said to the officer, "Officer, this is my boyfriend. You know, the one who was just hit by a steel coil from a truck." Rong Shuyan. "Officer, I've said all I needed to. I won't intrude further." "Thank you, officer." Once the officers departed, Rong Shuyan took a couple of steps closer and gently touched Jiang Wanxing's forehead. "How are you feeling? What else can I feel?" Jiang Wanxing glanced at the IV drip above her. "It's just for show. I see Jiang Yuqin is genuinely insane. She ought to undergo a mental evaluation. She's clearly unhinged. What was she thinking? Rong Shuyan inquired, puzzled. Did her teachers never teach her not to break the law? Jiang Wanxing was amused by Rong Shuyan, unable to suppress her laughter. Perhaps she believed that her victory was assured upon seeing me finish that glass of wine. Chapter 79. Brother Rong. I want to see you wake up. As she spoke, Jiang Wanxing raised her hand to tousle her hair. Rong Shuyan gazed at her, noticing her profound disappointment, momentarily rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the engagement banquet had been utterly ruined by this little episode. Jiang Xiangyuan's prospective in-laws had learned of their son's arrest, effectively putting an end to the marriage. Upon returning home, Su Man wept continuously, her sobs irking Jiang Xiangyuan. Shut up. Stop crying. Su Man stammered, Xiangyuan. You know what kind of person Yuqin is. How could someone like her do such a thing? It must have been Jiang Wanxing who deliberately harmed her. Wanwan intentionally harmed her? Jiang Xiangyuan looked at Su Man as if she were foolish.
Repeat that.
Su Man sensed his anger, but, thinking of her daughter who had already been arrested, continued to sob. There must be a misunderstanding. Yuqin is not that kind of person. Jiang Xiangyuan took a deep breath and coldly replied, whether she is or not is irrelevant to you. It is the police's word that counts. After all, they would never wrongfully accuse her. Su Man broke down completely, crying even harder. What are we to do now? Yuqin's life is ruined. Jiang Xiangyuan, irritated, pinched the bridge of his nose. Su Man finally ceased her tears, wiping her eyes while looking at him. Jiang Xiangyuan, agitated, called Jiang Wanxing, but the call went unanswered, darkening his expression further. Seizing the opportunity, Su Man said, Xiangyuan, she doesn't even dare to answer your calls. She must be guilty. Jiang Xiangyuan, uninterested in conversing with her, coldly stated, I will go find her. In the hospital, Jiang Wanxing sat with her mouth agape, waiting for Rong Shuyan to feed her. Rong Shuyan peeled and sliced an apple, offering it to her. Are you still feeling unwell? Jiang Wanxing, with a face full of grievance, replied. The police said that there was a hallucinogen in that glass of wine. My head is spinning. After a moment of contemplation, Rong Shuyan suggested, then, would you like to take a nap? I have a headache and can't sleep. Jiang Wanxing then whimsically proposed, how about you tell me a story? Rong Shuyan. I want to hear the story of the Calabash Brothers. It's called the Calabash Brothers. Then, I want to hear the story of the Calabash Brothers. Rong Shuyan. Jiang Wanxing's moods fluctuated wildly, at times spirited, at others in agony. While Rong Shuyan was engrossed in searching for the story online, the door to the ward swung open. It was Jiang Xiangyuan. Wanwan. Jiang Xiangyuan had assumed she was alone, so he did not conceal his expression. Upon seeing the man in the room, he was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? Rong Shuyan merely glanced at him, his expression unchanged, showing no intention of greeting. He remained seated by the bed, focused on his phone. No story? Can we watch a cartoon instead? Jiang Xiangyuan stood awkwardly at the door. Jiang Wanxing, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but laugh. Rong Shuyan's demeanor was not overtly domineering, yet it did not imply he was gentle with everyone. He could calmly and unembarrassedly ignore the person standing before him, as if they were merely a wisp of air. His indifference conveyed a sense of superiority. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Wanxing finally spoke. Dad, you came to see me? Only then did Jiang Xiangyuan approach. Why didn't you answer the phone earlier? Jiang Wanxing, without batting an eye, replied, I silenced it and didn't hear it. She then chuckled lightly.
Dad.
Why are you here instead of finding a lawyer to defend your precious daughter? In a criminal case, even if I provide a letter of understanding, she still has to go in. Jiang Xiangyuan's expression darkened. Are you really so happy that your sister was arrested? Jiang Wanxing maintained her expression. How can this be called happiness? I just feel my teeth are a bit warm. It's refreshing to show them. Jiang Xiangyuan. Rong Shuyan observed the slightly yellowed apple pieces in the plate, frowned, and began peeling an orange. Jiang Xiangyuan's gaze kept drifting toward Rong Shuyan. After finishing peeling the orange and cleaning the white strands from the segments, Rong Shuyan addressed Jiang Xiangyuan. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Xiangyuan was taken aback by Rong Shuyan's unexpected initiative to speak. Before he could respond, Rong Shuyan continued, crimes warrant imprisonment. Jiang Xiangyuan opened his mouth, trying to argue. This is a family matter. A crime is a crime, regardless of whether it is a family matter. Rong Shuyan handed the orange to Jiang Wanxing, tilting his head to look at Jiang Xiangyuan. Mr. Jiang, do you see that knife on the table? He referred to the fruit knife used to cut the apple. However, Jiang Xiangyuan did not grasp his meaning. What? Rong Shuyan, in a calm tone, explained, if I were to use this knife to kill you, I would go to prison. If Wanxing used this knife to kill you, she would also go to prison. It's that simple. Crime is crime, and harm is harm. It has no relation to whether the parties involved are relatives. Jiang Xiangyuan's face flushed red with embarrassment, leaving him momentarily speechless. Especially upon seeing the sharp knife on the table, he felt an inexplicable chill. Perhaps due to Rong Shuyan's presence, he ultimately remained silent and turned to leave. Once Jiang Xiangyuan departed, Jiang Wanxing laughed even more freely. I never expected, Brother Rong, that you possess such eloquence. Jiang Wanxing exclaimed, no, I don't want that. I want to see you wake up. Rong Shuyan. Jiang Wanxing's eyes sparkled. Brother Rong, I want to hear you say. When I pressed you down, did you still have the mind to think of anything else? Rong Shuyan. Chapter 80. What a talent. The next day, upon discharge from a hospital, Jiang Wanxing made a special trip to the detention center. At that moment, Jiang Yuqin had donned an orange vest, her complexion as pale as death. For Jiang Yuqin, finding herself in such a predicament was perhaps more distressing than death itself. Jiang Wanxing sat across from her, curiosity evident on her face as she asked, I have always been puzzled. Why did you do this?
What do you mean by why?
Jiang Yuqin clearly did not comprehend Jiang Wanxing's question. Jiang Wanxing chuckled softly. What benefit could targeting me possibly bring you? This was a question Jiang Wanxing had long been curious about. She did not believe Jiang Yuqin's hostility stemmed from a desire to seize anything from her, as she had truly possessed nothing back then. Yet, her words seemed to strike a nerve with Jiang Yuqin. She suddenly lifted her head, glaring at Jiang Wanxing with bloodshot eyes. Do I need a reason to target you? I simply enjoy it. I take pleasure in targeting you. Jiang Wanxing. Are you out of your mind? Hurting others without gaining anything for yourself truly takes the cake. However, Jiang Yuqin felt no remorse for her actions. Jiang Wanxing. Just wait and see. I will not let you off. She shed the faade she had maintained for so long, leaving Jiang Wanxing even more bewildered. Jiang Wanxing stared at her with the eyes of someone observing a lunatic, remaining silent for a long moment before saying, by the time you serve your sentence and are released, it will be years later. How do you plan to not let me off then? Do you intend to draw circles and curse me in prison? Jiang Yuqin, however, remained unfazed. Father will not abandon me. He will surely rescue me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanxing nodded in agreement. This is indeed true. The Jiang family is primarily an entertainment company, which has always valued its reputation. Given the severe social repercussions of this incident, it will inevitably affect Jiang's stock prices. Jiang Xiangyuan may disregard his daughter Jiang Yuqin, but he would never allow her to languish in prison. Jiang Wanxing stroked her chin and said slowly, your arrest is now common knowledge online. Do you truly believe Jiang Xiangyuan possesses the capability to extricate you? Her statement was framed as a question, revealing her genuine curiosity about why Jiang Yuqin, seemingly so ordinary, exuded such confidence. Jiang Yuqin's expression darkened further. Her lips trembled as she insisted, Father will not neglect me. All right then, just hope your father rescues you soon. Once visiting hours concluded, Jiang Wanxing did not linger and followed the guards out. As expected, Su Man was crying and lamenting.
Why?
Why must it be this way? Xiangyuan. After all these years bearing the stigma of being a mistress for you, raising your children, is this how you repay me? Jiang Xiangyuan replied sternly, stop crying. I told you I would find a way. What way could there possibly be? I was blind to have chosen you. Silence. Su Man, who usually feared Jiang Xiangyuan, was now crying uncontrollably. I am the rightful wife. I was the one who was with you first. You claimed your relationship with Yan Shu was mere pretense. That you would marry me, yet I have borne the disgrace for so many years. The quarrel continued within the room. Jiang Wanxing stood outside, frowning as she listened. Today seemed to be quite the spectacle. When Jiang Xiangyuan finally approached to open the door, intending to leave, Jiang Wanxing did not shy away, but greeted him naturally. Father. I've been discharged. Jiang Xiangyuan seemed to be holding back his breath and coldly asked, what are you doing standing out here? What he truly wanted to know was how much Jiang Wanxing had overheard. After speaking, Jiang Wanxing leisurely walked inside. Knowing her temperament, Jiang Xiangyuan softened his expression and said, Wanwan, I understand you have been wrong this time, but could you please?
What?
Jiang Wanxing blinked innocently. Jiang Xiangyuan gritted his teeth and said, could you tell the police that yesterday's events were merely a misunderstanding, a joke between you sisters? Jiang Wanxing replied, you want me to recant my statement? Father knows this is unfair to you, But this incident has stirred a significant uproar online, and the company's stock has been falling. Several artist resources within the company have been affected as well. Wan, this is also your loss. Upon seeing Jiang Wanxing, Su Man appeared as if she had found hope. She shed her earlier aggressive demeanor and softened her tone. Wan, if you can release Yuqin, I assure you I will send her far away, never to trouble you again. Just let her go. Faced with the couple's pleas, Jiang Wanxing lounged on the sofa, crossing her legs. I would like to, but Jiang Yuqin is not my responsibility. She chose a partner in crime, and now that the truth is out, what does it have to do with me? Recanting my statement would be futile. The tension in the room escalated. At that moment, Jiang Chenxi descended the stairs, head down, engrossed in his mobile game. After grabbing a drink from the refrigerator, he turned without lifting his gaze and headed back upstairs. The sound effects of the game shattered the tense atmosphere. Jiang Yuan exclaimed. Su Man muttered. Jiang Wanxing genuinely applauded, impressive. Jiang Yuan, infuriated, directed his anger at Jiang Chenxi. All you do is play. Our family is embroiled in such a major incident, and you feel nothing? What should I feel? Jiang Chenxi frowned, glancing at Jiang Wanxing with displeasure. She isn't in real trouble. Once the misunderstanding is resolved, everything will be fine. What's the big deal? Jiang Wanxing interjected. Goodness, what a talent. Jiang Yuan's chest heaved with rage, and it seemed he might explode at any moment. Su Man hurriedly stepped in to calm him. Jiang Yuan. Jiang Chenxi shot Jiang Wanxing a disdainful glare. If it weren't for this disaster, how could our family have ended up like this? Chapter 81. After all, she is somewhat of a well-known rich second generation. Jiang Wanxing spoke unabashedly. Who is truly the disaster here? Jiang Yuqin brought this upon herself. Can she blame me? With that, she rolled her eyes. Don't say I didn't warn you. Jiang Yuqin has committed a serious offense involving prohibited substances. The sentence will undoubtedly be severe. The hallucinogen Jiang Yuqin slipped into her drink is classified as a drug in most countries worldwide. Under these circumstances, it is highly probable that Jiang Yuqin will face multiple charges. Her statement struck Su Man like a blow. In a fit of rage, Su Man charged at Jiang Wanxing. Jiang Wanxing was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Su Man would dare to attack her. As Su Man lunged, Jiang Wanxing swiftly ticked her away. What do you think you're doing? Jiang Wanxing smiled. I advise you to behave. Don't make me find a reason to send you both in. Su Man lay on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Wanxing thought Jiang Yuan would erupt in anger upon witnessing the scene, but to her surprise, he calmly said, Listen to your father. Let Yuqin go. As long as she doesn't go to prison, you can do as you wish. Hearing this, Jiang Wanxing helplessly raised her hands. But my word alone holds no weight. If it did, what need would there be for the police? Jiang Yuan was left speechless. Jiang Wanxing relished the spectacle of this family's misfortune and contentedly made her exit. Before leaving, she noticed the venomous glare Su Man cast her way. Fascinating. The news of Jiang Yuqin's arrest dominated the trending topics on Weibo for several days. In this day and age, celebrity arrests are hardly rare. However, while others may be caught for affairs or tax evasion, Jiang Yuqin uniquely committed a major crime. Many predicted that when Jiang Yuqin's sentence was announced, she would surely face severe consequences. It was unclear whether Jiang Yuqin's fans were inherently foolish or had become foolish due to their adoration of her. Following her arrest, her fans even bombarded the Ningqing Public Security Bureau's official account. The fervent fans reported her everywhere, prompting several of Jiang Wanxing's videos on short video platforms to be taken down. Jiang's public relations department was in turmoil, and artists under the company refrained from making appearances. One day, Jiang Wanxing was in her office sending flirtatious texts to Rong Shuyan when an incoming call with no caller ID interrupted her. Without hesitation, she answered. Have you found out the details? The voice on the other end responded respectfully. Chief Instructor, Su Man and Jiang Yuan attended the same high school. Although they were not at the same university, they seemed to have maintained contact. It's highly likely they were in a romantic relationship from the beginning. Jiang Wanxing had already suspected this outcome, so it was not surprising to hear. She stroked her chin and squinted, asking, What about my mother's death? Has no one uncovered the truth? There was silence on the other end. Jiang Wanxing felt a surge of irritation but did not place blame on the caller. After all, the circumstances surrounding Yan Shu's case are indeed difficult to investigate. Regardless, Yan Shu had been dead for many years, and her remains had long been cremated. In the final years of her life, Yan Shu seldom visited the hospital for regular checkups. In Jiang Wanxing's recollection, Mixue was perpetually taking various medications. She was too prominent. If news of the acclaimed actor suffering from mental health issues were to surface, it would undoubtedly create a media frenzy. Thus, Mixue bore her struggles alone, determined not to provide the media with any ammunition. In her heyday within the entertainment industry, she had many friends, but after falling ill, she virtually cut ties with them. Now, over a decade later, there was no way to trace back to those connections. Chief Instructor, shall we investigate this matter further? Forget it, Jiang Wanxing replied, her brow furrowing in agitation. You all need not concern yourselves. I will handle it myself. At this juncture, external investigations proved exceedingly difficult. She could only pursue the matter internally at her own pace. Understood, came the response from the other end of the line. Then, as if recalling something, the person asked, I heard you recently faced an assassination attempt. That matter is of no concern. It wasn't my doing, and it has nothing to do with me. Just as the call ended, Qiran knocked and entered. Sister Qiran? Jiang Wanxing set her phone down, raising an intrigued brow. What brings you here? Although she had joined the company, under Jiang Xiangyuan's covert directive, most of the staff had deliberately isolated her. Each day at work felt like a mere idle pastime. Apart from Qiran's visits, she found little to occupy her time. Yet, Jiang Wanxing did not resent Qiran's approach. After all, besides Qiran, no one else dared to approach her. Qiran offered a somewhat shy smile. In a company like Jiang's, if one did not strive for themselves, they would end up with nothing. Qiran understood this all too well. At 28, despite maintaining her appearance, opportunities were dwindling, and she could only cling to Jiang Wanxing's support in a gamble. Upon hearing Qiran's words, Jiang Wanxing clapped her thigh with enthusiasm. Let's go. We're heading out now. So hasty? Qiran responded, still processing the suddenness of the decision. Before she could express more, Jiang Wanxing was already on her feet, searching for her car keys. She had purchased a new vehicle with money from Jiang Xiangyuan. It was a decent sports car worth around 2 to 3 million, a mere trifle compared to her motorcycle. Not quite a luxury vehicle. Jiang Wanxing merely drove it casually, never intending to acquire a car valued in the 8 digits. Well, it doesn't have to be this urgent, Qiran remarked, her surprise evident. We're going. It's not like I have anything better to do, Jiang Wanxing retorted. The trio, consisting of Jiang Wanxing, Qiran, and Qiran's manager, took the elevator down to the underground parking garage. Outside Jiang Entertainment, a throng of journalists awaited, eager to seize the opportunity for interviews. The audition was set to take place in Ningqing. Upon their arrival, a sizable crowd had already gathered, featuring both celebrities and internet personalities, along with their managers, assistants, and bodyguards, resulting in a chaotic scene. As Jiang Wanxing exited her car and shut the door, she surveyed the surroundings, frowning. What kind of endorsement is this? Cockroach repellent or an itch remedy? What level of quality is this? Her comment was not born from disdain for the individuals present, but rather frustration with the organizers of the audition for their lack of professionalism. Such an event should not leave people waiting outside, especially with reporters around. Her remark immediately drew attention, and the atmosphere quieted as everyone turned to her. But no one dared to speak. Jiang Wanxing, unfazed, made her way inside. However, as she approached the entrance, a bodyguard in black halted her. Miss Xian Tong is auditioning inside. No one is allowed in until she emerges. Jiang Wanxing was momentarily taken aback, raising a finger to her face. You don't know who I am? That shouldn't be the case. In Ningqing, she was somewhat of a well-known figure among the affluent. The bodyguard, expressionless, responded, It doesn't matter who you are. No one is permitted to enter until Miss Xian Tong comes out. You can either wait here or leave. Jiang Wanxing was left speechless. After an indeterminate time, she turned to Qiran. Who on earth is this Xian Tong? After a brief silence, Jiang Wanxing decisively opened her phone and began a live stream. With over 7 million followers on her short video platform, she was indeed a prominent internet celebrity. Even without prior notice, countless viewers flooded in once the stream commenced. Jiang Wanxing captured the scene before her, raising her voice for her audience, family, who understands. I encountered a major incident today. This audition site features a female star throwing her weight around. She's inside auditioning while her bodyguard prevents everyone else from entering. Everyone present watched Jiang Wanxing with admiration. They too were frustrated by the diva's antics, but feared the repercussions from her fans. Jiang Wanxing continued her broadcast. With the sun blazing, the bodyguard has us waiting outside. We simply don't understand, nor do we dare to ask. The audience in the live stream buzzed with excitement at the prospect of more sensational revelations. Who is this? Is she really that impressive? Is a rich second generation like Sister Miao being blocked outside?
Who are they?
Impressive. But this lady seems to have bitten off more than she can chew. Who exactly is she? I'm curious. Jiang Wanxing, being a savvy internet personality, knew how to pique her followers' interest. As she filmed the scene in circles, it became evident that not only influencers but also several rising stars were among those blocked outside. Although the celebrities wore masks and sunglasses, their fans could still recognize them. While Jiang Wanxing filmed, the influencers and stars showed no intention of evading the camera. After all, this was an excellent opportunity to generate buzz. After building suspense, Jiang Wanxing continued, I have no idea who she is, but the bodyguard mentioned someone named Xian Tong. She must be quite the star. Zhao Xintong. So, it's her. I knew it was her. She has been pulling these stunts more than once. Does she really think she is a princess, auditioning inside and blocking everyone else out? Don't worry, Sister Miao. Go for it. From the live stream comments, Jiang Wanxing discovered that this Xian Tong's full name was Zhao Xintong, who had recently risen to stardom due to a popular urban idol drama. Known for her bold and straightforward persona, she had a reputation for her diva behavior, which did not endear her to the public. Not long after the stream began, the situation attracted significant attention online. While Jiang Wanxing chatted with her audience, a middle-aged woman suddenly emerged from inside, attempting to snatch the phone from her. Who allowed you to stream? Hurry and turn it off. Naturally, Jiang Wanxing was not about to let her phone be taken. She deftly sidestepped the woman's grasp. What are you all doing? This is called provoking trouble, you know? I can call the police. Everyone witnessed Jiang Wanxing's agility as she maneuvered like a monkey, leaving the group bewildered. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Aside from Sister Miao's fans, which fans would witness such a spectacle? Always on the front lines of drama. Iconic moment. Already recording. I wonder when this case will go to court. There is so much happening. It's hard to keep up. A group of individuals pursued Jiang Wanxing for an entire afternoon, yet they could not halt her live broadcast. A middle-aged woman, panting heavily, finally came to a stop. Her anger palpable.
You are slandering me. We can sue you.
Jiang Wanxing remained unfazed. I haven't spoken any falsehoods. Feel free to take legal action. Although others were too intimidated to speak up at that moment, their sunburn appearances elicited considerable sympathy. Realizing the situation had escalated, the middle-aged woman instructed her bodyguards to allow the others to enter. Only then did Jiang Wanxing terminate her live stream and follow them inside. If you had been more reasonable from the start, the middle-aged woman, acknowledging the embarrassment of the situation, pursed her lips and said nothing. Inside the studio, 3 photographers surrounded the woman, clicking away incessantly. The onlookers observed intently. Shortly, Zhao Xintong finished her shoot and immediately fixed her gaze on Jiang Wanxing, who was standing against the wall. Zhao Xintong was the epitome of a delicate beauty, possessing a gentle and graceful visage. The contrast between her appearance and her forthright personality garnered her a substantial fanbase. She approached Jiang Wanxing, a smirk playing at her lips. Did you just go live claiming I was being difficult? Jiang Wanxing raised her chin slightly. Is there a problem? Zhao Xintong replied, you can eat recklessly, but you must not speak carelessly. Such behavior will only bring you trouble. What trouble? Jiang Wanxing scoffed. I abide by the law. What trouble could I possibly incur? At this remark, Zhao Xintong recalled the recent incident involving Jiang Yuqin's arrest. She glared at Jiang Wanxing with disdain before turning away. Jiang Wanxing, however, was indifferent. As a seasoned provocateur, she secretly welcomed the chance for conflict. After Qi Ran finished her audition, the group exited together. Just as they reached the door, an egg was hurled directly at Jiang Wanxing. A startled scream erupted. The egg splattered across the face of a girl who had a DSLR camera hanging around her neck. In the car, Qi Ran murmured, that was likely Zhao Xintong's fan. You may have stirred up trouble. I know, Jiang Wanxing replied nonchalantly. I'm not afraid of their insults, nor am I intimidated by their attempts to confront me. Qi Ran remarked, but I've heard that Zhao Xintong comes from a prestigious family and has a formidable background. Jiang Wanxing, intrigued, raised an eyebrow. Stronger than me? Qi Ran nodded, with concern. I suppose so. In that case, I still have no fear. Seeing the red light ahead, Jiang Wanxing stopped the car. I have other identities. As long as she isn't a Cybertronian, dealing with her will be simple. With their relationship blossoming, it was Jiang Wanxing's first realization that Rong Shuyan actually had a job. At the Ningqing branch of the corporation, located in a towering 30-story commercial office building, Several companies operated under the same umbrella, their businesses largely independent. It was said that Rong Shuyan served as the vice president of one of these investment companies. He did not possess a lavish penthouse office, nor an entourage of elegant secretaries, and he frequently left work early. Downstairs, Xiao Ke had been waiting since early morning. "Miss Jiang, you've arrived." Jiang Wanxing nodded and inquired, "What does he want from me that requires my personal presence?" Xiao Ke replied, "I'm not sure. You'll find out upon arrival." Chapter 83. How can you interpret the term scum so uniquely? Sure. Jiang Wanxing replied without a second thought, striding inside. Suddenly, a car pulled up behind her, and a familiar voice rang out. "Is my cousin here? That wretched woman is infuriating." Jiang Wanxing was taken aback.
What? Zhao Xintong.
Completely unprepared to encounter Jiang Wanxing here, froze. How did you end up here? Xiao Ke raised his hand to scratch his head, equally perplexed. I have no idea. How could he possibly know who this inexplicably appeared woman was? Yet, Zhao Xintong spotted the employee badge hanging around Xiao Ke's neck and arrogantly declared, "I am the cousin of your boss, Jiang Wanxing." An awkward silence enveloped the two. Xiao Ke glanced at Jiang Wanxing and then at Zhao Xintong. Although he was unaware of the specifics between them, it was evident to any observer that Jiang Wanxing and this woman harbored animosity. Clearing his throat, Xiao Ke, no longer looking at Zhao Xintong, gestured for Jiang Wanxing to proceed. "Miss Jiang, please go ahead. This person has no connection to us." Only then did Jiang Wanxing chuckle and turn to enter. Perhaps it was Xiao Ke's dismissive attitude that incited Zhao Xintong's ire. Raising her voice, she insisted, "I said I am your boss's cousin." Clad in high heels, with an assistant supporting her, she walked with the regality of an empress in a period drama. Xiao Ke could only awkwardly respond, "Our boss is abroad. If you wish to find him, this is not the place." "What did you say?" Zhao Xintong's eyes widened, her tone shrill. "I am the cousin of your President Rong. I have long been aware that President Rong is in Ningqing." Jiang Wanxing? Jiang Wanxing halted, turning back to Xiao Ke. "Is what she said true?" Xiao Ke, increasingly bewildered, replied, "I have no idea." He had known Rong Shuyan since their youth and attended the same university. Yet he had never heard of a cousin. Beyond his mother, it seemed Rong Shuyan had no relatives at all. Furthermore, Rong Shuyan was not the company's owner. At best, he was a wealthy second-generation heir and a bar owner. As Xiao Ke noted Jiang Wanxing's change in demeanor, he quickly advised Zhao Xintong, "Miss, if you truly are President Rong's cousin, please contact him immediately." Zhao Xintong retorted, "Are you intentionally making things difficult for me?" Xiao Ke, uninterested in further dialogue, led Jiang Wanxing inside. Zhao Xintong attempted to follow, but was restrained by her assistant. The awkwardness of the situation made it clear that pressing the matter further would only exacerbate the embarrassment. Once inside, Jiang Wanxing leisurely addressed Xiao Ke. "Could you do me a favor?" "Miss Jiang, you may simply call me by my name," Xiao Ke replied earnestly. "Please speak your mind." Jiang Wanxing stroked her chin, recalling the earlier encounter with Zhao Xintong, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Find out who that person was and what connection she has to Rong Shuyan. Drawing from her extensive experience in confrontations and her fondness for melodramatic novels, Jiang Wanxing's instincts detected a hint of familiarity. This sensation ignited a thrill within her. Xiao Ke suggested, "Why not speak directly with President Rong?" "What do you know?" Jiang Wanxing shot him a sidelong glance. In matters of love and hate, silence is key. Despite her insistence on silence, Jiang Wanxing found herself sharing her thoughts with Rong Shuyan upon seeing him. She was astonished to discover that the protagonists of those silent romantic tales possessed remarkable self-control and mental fortitude. What could have been resolved with a simple question was instead left unspoken. Jiang Wanxing could think of no better way to describe this than as impressive. At that moment, Rong Shuyan sat at his desk, focused on the computer screen. When he noticed Jiang Wanxing's entrance, he finally looked up. "Wanxing." Before he could utter a word, Jiang Wanxing could not help but ask Rong Shuyan, "Do you have a cousin named Zhao Xintong?" Rong Shuyan replied, "What cousin?" Upon witnessing his reaction, Jiang Wanxing instantly felt satisfied. "Earlier at the company entrance, someone claimed to be your cousin, so I inquired." Rong Shuyan pondered carefully and replied earnestly, "I do not recall having any cousins." As Jiang Wanxing approached him, she cheerfully asked Brother Rong, "What did you summon me for?" "Mom, my girlfriend is here," he said. Jiang Wanxing exclaimed, "What on earth?" Rome Shuyan explained, my mother called via video today, and when I told her I had a girlfriend, she wanted to see you. Jiang Wanxing felt a chill run down her spine. Just then, a voice came from the computer. Is Wanxing there? At that moment, Jiang Wanxing felt somewhat displeased. However, since Rome Shuyan was still on a video call with his mother, she refrained from expressing her frustration and instead pulled out a chair and sat beside him with a smile. The computer screen displayed a woman whose gaze and demeanor exuded sharp competence. To Jiang Wanxing's surprise, although Rome Shuyan had an impressive appearance, his mother was not an extraordinary beauty. Rather, her charm surpassed her looks. Well preserved, she appeared to be in her 30s. Jiang Wanxing introduced herself to the woman on the video call, saying, hello, Andy, I am Jiang Wanxing, Rome Shuyan's girlfriend. Rome's mother nodded and smiled. I have seen your videos online. I didn't expect you to look quite young in person. Though you appear youthful, you are indeed an adult. Thank you, Auntie. Jiang Wanxing replied. By the way, did you mention a girl with the surname Zhao just now? Jiang Wanxing added. Rome's mother promptly explained Zhao Xintong's identity. It turned out that Zhao Xintong was the daughter of Rome's mother's sister-in-law, and thus had no blood relation to Rome Shuyan. The term cousin was indeed a stretch. Over the years, Rome's mother had hardly any contact with her family. After clarifying, she bid farewell to the two and ended the video call. Jiang Wanxing's expression then turned cold. Rome Shuyan, your mother wanted to see me, and you should have informed me beforehand. I thought it was just a video call. What did you think? Rome Shuyan lowered his gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Wanxing said expressionlessly, if it were merely your own affair, you could handle it however you wish. But regarding us, please do not take unilateral actions. Once she finished speaking, Rome Shuyan suddenly grasped the key phrase and raised his eyes to question her. No long-term plans? His eyes carried a hint of panic and hurt. Jiang Wanxing could only force a smile and explain, we have been together for too short a time. I cannot casually declare marriage like you. How can you articulate the word scum so refreshingly and uniquely? Rome Shuyan replied. Not only is it refreshing, but it is also well-founded. We are together, yet make no commitments. Time must validate it. If she grows weary, it clearly did not withstand the test of time. Although Rome Shuyan appeared somewhat slow-witted, he was not foolish. He understood the meaning behind Jiang Wanxing's words. Chapter 84. A delicate obsession? Perhaps influenced by her family background, Jiang Wanxing believed that one should not be overly attached to anything. If a matter could be resolved by simply letting go, why cling to it? Rome Shuyan wrapped his arms around Jiang Wanxing's waist and softly said, but we have just started. Even if you were to tell a white lie, you should at least deceive me a little, right? I dislike lying in such matters, he added. Jiang Wanxing found little to say on this topic and chuckled lightly. You, a rich heir, should not take things so seriously. What good does it do you? Do you wish for me to cling to you? Does that bring you comfort? He replied. Jiang Wanxing responded with silence. Rome Shuyan said earnestly, I cannot accept losing something once obtained. That is absolutely unacceptable. A delicate obsession? Jiang Wanxing was taken aback. Rome Shuyan murmured, it is quite painful. Jiang Wanxing gently patted his head. One must revel in the joys of life, Brother Rome. Compared to Rome Shuyan's seriousness, Jiang Wanxing clearly preferred to cozy up to handsome men first. She did not genuinely believe that Rome Shuyan liked her to such an extent. Yet, everyone has their own nature, and she did not wish to delve too deeply. Rome Shuyan, however, spoke softly, Wanxing, I truly cannot accept losing something once obtained. I really cannot. At that moment, Jiang Wanxing did not take his words seriously. After all, whether she stayed or left, Rome Shuyan's words held no weight. The next day, Jiang Wanxing sat in a private dining room at a restaurant, facing the father of her future sister-in-law, Chen Chang, whom she had met once before. Mr. Chen, Jiang Wanxing said languidly, reclining in her chair, there's no use in searching for me. I have already provided the evidence to the police. And it is too late to recant. Moreover, Jiang Yuqin was hoping to shift the blame onto Chen Chang. If it were proven that she was mentally unstable, she would end up in a psychiatric hospital. To address Jiang Yuqin's case, Jiang Xiangyuan was actively intervening. His motivation was not due to his concern for Jiang Yuqin, but rather an absolute aversion to having a daughter in prison. However, Jiang Wanxing did not expect that Jiang Xiangyuan was concocting ways to fabricate mental illness records for Jiang Yuqin in order to secure her acquittal. In fact, whether entering a mental hospital or prison was preferable remained debatable. After all, in prison one could still engage in some normal activities and interact with rational individuals. 20 or even 10 years ago, during a time when many systems were still imperfect, Monetary influence was indeed advantageous. But in the present, even if Jiang Yuqin were to escape punishment due to mental illness, she would still face compulsory admission to a designated psychiatric hospital for treatment. Given the magnitude of this case, once Jiang Yuqin entered a psychiatric hospital, her chances of being released in the short term were virtually non-existent. Subjected to unified management alongside truly severe mental illness patients in a psychiatric hospital was arguably worse than spending a few years in prison operating a sewing machine. If given a choice, Jiang Wanxing would undoubtedly prefer prison. Chen Chong looked at Jiang Wanxing with an apologetic expression. Miss Jiang, I apologize on behalf of my son, but he was merely misled and can at most be considered an accomplice. Misled? Jiang Wanxing raised an eyebrow. From my perspective, your son is quite astute. He clearly knew to change his stance at the last minute. Chen Chong, recalling his son's foolish actions, wore an even more unpleasant expression. Jiang Wanxing crossed her legs and pondered. Can you drag Jiang Chenxi down with you?
What?
Chen Chong was taken aback. Jiang Wanxing squinted her eyes, then turned to smile lightly. After all, I am from the Jiang family and do not wish to engage in a conflict over these matters. If Mr. Chen can find a way to implicate Jiang Chenxi, I can certainly find a way to exonerate your son. Upon hearing this, Chen Chan quickly grasped the implication. Jiang Xiangyuan had only 2 daughters and 1 son. Now that Jiang Yuqin had already been detained, if Jiang Chenxi were also implicated, the Jiang family's fortune would naturally fall to Jiang Wanxing. Yet, Jiang Wanxing was not motivated by greed. She merely wished to observe the unfolding drama. Since Chen Chong has this perspective, there is no need for her to elaborate excessively. After pondering for a moment, Chen Chong remarked, this matter has nothing to do with Jiang Chenxi. How could one implicate him? Jiang Wanxing wore a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely mocking, responding, that will depend on your ingenuity. Jiang Yuqin is willing to break the law to deal with me. How clean can Jiang Chenxi possibly be? As her words fell, Chen Chang's expression subtly shifted. I will do my utmost, and if I succeed, I hope Miss Jiang will honor her promise. Jiang Wanxing gestured with her hand, affirming, I keep my word. Chapter 85. Then why didn't my father marry you? Why did he only allow you to be his mistress? After leaving the restaurant, Jiang Wanxing received an email containing several photographs. The images depicted Jiang Xiangyuan in affectionate poses with various women, one of whom was even a familiar face from the Jiang family's entertainment circle. She found the situation increasingly amusing, a sense of absurdity permeating the entire affair. Perhaps recognizing her indifference, Jiang Xiangyuan had ceased to communicate with her frequently. Su Man answered a phone call, and her expression turned pale in an instant. As Jiang Wanxing descended the stairs, she happened upon Su Man, who appeared utterly dazed. Oh, Auntie, what happened? Jiang Wanxing inquired with a cheerful smile. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you bored and seeking to insult me? Su Man took a deep breath, forcing herself to maintain composure, and spoke deliberately to Jiang Wanxing. Your father is unfaithful.
Ha!
Jiang Wanxing burst into laughter upon hearing this.
What?
Is this news to you? If he weren't unfaithful, would there be a you? Her demeanor was strikingly nonchalant, as if the matter were of no consequence to her. In truth, she had been aware of Jiang Xiangyuan's infidelity long before, and today was merely the day she chose to reveal it to Su Man. I am not the mistress. Your mother is the mistress. Su Man retorted without a second thought. Jiang Wanxing, lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed, lazily lifted her eyelids to gaze at her. It seems you are quite unwell in the head. Why bring my mother into this? She passed away over a decade ago. Is it amusing to slander a dead person? Su Man's face turned a shade of furious pale. Yan Shu is the mistress. I was with Xiang Yuan since we were teenagers. Oh, Jiang Wanxing replied casually, as if disbelieving her claims. Then why didn't my father marry you back then? Why only allow you to be a mistress? Why, now that he has married you? Does he still cheat? Su Man opened her mouth, but the words failed to emerge. Jiang Wanxing continued. Does he find you lacking? Are his children by you a disappointment? Is it because you have aged? Were you truly unaware of his infidelity, or were you simply too afraid of incurring his wrath to even ask? The barrage of questions left Su Man reeling, her complexion ashen. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanxing stood up, yawning. Honestly, I could not care less. Even if my father has 100 mistresses and 200 children, it has no bearing on me. As she spoke, she quietly retrieved a small circular adhesive the size of a soybean from her sleeve and affixed it beneath a decorative frame on the wall before exiting. Just as she reached for the car door, she spotted Jiang Xiangyuan's vehicle approaching. The driver exited to open the door for him. As Jiang Yuqin stepped out, he appeared somewhat inebriated, the scent of alcohol lingering about him. He froze momentarily upon seeing Jiang Wanxing emerge, coldly questioning, "Where are you headed at this hour?" Having just stirred the pot with Su Man, Jiang Wanxing was in high spirits, her voice tinged with delight. "I am simply going out to entice a man. Perhaps to indulge in some fun. After all, father, you have worked tirelessly all your life to ensure your children lead good lives, haven't you?" Jiang Yuqin was taken aback by her audacity, struggling to comprehend her words. "Aren't you already in a relationship?" Jiang Wanxing rolled her eyes. "And you still have a wife. Does that stop you?" Jiang Yuqin's expression darkened, and as if recalling something, he demanded, "Who told you this?" Realizing her implication, Jiang Yuqin's anger flared, and he chose not to address Jiang Wanxing's previous statement, hastily retreating indoors. Jiang Wanxing remained rooted in place until she heard a loud argument erupt from within, prompting her to leave contentedly. Once in her car, Jiang Wanxing donned her Bluetooth headset and made a call, which connected swiftly. She casually inquired, "Where are you?" "At the airport," replied a youthful voice on the other end, laced with a feigned sweetness. Jiang Wanxing, unfazed, responded, "All right, I will come to pick you up."
Great.
Mixue replied, but instead of hanging up, she continued slowly, "There's nothing interesting in the country. A few days ago, I went a box and nearly got swept up by the police." Jiang Wanxing chuckled coldly. "If you stir up trouble domestically, no one will come to your rescue if you end up incarcerated. If it were legitimate boxing, it wouldn't be illegal, but any sport, no matter how legitimate, tends to have limited thrills. For excitement, Mixue occasionally participated in underground boxing matches with gambling elements. The spectators were typically affluent individuals, placing bets on the fighters, akin to sports betting. The fighters in these underground rings were often ruthless and reckless, with fatal injuries not being uncommon. As a wealthy individual who could also hold her own in a fight, Mixue preferred to engage personally rather than remain a mere spectator. "I'm not betting money, and I don't own the boxing ring. I'm not trying to harm anyone. I might just receive a reprimand, and that is not a big deal." "Fine," Jiang Wanxing replied, choosing not to elaborate further. "Send me your precise location." "Okay." Mixue, seated in the passenger seat, wore a pure white long dress while carrying a striking red handbag. Her outfit exuded an air of sophistication, yet her overall demeanor suggested the essence of a nouveau riche socialite. She was the kind of woman that would make countless young men want to exclaim, "Sister, I no longer wish to strive." As Jiang Wanxing drove, she cast sidelong glances at her. "What brings you to Ningqing?" Mixue shrugged. "By the way, you haven't been online lately. What have you been occupied with?" Jiang Wanxing did not conceal her answer, stating plainly, "What else could it be? Just dealing with my family's issues." "Really? Is that all?" "There's no choice. I find enjoyment in it." Mixue glanced at the time on her phone, realizing it was already past 11 at night, and yawned, saying, "Actually, I came to see you about a small matter." Before she could finish, Jiang Wanxing's expression stiffened abruptly, and she pulled over to the roadside. Her face set in a grimace. "Get out." She had known this person would never come without an agenda. "Hey, don't be so heartless. We are, after all, half-sisters," Mixue pleaded. Jiang Wanxing's eyes reflected a mix of coldness, disdain, and indifference. "I am currently very busy and have no time to clean up your mess." Mixue widened her eyes. "What could you possibly be so busy with?" Jiang Wanxing smiled, devoid of any warmth. "My father, my sister, my brother, and my stepmother are all scoundrels. Do you think I have nothing to do? If you had said so earlier, I could have helped you." Jiang Wanxing raised an eyebrow. Mixue was indeed aware of Jiang Wanxing's family situation but had never considered it significant enough to dwell upon. Under Jiang Wanxing's puzzled gaze, Muyu's lips curled into a smile. "Have you ever heard of the sudden wind?" Jiang Wanxing was certainly familiar with it. The term immediate wind typically refers to an intense and sudden event leading to heart attacks, strokes, and similar health crises. "What does this have to do with my family matters?" A glimmer of insight flashed in Muyu's eyes. "There exists a plethora of substances on the market capable of causing death or permanent harm, yet most can be detected through autopsies or blood tests. However, the type of drug Mixue referred to would not be identified. At most, it might show traces of a performance-enhancing drug, one he had consumed himself. At his age, still so vigorous, if he suffered a stroke, who could he blame?" Jiang Wanxing pondered for a moment before asking, "How do you know about such peculiar things?" "In this world, there are individuals who require accidents to meet their untimely ends or to be rendered incapacitated." Mixue chuckled and continued, If you wish to proceed with this, I can arrange for the substance to reach your father in a manner that appears entirely legitimate, ensuring that he willingly consumes it. Chapter 86. I believe that when assessing a person, it is not solely their appearance that matters, but rather the connection one feels. Jiang Wanxing's expression was tinged with hesitation. After much contemplation, she slowly replied, "Let us wait a bit longer on this matter." Her choice of words indicated a delay rather than a refusal. Jiang Wanxing has always been clear in distinguishing between grudges and affections. She did not believe it was wrong for Jiang Yuqin to lack love for his daughter, as she herself harbored no affection for him. Even though Jiang Yuqin's infidelity had led to Yan Shu's depression and eventual demise, it was not a crime punishable by death. If Jiang Yuqin sought to make her life difficult, she would reciprocate in kind. That is how retribution works. Mixue genuinely admired her, saying, "You are truly benevolent." Jiang Wanxing chose not to dwell on the matter further, and instead continued driving, casually inquiring, "What is it that you seek from me?" "Jiang Wanxing, your personal affairs are of no concern to me." She had assumed it was a serious matter, and upon realizing it was merely a personal issue, she decisively declined. Blowing up an ex-boyfriend with a plane? What business was that of hers? "Wait," Mixue blinked, "there are serious matters at hand. Your factory in the war zone has attracted unwanted attention." "Jiang Wanxing, what are you talking about? I was unaware of this."
Mixue shrugged,
explaining that it was not her people who had discovered it, but rather that her factory was under scrutiny due to pollution issues. The officials had identified it as an arms factory and were preparing to take action. Jiang Wanxing was bewildered. In a war zone where refugees struggle for food, how could there be an environmental agency? She had never heard of such an entity existing there. Mixue smiled, recalling a thought. It was not necessarily an official environmental agency. It could very well be the meddlesome Americans who had intercepted the information. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "It's not a grave issue," Mixue replied nonchalantly. "The factory is situated in the territory of an anti-government armed group led by a military commander. So negotiations should be feasible. Compared to my plan to blow up your ex-boyfriend, a factory worth several $100 billion is a trivial matter." "Jiang Wanxing, are you out of your mind?" "I'm perfectly sane. It's a triviality." Jiang Wanxing, while concerned about the arms factory, recognized that, as Mixue had stated, the location was controlled by a militant organization. Whether it was the Americans or the local authorities, it would not be a simple endeavor for them to seize her factory. The matter remained negotiable. After considerable thought, Jiang Wanxing finally asked, "When is your ex-boyfriend going?" Jiang Wanxing inquired, "What are you looking at? Is someone following you?" "Yes." Jiang Wanxing nodded. "I have plainclothes police following me for protection."
Mixue.
Jiang Wanxing recounted the events leading to this situation. However, it had been days since the incident, and there had been no further appearances from the individual, nor had they attempted to harm her. Before heading to the war zone, she would need to inform the police to lift her protection. In matters of this nature, Jiang Wanxing and Mixue shared a certain affinity. Instead of seeking a hotel for Mixue, she drove directly to a nightclub. At midnight, the nightclub was abuzz with activity. Upon entering, Mixue swiftly tore off a portion of her long dress and tossed the fabric into the trash, striding confidently into the venue. The music was deafening. Mixue dragged Jiang Wanxing to the bar, raising her voice to say, "The bartender is quite handsome." Though she did not verbalize her thoughts, the implication was clear. "Not particularly impressive." Mixue raised an eyebrow.
"Oh,
have your standards risen?" Jiang Wanxing tapped the bar with her finger, ordered a drink, and then remarked, "I don't judge people solely by their looks. It's more about the connection. I'll believe that when pigs fly." Mixue produced a wad of cash from her bag, leaned forward, and stuffed the money into the bartender's shirt pocket, ordering a whiskey with water. Chapter 87. This world is astonishingly surreal, yet Jiang Wanxing remains unconvinced. Lazily, she remarked, "Why dilute whiskey with water? Can't you drink it straight?" Mixue scoffed. "Oh, please, I can't keep up with you." Jiang Wanxing had a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, but she enjoyed feigning madness when intoxicated. How did Mixue discover this? Last year, during a gathering, after a few drinks, Jiang Wanxing began boasting and ended up jumping around the room. In the past, she had acted similarly while drinking, and no one ever suspected she was pretending. As fate would have it, that night, they played truth or dare. And Jiang Wanxing chose dare. Her phone was projected onto a screen, and everyone surrounded her gallery. When she stepped away to the restroom, she forgot her phone was still on display. Everyone witnessed her device having two operating systems, and upon accessing the alternate one, she swiftly created a small group with several absent commanding officers, sharing unflattering photos of others. No one anticipated that a drunken individual would manage to capture such candid moments. That night, Jiang Wanxing faced the ire of everyone present and was forced to engage in a physical challenge, sustaining minor injuries. Even after the fact, she insisted her actions were a result of intoxication, but no one believed her anymore. Jiang Wanxing tilted her head. What's the matter? I can't handle it? Mixue, damn it. Let us drink. The two began playing rock, paper, scissors at the bar, where the loser would drink. As two attractive young women, they garnered the attention of numerous eager suitors. The scene shifted to a booth, where several young men had joined them. Naturally, those below a 7 in attractiveness or under 6 feet tall were dismissed. The game remained simple, evolving from rock, paper, scissors to spinning a bottle, where whoever the neck pointed to would drink. However, curiously, since moving to the booth, the bottle had yet to point at Jiang Wanxing or Mixue. As the night wore on, the men began to grow frustrated with their drunkenness. They had come to flirt and were eager for more than just conversation. They needed the ladies to drink. One man began to act foolishly, shouting, "You two are just too lucky. Not having to drink at all while we've had so much. Shouldn't you at least take 3 shots as punishment?" Jiang Wanxing smiled. What do you mean? Trying to cheat?
How dare you?
Before he could finish, Jiang Wanxing lifted her drink and splashed it across his face. The utterance incensed the man to the point of contemplating physical aggression. Jiang Wanxing rose and delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling. The man gasped in pain, his intoxication dissipating. Struggling to rise, his face contorted with rage, he spat, "Don't pretend to be a virtuous woman. Which woman here isn't seeking pleasure? You two are the only ones feigning innocence." Without uttering a word, Jiang Wanxing seized his collar and slammed him against the table, his head colliding with the surface. The other men present were taken aback, yet aside from the man as companions, the others sought to avoid trouble and fled the scene. As Jiang Wanxing noticed another man approaching to assist, she swiftly delivered a slap that sent him sprawling to the ground. She then hurled the man on the table to the floor. Standing over them, she gazed down with an air of authority. The man, caught off guard by a woman's strength, began to bellow. Who doesn't he know that women like you, frequenting nightclubs, are like public transport, anyone can board? If you're truly so pure, why come here to tempt men? Jiang Wanxing struck him on the forehead with a glass, silencing him with a pained cry. Women can enter any venue, but that does not give men the right to act as they please. It's akin to knowing the value of your kidneys, yet one cannot simply extract them without consent. By your logic, if I were to sell your kidneys today, it would be said that they lured me. Considering you are aware of their worth, why venture out recklessly? The onlookers were stunned. Conflicts like this are commonplace in nightclubs. The two beaten men clearly recognized their lack of standing in the situation and begrudgingly left. After exiting the nightclub, Jiang Wanxing and Mixue shared a laugh, relishing the thrill of provoking trouble. Mixue joined in the merriment, spinning a bottle. I've never lost at Russian roulette. Should I fear them? Jiang Wanxing retrieved her phone to summon a designated driver. Will you be staying at my place tonight or a hotel? Without a moment's hesitation, Mixue replied. What hotel? Don't you have a grand villa? Very well. After calling for the driver, they settled into the back seat together. She found the situation amusing. What do these men truly think? They merely rely on their superior physicality and feel emboldened in such places to express their darkest desires, ultimately shifting blame onto the victim. In instances like this, public opinion often favors men, as if women who enter such venues are to blame for any harassment faced. Just as that man asserted. Who doesn't he know that women like you, frequenting nightclubs, are like public transport? The world is astonishingly surreal, yet Jiang Wanxing remains defiant. Or perhaps she possesses greater strength than most men, granting her the right to resist. The designated driver navigated through the villa district, and Jiang Wanxing pointed ahead. There. The gate has an automatic sensor. As we approach, it will open, allowing us to park in the courtyard. Understood, the driver acknowledged. Once inside the courtyard, they alighted from the vehicle. Mixue squinted toward a neighboring direction, sensing someone watching. Noted. Jiang Wanxing, unfazed, continued, my boyfriend lives next door. What a coincidence.
Muy grecumiust.
Jiang Wanxing pondered, surprised he was still awake at this hour. I meant, what a coincidence that he lives next door to you. No choice. Jiang Wanxing shrugged. When fate arrives, it cannot be thwarted. Chapter 88. I do not intend to cling to you. Upon hearing this, Mixue inquired with curiosity. Aren't you going to engage in some emotional exchange? Not necessary, Jiang Wanxing replied dismissively. It's late. He should be asleep by now. Mixue glanced again towards the neighbor's direction, but I see him lurking there like a ghost. Let it be. Jiang Wanxing responded. After their drinks, Jiang Wanxing and Mixue's entertainment shifted to running in the gym. She pulled out her phone, playing the recorded audio captured from home. After a crackling sound, the main event commenced. Jiang Yuan's voice resonated from the phone. What nonsense did you just spout? Such matters, discussing with a child? Following was Su Man's tearful interrogation. What did I say? Wasn't I speaking the truth? Yuqin is still in custody, and you're out here gallivanting. Do you even regard me? If I didn't regard you, would I marry you? Jiang Yuan retorted.
Su Man, enough.
No one to let go. Jiang Yuan often sought to quell disputes, even when at fault. However, Su Man was not inclined to endure any longer. She was aware of Jiang Yuan's infidelities. But, with their daughter recently in distress, his dismissive attitude was intolerable. Jiang Yuan, have you ever considered your own issues? Jiang Wanxing is your daughter, with Yan Shu. You indulge her every whim, while I am treated as insignificant. How do you regard Yuqin and Chenxi? She lamented. You've caused Yuqin's suffering. Yet you're out here fooling around. Jiang Yuan's voice grew dark. Is Yuqin's plight the result of others? Isn't it self-inflicted? You've brought this trouble upon us, and you dare to blame others? You're utterly unreasonable. Jiang Yuan, evidently impatient, prepared to depart. Yet Su Man commanded, stop. Jiang Yuan, I've devoted my life to you. Do you even appreciate that? The sound of a slap echoed, unmistakably the sound of a hand striking a face. Even Mixue, who had been eavesdropping, and Jiang Wanxing gasped in surprise. Jiang Yuan was indeed a disreputable character, yet he had never resorted to violence against women. To be precise, he would strike children but never his wife. Su Man was equally incredulous. You hit me. Jiang Yuan's tone remained seething. I warned you to know when to stop. Su Man defiantly retorted. You dare strike me? When you promised to marry me? Did you ever say to know when to stop? Don't forget how Yan Shu met her end. I warn you, should this happen again, I will not spare you. Silence. Once the past is revealed, neither of us will have a favorable outcome. Do you not understand this? Footsteps echoed as Jiang Yuan seemed to ascend the stairs, leaving Su Man alone in the living room, weeping. Jiang Wanxing felt she had gleaned all useful information and turned off her phone. Mixue, still captivated, exclaimed, Don't stop now. You turned it off too quickly. I want to see more. What nonsense. Jiang Wanxing retorted bluntly, shutting down the treadmill as well. That's enough. Hurry, and find a place to sleep. Head upstairs. The third floor housed only 2 bedrooms, one belonging to Jiang Wanxing and the other to Yan Shu, who had lived there before. Mixue noticed her somber mood, chuckling softly as he remarked, Do you recall the medication I mentioned? Should you desire it, you may have it at any time. TSK, my dear, good night. With that, Mixue retired for the night. However, she soon found her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Although many years had passed and much of the evidence had faded, as long as those involved remained alive, the truth would eventually come to light. Moreover, that day was approaching swiftly. In the dead of night, Rong Shuyan lay in bed, grappling with insomnia. He had just witnessed Jiang Wanxing alight from a vehicle, her arm draped around another woman. Both appeared to have indulged in libations, likely returning from a night of revelry. Unable to find solace in sleep, Rong Shuyan began to message Jiang Wanxing, I just saw you upstairs. Were you out drinking with friends? He then revised his message. Wanxing, I just saw you upstairs. You seem to have had a drink. Are you feeling unwell? Sitting up in bed, he stared vacantly at the messages on his screen, sensing something amiss in his words, yet unable to pinpoint the issue. Thus, he continued to edit his messages in an attempt to rectify his earlier sentiments. I mean, no offense, I was merely inquiring. And I could also keep you company for a drink. He added, of course, it would be inappropriate for me to intrude on your time with friends. A flurry of messages ensued, and Rong Shuyan wished he could cast his phone away along with his troubled mind. He was not adept with words, often expressing only his genuine intentions, finding it difficult to infuse emotions into his conversations. While face-to-face exchanges were manageable, sending such stiff texts felt confrontational. Rushing from his bed, he parted the curtains, peering toward the neighboring direction to check if the lights were off. Just as he did so, he spotted a figure slowly ascending from the base of the floor-to-ceiling window. In that moment, a chill of terror coursed through him. Instinctively, he stepped back. The figure rapped on the glass and gestured toward the side, signaling him to open the window. Only then did Rong Shuyan discern that it was Jiang Wanxing who had scaled the heights. Chapter 89. Aside from her striking beauty, she was also quite wealthy. Although the window appeared lavish and bright, It was actually inoperable. Rong Shuyan had not anticipated Jiang Wanxing's stealthy entrance from the outside. He hurried to the side window, opening it just as she leaned in, and he instinctively pulled her inside. "How did you manage to come in here?" he inquired, glancing down to see that the nearby villas were all 3 stories high, and he resided on the 3rd floor. It appeared she had climbed up via the drainage pipe. Jiang Wanxing intended to check the time on her phone, only to discover the series of messages Rong Shuyan had sent. The atmosphere shifted subtly. With a playful glint in her eye, she asked, "Rong Shuyan, what are you up to?" Unfortunately, she had been preoccupied with her climbing and hadn't seen what he had sent. "Nothing much, just noticed you earlier," he replied. Her brows arched playfully at his words. As she spoke, she moved in closer. "Is our dear Rong lacking in affection?" The scent of alcohol wafted from her. In that moment, Rong Shuyan felt a disconcerting lightness in his head. "Actually, I could join you for a drink," he offered.
Oh,
"That sounds rather envious," she teased, wandering about his room. "Do you have any alcohol?" "Indeed," he replied, guiding her to the wine cellar in the basement. Upon seeing the array of fine wines, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Where did you procure such an impressive collection?" "Occasionally I indulge," he explained. "Occasionally? This is more than a mere indulgence. Even if he drank a bottle each day, it would last him several years." "Would you like to drink?" he asked. Jiang Wanxing enjoyed wine but had already had her fill for the night, shaking her head. "Not tonight, perhaps another time." "What brings you here then?" He thought to ask but ultimately refrained, opting instead to ascend with Jiang Wanxing. In truth, she had no particular reason for visiting him that night. "All right, I must take my leave. You should get some rest," she said. Rong Shuyan was taken aback.
what?
Jiang Wanxing stepped closer, planting a soft kiss on his cheek. "Get some sleep, all right?" "Very well." The following morning, Mixue, yawning, jogged in the gym while Jiang Wanxing swiftly completed sit-ups on the specialized equipment. Mixue unscrewed the cap of her drink, curious as she asked, "Hey, Haikue, where did you venture off to last night? What concern is it of yours?" Jiang Wanxing replied, her expression unyielding. Muyu's words seemed to strike a nerve with Jiang Wanxing, who squinted and offered a sly smile. "Who says he has no other merits? Aside from his good looks, he is also quite wealthy." Mixue retorted, "Is that all you see? Do you have a problem with that? You misunderstand. Do you think I am enamored with his appearance and wealth? Isn't that so?" "Certainly not," Jiang Wanxing asserted, turning on her heel to leave. Mixue, brimming with curiosity, followed her. After much prodding, Jiang Wanxing finally divulged her thoughts at the breakfast table. "You see, those who have lacked nothing since childhood often pursue more genuine desires, with fewer ignoble intentions." Mixue interjected, "Does Princess Jiang look down upon us commoners?" While both were instructors at the Grey Iron Triangle, Jiang Wanxing's lineage, being the daughter of a film star and a chairman of an entertainment company, far surpassed Muyu's more modest background, which could even be described as impoverished. Jiang Wanxing lowered her gaze, biting into her bread. Rong Shuyan's handsome visage signified he had likely been well-liked since his youth, and his privileged background suggested he had not endured the harsh realities of life. Furthermore, his family was uncomplicated, and his personality was quiet, reserved, and pure.
Muy greku.
Growing increasingly envious, slammed the can of milk onto the table. "First thing in the morning, you expect me to consume this? What else am I to offer?" Jiang Wanxing said, cracking open the can and savoring the sweet milk. "Objectively speaking, I do prefer individuals like Rong Shuyan." When Jiang Xiangyuan and Yan Shu were together, Jiang Xiangyuan had possessed nearly nothing, relying on Yan Shu for everything, only to betray her later. At least someone like Rong Shuyan, who had everything from the start, would not exhibit such wretched behavior. Jiang Wanxing initially intended to visit her company, but barely finished breakfast when she received a call from Jiang Xiangyuan. "Jiang Chenxi has been arrested." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanxing's demeanor shifted from mild annoyance to alertness. "What?" She paced in the living room.
Dad.
"I told you to keep an eye on your precious son. He already sent thugs after me last time. What is he in trouble for now?" Jiang Xiangyuan asked in a low voice. "Did you have a hand in this?" "How could I possibly orchestrate anything?" Jiang Wanxing replied innocently.
Dad.
"Do you think I wield such power that I can manipulate the police to arrest whoever I please?" Jiang Wanxing smiled and said, "Dad, don't forget. This is a matter within your own household. It has nothing to do with me." Jiang Xiangyuan replied, "It's still about the previous incident. Yuqin's medicine was procured by Chenxi, which is related to you."
Ha.
Jiang Wanxing let out a cold laugh, uttering no further words, and abruptly hung up the phone. To her surprise, the Chen family's efficiency was rather swift. Chapter 90. The conclusion of evil being met with evil. What could possibly be wrong? Eager to witness the unfolding drama, Jiang Wanxing feigned indifference, yet her body betrayed her excitement. She hastily dismissed Mu Yu and rushed to the company.
Indeed.
She intended to go to the office. Her deliberate mention of going to work during the call was a calculated move to entice Jiang Xiangyuan and Su Man to confront her at the company. Quarreling at home was futile. If a dispute was to occur, it should be in a crowded place. Throughout her time at the office, Jiang Wanxing maintained her exhilaration. Hence, upon arrival, she did not immediately head to her office, but wandered through the various floors. During this time, Jiang Xiangyuan called her several times. But she chose not to answer. Having spent considerable time at the company, many recognized this young lady and dared not offend her. As expected, it was not long before Jiang Xiangyuan and Su Man approached her together.
Oh.
Jiang Wanxing blinked in surprise. What brings you two here? Jiang Xiangyuan took a deep breath and said, Wan, I need to discuss something with you. Jiang Wanxing casually leaned against the wall and replied leisurely, then speak. Jiang Xiangyuan and Su Man's expressions were grim, yet Jiang Wanxing found a light in their unease. She relished their inability to remain composed. Jiang Xiangyuan stated, though Yuqin and Chenxi were in the wrong towards you, this is ultimately a family matter. It has become public knowledge, and both Yuqin and Chenxi have been apprehended. Isn't that rather unfortunate? I think it's splendid. Jiang Wanxing blinked again, relishing the poetic justice that had unfolded. What is wrong with that? Jiang Wanxing. Have you lost your mind? Before Jiang Xiangyuan could utter another word, a weary Su Man began to scream. What benefits do you gain from Yuqin and Chenxi's predicament? Must you drive them to their demise to be satisfied? If the initial arrest of Jiang Yuqin had merely unsettled Su Man, the involvement of Jiang Chenxi sent her into a frenzy. You blame me for taking your father away. If you have grievances, confront me directly instead of venting them on Chenxi and Yuqin. Faced with a completely unhinged Su Man, Jiang Wanxing widened her innocent eyes, her light brown irises flickering slightly. Auntie, it was the police who took my brother and sister away. How could that possibly concern me? Do you not trust the police either? Su Man was so incensed that she seemed to lose her senses. Her voice was shrill, audible throughout the entire floor. Jiang Wanxing, if you hadn't continually bullied Yuqin, would she have acted in such a manner? Her current plight is because of you. You're just as despicable as your wretched mother. Pretending to be virtuous while being rotten to the core. She knows she is in the wrong. Before Su Man could finish her tirade, Jiang Wanxing swiftly grabbed her hair. Everyone watched in shock. While they had long known that the second young lady was formidable, they had not anticipated her ferocity to this extent. Enough! Jiang Xiangyuan barked. Jiang Wanxing paid him no heed. Instead, she forcefully pressed Su Man's head into the sink. The faucet above was automatic, and as soon as Su Man's head was submerged, cold water cascaded down. Su Man was utterly taken aback by Jiang Wanxing's audacity, crying out in terror. Let go, Jiang Wanxing. You have no right to insult my mother. Those around them stood frozen, too stunned to intervene. Just as Jiang Xiangyuan attempted to step in, he was met with a fierce glare from Jiang Wanxing that rooted him in place. She pressed Su Man's head down firmly before finally releasing her grip and leisurely shaking the water from her hands. A scoundrel and a harlot, accompanied by a duo of criminal offspring. Indeed, you are all a family. Su Man was nearly driven to madness, lunging at Jiang Wanxing, but was swiftly kicked aside. What are you thinking, trying to lay hands on me? With that, Jiang Wanxing turned and walked away. Many remained in disbelief, suspecting fabrication and sensationalism, leading to further investigation. When it came to physical prowess, few could rival Jiang Wanxing. Unsurprisingly, this incident made its way online, igniting a frenzy over the arrest of Jiang Xiangyuan and Su Man's children. After all, in this country, the identities of a mistress and an illegitimate child are met with widespread disdain. Countless netizens unleash their outrage. No wonder they say a mistress produces such offspring. Impressive. How pitiful for Xingxing to be entangled with such a family. These siblings are clearly of the same mother. It's a complete disaster. One can only say that parental influence is indeed significant for children. However, Jiang Wanxing had already engaged in her own offline battles and had no interest in joining the online fray. Today, she was not with Qi Ran but had entered the production team alongside Lin Xionghu, a good friend of Jiang Yuqin from her time at the company. This was a fantasy drama, and as a long-standing supporting character, Lin Xionghu held a significant role as the third female lead. However, as an actress nearing 30, it was somewhat awkward to play second fiddle to a younger, less experienced star. In the production team, Jiang Wanxing lounged in a folding chair, legs crossed, with a bright smile directed at Lin Xionghu. Sister Lin, look at you. Initially, you rejected me for Jiang Yuqin, and now that she's in trouble. Do you have any regrets? Since Jiang Wanxing had approached her, Lin Xionghu's face turned pale, exuding fear and guilt. No, Lin Xionghu shook her head. I made my own choice, and I believe that a suitable role is more important than rank. Is that so? Jiang Wanxing's eyes glimmered. Lin Xionghu nodded, biting her lip. Yet Jiang Wanxing winked at her. Was it not my father who promised you more? What did you say? Lin Xionghu's water cup suddenly tipped over. Her overly agitated reaction drew the attention of those nearby. Jiang Wanxing lowered the brim of her hat, her smile radiant. Sister Lin, be sure to keep your secrets well. Su-man has gone mad. If she catches wind of this, oh dear. Su-man had enjoyed her title as Mrs. Jiang for quite some time, and she was certainly not a person to be trifled with. In fact, according to Jiang Wanxing's findings, Jiang Yuqin had not ceased his infidelities over the years. Su-man had merely chosen to ignore them. The current upheaval was merely a consequence of her children's troubles. Chapter 91. I, Jiang Wanxing, am worthy of any man in this world. Lin Xionghu's complexion grew even paler. She resembled a delicate flower, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Jiang Wanxing. Second miss, I have never offended you. Jiang Wanxing smiled. Compared to Jiang Yuqin's fa of purity, Lin Xionghu indeed bore no ill will toward anyone. Or perhaps, she simply lacked the courage to offend anyone. However, Jiang Wanxing's smile only deepened Lin Xionghu's fear. She feared Jiang Wanxing and dreaded the possibility of Su-man discovering this matter. Lin Xionghu turned her head to stare directly at Jiang Wanxing and after a long pause, asked, What do you want me to do? She was well aware that aside from the time she had rejected Jiang Wanxing, she had never wronged this second miss, who had no reason to seek vengeance against her. Nothing. Jiang Wanxing squinted her eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I do not intend to use this matter to coerce you. Rather, I wish to remind you do not, under any circumstances, let Su-man discover this. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiongyu looked at Jiang Wanxing in disbelief. Jiang Wanxing stroked her chin and continued, Sister Lin, or rather, Aunt Lin, would you care to be my stepmother? Lin Xiongyu's eyes widened in shock. She quickly glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before exhaling a sigh of relief. Miss, I never considered such a thing. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Wanxing nodded in agreement, signaling with her fingers. So, you enjoy being a mistress and have no desire for the main position, correct? Lin Xiongyu stammered, I. Very well, Jiang Wanxing said lazily, reclining in her chair.
Miss.
Just as Jiang Wanxing was about to express her support, Lin Xiongyu suddenly interrupted her, clearly intimidated by Jiang Wanxing's nonchalant demeanor. The last time it was the same, Jiang Yuqin could dominate the company, and Jiang Wanxing could do likewise. Lin Xiongyu hesitantly asked, Are you suggesting? She subconsciously believed that Jiang Wanxing had indeed provided her with an opportunity. Jiang Wanxing, observing her gleaming nails, spoke in a calm manner, with Jiang Yuqin and Jiang Chenxi embroiled in significant trouble and Su-man causing a ruckus. My father's spirit is quite fragile at the moment. He requires comfort. Moreover, he is a man who cannot live without a son. If you were to bear him a child now, he would abandon Jiang Yuqin and Jiang Chenxi. Without that pair of children, Su-man would amount to nothing. Lin Xiongyu was taken aback by Jiang Wanxing's words, yet her mind raced. Miss you do not mind. She had not anticipated Jiang Wanxing to be so generous. What is there to mind? Jiang Wanxing replied, surprised. It is my father who is unfaithful, not my husband.
Besides,
his infidelities are hardly a novelty. What can I do about it? Lin Xiongyu. Regarding Jiang Xiangyuan's infidelities, Jiang Wanxing was truly indifferent. After all, he prided himself on fairness, treating everyone equally. As a child, when she was bullied by Su-man and her trio, she sought help from Jiang Xiangyuan, who told her not to bother him. Now that she was tormenting that trio, they sought his protection, yet his response remained the same. Do not disturb him. Familial affection has always been a matter of equity rather than scarcity. With Jiang Xiangyuan's unwavering fairness, it left little room for resentment. Thus, Jiang Wanxing could only categorize her biological father as someone she merely loathed. At that moment, an abrupt voice interrupted. What are you doing here? Jiang Wanxing turned to the source of the voice and spotted her cousin, Rong Xian's younger cousin, Zhao Xintong. It seemed Zhao did not expect to see Jiang Wanxing on set, her expression one of disbelief. Seeing Jiang Wanxing silent, she hurried over, looking down at her.
Speak.
Why are you here? Jiang Wanxing gestured towards Lin Xiongyu beside her. Our artist is filming here, and as a staff member, I thought it proper to check in. Is that a problem?
Get out.
I do not wish to see you here. Jiang Wanxing, leave. Though Zhao Xintong was rather dim-witted, Jiang Wanxing stood up and swiftly grasped her finger that pointed accusingly at her.
Ah.
Let go. Zhao Xintong screamed in pain. With a smile, Jiang Wanxing replied, Miss Zhao, were it not for the number of people here, I would gladly teach you some manners. Zhao Xintong, gazing at Jiang Wanxing's porcelain-like face, felt her cheeks redden. Do not think that just because your family runs an entertainment company, you are something extraordinary. I tell you, there are many people in this world you cannot afford to offend. Jiang Wanxing recalled the day she saw this person outside Rong Xuyan's company and chuckled. Oh, offend someone? Are you speaking of yourself or your cousin? Clearly, Jiang Wanxing's remark struck a chord, as Zhao Xintong's face darkened with anger. My cousin was merely playing with you. Do you think with your background, you could ever gain entry into the Rong family? Excuse me, but I, Jiang Wanxing, am worthy of any man in this world. Jiang Wanxing appraised her once more and added, moreover, compared to you, the daughter of my cousin's mother's sister's husband, I surely hold more significance in his heart. Zhao Xintong's eyes widened, as if her eyeballs were about to pop out. Lin Xiongyu silently observed Zhao Xintong before averting her gaze. Zhao Xintong attempted to point at Jiang Wanxing again but, recalling the pain from earlier, lowered her hand. With a mocking smile, she declared, no matter how you put it, I am still Rong's cousin. You are merely a country bumpkin. Jiang Wanxing raised an eyebrow, surveying her once more. She found Zhao Xintong's hostility bewildering. Suddenly, Jiang Wanxing appeared to have an epiphany, her expression one of surprise as she regarded Zhao Xintong. You do not harbor feelings for Rong Xuyan, do you? Unexpectedly, this probing remark caused Zhao Xintong to blush. Rather than deny Jiang Wanxing's assertion, she flushed and retorted, women like you, relying solely on your looks, think you can marry someone far above your station. I assure you, my cousin is merely toying with you. Toying? Jiang Wanxing found this amusing. She stroked her chin and countered, how could you not even comprehend what kind of person your cousin is? Surely, you must have interacted with him? Could it really be? Chapter 92. Miao Miao's sister is indeed a gossip magnet. Though Zhao Xintong's earlier warning had a semblance of authority, Jiang Wanxing gleaned from her words that she had likely never interacted with Rong Xuyan. After all, anyone familiar with his character would never utter the phrase, just playing around. Rong Xuyan was not some frivolous rich heir. He was as stubborn as a mule. What do you mean? Zhao Xintong, noticing the attention of others, felt a surge of humiliation and rage. Jiang Wanxing, women like you are worthless. I disdain you. With that, she stormed away. Jiang Wanxing, everyone. Jiang Wanxing observed Zhao Xintong's retreating figure, bewildered, before turning to Lin Xiongyu. Why did she react this way? Lin Xiongyu shook her head in confusion. Jiang Wanxing felt quite disheartened, realizing her rival was indeed deteriorating. If Jiang Yuqin had any semblance of intelligence, Zhao Xintong was undoubtedly akin to a mere worm. How could her love rival be so lacking? Imagining her future with Rong Xuyan, Jiang Wanxing had envisioned formidable competitors, perhaps a dazzling yet arrogant heiress, a charming yet deadly white lotus, or a captivating siren. Yet, never had she anticipated her rival would be a creature of such a lowly caliber. Indeed, Jiang Wanxing's gaze was piercing, making Zhao Xintong feel quite uncomfortable. Lin Xiongyu, initially inclined to leave, instinctively asked, Miss, are you all right? Jiang Wanxing, I finally felt exhilarated, and she managed to make me lose so thoroughly.
Ha ha ha.
Lin Xiongyu, the leading lady of this fantasy drama is Zhao Xintong, who is said to be a prominent star in the domestic entertainment industry. The rationale behind this assertion is straightforward. She possesses neither remarkable works nor substantial credentials, and her status as a top-tier actress is solely supported by a formidable financial backing. The current entertainment world is rife with young heirs and heiresses. This phenomenon can be easily explained. Not every wealthy second-generation individual is astute or exceptionally talented. For some of these affluent young individuals, it is preferable to immerse them in the entertainment industry, allowing them to earn money rather than squander their time aimlessly. Moreover, the entertainment realm is uniquely advantageous. It caters to one's vanity, places them under constant scrutiny, and diminishes the likelihood of errant behavior, an undeniably mutually beneficial scenario. Reflecting on this, Jiang Wanxing inevitably thought of Rong Shiyan. If Rong Shiyan were to enter the entertainment industry, she would likely achieve great success, wouldn't she? With the earlier scenes already in production, Jiang Wanxing found herself somewhat bored. After consulting the director, she decided to host a live stream on set. Currently, Jiang Wanxing enjoys considerable fame as a social media influencer, and her recent popularity is soaring, especially given her status as a scion of the Jiang family, which adds to her allure. The director, seeking to capitalize on her fame, consented to her live streaming. Consequently, Jiang Wanxing retrieved her phone stand from her bag, adjusted the angle, and commenced the broadcast. With a substantial fan base, her stream quickly attracted a multitude of viewers, even though her broadcasts are sporadic. Jiang Wanxing had permanently disabled the gift donation feature, now smiling as she gazed at the screen. Hello, everyone. I'm visiting the set today, come along with me. The majority of the comments in the chat were inquiries regarding Jiang Yuqin and Jiang Chenxi's incarceration. Before her arrest, Jiang Yuqin had already risen to the ranks of second-tier celebrities, and a star's arrest is no trifling matter. The news of Jiang Yuqin's apprehension still trends online, though the court proceedings are not expected to commence anytime soon, prompting numerous netizens to anxiously ask Jiang Wanxing for updates, given her involvement in the incident. By the way, I'm here with Sister Qiongyu at the set of The Moon Falls and The Crow's Cry. The Moon Falls and The Crow's Cry. The leading lady is Zhao Xintong, right? Honestly, it's nauseating. How could my little moon goddess be portrayed by Zhao Xintong? Unbelievable. The Moon Falls and The Crow's Cry is adapted from a highly popular web novel, acclaimed as a masterpiece of aesthetics, in which both the male and female leads meet their demise several times within a brief narrative of 200,000 words. The casting decisions sparked considerable dissatisfaction among fans, leading to backlash directed not only at the production but also the actors. Zhao Xintong is at least a beauty, but the male lead is truly an eyesore. I wonder if Sister Miao Miao has clashed with Zhao Xintong. Jiang Wanxing chuckled. Clashed? Not at all. If there were a fight, it would likely be a one-sided affair on my part. The chat erupted in laughter. Jiang Wanxing, seizing the moment, lifted her phone to show the viewers the filming on set. However, just as her camera adjusted, Lin Xiongyu, who was performing a scene opposite Zhao Xintong, was inadvertently pushed into the nearby water pool. Everyone on set was taken aback, with several rushing to rescue Lin Xiongyu. The live chat exploded with comments. So, did I just witness another juicy scandal? Sister Miao Miao truly has a knack for attracting drama. She even captured on-set bullying so fortuitously. Is this a live stream accident? Jiang Wanxing was momentarily stunned but continued her broadcast, sitting still as she and her audience observed the unfolding incident. The entire crew was in disarray, completely oblivious to Jiang Wanxing's live stream. Meanwhile, Zhao Xintong shook her hand, which had gone slightly numb from the force she had used, and sarcastically remarked, "Oh dear, director. I forgot that the scene was supposed to be her hitting me. My apologies." Lin Xiongyu, drenched and bleeding from her nose, could hardly utter a word. The director shot Zhao Xintong a glance, likely aware of her privileged background, and gritted his teeth as he instructed the others, take Lin to the hospital, and ensure that today's incident remains confidential. Before he could finish, the director caught sight of Jiang Wanxing's live stream. Their eyes met, and Jiang Wanxing waved her hand, signaling that she had already informed him. The director, a man nearing 50, dashed to Jiang Wanxing with remarkable speed, only to find that her camera had inadvertently switched to the rear view, broadcasting the filming location, while the chat was rapidly filling with comments. In a mere moment, over 50,000 viewers had joined the stream, most initially drawn in by inquiries about Jiang Yuqin's arrest, but now captivated by the unfolding drama. Shut it down. Shut it down. The director, on the verge of a panic attack, watched Jiang Wanxing comply with his request. She innocently blinked at him. Well, I did give you a heads up before starting my stream. The director, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, attempted to maintain composure, and no problem. But this incident cannot be allowed to escalate. Jiang Wanxing instantly comprehended his implication, replying with a smile, I certainly won't bring it up again. Yet, her silence did not guarantee that others would refrain from discussing it. Everyone who had witnessed the live stream had seen Zhao Xintong deliver that brutal slap to Lin Xiongyu. Due to the superior quality of Jiang Wanxing's phone camera, even Lin Xiongyu's reddened, swollen cheek and bleeding nose were vividly captured. In that instant, Zhao Xintong felt the weight of the internet's power. Just as Jiang Wanxing prepared to leave, she was confronted by an irate Zhao Xintong. What's this about? Jiang Wanxing halted, a smirk playing on her lips. You wish to strike me? Undoubtedly. Jiang Wanxing had no fear of anyone wanting to hit her. Zhao Xintong, gritting her teeth in frustration, could only suppress her fury. Jiang Wanxing, you did this on purpose. Upon hearing her accusation, Jiang Wanxing laughed. On purpose? Are you suggesting I possess foresight? Who knew you would suddenly lose control and strike? Jiang Wanxing had indeed anticipated Zhao Xintong's potential for such extreme behavior, and her decision to livestream was intentional. Through a long-standing rivalry, Jiang Wanxing had acquired extensive combat experience, particularly when dealing with someone as intellectually challenged as Zhao Xintong. She needed only to keep a close watch and preserve evidence. There was no need to provoke her intentionally. Confronting such a person was not much more challenging than riding a shared bicycle. Zhao Xintong's face turned ashen with rage, her fingers trembling. You know I would eventually strike Lin Xiongyu. Jiang Wanxing blinked. Does it matter whether I knew you would act out? If you cannot confront me, you resort to targeting those close to me. Teacher Zhao, your reasoning is truly peculiar. With that, she ignored Zhao Xintong and walked away. Zhao Xintong shouted furiously behind her. Do you think such trivial matters can bring me down? Dream on. Is there really a need to bring someone down to deal with a person like her? That was the greatest joke Jiang Wanxing had heard all year. After leaving the set, Jiang Wanxing headed straight to the hospital. Lin Xiongyu was diagnosed with a mild concussion and eardrum damage, necessitating hospitalization for recovery. However, upon visiting Lin Xiongyu, Jiang Wanxing found her in surprisingly good spirits. After the crew members took turns to offer their condolences, everyone dispersed, and Jiang Wanxing approached the bed, speaking with genuine interest. Aunt Lin, that slap you received was quite worthwhile. Lin Xiongyu remained silent, but did not dispute this perspective. Now, with public opinion on the internet rapidly escalating, many had recorded the moment Zhao Xintong struck Lin Xiongyu during Jiang Wanxing's earlier livestream. As discussions surrounding the incident grew more intense online, Lin Xiongyu found herself the object of widespread sympathy and attention. It could be said that this slap had catapulted Lin Xiongyu to newfound fame. Jiang Wanxing casually selected an orange from the fruit basket on the table, peeling it and popping segments into her mouth. Someone has already come from Zhao Xintong's side to discuss compensation and reconciliation, Lin Xiongyu remarked. What does that have to do with me? Jiang Wanxing replied dismissively. Lin Xiongyu, still pale, said, I would like to hear the second young lady's opinion. Naturally, Lin Xiongyu wavered on the matter of reconciliation. She was but a minor figure, unable to afford making enemies. If she did not reconcile, once the incident lost its fervor, Zhao Xintong would undoubtedly come after her. Jiang Wanxing rolled her eyes and said without hesitation, if I were in your shoes, I would stand my ground, but you are different. I suggest you forgive her as swiftly as possible. The longer it drags on, the more detrimental it becomes for you. Her words were not born of contempt for Lin Xiongyu, but rather stemmed from a recognition of her own strength and position. Jiang Wanxing would never find herself in such a predicament. Unless she willingly placed herself in harm's way, no slap would ever land on her face. After a moment of serious contemplation, Lin Xiongyu nodded. All right, I understand. Jiang Wanxing chuckled lightly and said nonchalantly, I will never treat anyone who assists me poorly. Even if the Jiang family falls, I will ensure my friends are well taken care of. Do you understand, Aunt Lin? The Jiang family falls? What do you mean? A flicker of alarm crossed Lin Xiongyu's eyes. However, she refrained from voicing her concern, and Jiang Wanxing offered no explanation. Since Jiang Chenxi had already been apprehended, the issues with the Qin family should naturally be resolved. Through strategic maneuvering and Jiang Wanxing's cooperation, Chen Huabin was ultimately deemed guilty of attempted molestation and, considering he had been drinking at the time, was not sentenced to prison. Nevertheless, Jiang Wanxing made it clear to the Qin family that if she encountered such an incident again, she would not be as lenient. The Qin family, aware of their son's incompetence, fearing he would cause further trouble, promptly sent him abroad. This news quickly reached Su Man's ears. Jiang Wanxing's approach, which prioritized people over matters, astonished everyone. In summary, outsiders could be forgiven, but family members must face the full consequences of the law. As a result of the conflict between Zhao Xintong and Lin Xiongyu, Jiang Wanxing found herself besieged by entertainment reporters once more. After such a lengthy period without incident, and given her unique status, protecting her would significantly increase the workload for the police. Furthermore, considering her skills, it was highly unlikely that she would truly be in danger. That evening, Jiang Wanxing played video games in the presidential suite of a downtown hotel with Mixue. The choice of location stemmed from the severe harassment she faced from the Jiang family, Zhao Xintong, and the crew. Although Jiang Wanxing enjoyed the spectacle of chaos, being the center of such commotion was far less entertaining. Mixue focused intently on the phone screen, directing their gameplay as they evaded danger. There's someone over there. Crouch and ambush. After Jiang Wanxing's character crouched, she took a sip of sparkling water. When are we heading to the war zone?
Huh?
Aren't you the one who didn't want to go? Mixue was taken aback, as she had dug too many pits previously. We need to let the bullets fly for a bit. After contemplating, Mixue suggested, how about tomorrow? All right, they're coming. Let us go. Following a flurry of gunfire, silence enveloped the world. Jiang Wanxing reached for a cigarette but realized her pack and lighter were in her jacket, which hung on the door. And thus she abandoned the idea. Let us book the tickets tonight and leave tomorrow. Chapter 94. Even the worms passing through here would be split in half. Mixue was astonished by Jiang Wanxing's rare efficiency. It was known that Jiang Wanxing, after years in the mercenary industry, had never been this prompt. Otherwise, she and Mixue wouldn't have become such close confidants. Should we inform Hai Dongqing while he is still in the country? Why bother? Jiang Wanxing scoffed, then recalled something and added languidly, however, it is necessary to inform my boyfriend. Mixue quipped, so you're prioritizing romance over friendship now?
Not at all.
In the game, as Mixue drove, Jiang Wanxing surveyed their surroundings. Initially, a squad in the game comprised 4 players, but their 2 random teammates had quickly fallen. Without the burden of novices, the 2 true mercenaries thrived in the gunfight. As Mixue navigated through the game, she asked, by the way, what happened with that sniper incident? What could happen? The person is dead, so it's a closed case. Jiang Wanxing replied nonchalantly, if they dare to use such means to take my life, the person sent was undoubtedly a dead man, making it impossible to investigate. In truth, Jiang Wanxing felt remarkably calm regarding the situation. After all, her years of martial arts training were meant to prevent her from being killed. If no one sought to harm her, then her exceptional skills would have been in vain. Furthermore, it seemed this assassination was likely not aimed at her. Mixue nodded, choosing not to press further. Although Jiang Wanxing claimed she would inform her boyfriend, in reality, after finishing their game and enjoying a late-night snack, it wasn't until she lay in bed in the dead of night that she recalled this matter. Thus, she sent a message to Rong Shuyan. Lolly cat, I have an unexpected matter, leaving for a business trip tomorrow, don't worry. The message was quite cold and impersonal. Where to?
How long?
Feeling that text was inadequate, Jiang Wanxing opted for a video call, which was quickly answered. On the other end, Rong Shuyan, clad in gray loungewear, displayed a face that seemed sculpted to perfection, his long neck revealing the clear contours of his collarbone. Jiang Wanxing clicked her tongue, smiling as she said, it's nothing major. My factory abroad was inspected by the environmental authorities due to wastewater issues. Since local powers are rather fragmented, it's a bit troublesome to handle. So I need to go take a look myself. Factory? Rong Shuyan keenly picked up on the emphasis in her words. Jiang Wanxing raised an eyebrow, curious. It's just a metal parts processing factory. As for profit, it's rather average, certainly not comparable to your lucrative financial industry. Who knows? Jiang Wanxing shrugged, unconcerned. It could be 3 to 5 days, or it might take a week. Who knows? One must admit, Rong Shuyan's obedience and thoughtfulness manifested in every aspect. He did not pry further, but merely advised Jiang Wanxing to take care of herself and stay safe. Jiang Wanxing smiled brightly, reminding him. Rong Shuyan, usually not one to find humor in others, unexpectedly laughed at her comment. So confident?
Yes.
All right then, wishing you safety. The next morning, Jiang Wanxing departed for abroad without greeting anyone. She and Mixue transferred from Ning City to the western region of the country and then flew to the war zone. Including the layover, the entire journey consumed over 10 hours. However, due to the time difference, it was still light when they landed. The place where they arrived, though considered a large city, appeared vibrant and bustling, with towering skyscrapers. Naturally, Jiang Wanxing's destination was not here. They still had to drive for over 10 hours to reach the true chaos. As in the game, it was still Mixue who was driving. Jiang Wanxing sat in the passenger seat, inspecting the newly acquired weapons. As one of the international arms giants, the Grey Iron Delta certainly had a foothold in the war zone. Acquiring weapons, vehicles, and supplies here was a rather straightforward affair. While driving, Mixue chattered on, reality is mirroring the game. We are now living out a real-life battle royale. The sky gradually darkened. Once they left the city, the surroundings turned desolate. Driving at night in such a place was exceedingly perilous. There were mercenaries, gangs, militias, and terrorists. It was truly a place where human depravity shone. Even a worm passing through would be cut in half, and dogs would be met with severe consequences. However, it was not a significant concern. After all, they were merely passing through, and even if trouble arose, it would likely be from robbers. Such trivial matters were hardly worth worrying about. Jiang Wanxing adjusted her posture comfortably and began browsing domestic news. Undoubtedly, her phone number in the country was no longer in service, yet she could still receive WeChat messages. Jiang Yuqin frantically sent her numerous messages. Dogfather, where have you gone? Why is your phone out of service? Dogfather, I checked your flight information. What are you doing in the West? Dogfather, I already know about the Qin family. Why can you spare Qin Huabin but not your siblings? Dogfather, Jiang Wanxing, what exactly do you intend to do? Lowly meow sauce, stop whining, it's pointless. I'm deliberately targeting those two fools. Is there a problem? The night was fraught with danger, and faint lights flickered in the distance. We also noticed, is that a robbery ahead? It should not be. Jiang Wanxing observed through her binoculars and added, robbers typically do not possess tanks. Mixue? Chapter 95. Why does Batman's mask expose half of his face? The atmosphere in the car was remarkably quiet. After a moment of silence, Mixue suggested, shall we hang a national flag on the car? Displaying a national flag in such a place was the most effective way to avoid conflict. Jiang Wanxing, still peering through her binoculars, promptly countered, hanging a flag? Don't forget why we are here. That would only bring shame upon our country. Mixue pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That's true. Just then, Jiang Wanxing seemed to notice something and exclaimed, that's a main battle tank up ahead. It appears to be American equipment. While they spoke, the vehicle passed by the tank, and Mixue recognized the model parked by the roadside. Thank goodness. At least they are civilized. The U.S. military was indeed recognized worldwide for its formidable capabilities, often leaving behind numerous mixed-race children during deployments. Yet, they were generally reasonable and did not create unnecessary trouble. In such a surreal region, the most troublesome individuals were the local religious zealots. Many had succumbed to madness, believing it their duty to eradicate heresy. Not only those who practiced foreign religions, but even non-believing foreigners were targets. These individuals harassed others without needing a reason. Compared to these madmen, the U.S. military appeared exceedingly benign. Mixue glanced ahead. Should I drive right past? Jiang Wanxing exchanged a glance with Mixue and then tossed her gun to the floor. She tidied her hair and applied a bit of lipstick while gazing at the rear-view mirror. What are you doing? Mixue couldn't help but inquire. Jiang Wanxing smiled sweetly and replied, do you know why Batman's mask reveals half of his face? Mixue? Jiang Wanxing's smile deepened. It's to let American police know he's white. Otherwise, what if they empty their magazines on him? Mixue, this hellish joke is too much. Racial discrimination is a topic often left unspoken. Before economic globalization, the phrase, people of different races harbor different intentions, was nearly etched into every ethnicity's consciousness. Jiang Wanxing had a quarter Argentine heritage, and in her childhood, her mixed features were quite pronounced, often leading her to be called a little foreigner in kindergarten. Though less evident now, she could still play the role of a foreigner if needed. The vehicle soon stopped beside the American soldiers, who appeared to be repairing their tank by the roadside. Jiang Wanxing lowered the window, her innocent and youthful eyes gazing at the soldiers. She asked in English, do you need assistance, sir? Undoubtedly, her face was incredibly deceptive, soft and delicate, making her look like an underage girl, especially since her height was obscured by the car. Upon hearing her voice, the previously fierce-looking soldier instantly softened. He explained that they were stationed at a nearby U.S. military base conducting a military exercise, but their tank had broken down, and they hoped to catch a ride to their next location. Jiang Wanxing and Mixue exchanged frantic glances, yet neither spoke. The silence was primarily due to the weapons in their vehicle. Should the soldiers board, suspicion would certainly arise. However, neither Jiang Wanxing nor Mixue trusted the soldiers' claim about a military exercise. To extract more information, they knew they had to let them in. 1 minute later, after a brief exchange, they decided, let them in. We'll deal with any issues that arise. Jiang Wanxing once again donned her warm, harmless smile and addressed the soldiers. Please come aboard. Mixue was driving a spacious SUV, and the back seat had ample room for 3 soldiers with their backpacks to squeeze in. The vehicle rolled along the desolate road. Perhaps seeing 2 young girls in the car eased their tension, as the 3 soldiers began engaging in light conversation. Jiang Wanxing's English was fluent. She identified herself as an American, the daughter of a wealthy capitalist whose mother was of Asian descent. She explained that she had come to this tumultuous region to escape an arranged marriage orchestrated by her father for the benefit of their family, who intended to marry her off to a dandy a decade her senior. The soldiers exchanged glances at her rebellious tale. Jiang Wanxing earnestly continued, I left for love. My girlfriend will take care of me. The soldiers? Mixue. Under the curious gazes of everyone, Jiang Wanxing adjusted her posture, turning to face the soldiers. You don't understand my girlfriend. Though she is cold and taciturn, she is an exceptional boxer and proficient with various firearms. With her around, my safety is guaranteed. The soldiers. Mixue. For the next half hour, Jiang Wanxing conversed with the soldiers, continuously refining the details of the information she had just disclosed. The narrative delves into her family's business, the lineage of her parents, the background of her fiancé, and the customs of her hometown. During their conversation, a few soldiers sought to verify their identities. Jiang Wanxing, with an innocent expression, presented the falsified passport and various documents she had prepared earlier. Logically, such spontaneous fabrications would inevitably lead to mistakes. However, Jiang Wanxing was an exception. Her major at an Ivy League institution was literature, endowing her with a certain literary prowess. It is worth noting that her choice to study literature at a prestigious university was not born from passion, but rather from the pragmatic realization that STEM fields demanded a level of commitment that she could not afford. She had numerous tasks to attend to and could not afford to squander time in academia. In contrast, literature and the arts offered greater flexibility, allowing for myriad interpretations and creative expressions. Consequently, Jiang Wanxing's fabrications grew increasingly intricate and convincing, ultimately persuading even the most skeptical soldiers. She even extracted valuable information from them. Jiang Wanxing pulled out her phone, opened the map, and pointed to a marked location, exclaiming, "We need to go here. It's fortuitously on our way." Her youthful and innocent demeanor often disarmed others' defenses. Upon glancing at the location on the map, the American soldier quickly warned, "You cannot go there." "Why not?" Jiang Wanxing blinked in confusion. "Is there a gang?" The soldier hesitated before responding. "There may be armed conflicts in that area soon. It's quite dangerous." Jiang Wanxing's expression turned regretful. "I suggest you avoid such risky places and leave as soon as possible." Chapter 96. The Consequence of Sleep Deprivation on Mental Acuity. After bidding farewell to the three soldiers, Jiang Wanxing resumed her usual demeanor. Mixue, in an effort to uphold the persona Jiang Wanxing had crafted, spoke very little throughout. "So, you insist on casting me as the silent type?" Jiang Wanxing remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Do you think those soldiers are fools? We haven't rehearsed our lines. What if you slip up?" "You're the best at this," Mixue said, one hand on the steering wheel and the other giving Jiang Wanxing a thumbs up. "Incredible. You truly belong in the entertainment industry, contributing to the advancement of the performing arts." Jiang Wanxing stroked her chin and narrowed her eyes, saying, "It seems trouble is brewing." After a moment of contemplation, Mixue asked, "Is the U.S. military interested in your factory?" "It might not solely be the military. It could also be the action unit meddling in affairs. There isn't a rodent in the world they wouldn't want to seize." "Shall we head directly to the factory then?" Jiang Wanxing furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before replying. "That area isn't under local official control. The U.S. can't directly cross borders. We should first meet with the local military leader." "Agreed," Mixue nodded. Jiang Wanxing retrieved a mint from her pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. "Are you tired? Perhaps I should drive while you take a short nap?" "No need," Mixue declined firmly, suggesting they wait until they reached their destination. Jiang Wanxing nodded in agreement. Driving through the night was exceedingly dull, so Mixue turned on the radio to catch the international news while Jiang Wanxing occupied herself with her phone. "Wait, I think I'm trending back home." Sitting up straight from her slouched position in the passenger seat, Jiang Wanxing repeatedly swiped her phone screen. "Why are they still fixating on me even after I've left the country? What's going on?" Mixue turned to look at her. "Are you flaunting your championships again? Do you really think you have a right to challenge professional athletes?" Jiang Wanxing rolled her eyes decisively. "Do you think legitimate competitions are akin to underground fights? There are numerous regulations in place, you know? Have you ever heard the saying, 'Do not use your hobbies to challenge someone else's profession'?" Mixue raised an eyebrow. Jiang Wanxing scoffed, stating, "In formal competitions, it's not as simple as just beating your opponent. Their approach differs from ours. If you were to compete, you'd most likely receive a red card and be disqualified." "Don't try to fool me," Mixue replied. Though she was driving, her familiarity with Jiang Wanxing was evident. She smirked and asked, "Learning the rules is straightforward. A day or two is sufficient. How many women globally can compete in the super lightweight division against you?" And you dare to talk about different styles? Jiang Wanxing sighed. Ah, you've caught me.
Muy grekuchakeld.
Jiang Wanxing waved her hand dismissively. But that's not the crux of the matter. What about the strong oppressing the weak? Those professional fighters have been training since childhood. Compared to them, I also need to learn firearms, foreign languages, and survival skills. Ultimately, sports are just about winning and losing. She did not see any issue with participating in competitions, believing that as long as one abides by the rules, it should be acceptable. Jiang Wanxing glanced down at her phone, recalling something. I wasn't talking about boxing. I meant that I'm trending.
And?
Mixue inquired. Jiang Wanxing handed her phone over, indicating for her to look at the screen. The display revealed a post from a prominent blogger with the title, rejecting the aesthetic of white, young, and thin, accompanied by a photo of Jiang Wanxing. Jiang Wanxing smiled and recited the title, rejecting the aesthetic of white, young, and thin.
Oh, muy greku responded.
What can you do when you look like that? Jiang Wanxing stroked her chin, recognizing that they had found a rather novel point to criticize her. The blogger not only used Jiang Wanxing's photo but also condemned the distorted female aesthetic from a male perspective in the text. Additionally, there were many photos of Jiang Wanxing riding a motorcycle or exercising without protective gear. As expected, the online reactions were intense. I've long wanted to say this. The fans are akin to a cult, continually marketing the persona of a genius girl, leaving others too fearful to speak up. Oh, the blogger is just stating the obvious. She doesn't wear protective gear, merely to showcase her physique. All I can say is it's nice to come from wealth. All the competitions are overseas. It feels somewhat performative. She has the face of an internet celebrity and is still marketing the persona of a strong girl. One moment she as the pampered wife of a domineering CEO, the next she as a powerful warrior. Anyone in the know understands. Jiang Wanxing didn't hold back either and decided to respond directly with a Weibo post. A lawyer's warning is on the way. Mixue, who was driving, observed Jiang Wanxing's animated demeanor with a look akin to an elderly person on the subway engrossed in their phone. You're fixating on such a trivial matter. Don't you have enough work to keep you busy? Jiang Wanxing waggled a finger. Let us pretend I didn't say anything, Mixue replied. Jiang Wanxing couldn't help but laugh. So often, society expects victims to overlook transgressions rather than demanding that perpetrators cease their actions. This phenomenon is alarmingly common, particularly in situations of the strong oppressing the weak. For instance, as an adult, you shouldn't stoop to a child's level. A celebrity quibbling over minor issues with ordinary people reflects poorly on their character. If you drive a luxury car, why quibble over a minor scratch? Mixue kept a keen eye on Jiang Wanxing's actions. Suddenly, a thought struck her.
Wait.
Did you just post on Weibo? Jiang Wanxing replied with a puzzled look. Mixue exclaimed in despair. Have you lost your mind? Weibo now displays your location. Jiang Wanxing asked what? Upon checking her Weibo, Jiang Wanxing discovered that her latest post had indeed tagged her location as a war zone. She contemplated deleting the post, but it was already morning back home. And it was improbable that no one would notice the predicament. After a brief silence, she resolved to embrace the chaos. Unfazed, I am not an illegal immigrant. There is nothing extraordinary about my presence. It is important to note that prior to this, Jiang Wanxing had already ventured to indigenous tribes in Africa and Latin America. The current location marked as a conflict zone is hardly a shocking revelation. Jiang Wanxing massaged her temples, realizing that sleeplessness indeed dulls the mind. Mixue remarked, I suggested you rest during the flight, but you wouldn't listen. Jiang Wanxing chose to disregard her comment. As long as one survives, everything else is trivial. Chapter 97. So, has he resorted to extortion against the Gray Iron Delta? Ningtink. At 10:30 a.m., in the Ningcheng branch of the corporation, Rong Shuyan had not been there long and was preparing to wrap up for the day when Xiao Ku hurriedly rushed in from outside. Is there something wrong? Rong Shuyan inquired, glancing at him before returning to his computer. Xiao Ku took a deep breath, producing a black ebony box from his pocket and handing it to Rong Shuyan. Rong Shuyan accepted the box, furrowing his brow. What is this? As he opened the box, he discovered a silver chain adorned with a coin-sized silver medallion. The medallion bore a 7-pointed star pattern identical to that on Rong Shuyan's hand. Xiao Ku explained, Mr. Rong. This was given to me at the front desk when I went down earlier. Someone had just delivered it, specifically requesting it be handed to you. And where is the person? They left after dropping it off. Rong Shuyan extracted the necklace, his gaze inscrutable. The reverse of the medallion was etched with a constellation-like pattern, which, upon closer inspection, did not belong to any known constellation. After what felt like an eternity, Rong Shuyan finally asked, Did you examine the contents?
Xiao keskiviikko.
Given that Rong Shuyan had previously been the target of an attack, the police had traced the incident to a deliberate act involving a steel coil falling from a semi-truck. Therefore, upon encountering such an ambiguous item, Xiao Ke had instinctively opened it. What if it concealed a bomb? Rong Shuyan pressed his lips together and said, "Arrange a flight to Southeast Asia." Rong Shuyan was indeed dispatched to Ningcheng, but the reasoning behind it was absurd. His boss deemed him too ineffectual. It is worth noting that Rong Shuyan did not indulge in base pleasures. He neither drank nor gambled, nor did he engage in illicit activities. He was not a drug user, nor did he have reckless romantic entanglements. In fact, he could be considered academically accomplished, a true tech-savvy individual. Comparatively, he surpassed 99 of wealthy heirs. Moreover, he was still quite young. Why would his boss be so intent on pushing him? Upon hearing this, Rong Shuyan seemed to recall something. He furrowed his brows in contemplation before saying, "It's nothing. She doesn't know." Xiao corresponded with a neutral expression. Rong Shuyan then instructed, "Arrange a flight to Yangon." Xiao Ke complied, "Understood." Just as Rong Shuyan was about to rise and leave, Xiao Ke's phone rang unexpectedly. He answered, asked a question, and quickly hung up. "Mr. Rong," Xiao Ke said, his expression slightly peculiar, "it's about your cousin. She has come again." "Cousin? Which cousin?" Rong Shuyan was not particularly good at remembering names and tended to forget many matters over time. However, this person, Jiang Wanxing, had been mentioned before. A brief moment of reflection allowed him to recall his cousin. "What does she want?" Rong Shuyan inquired with an irritated tone. Xiao Ke shook his head. "I don't know. She only said she came to see you." Rong Shuyan replied firmly, "I do not wish to meet her. Let her leave. It matters not if she claims to be a cousin. I have hardly met my aunt a few times, so there is no emotional connection. In the future, if this person visits, do not inform me." Xiao Ke understood this response was predictable, so he nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the conflict zone, Jiang Wanxing and Mixue had located a local warlord. The region was rife with armed factions, compounded by severe religious and ethnic conflicts, necessitating a change of leadership for the warlords every few years. Jiang Wanxing had initially chosen to establish her factory here due to the chaos, making it difficult for the authorities to exert control. She had promised to sell some weapons at a low cost to the local armed groups, providing them with some benefits in exchange for their protection of her factory. The newly appointed warlord, named Sala, had previously served as the deputy to the former warlord, who he had reportedly killed along with several of his wives and over 20 children during a recent internal conflict, making him a notoriously ruthless individual. As they approached, Mixue remarked, "Sala is a shrewd and cunning man, likely connected to both the local authorities and the American military, straddling multiple alliances." This recent factory investigation was probably tipped off to the Americans by him. Jiang Wanxing narrowed her eyes. "So, he is attempting to extort the Grey Iron Delta?" Currently, the opposing side had not completely severed ties but rather hinted at their intentions, clearly aiming for extortion.
Mixue shrugged.
Perhaps the Americans are willing to provide him with weapons for free. After all, the militias don't require high-quality arms. Second-hand military equipment that the Americans have discarded would suffice. "This man is troublesome." Jiang Wanxing's expression darkened. "If negotiations fail, we shall eliminate him. Engaging in open conflict with local forces in such a place is perilous. Yet assassination is a far simpler matter." Mixue pondered, "I believe our negotiations will inevitably falter." While they conversed, the pair, guided by a militia member, entered a villa. This residence had been left behind by the previous warlord, and Sala had moved in after eliminating the entire family of his predecessor. The accompanying militia member spoke in heavily accented Arabic, introducing them. "Mr. Sala has been awaiting distinguished guests from the Grey Iron Delta, however. He did not anticipate that they would be two such young women." "What do you mean?" The militia member bowed his head, remaining silent. Jiang Wanxing let out a soft scoff, choosing not to press further. The world has long held stereotypical views regarding women. It is no surprise, especially in the traditionally conservative Arab world, that even in the West, many undervalue women. Their attitude was therefore not unexpected. Soon, Jiang Wanxing and Mixue met Mr. Sala. He was a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, clad in green combat attire. It was evident from his physique that Saleh's personal combat prowess was likely quite average. After all, a truly disciplined individual would not allow themselves to become so corpulent. Upon seeing Jiang Wanxing and Mixue, Sala was momentarily taken aback, but quickly broke into a smile. "Welcome, beautiful ladies. Regarding the factory situation, I express my deep regret and remorse." Should the Grey Iron Delta require my assistance, I shall certainly cooperate fully. From the outset, Jiang Wanxing recognized that this was a tactful warlord, unlike the arrogant fools she had encountered previously. Chapter 98. The knife has lodged itself in the bone. Jiang Wanxing wore a somewhat insincere smile. In truth, both you and I benefit from the factory's presence here. We merely need to uphold our previous agreement and ensure the factory's normal operations. As soon as she finished speaking, Sala unveiled his true intentions. However, I believe the factory has already been discovered by the American military. If I insist on maintaining operations, the risks involved are too great, especially since we have not possessed any large-scale weaponry. In other words, we need more money. Large-scale weaponry? Jiang Wanxing maintained a smile that did not reach her eyes. What exactly is Mr. Sala referring to? Sala elaborated, for instance, fighter jets and armed helicopters. Jiang Wanxing replied. Mixue, sitting beside her, could not help but interject. Even if we were willing to sell you planes, do you have any pilots? Shall we sell you a few pilots as well? That won't be necessary, Sala quickly replied. All we need is for your side to send an instructor to guide us. The implication was clear. Not only were they to sell him aircraft, but they were also expected to ensure his personnel were adequately trained. From the moment Sala uttered those words, Jiang Wanxing realized there was no point in negotiating with him. It was evident that he was attempting to deceive Sala. If a sale were possible, she would have the authority to decide. However, the value of Sala did not warrant such a significant risk. Recognizing the futility of the discussion, Jiang Wanxing and Mixue promptly took their leave. Yet, as they exited, smiles adorned their faces, as if there was genuinely room for negotiation. Once outside the villa, however, Jiang Wanxing's smile evaporated. She turned to Mixue and said, "Let us find a place to rest and regain our strength. Tonight, we shall eliminate this fool." Coincidentally, that's exactly what I was thinking, Mixue replied. The two drove directly to the factory. With various factions already aware of the factory's location, the production line of this arms factory had come to a halt. However, the valuable large machinery could not be relocated. Should any issues arise within the factory, the resulting losses would be incalculable. They slept soundly until nightfall. As darkness enveloped the world, Jiang Wanxing and Mixue donned their gear and stepped outside. With no suitable sniper positions available, a single-shot kill was not feasible. The only method left was to infiltrate and eliminate Sala. They parked nearby and walked into Sala's territory, their appearances unkempt in standard militia green uniforms, armed and resembling youthful teens. Yet, in this area, many women cloaked in black had already taken to the battlefield, let alone those in their teenage years. This region was nearly under Sala's complete control. Jiang Wanxing waved her hand, and the pair boldly squatted by the roadside, unconcerned about being noticed. In truth, no one paid them any mind. Jiang Wanxing crouched down, glancing at the brightly lit villa in the distance, and smiled. "Silver Fox, let me share a hellish joke with you." Mixue raised an eyebrow. Jiang Wanxing cleared her throat and lowered her voice. "Do you know why the ancient Hua Mulan went to war for over a decade without anyone discovering her true identity?"
Why?
"Because the turnover of her comrades was too rapid. Every time one group perished, a new one replaced them. The people who fought alongside Mulan for 12 years were not the same individuals. After all, the Ballad of Mulan was penned by later generations, and no one knows the true circumstances of her time." Mixue sighed. "That's not funny at all." Jiang Wanxing observed a patrol team passing by, without noticing them. Once the patrol had moved on, Jiang Wanxing and Mixue rose, shifting their weapons to the front. As they approached the villa, they concealed themselves and deftly scaled the wall, skillfully navigating the blind spots of the surveillance. Inside the dimly lit room, Sala was preoccupied with his alluring companion when the window was silently opened. A cool night breeze rushed in, jolting him awake. Yet, before he could react, he felt a heavy blow to his neck, as if struck by a powerful fist, followed by a warm liquid trickling down. He felt no pain before succumbing to death on the bed. His companion's pupils dilated in shock. She opened her mouth, seemingly about to scream. But Mixue swiftly covered her mouth with a wet cloth, rendering her unconscious. "Quickly! Haikue, what are you dawdling for?" Jiang Wanxing pressed against Sale's back with one hand while forcefully withdrawing the dagger embedded in his neck. It had lodged against the bone. With a swift motion, she extracted it, and blood surged from the wound, soaking much of the bedding. During the process, Jiang Wanxing smeared some dirt on herself to mask the scent of blood, ensuring they would not be discovered. Sala was dead. His body would not be found until the following morning. However, his mistress, having been drugged, would awaken unable to utter a word. Local militia factions erupted into infighting. Before Saleh's body was even buried, his son was murdered. Gunfire resonated in the streets throughout the day, a spectacular chaos. By afternoon, Jiang Wanxing and Mixue emerged from the factory and found a tree nearby to squat beneath. In the distance, two groups were engaged in a fierce battle. Mixue observed the scene through binoculars, then set them down, stroking her chin. I believe we need to act quickly and identify the local militia leaders, or else the American troops will have yet another reason to intervene. Not to worry. Jiang Wanxing replied nonchalantly. Someone will come looking for us soon enough. No sooner had she spoken than, as expected, before night fell, visitors arrived at the factory. The visitors were Saleh's subordinates, sporting thick beards that obscured their ages, though Jiang Wanxing estimated one to be in his 30s. The man approached directly, stating, I hope you can provide me with weapons. Inside the office of the arms factory, Jiang Wanxing lightly tapped her fingers on the table. Weapons are quite costly. If you wish for me to provide you with support, what can you offer in return? Her words carried a playful smile, yet her exquisitely angelic face radiated an unsettling sharpness. The man felt a jolt of anxiety but quickly responded, I can ensure the safety of the factory. After all, two young women from the Grey Iron Triangle had just concluded discussions with Saleh, and on the very same night, Saleh was dead. Anyone with a semblance of intelligence would suspect the involvement of the Grey Iron Triangle. However, in this place, the dead were not entitled to justice. After Saleh's assassination, everyone was eager to seize his possessions, and no one would stand up for him. And you? Jiang Wanxing shot him a mocking glance. What makes you think you can? Because of the blood of men spilled on this land. Jiang Wanxing's delicate fingers continued to tap the table, each sound resonating like a ticking clock. The man's forehead glistened with cold sweat, unable to discern the thoughts of the girl before him. Ultimately, just as the man was about to speak prematurely, a smirk graced Jiang Wanxing's lips. Remember your words. If anything happens to the factory, you'll be Saleh. The man nodded vigorously. As for the weapons, Jiang Wanxing interrupted as before. This statement effectively acknowledged the man's new status as the military leader, indicating that they would provide some level of support. Once he departed, a leisurely Mixue emerged from the back room, ruffling her hair in frustration. What can we do? We're short on manpower. Jiang Wanxing shrugged. This is the best way to resolve the issue for now. Unless you have a better idea? No, Mixue waved her hand dismissively. We must address the immediate problem first. Their current predicament stemmed primarily from a lack of personnel. Besides the factory workers, there were only about 50 mercenaries responsible for security. This number was insufficient for any substantial defense. Of course, as the largest underground arms dealer globally, the Grey Iron Triangle did possess more formidable weaponry. The American military is conducting exercises here, and should a single fragment from a shell fall on a soldier, the entire Grey Iron Delta could be classified as a terrorist stronghold. A simple gunfight, however, would not elicit such grave concern. To put it bluntly, she and Mixue could clandestinely take lives here. As long as they remain undetected, they could choose their victims at will. Jiang Wanxing lit a cigarette but did not smoke it, merely holding it between her fingers while watching the smoke rise. Your previous appointment was quite significant, she mused. With the American forces exercising, they could not deploy their aircraft recklessly, nor could they, as Mixue had previously suggested, fly off to bomb an ex-boyfriend.
Muy greku.
Leaning against a table, chuckled and inquired, Shall we go out for a drink? Is there a place to drink around here? Jiang Wanxing countered. We can bring our own and drink on the rooftop. Late at night, the sky was a tapestry of stars. Here, there were no towering buildings like those in the city. All that could be seen were the celestial lights and stars. Jiang Wanxing and Mixue sat on the rooftop sipping their drinks, occasionally using binoculars to survey their surroundings. Jiang Wanxing took a sip and suddenly remarked, It's a bit like setting off firecrackers during the New Year. After speaking, she nodded in agreement. If I were back home and heard that sound, I would undoubtedly assume someone was celebrating. Mixue, peering through the binoculars, listened as Jiang Wanxing continued to lament, How dull. I wish I had a handsome man to keep me company. Shut up. A fly has come in.
Muy greku retorted.
Jiang Wanxing pouted, It's just a fly. Can't we just swat it? In response, Mixue grabbed a sniper rifle and aimed, pulling the trigger. The sound of the suppressed gunfire went unnoticed amid the nighttime clamor. A shadow fell by the factory's wall, quickly dragged away by mercenaries, as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Wanxing raised her drink. So, when you encounter a fly, don't fear. All we need to do is smack. Eliminate it. Mixue dropped her gaze, chillingly stating, That person no. That corpse we just saw was likely an agent sent to spy on us. Now that he is dead, they have all the more reason to create trouble for us. Jiang Wanxing shot her a sidelong glance. Is it because Wu Dalong didn't he have 3 children that Pan Jinlian wasn't he attractive enough? Even if you appease them with 3 bows every morning and evening, they will still come to investigate. Mixue, though not particularly anxious. After all, the factory wasn't hers. And if it were lost, it would only be the sea anemone that would suffer, sensed that tensions were escalating. The localized skirmishes intensified, and the flames of war spread. The American military sought justification to shut down the Gray Iron Delta's arms factory, but faced fierce resistance from local militia due to its location within their territory. While the local militia may not match the proficiency of the systematically trained American forces, they excelled at guerrilla warfare. For Jiang Wanxing, the factory issue seemed to be temporarily resolved. With the militia's staunch resistance, the Americans were unlikely to risk their lives for a mere arms factory. Of course, it wasn't that the Americans couldn't overpower the militia. Rather, in this world, some lives hold more value than others. The lives of the militia were of little concern, and the American forces were unwilling to incur losses over them. As Jiang Wanxing and Mixue drove into town with plans to drink, they found themselves in a religious state where alcohol consumption was strictly forbidden. Thus, they could only venture to an underground bar catering to American soldiers and foreigners. At the bar, Jiang Wanxing and Mixue engaged in a drinking contest, surrounded by numerous soldiers in camouflage. The American military is notoriously undisciplined, with their 2 main pastimes being heavy drinking and soliciting prostitutes. The government had even established comfort stations for the troops, recruiting numerous comfort women and men from the populace. During the tumultuous global climate of the last century, various sexually transmitted diseases became a significant issue for the American military. Yet despite this, few armies worldwide could rival the American forces, given the astronomical figures of their military expenditure and their cutting-edge weaponry. The patrons in the bar swayed wildly to the rhythm of the exotic dancers on stage, shrieking with delight. Just as Jiang Wanxing and Mixue were about to join in, they caught sight of several familiar faces. "Ah, it's you two again, ladies," exclaimed the 3 soldiers whose tank had previously malfunctioned. Chapter 100. I think I just saw Rong Shuyan. The soldiers were equally surprised to see them. However, since Jiang Wanxing and Mixue were 2 young and strikingly beautiful women, they did not raise any suspicions about their presence. What a coincidence! Jiang Wanxing smiled, pointing to a direction. There was a gunfight over there a couple of days ago. It was quite dangerous. We barely escaped and were almost hit by a stray bullet. She then curiously asked, "You mentioned your exercises were scheduled for that location. What is the status now?" The 3 soldiers could hardly divulge the truth. Thus, they only offered half-truths, claiming that the exercise plans had been disrupted by the gunfight and had to be halted. Jiang Wanxing lamented, "What a pity." Previously, when they had encountered the soldiers on the road, Jiang Wanxing had told them she and Mixue were a couple, compelling Mixue to maintain her taciturn persona. The atmosphere was lively as Jiang Wanxing continued to engage the soldiers in conversation. Through subtle inquiries, she gleaned that the American forces had likely abandoned their plans concerning her factory. Just then, Jiang Wanxing caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. A young man wearing a hat and mask, with only his eyes visible, caught her attention. They were unmistakably East Asian. Had it been just that, it might not have piqued her interest. However, those eyes bore a striking resemblance to Rong Shuyan's. Initially chatting with the soldiers, Jiang Wanxing suddenly fell silent, her gaze fixed in one direction, inevitably drawing the attention of those around her. The soldiers remained oblivious. Having only crossed paths with Jiang Wanxing, they continued to drink nearby as she stood entranced. Mixue nudged Jiang Wanxing's arm with her elbow, asking, "Hi Kue, what's wrong? I think I just saw Rong Shuyan."
Huh?
Who is Rong Shuyan? That name sounds somewhat familiar. My boyfriend.
Mo Ygreko?
After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wanxing set down her bottle and headed in that direction. Let us go check it out. In truth, Jiang Wanxing felt uncertain. The bar's lighting was dim and chaotic, and given that the individual was dressed quite warmly, revealing only his eyes, it was entirely possible she could be mistaken. Moreover, the look in his eyes had an unusually cold and sharp quality, quite unlike Rong Shuyan's. Yet if she did not clarify this matter today, she doubted she would sleep soundly that night. Without Mixue comprehending the situation, Jiang Wanxing pulled her along outside. However, upon their exit, they failed to spot the figure. "What are you doing?" Mixue was bewildered. "Are you sure you haven't drunk too much and are seeing things?" "No," Jiang Wanxing asserted confidently. There was indeed someone who looked remarkably like Rong Shuyan. Muyu casually remarked, "Why not just contact him now to find out where he is?" Without hesitation, Jiang Wanxing sent a message to Rong Shuyan, "Loli Miaochan, are you asleep?" And "Loli Miaochan, where are you right now?" The two stood idly on the street. Jiang Wanxing glanced at her phone and decided to video call Rong Shuyan. After a brief wait of 5 or 6 seconds, he answered. However, the dim light on his side made it hard to discern his features. "Wait a moment, let me turn on the light," Rong Shuyan mumbled, still half asleep. Soon, the bedside lamp illuminated the room, revealing a clearly drowsy Rong Shuyan. "What's up?" he asked. "Are you sleeping?" Jiang Wanxing inquired. "Yes," Rong Shuyan replied, somewhat perplexed. "It's 3 in the morning. Shouldn't I be asleep?" With a time difference of 5 to 6 hours, it was just past 9 in the evening where she was. Jiang Wanxing furrowed her brow and asked, "Where are you right now?" Rong Shuyan candidly replied, "Yangon, at a hotel." "Open the window and let me see outside," she urged. Rong Shuyan responded with confusion, but complied. Yangon, a tropical tourist city, radiated vibrancy even at this late hour. Being on a high floor in a commercial area, the view was splendid. Jiang Wanxing felt her unease dissipate. "All right, go back to sleep," she said, refraining from asking what he was doing in Yangon. Adhering to the principle of not imposing on others what she herself would not want to disclose. Rong Shuyan's expression was one of bewilderment as Jiang Wanxing ended the video call. Muyu looked at Jiang Wanxing as if she were daft. "What's going on? Are you going crazy for a man?" Perhaps, Jiang Wanxing admitted. "I'm in love. It's normal to have some delusions." Despite her lightheartedness, Jiang Wanxing was certain she hadn't seen anything. Her keen eyesight would not deceive her. It was merely that she had encountered a man in the war zone who bore a striking resemblance to Rong Shuyan. However, Muyu's comment had extinguished any desire for further revelry. Shaking her head, she suggested, "Didn't Rong mention he was in Southeast Asia? Why not fly over tomorrow and give him a surprise? Didn't you say you wanted to get back at your ex?"
Ah.
Muyu opened the car door and climbed in. Once Jiang Wanxing joined her, she added, "It's perfect, he is arriving tomorrow. And we can leave just before then to surprise him." "Let us leave tomorrow then," Jiang Wanxing agreed, showing little interest in lingering in such a barren place. The war zone offered nothing of worth. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the distinct sound of gunfire, startling Jiang Wanxing awake. The shots were alarmingly close, as if the bullets could strike her at any moment. Hastily donning her camouflage gear, she stepped outside only to encounter a mercenary. "What is happening?" she inquired. "They're coming in," the mercenary replied tersely. "What do you mean?" "A special operations team from the U.S. military is attacking."
Damn it.
Jiang Wanxing cursed under her breath before swiftly gathering her gear. The factory, though not heavily guarded, was equipped with advanced weaponry, making it nearly impossible for intruders to infiltrate unnoticed. As she moved outside, she crossed paths with Muyu, who was equally armed and grumbling. "Do they really think our gray iron delta is a welcome mat for anyone? We should just eliminate those fools." Jiang Wanxing shared her sentiment. The adversary's intrusion was a clear indication of their intent to cause harm. If they had any desire for negotiation, they would not have acted so recklessly. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wanxing turned to a nearby mercenary and commanded, "Immediately sever all communication signals between the factory and the outside. Warn them once. If they refuse to leave, let them face the consequences." "Understood." The factory's buildings were low, yet several watchtowers stood tall. Jiang Wanxing and Muyu ascended to the central watchtower, activating the loudspeaker for the entire factory to hear. Speaking in clear English, she declared, "All unauthorized personnel within the factory must exit within 10 minutes, or we will take forceful measures, including but not limited to opening fire. This is an arms factory, and we are well equipped to defend ourselves, with nearly 1,000 employees trained in military operations." As she spoke, Muyu, wearing a headset, communicated with others inside the factory. Once Jiang Wanxing finished, Muyu grimly reported, "We've confirmed that the intruders are a special operations team of over 20, with combat skills superior to those of our guarding mercenaries. They vanished as soon as they entered, and now they're likely hiding." Jiang Wanxing sighed in frustration. "Activate thermal imaging to locate them. Monitoring through surveillance will be ineffective now, but any living being will emit heat." She added, "Keep an eye on the warehouse. We cannot allow them to destroy it." The U.S. military's incursion was not without reason. The Gray Iron Delta-S arms factory was situated in a war zone, and businessmen would always pursue profit. Their arms dealings inevitably flowed to local officials and militia groups. A strong local military presence would hinder the U.S. military's operations, increasing their casualties. Though Jiang Wanxing's brief words could not persuade the intruders to retreat, the thermal imaging technology soon revealed their positions. The main production areas and warehouses were underground, while the surface held the workers' dormitories and less critical workshops. The gunfire erupted almost instantly. The U.S. military had clearly come to the wrong place. While only 50 mercenaries were assigned to security, nearly 1,000 factory employees possessed combat capabilities. Although not exceptionally strong, they could certainly defend themselves, especially in an arms factory. Listening to the relentless gunfire, Jiang Wanxing ran her fingers through her hair, exasperated. It's already begun. We should go down. While survival in large-scale warfare often hinged on luck, small-scale skirmishes depended entirely on skill. With both Jiang Wanxing and Mixue in the fray, their forces would suffer fewer casualties. Mixue, shouldering a grenade launcher, remained noncommittal. Jiang Wanxing noticed her hefting the heavy weapon and admonished, "Be careful. This is a factory, not a battlefield. We need to repair any damage. How much could it possibly cost?" Mixue retorted, clearly unconcerned about the expenses. "When the bullets fly, it's worth a fortune. If you've set up your factory here, you should be prepared for the losses. Not to mention how much you've saved on transportation all these years." Meanwhile, in Southeast Asia, Wong Kar-wai sat in a vehicle, feeling the rough road beneath him. His expression weary. His naturally pale skin appeared even more so, compounded by a restless night, with dark circles forming beneath his eyes. Xiao Ke sat in the passenger seat, seemingly oblivious to Wong Kar-wai's state of mind. "Are you truly going to such a place, President Rome? What if they turn out to be a fraud ring?" "Nothing to worry about," Wong Kar-wai replied, shaking his head without elaborating. Xiao Ke hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps you should inform Miss Jiang of your location?" Wong Kar-wai raised an eyebrow.
Why?
Xiao Ke coughed a couple of times, hastily explaining, "I just think, given Miss Jiang's extensive experience abroad, if we encounter danger in northern Myanmar, she might be able to rescue us." Wong Kar-wai remained silent, his mood evidently dim, appearing lethargic. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly said, "Around 3 in the morning, Wanxing called me, a video call. Was there an urgent matter?" They were a pair. One a Navi-rich heir who had never experienced love, and the other a young girl who had just come of age and was full of life. Their romance resembled a child's play rather than something destined to last, more akin to a fleeting first love that would dissolve for various reasons. At this, Wong Kar-wai fell silent again, lost in thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "She asked me where I was and wanted me to open the window so she could see outside. Checking up on you?" "Surely not," Xiao Ke doubted, feeling that Jiang Wanxing was not the type to act in such a manner. Wong Kar-wai mused, "I have this feeling that she must have seen or heard something about me." Xiao Ke was even more perplexed. "What could possibly concern you? Surely you weren't caught in a scandal at such an hour?" Wong Kar-wai lowered his gaze to his gloved left hand and fell silent once more. Chapter 102. Is it convenient for me to come find you?
War zone.
Jiang Wanxing surveyed the desolate landscape before her, heart heavy with sorrow. "I told you not to use artillery." Mixue shrugged. "It's not my factory. Enough already. There are still people alive down there." Jiang Wanxing and Mixue crouched atop a flat-roofed building, their gaze fixed on several soldiers traversing the ground below. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Wanxing lay in wait. A heavy machine gun poised before her, eyes narrowed. In the next heartbeat, she shouted, "Fire!" Bullets rained down upon the unsuspecting adversaries, blood misting the air as the battle concluded in an instant. The majority fell, with only 2 gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. Jiang Wanxing leaped from the rooftop, ripping off the headgear of one severely wounded soldier. It was a familiar face, the American soldier she had encountered twice before, in this very place. Clearly taken aback by her presence, his pupils dilated, leaving him momentarily speechless. Jiang Wanxing, though surprised, quickly regained her composure. "Regrettable to meet you here." The soldier, his abdomen still bleeding, hoarsely asked, "Who are you?" Jiang Wanxing averted her gaze, replying slowly, "Chief Instructor of Gray Iron Delta, Zone 16, Anemone." Without hesitation, she ended his life with a single shot. In the chaos of war, all killings were devoid of emotion or personal vendetta, they were solely driven by interests. After dispatching the last of the opposition, Jiang Wanxing instructed the mercenaries reporting the situation. "Dispose of the bodies and contact the local military leaders to take the blame. We will provide them with weaponry support." "Understood." With the dead, The conflict shifted to the Americans and the region, effectively concluding the matter. Jiang Wanxing piloted the helicopter, with Mixue seated beside her. In the absence of aerial firepower, an armed helicopter proved to be an excellent choice, primarily due to its ease of operation. For Jiang Wanxing, flying a helicopter was as simple as riding a kiddie ride outside a supermarket. Yes, in Yangon. I knew you prioritized love over friendship. Our trip to Southeast Asia is solely for that celestial being. Jiang Wanxing asked expressionlessly. And then? What are you trying to convey? Mixue pressed. Jiang Wanxing's gaze shifted. You only just realized? An awkward silence enveloped the cabin, with neither speaking for a moment. Mixue was at a loss for words, while Jiang Wanxing surveyed the terrain below. Years ago, Mixue had suffered a disastrous first love, akin to a tale where the beloved was betrayed by a scoundrel, leading to her subsequent imprisonment. Following that episode, Mixue had dedicated herself to opposing her former lover. Yet, Jiang Wanxing pondered whether Mixue had ever truly loved that rogue. This remained a question. Those from Grey Iron Delta shared a common view on love. They prioritized comfort over affection, seeking those who could provide emotional value. The notions of deep love and intense hatred were foreign to them. Only the fury of being wronged lingered. Jiang Wanxing glanced distantly at the ground, casually inquiring, "Is that the vehicle?" Mixue stroked her chin thoughtfully. The intelligence should be accurate. Very well. Jiang Wanxing ascended the helicopter to avoid ground fire. As they hovered above the vehicle, a shell was promptly released.
Whoosh. Boom.
A thunderous explosion ensued, dust billowing into the air. The helicopter did not linger, but swiftly departed. Jiang Wanxing smiled. Do you think the people below survived? The shell's power was intentionally limited. Excessive force would easily attract the attention of warring factions. If the Americans deployed aircraft in response, they would likely meet their demise en route. I doubt it, Mixue nonchalantly replied. The rogue likely has the protagonist's script. He's remarkably resilient. If this time doesn't work out, there will always be another chance. The helicopter landed at a small base on an island in Southeast Asia. After disembarking, Jiang Wanxing and Mixue took a yacht to the mainland. Jiang Wanxing then called Wong Kar-wai again. Once connected, she cheerfully stated, I will be in Yangon shortly. Where are you? The signal on Wong Kar-wai's end appeared weak, his voice intermittent. Yet, Jiang Wanxing managed to discern a keyword. Northern Myanmar? You are in Northern Myanmar? What on earth are you doing there? Have you been duped into becoming a call center operator? Not at all. Wong Kar-wai seemed to have found a place with better reception. I came alone with a bodyguard. Even in lawless regions like Northern Myanmar, the locals possessed discernment. They understood who could be provoked and who could not. Wealth indeed has its way of easing tensions. It was not mere rhetoric. The locals would not easily target someone of Wong Kar-wai's evident stature. Jiang Wanxing refrained from questioning his purpose for being in such a place, casually asking, Is it convenient for me to come find you? Certainly, Wong Kar-wai replied. If you wish to come, I'll send someone to fetch you when you arrive.
All right.
Thus, Jiang Wanxing continued her journey to the northern region. The Golden Triangle, due to its unique geography and tropical climate, had long been a hub for the global drug trade. However, in recent years, the narcotics industry had begun to decline. This was primarily because such drug-producing regions depended heavily on vast markets. For instance, narcotics cultivated in South America could be readily dispatched to North America and Europe. In the Golden Triangle region, apart from the markets in Southeast Asia and South Asia, the most significant is the Chinese market. China boasts the world's strictest drug control measures, effectively sealing off the northern market. Furthermore, with the advancement of communication technology, a rise in low-risk telecom fraud has emerged, prompting criminals to seek a shift in their enterprises. Vast poppy fields have now been replanted with rice. Nevertheless, this area continues to be a hotspot for telecom scams, human trafficking, organ trade, and the smuggling of bones. Jiang Wanxing arrived by long-distance bus and immediately shared her location with Wong Kar-wai. Wong Kar-wai sent her a voice message. 5 minutes. Jiang Wanxing, donning a hat, squatted by the roadside, squinting at the armed personnel passing by. Indeed, northern Myanmar is perilous, yet this danger primarily targets foreigners. For locals, it is not as threatening. The streets are quite bustling, filled with vendors selling various local delicacies, all clean and hygienic. Chapter 103. A Younger Brother. Wong Kar-wai's 5 minutes proved accurate as he arrived within the time frame. As a wealthy individual who values life, he was accompanied by 2 vehicles aside from his own. His armed bodyguards were the first to disembark and clear the way. Wong Kar-wai, with his strikingly handsome yet austere demeanor, exuded an intimidating presence. Under the blazing Southeast Asian sun, as he stepped out of the car, His bodyguard held an umbrella to shield him from the sun, creating an air of aloof elegance. He appeared as though he had emerged from an abyss, completely at odds with the surrounding clamor. Jiang Wanxing squinted at him, expecting him to say, "This is northern Myanmar, my homeland. Welcome to my world, delicate little princess." However, the reality was more mundane. Rong Shuyan approached and handed her a chilled bottle of mineral water, remarking on the heat and advising her to stay hydrated. Jiang Wanxing responded with surprise, "What's wrong?" Noticing her silence, Rong Shuyan half-squatted and touched her cheek to check her temperature, asking if she had been sunburned and if she wanted to get into the car first. Jiang Wanxing stood up and pressed the chilled bottle against her sun-warmed cheek. She naturally possessed a fair complexion that would not darken under the sun, only turning slightly red, returning to her original softness once the redness faded. "It's nothing, I was just lost in thought," she replied. Upon entering the vehicle, Jiang Wanxing could no longer contain herself. She turned to Rong Shuyan and stared at him intently. "Rong Shuyan, have you never considered using your wealth for nefarious purposes?" Rong Shuyan, taken aback, wondered why he would need to engage in such behavior. Jiang Wanxing fidgeted with her hair, dismissing her previous thought. What she truly wished to inquire was whether Rong Shuyan had any base tendencies. Undeniably, individuals in positions of wealth and power sometimes engage in acts that trample on social norms and even a law. This does not imply that those at the top are inherently morally inferior. Rather, it is that some ordinary individuals only dare to think such things, while the privileged can act upon them. Humans are driven by desires, and those nurtured in the lap of societal affluence often find it increasingly difficult to satiate their cravings. As they reach the summit of their aspirations, those at the peak could only aim for the heavens, which, evidently, defies the rules of society. Jiang Wanxing's aimless conversational style left Rong Shuyan perplexed. "Wanxing, what is the matter with you?" Jiang Wanxing shook her head. "It's nothing. I just find it a bit dull." Upon hearing this, Rong Shuyan retorted, "Do you think I am dull?" Caught off guard, she hesitated. "Well, it doesn't have to be so blunt." Jiang Wanxing offered an awkward smile. "Not exactly. I find you quite intriguing, unlike anyone I have met before." Rong Shuyan lowered his gaze, his eyes glimmering beneath his long lashes. He seemed poised to say something, yet hesitated, fearing his words might bore her. After a prolonged silence, he gently inquired, "Are you hungry? Would you like to grab a bite?" "Yes," Jiang Wanxing nodded, suddenly recalling something. "Rong Shuyan, do you have any brothers?" Rong Shuyan paused, his expression momentarily blank before asking, "Why do you ask?" The question reminded him of the video call Jiang Wanxing had made to him in the middle of the night. After a long silence, he finally replied, "I have one younger brother." Jiang Wanxing was taken aback. "Why have you never mentioned him?" Rong Shuyan pondered for a moment before explaining, "There's not much to say. After my parents divorced, I haven't seen him in many years. Since their acquaintance." Rong Shuyan had seldom discussed his family background, so he briefly narrated the situation. His family dynamics were straightforward yet complex. His parents were a typical union of government and business, and while there was some semblance of affection, it was hardly substantial. Eventually, they divorced due to irreconcilable differences, with each taking one son. His mother, often preoccupied, chose the more introverted and manageable Rong Shuyan, who, to be precise, was the one contested by both parents. His younger brother, merely a year his junior, remained with their father, and they had not seen each other for many years. Jiang Wanxing asked, "Does your brother look much like you?" "Probably," Rong Shuyan replied uncertainly. "Many people mistake us for twins due to our close age." "What does your brother do for a living?" "Not sure." He shook his head. "He might still be studying or perhaps has already entered the civil service." Rong Shuyan was a prodigious talent. He completed his studies abroad, earning both his master's and doctorate by the age of 20. Now, at just 22, his brother, being a year younger, was likely still in university. "Isn't he your biological brother? Don't you care at all?" Jiang Wanxing raised her eyebrows in curiosity. "Conflict?" Rong Shuyan sighed softly. "Both my parents desired custody of me, and they both wished to push my brother onto the other. Actually, that day in the war zone, I encountered someone who resembled you so closely that I almost mistook him for you." "In the war zone?" Rong Shuyan mused, his gaze falling into contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he said, "It could very well have been him, or merely a coincidence." Of course. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Jiang Wanxing was surprised to see that, even in such a place, Rong Shuyan's residence was a rather impressive small villa. Despite the surrounding area resembling a blend of urban and rural chaos, the villa radiated the opulence of a capitalist's abode. "How did you find such a place?" Upon entering, Jiang Wanxing couldn't help but ask. Rong Shuyan looked puzzled. What do you mean? How do you have a house in a place like this? It must be rented, right? Rong Shuyan clarified. This is all arranged by them. I am not well acquainted with the details. Jiang Wanxing, stroking her chin, wandered into the courtyard, suddenly struck by a thought. You just mentioned that your parents are a combination of officials and business people. Your mother runs such a large enterprise. What does your father do? She vaguely sensed that Rong Shuyan's father likely held a significant position. Chapter 104. What cannot kill me will ultimately ensure my survival. Rong Shuyan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke the truth. My father is Rong Yuqin. That name sounded somewhat familiar. Jiang Wanxing struggled to recall where she had heard it before and promptly took out her phone to search. To her astonishment, the results revealed that he was a core member of a military district. His biography was so extensive that it seemed endless. To put it bluntly, someone of Rong Shuyan's father's caliber could be likened to a high-ranking official in ancient times. Jiang Wanxing was left speechless for a long time, unable to comprehend the reality. How could a family like yours even consider divorce? Rong Shuyan replied calmly, Of course, it is possible. It all depends on the circumstances. Jiang Wanxing responded, Is that how the phrase depends on the circumstances is used? Pretty much. Rong Shuyan nodded, explaining that emotional discord and conflicts of interest often lead to divorce being the optimal solution. Jiang Wanxing could not help but be taken aback by the revelation of Rong Shuyan's identity. It seemed he had other matters to attend to, and after finishing their meal together, he took his leave. Even late into the night, Jiang Wanxing found herself contemplating Rong Shuyan's father's status. She was a mercenary and one of the leaders of the world's largest underground arms dealer. Being involved with someone from such a prominent family felt like stepping into a trap. Yet, Rong Shuyan had known about her connection to the Grey Iron Delta from the very beginning. Feeling overwhelmed by the chaos of her thoughts, Jiang Wanxing decided to sleep it off. Before drifting off, she posted a Weibo update. What cannot kill me will ultimately ensure my survival. Location, Myanmar. Just a few days ago, I was in a war zone, and now I've run to Myanmar. Unfortunately, I lack education. I just roam the world saying wow, seeking insights into Miao Miao Jia's mental state. The first woman on the internet to compare her resilience to that of the King of Hell. The online backlash against Jiang Wanxing continued with fervor. When people are determined about something, they often hold on to their beliefs as if they are undeniable truths, dismissing anything that contradicts their views as mere fabrication. Thus, Jiang Wanxing transformed from an extreme sports streamer and the King of Hell's favored grandmother into a borderline streamer and the pampered wife of a domineering CEO. Despite her videos never featuring revealing clothing, her motorcycle riding and engaging in extreme sports without protective gear were perceived as deliberate attempts to flaunt her figure. This time, Jiang Wanxing chose not to engage in online arguments. She recognized that stooping to their level would only diminish her own intelligence. The following morning, Jiang Wanxing and Rong Shuyan strolled down the street. Rong Shuyan seemed to have concluded his business, though Jiang Wanxing had no habit of prying into the details. They walked together like an ordinary couple. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from afar. Help! A girl, disheveled and battered, desperately ran towards them. Help! I'm Chinese. I was tricked into coming here. Please, save me. Perhaps seeing the bodyguards accompanying the two, the girl looked at them as if they were her last hope. Behind her, several men wielding sticks followed closely. The reason these individuals could perpetrate telecom fraud in the country was that the vast majority spoke Mandarin. As the men approached, they scrutinized the couple, realizing their refined clothing and demeanor, along with the armed bodyguards, compelled them to soften their tone. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a matter of our own, and we advise you not to interfere. The girl, hiding beside them, cried out, I was deceived. The company organized a team-building event, claiming we were going on a Southeast Asia tour, but instead, they brought us here. Please help me. Jiang Wanxing, hearing the girl's proficient Mandarin, tilted her head and asked, Are you Chinese? Yes, I'm Chinese, from the province. Jiang Wanxing nodded, accepting her words. In such places, one should not trust anyone. However, Jiang Wanxing was unafraid. Even if the girl were in cahoots with those men, she felt no fear. No matter, it would be worth it to rid the world of harm. In these corners where the law had no reach, anyone daring to deceive her should be prepared to face the consequences. Thus, facing the imposing figures of the men, Jiang Wanxing raised her chin and resolutely declared, You can leave now. The men were taken aback, clearly not expecting these outsiders to meddle in their affairs. Before they could finish their sentence, the black-clad bodyguards accompanying Jiang Wanxing had already cocked their weapons. The burly men exchanged glances, and eventually, they turned away in frustration. The girl looked at Jiang Wanxing with tearful eyes, nodding repeatedly. Thank you, truly thank you. I thought I would die here. All right, the girl nodded again and added, there are many more people over there, call the police, please. Thank you, thank you. In reality, once someone reached this place, calling the police was futile. Domestic authorities could only handle matters within the country. This was already beyond their jurisdiction. Even if the domestic police wanted to intervene, it would require diplomatic channels, involving the Chinese embassy in Myanmar negotiating with the Myanmar officials. Yet, this was a considerable hassle, especially since warlords ruled the northern regions, which were beyond official control.